The excruciating pain emanating from his dantian felt akin to a searing iron pressing against his meridians. Amidst a cacophony of curses, Xichen abruptly opened his eyes, only to be jarred back into reality by a brutal kick to his chest that caused him to spit blood. Through the haze of his consciousness, he heard the words dissect the golden core, piercing his temples like an icicle-indeed. The melodramatic plots from those novels would manifest upon the heads of unfortunate souls sharing the same name. The dilapidated room was rife with drafts, the musty scent mingling with the metallic tang of blood. During his feigned unconsciousness over the past 2 days, fragments of memories from his life before traversing into this narrative flooded his mind. The overworked corporate drone pouring over the beloved disciple, with a protagonist, Ning Feng, was adored by all, and the foolish Xichen, sharing the same name, had been nurtured as a vessel for the golden core for 2 decades. Blast it! If he doesn't wake up soon, we'll have to extract the golden core ourselves. The reprimands of his Dojid senior disrupted his thoughts. Xichen stealthily cracked open his eyelids, observing the 2 seniors by his bedside, one with a calculating expression, the other blissfully naive, as though they had stepped straight from the pages of a villainous NPC. What shattered his composure further was the realization that he had arrived at the critical juncture when the original's golden core had been formed, only to be rendered useless. Thereafter, the treasures of heaven and earth were not gifts, but rather fertilizers hastening the maturation of the golden core. The fod of warmth from his sect was merely an illusion, and he was but a stepping stone on Ning Feng's path to adoration. Beneath the covers, his fingers curled against the coarse fabric. Xichen cursed the author and the storyline in his mind, yet he had to concede, compared to the original fool who perished during the dissection, this version of himself, still drawing breath, at least had a chance for resurgence. As the Dojid senior paced about, venting his frustration, Xichen quietly began to circulate the faint trace of spiritual energy within him. The sensation of blocked meridians persisted, yet the warmth of the golden core lingered in his dantian. A thought struck him, a previously overlooked detail from the book. The original Xichen's Thunderfire spirit root had absorbed a hint of demonic energy during an unexpected incident. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and the Foxeyed senior entered with the elder brother. 3 pairs of eyes settled upon him, as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xichen suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips, yet a flicker of cold determination, uncharacteristic of a fool, flashed in his gaze. It appeared that the survival game, with the golden core as its wager, had commenced the moment he arrived. This cannon fodder, who was meant to exit the stage, now resolved to carve out a unique path within this tale of adoration. Chapter 1. Elder Brother. What is the situation? Xichen hasn't perished, has he? Amidst the sudden onslaught of pain, Xichen heard a frantic male voice. He still clings to life, but I fear he cannot last beyond half an hour, came a steady response. Then, another man's voice, filled with venom and ire, followed. If he dies, junior brother Xiaofeng won't be able to cultivate his golden core. We've raised him for over 20 years, utilizing countless treasures for his training, all for this golden core. Who could have anticipated that he would falter just as it was formed? What a detestable waste. The man, still unsatisfied with mere words, raised his foot and viciously kicked Xichen in the chest. Xichen felt a rush of bitterness in his throat, and blood erupted forth. The one addressed, as the elder brother intervened. Enough. There's no point in beating him now. We must prioritize extracting the golden core before he breathes his last. Can we still extract it now? The man questioned, puzzled. He is on the brink of death. Even if we forcibly remove the golden core, it will be a useless one, unfit for junior brother Xiaofeng. The elder brother replied, even a useless core is better than none at all. Besides, our master is knowledgeable. When he returns, he will surely find a way to restore the core. Elder brother makes a valid point. Something is better than nothing. We've invested so much in raising him for over 20 years, we cannot let it be in vain. The man drew his sword, pointing the tip toward Xichen's dantian, ready to act, when suddenly, Xichen opened his eyes wide and let out a primal scream. After the outburst, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more, though his breathing had steadied. The swordsman, taken aback by the sudden commotion, furrowed his brow, unsure whether to proceed, and turned to the elder brother. Elder brother, shall we continue? The elder brother, observing the seemingly resurrected Xichen, expressed a flicker of concern and slowly shook his head. Let's hold off for now. Since he has proven resilient, let's provide him with some medicine and allow him to recuperate. 2 days later, in a small, drafty, dilapidated room, Xichen lay quietly on a rickety bed. He was covered by a dark, worn blanket, clearly indicating it had not been washed in years. 2 men sat at Xichen's bedside. One had prominent brows and dog-like eyes, his gaze clear and exuding a sense of innocence. The other had a delicate appearance, his fox-like eyes gleaming with cunning. The dojied man, clearly restless, paced back and forth in the cramped space. As he walked, he muttered, "Damn it, second senior brother, how much longer must we endure this filthy place? I've never suffered like this since birth." The fox-eyed man cast a glance at the unconscious Xichen and replied coolly, "We cannot leave until Xichen awakens and we ascertain that he hasn't been possessed by the demonic race." Xichen's miraculous revival at the brink of death was, even in this fantastical realm, utterly implausible. Thus, they were concerned that he had been taken over by the demonic race. For them, Xichen was merely a fool, devoid of any emotional attachment, and they had no concern for his well-being. Their vigilance was solely for the sake of the golden core. Should someone possessed by the demonic race attempt to use the golden core, it would be tainted by demonic energy. If junior brother Xiaofeng were to unwittingly use a core polluted by such energy, he could fall under the control of the demonic raciest scenario they were determined to prevent. However, after waiting for 2 full days, the dojied man's patience had worn thin. Second senior brother, Xichen remains unresponsive. We cannot continue to wait idly. Perhaps we should summon elder brother to devise an alternative plan. Though the fox-eyed man maintained an outward calm, he too felt the impatience brewing within. He readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall fetch elder brother. Keep an eye on Xichen. Rest assured, I couldn't possibly lose track of a mere fool." Once the fox-eyed man departed, the dojied man scrutinized Xichen for a moment before his impatience got the better of him, prompting him to wander around the room once more. "I'm so fed up. In just 3 days, it will be junior brother Xiaofeng's birthday. If Xichen doesn't awaken soon, we won't have time to prepare for the celebration." How infuriating that he would create such a dilemma at such a critical moment. He was so engrossed in his tirade that he failed to notice Xichen, lying on the bed, had quietly opened his eyes and was observing him intently. In truth, Xichen had awakened a day prior. His reason for keeping his eyes shut was twofold: to delay the dissection of his golden core and to mentally output sea language. Ever since Xichen realized he had crossed into a novel, his mind was brimming with sea language he yearned to express. Though he was a suitable candidate for transmigration-lacking parents or a partner in the modern world, fate should not have thrust him into such a narrative. Moreover, the circumstances of his arrival were rather dismal. The title of the book he had entered was The Beloved Disciple, which, as the name suggests, was a Beal-themed tale of adoration within the realm of cultivation. The protagonist, Ning Feng, was born in a tragedy. Both his parents perished shortly after his birth, and relatives who raised him until he was 3 abandoned him in the snow. Amidst the biting cold and the heavy snow, just as Ning Feng was on the brink of freezing to death, he was discovered by Xianyan, the master of the Xiantian sect, the foremost of the 4 major sects of the cultivation world. In that instant, Ning Feng's fate was irrevocably altered. Upon finding Ning Feng, Xianyan, moved by the boy's tragic circumstances, resolved to rescue him and initially intended to bring him back as an outer disciple. However, Ning Feng's endearing and charming demeanor soon captivated Xianyan along the journey back to the sect. Upon returning, Xianyan staunchly refused to send Ning Feng to the outer sect, decisively advocating against the opinions of others and, without conducting a spirit root test, directly accepted Ning Feng as his 4th disciple. As the master of the Xiantian sect, Xianyan's high status made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to become his disciple. The other 3 senior brothers, upon learning of this development, felt a profound sense of injustice and resolved to show Ning Feng his place. Yet, as the protagonist of a beloved ensemble narrative, Ning Feng possessed a unique charm that allowed him to effortlessly navigate the challenges posed by his brothers, ultimately winning them over entirely. Within just 3 days, his 3 senior brothers transformed into ardent protectors of their beloved junior. Subsequently, Ning Feng was revealed to possess the rare and powerful Thunderfire spirit root. This spirit root, the most extraordinary in the cultivation world, elevated him to the status of a treasure gem within the sect. The narrative thereafter primarily revolved around Ning Feng's endearing antics as he endeared himself to those around him within the cultivation realm. Though this plot may seem tedious, reminiscent of a typical wish fulfillment story, and perhaps a touch juvenile, it resonated deeply with Xichen, who, after a long day at work, sought solace in a narrative devoid of complexity yet rich in satisfaction. However, Xichen could not bring himself to finish reading the entirety of the beloved junior disciple BL, as the author, in an inexplicable fit of creativity, introduced a cruel twist mid-narrative. Ning Feng was rendered incapable of forming a golden core. This inability to form a golden core meant that Ning Feng's cultivation could not progress, and in the harsh realities of the cultivation world, such a physique rendered one as good as useless, regardless of their spirit root's potential. Moreover, it was foretold that his lifespan would be tragically limited to a mere 100 years. Xichen and his companions could not accept this harsh truth. They scoured ancient texts and ultimately discovered a dire remedy exchange course. This involved finding another individual with a dual Thunderfire spirit root, who upon forming their golden core, would have it extracted and given to Ning Feng. The rarity of such a spirit root made the search daunting, akin to chasing a mirage. Furthermore, any cultivator possessing a Thunderfire spirit root would be a coveted prize among the major sects, and even the Xichen sect, as the most prestigious, would face fierce opposition in their quest to extract the golden core from such an individual. Just as Xichen and his companions found themselves in despair, Xichen emerged. In the narrative, this Xichen was also endowed with a Thunderfire spirit root, yet there was no competition for him as he, too, was deemed a failure. His meridians were completely blocked, rendering him incapable of cultivation, a predicament far worse than that of Ning Feng. Forcing himself to cultivate would only exacerbate his condition and shorten his lifespan. To most sects, Xichen was merely a burden with no potential to contribute to the sect's prosperity. However, within the Xichen sect, Xichen's condition and intellect made him the ideal source for Ning Feng's golden core. Thus, Xichen once again defied the odds and accepted Xichen as his fifth disciple. Following this, Xichen devoted all the sect's resources to aid in Xichen's cultivation. Word of this spread throughout the cultivation world, and the Xichen sect was praised for its benevolence, even extending kindness to a fool. In truth, however, Xichen and his companions were solely motivated by the desire to acquire Xichen's golden core, showing little regard for Xichen's own fate. Ultimately, after 2 decades of nurturing, Xichen successfully formed his golden core. Yet, mere days after the extraction, Xichen perished. Xichen, who had never appreciated narratives that maliciously harmed innocent side characters merely to elevate the protagonist, found it intolerable to witness a character sharing his name meet such a grim fate. Disgusted, he abandoned the book and drifted into slumber. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he discovered that he had been transported into the story and had become the foolish Xichen within its pages. Chapter 2. Upon his initial arrival in this new world, Xichen was engulfed by fear. What was he afraid of? Knowing the plot, he was terrified of meeting the same grim fate as the Xichen within the story, who was brutally extracted of his golden core and perished shortly thereafter. He longed to escape this predatory environment, but in that moment his body ached intensely, and after receiving a kick, escaping was beyond his capacity. Even maintaining consciousness was a struggle. With no other means of escape available, he summoned his last ounce of strength to open his eyes and bellow that he was still alive, hoping they would spare him for Ning Feng's sake. He wagered correctly. A day later, he awoke to find his golden core still within him. However, this did not bring him joy, as he was acutely aware that he could not evade death for long. While feigning unconsciousness, he tirelessly analyzed the narrative concerning Xichen, seeking any glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, no matter how many times he analyzed it, the conclusion remained the same: there was no escape. The foolish Xichen was burdened with completely blocked meridians, the most unsuitable condition for cultivation. The effects of 2 decades of forced nurturing had left his body riddled with damage. Extracting his golden core would surely lead to his demise within days. Yet, failing to extract, it would also seal his fate. Xichen, ever cautious, devised a plan to prevent any other sect from seizing Xichen's golden core. Upon bringing Xichen to the Xintian sect, he placed a restriction within Xichen's body if the golden core did not enter Ning Feng's body within 5 days of formation. It would self-destruct. The power of this explosion would be catastrophic if the golden core remained within him. Xichen would undoubtedly be obliterated, quite literally reduced to dust. To choose between certain death or death by explosion was indeed a dire predicament. Xichen contemplated ways to break this deadlock, but the possibility seemed as elusive as a dream. He was merely a worthless vessel with a golden core, devoid of any magical skills. Relying on himself to find a solution was an insurmountable challenge. As for seeking assistance, that was even more implausible. The Xichen in the book, like him, was a solitary orphan. After much contemplation, he ultimately succumbed to despair if death awaited him. Then so be it, was too weary to ponder further. However, he vowed that if he were to perish, he would not allow those who had brought him to this state to escape unscathed. As he observed the figure of a dog wandering restlessly in the room, a cunning glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Apart from himself and Ning Feng, Xianting has 3 disciples. The eldest disciple Qi Bai, the second disciple Kong Yuan, and the third disciple He Zhou. Based on a recent conversation between the Foxseed and the Dojid, Xichen has already ascertained their identities. The Foxseed one is the second disciple Kong Yuan, while the one currently meandering about the room is the third disciple He Zhou. The book has mentioned multiple times that among Ning Feng's 3 senior brothers, He Zhou possesses the most innocent disposition and is the easiest to deceive. At this moment, only He Zhou remains in the room, presenting Xichen with an opportune moment to feign his way through. Xichen reminisced about the original persona's demeanor, then gradually rose, adopting a foolish expression and emitting a series of meaningless chuckles. Ha ha, ha ha ha. This unexpected outburst startled He Zhou, causing him to stumble momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to Xichen, exclaiming with delight, "You're finally awake." He approached Xichen with excitement, grasping his hand with genuine concern. "Xichen, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable?" Xichen offered no response, merely continuing to grin vacuously. Noticing this, He Zhou's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. What's going on? Didn't the eldest brother say that after forming his golden core, he would regain some clarity? Why does he still resemble a foolish simpleton? He leaned closer to Xichen's face, patiently instructing, "Xichen, I'm your 3rd senior brother. Come on, call me senior brother." Xichen gazed vacantly for a moment, and to He Zhou's astonishment, he slowly opened his mouth. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of malice flickered in He Zhou's eyes. He began to apply pressure to the pulse point on Xichen's wrist. Just as tension peaked, Xichen unexpectedly spat out, Apui, directing a mouthful of saliva right at He Zhou's face. He Zhou froze, glaring at Xichen with murderous intent. "You vile fool! Today, I shall end your life." He drew his sword, pressing the tip against Xichen's chest. Xichen appeared utterly oblivious to the danger, continuing to beam foolishly. "Ha ha ha." Seemingly bored, he finished laughing and prepared to spit again towards He Zhou. For a fleeting moment, He Zhou's expression twisted in disgust. He could no longer maintain his composure and retreated as if confronted by a formidable beast, backing up to the door 3 meters away before finally halting. While casting a cleaning spell, he glared at Xichen, muttering angrily, "How disgusting! How can there exist such a repulsive fool? If it weren't for junior brother Xiao Feng, I would have already pierced you through with my sword." Xichen maintained his vacant expression, secretly relieved that he had successfully deceived He Zhou, who now completely believed he was the genuine Xichen. With He Zhou's trust established, Xichen felt more confident about deceiving Qi Bai and Kong Yuan in the future. Lost in thought, Kong Yuan returned with Qi Bai in tow. Kong Yuan pushed open the door. Spotting He Zhou standing at the entrance, he shot him an annoyed glance. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Xichen? Why are you here?" Qi Bai, the eldest brother, possessed a composed demeanor, his features handsome and his character steady. Although he didn't voice his disapproval as directly as Kong Yuan, his gaze conveyed skepticism towards He Yizhou. He Yizhou protested. It's not that I didn't want to watch him. It's just that he's too bothersome, spitting on me. Qi Bai and Kong Yuan's expressions changed slightly. What? He's already awake? He Yizhou, understanding their concerns, nonchalantly shrugged. Don't worry. I've already tested him. He's indeed Xichen and has not been possessed by the demon clan. However, Qi Bai and Kong Yuan, well aware of He Yizhou's unreliable nature, did not take his word for it and entered the room to verify for themselves. Their verification method mirrored He Yizhou's. They first attempted to provoke Xichen into revealing his true nature, then acted as if they intended to kill him to observe whether he would resist or flee. Naturally, Xichen neither resisted nor fled. He knew that for Ning Feng's sake, they would never harm him, so regardless of their actions, he maintained his silly grin. To bolster his performance as a fool, he even spat on Qi Bai and Kong Yuan's faces, though this action was partly motivated by a desire for revenge. Upon receiving the spit, Qi Bai and Kong Yuan's expressions darkened considerably, yet their reaction suggested they were temporarily convinced that Xichen had not been possessed. Since he hasn't been possessed, let's quickly extract his golden core. I can hardly wait to see the look of surprise on junior brother Xiao Feng's face. He Yizhou rubbed his hands together, clearly eager. The steady Qi Bai cautioned, not so fast, Xichen's body hasn't fully recovered yet. Let him rest for a couple more days. Kong Yuan concurred. Indeed, let him recuperate for a few more days. If we are to present something, it must be the most perfect golden core for junior brother Xiao Feng, without any blemishes. He Yizhou, upon hearing this, conceded, true, if we're to present it, it should be flawless. However, if he's to recuperate, we ought to leave someone to guard him. He hastily shifted the responsibility. I've already stayed with him for 2 days. I don't wish to continue watching him. Qi Bai, embodying the role of a responsible eldest brother, readily accepted the task. Then let me take care of it. You and the second disciple should go prepare for junior brother Xiao Feng's birthday celebration. Wonderful. I can finally go see junior brother Xiao Feng. Elated, He Yizhou dashed towards the door, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, he was halted by Xichen's grip. He turned to see Xichen, who had suddenly stood up and grasped his arm, impatiently scolding, "Fool, what are you doing? Hurry and get out of my way." Xichen, unable to comprehend his words, merely held onto his arm and continued to grin foolishly. He Yizhou, exasperated, thought to himself, damn it, hearing that laughter makes my head ache. In his eagerness to see Ning Feng, he wished to avoid further interaction with Xichen, forcibly pulling him aside as he resumed his path outside. Unexpectedly, Xichen, upon being pulled aside, followed him once more, grasping his arm anew. This peculiar behavior from Xichen caught Kong Yuan's attention. Kong Yuan observed Xichen clinging to He Yizhou and then glanced at Qi Bai, a smirk playing on his lips. How strange. Xichen used to only cling to the eldest brother. Why has he suddenly taken a liking to the third disciple today? Qi Bai, as the responsible eldest brother, had always been the one to care for Xichen, this care being merely to ensure he did not starve or perish. Naturally, one would develop a fondness for the person who cared for them the most, even if they were a fool. So Xichen had typically been most attached to Qi Bai, seizing any opportunity to grasp his arm. He Yizhou had once even teased about this, suggesting that Xichen had a fondness for Qi Bai. Now, however, upon awakening, Xichen no longer clung to Qi Bai, but rather to He Yizhou. Kong Yuan chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. It seems that after these past 2 days of meticulous care, junior brother Wu has developed a crush on you. Third senior brother. Chapter 3. To be favored by a fool was evidently not a favorable situation for He Yizhou. He glared at Xichen's hand holding his arm, his expression shifting from dark to flushed, before finally roaring at Kong Yuan, "You're talking nonsense." Yet regardless of whether Kong Yuan was speaking nonsense or not, the fact remained that Xichen was indeed clinging to He Yizhou. In order to better oversee Xichen, the responsibility ultimately shifted from Qi Bai to He Yizhou. He Yizhou, however, was clearly reluctant to undertake this task. Ever since Qi Bai and Kong Yuan departed, his incessant muttering of curses had not ceased. Senior brother is being excessive. He monopolized junior brother Xiao Feng for 2 days, and today has once again sidelined me, depriving me of the chance to meet junior brother. Xiao Feng, I understand. Senior brother must be aware that junior brother Xiao Feng harbors feelings for me. and out of jealousy, he's deliberately preventing me from approaching him. We agreed on fair competition, yet he resorts to such underhanded tactics. Damn it, senior brother is truly despicable. Having vented his frustrations, he turned to Xichen, who was sitting on the bed, playing with saliva. Hey, fool, since you refused to follow senior brother today, do you also think he's despicable? Xichen had just blown a large bubble with his saliva when he heard He-Ijo's voice. He turned and flashed a silly grin, causing saliva to dribble down the corners of his mouth. He-Ijo's face contorted in disgust as he cursed Ugh. That's revolting. Why must I speak to this idiot? Xichen continued to grin foolishly while rolling his eyes in his mind. He-Ijo, disinterested in conversing with him, could not fathom that Xichen had no desire to listen to his rant either. As for the novel The Beloved Little Junior Brother, the reason Xichen had abandoned it was not solely due to the author's malicious harm to innocent side characters, but also because the romantic entanglements were exceedingly chaotic. In other novels, a convoluted love line might involve a mere love triangle or quadrangle. Yet this particular story was far more complex, presenting a decagon of romance. Every man of note in the narrative, after interacting with Ning Feng, became inexplicably enamored with him. Ning Feng himself was rather affectionate, loving his master one day, the Immortal Lord the next, and then his senior brother thereafter. Xichen could hardly recall the multitude of other characters, but it was evident that within the Xiantian sect, Xianting, Chibai, Kong Yuan, He-Ijo, and the elder Dongling all had some involvement with Ning Feng. Elder Dongling was one of the 4 great immortals of the cultivation realm, rarely seen in the mortal world, hence his narrative presence was limited. The other 4 were different, particularly Chibai, Kong Yuan, and He-Ijo, who, as Ning Feng senior brothers, spent every day with him, resulting in the most extensive plotlines concerning their interactions with Ning Feng. However, despite their abundance, the content was hardly engaging, primarily revolving around the 3 of them scheming against each other in a bid for Ning Feng's favor. Upon the first reading, Xichen found it somewhat novel, but after encountering the same scenario for the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 10th time, he grew utterly weary and abandoned the text. Little did he expect that despite his decision to forsake the story, fate would punish him by thrusting him into its narrative, forcing him to endure their scheming firsthand. At that moment, he fervently wished for deafness. He-Ijo, seemingly a chatterbox, continued his monologue for quite a while, even without any response from Xichen. As dusk approached, just when Xichen thought he would succumb to sleep accompanied by He-Ijo's incessant prattle, a small white bird flitted through the window. The little bird circled the room before landing before He-Ijo, speaking in human tone. I have retrieved the fire seed for you. Come to the treasure pavilion to collect it. The voice belonged to a composed, middle-aged man. Upon hearing the term fire seed, Xichen's eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest. He-Ijo leaped from his seat in excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! Elder Ming has finally brought back the fire seed." He hurriedly made for the door. Seeing this, Xichen quickly followed suit. Noticing Xichen's actions, He-Ijo halted, furrowing his brow. "Why are you following me? Go back and play with your saliva." Xichen maintained a clueless demeanor, grinning foolishly at him. He-Ijo grimaced in distaste, and Xichen braced himself for another tirade. But unexpectedly, He-Ijo's expression shifted to a smile, one that seemed both smug and proud. Before Xichen could decipher the meaning behind that smile, He-Ijo declared, "Since you wish to accompany me, then so be it. However, should you dare cause trouble along the way, I shall deal with you." Having finally achieved his objective, Xichen had no intention of creating disturbances. He followed He-Ijo dutifully to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was modest, merely 2 stories high and unremarkable in construction, resembling an ordinary little building at first glance. Yet Xichen knew that all the spiritual treasures and magical artifacts of the Xiantian sect were concealed within this seemingly unremarkable structure. He-Ijo approached the entrance of the pavilion, not bothering to knock, but instead calling out to the 2nd-floor window, "Elder Ming, I'm here. Come up," came the steady voice of the middle-aged man from above, and the door to the treasure pavilion opened automatically. He-Ijo stepped in with a cheerful gait, followed closely by Xichen. They quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where a small wooden table adorned with various exquisite wines awaited them. Seated beside the table was an unremarkable middle-aged man, Elder Ming, one of the 5 elders of the Xintian sect. Despite his plain appearance, he was, apart from Elder Dongling, the most powerful individual within the sect. His demeanor was carefree, preferring to indulge in wine rather than engage in worldly matters. Upon noticing Xichen trailing behind He-Ejo, Elder Ming paid it no mind and casually tossed a fireball to He-Ejo from his robe. The fireball was encased in a layer of ice blue insulation. Yet even so, He-Ejo winced as he caught it, feeling its searing heat. Ow, that's hot. Elder Ming, you know I lack a fire spiritual root. How can you just throw it at me? Elder Ming chuckled dismissively. It won't kill you. Now that you have the fire seed, where's my wine? Hurry up. You think of nothing but drinking. You'll drink yourself to death one day. He-Ejo grumbled as he retrieved a jar of wine from his spatial ring. After receiving the wine, Elder Ming began to shoo them away. All right, you've got the fire seed, now scram. In truth, He-Ejo had no desire to linger in the face of Elder Ming's irritable temperament. Clutching the fire seed, He-Ejo's pace nearly doubled on the way back, eager to escape the intense heat. Once back in the shabby little room, he immediately tossed the fire seed onto the table. Ow, that's scorching. He-Ejo rubbed his reddened hands, yet his expression was one of delight. But junior brother Xiaofeng will surely be thrilled upon receiving this. It's the coveted phoenix fire seed, desired by all fire spiritual root cultivators. Lost in his own joy, He-Ejo failed to notice the peculiar smile that crept across Xichen's face behind him. Xichen had intentionally clung to He-Ejo not only due to his gullibility, but also because of the phoenix fire seed. The phoenix, a mythical fire attribute beast, possessed the everlasting phoenix true fire, the most potent fire seed in existence. Regrettably, the phoenix had gone extinct 1,000 years prior. Yet, despite the phoenix's demise, its fire seed had not been extinguished. In a certain dynasty within the realm of mortals, a small cluster of phoenix embers still lingered. He-Ejo, the prince of this dynasty, sought to refine Ning Feng's innate fire spiritual root to its purest form. After 2 years of persistent persuasion, He-Ejo finally convinced his father, the king, to bestow the phoenix embers upon Ning Feng. Xichen, aware of this unfolding narrative, deliberately attached himself to He-Ejo, hoping to seize the opportunity to pilfer the embers. His life hanging by a thread, his intention in stealing the phoenix embers was not to refine a spiritual root, but rather to exact revenge. The true flame of the phoenix possesses the characteristic of eternal indomitability. Once ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Should the grand and magnificent Xintian sect be set ablaze by the phoenix's true fire, it would undoubtedly create a spectacular sight. The excruciating pain emanating from his dantian felt akin to a searing iron pressing against his meridians. In the midst of a cacophony of curses, Xichen abruptly opened his eyes, only to be jolted by a fierce kick to his chest that made him spit blood. Amidst his hazy consciousness, he caught the phrase cutting the golden core, which pierced through his temples like an ice pick. So it turned out that the melodramatic plots from novels could indeed crash down upon the unfortunate souls sharing the same name. Drafts coursed through the dilapidated house, mingling the scent of mildew with that of blood in his nostrils. During the 2 days he feigned unconsciousness, fragments of memories from his life before transmigration flooded his mind. The life of a corporate drone burning the midnight oil. Over the novel The Spoiled Little Disciple BL, the protagonist Ning Feng being adored by everyone in a tale of indulgence, and the foolish Xichen, who bore the same name and had been nurtured as a vessel for the golden core for 20 years. Damn it, if he doesn't wake up soon, I'll extract the golden core myself. The vitriolic voice of his canine-eyed senior brother interrupted his thoughts. Xichen stealthily opened a slit in his eyes, observing the visages of the 2 senior brothers at his bedside, one calculating and the other stupidly straightforward, as if they had stepped right out of the pages of a novel as antagonistic NPCs. What was even more disheartening was that he had arrived at the precise moment when the original owner of this body was to be rendered useless after forming the golden core. The heavenly treasures were not blessings, but mere fertilizers to hasten the maturation of the golden core. The warmth of the sex affection was a mere fad, and he was but a stepping stone on Ning Feng's path to adoration. His fingers curled beneath the quilt, brushing against the rough fabric. Xichen cursed the author and the storyline in his heart, but could not deny that compared to the original fool who had met his demise during the extraction of the golden core, the fact that he was still alive afforded him at least a chance for redemption. As the canine-eyed senior brother paced back and forth, Xichen quietly began to channel the faint spiritual energy within him. The pain of blocked meridians persisted, yet the warmth of the golden core lingered in his dantian. Suddenly, he recalled a detail overlooked in the novel. The original Xichen's lightning fire spiritual root had seemingly absorbed a trace of demonic energy during an accident. The creaking wooden door of the shabby house swung open, and the fox-eyed senior brother entered alongside the eldest brother. 3 pairs of eyes fell upon him, gazing like vultures eyeing their prey. Xichen coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet a glimmer of coldness, incongruous with his fool identity, flickered in his gaze. It appeared that the survival game, wagering the golden core, had commenced the moment he arrived in this world. And this mere cannon fodder, who was meant to exit the stage, resolved to carve out a path distinct from the narrative of indulgence. Chapter 1. Eldest brother, how is it? Xichen hasn't died, has he? Amidst the sudden onslaught of pain, Xichen heard a panicked male voice. He still breathes, but I fear he may not last another half hour, a composed voice replied. This was followed by another man's voice, harsh and filled with rage. If he dies, our junior disciple Feng cannot form his golden core. We have nurtured him for over 20 years, utilizing countless heavenly treasures to aid his cultivation, all for this golden core. Yet, who would have thought that just as it was completed, this useless fool would fail us? Not content with mere words, the man raised his foot and viciously kicked Xichen in the chest. Instantly, Xichen felt a metallic sweetness rise in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the elder brother stepped forward to intervene. Enough. There's no point in beating him now. We must prioritize extracting the golden core before he breathes his last. Is it still possible to extract it? The man questioned, perplexed. He is on the brink of death. Even if we forcibly extract the golden core now, it would be a useless core, incapable of serving our junior disciple Feng. The eldest brother responded, even a useless core is better than nothing. Besides, our master is knowledgeable. When he returns, he will surely find a way to restore the useless core. The eldest brother speaks, wisely. Having something is better than nothing. We have endured so much to raise him for over 20 years, we cannot let it be in vain. The man unsheathed his sword, pointing the tip toward Xichen's dantian, ready to act. However, Xichen suddenly opened his eyes wide and bellowed, "Ah!" After this outburst, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more, though his breathing had calmed. The commotion of his waking and fainting startled the sword-wielding man, who furrowed his brow, unsure whether to proceed, and turned to the eldest brother. Eldest brother, should we proceed with the extraction? The eldest brother lowered his gaze to the seemingly revived Xichen, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes as he slowly shook his head. Let it be. Since he has proven resilient, we shall delay the extraction and administer some medicinal herbs to nurture him. 2 days later, in a dilapidated, drafty little house, Xichen lay quietly on an old cot, covered by a tattered quilt, the color of which was a deep black, clearly indicating it had not been washed. In years, 2 men sat by his bedside. One had bright, expressive eyes reminiscent of a dog, exuding an air of innocence. The other possessed a more delicate appearance, his fox-like eyes filled with cunning. The dojid man, clearly restless, paced back and forth in the cramped space. As he walked, he muttered incessantly, "Damn it, second brother, how much longer must we endure this filthy, broken place? I've never suffered like this in my life." The fox-eyed man glanced at the unconscious Xichen and replied coolly, "We cannot leave until Xichen awakens, and we confirm he has not been possessed by the demon race." Xichen's miraculous revival at the brink of death was highly suspicious, even in a realm beyond the bounds of science and reason. Therefore, they were concerned that he might have been possessed by a demon. They held no affection for Xichen, viewing him merely as a tool for their own ends. Their sole purpose in keeping vigil was the golden core. A person possessed by demons would taint the golden core with demonic energy. If their junior disciple Feng were to unwittingly use a core contaminated by such energy, he could fall under the control of the demon race, an outcome they could not permit. However, after waiting for 2 full days, the patience of the dojid man was wearing thin. Second brother, Xichen has yet to awaken. We cannot simply wait indefinitely. Perhaps we should summon the eldest brother and devise another plan. The fox-eyed man concealed his own impatience beneath a calm demeanor and readily agreed. Very well, I shall fetch the eldest brother. Keep an eye on Xichen. Rest assured, I won't lose track of a fool. Once the fox-eyed man departed, the doge-eyed man scrutinized Xichen for a moment before his restlessness got the better of him, and he began to pace the room once more. Ugh, this is so frustrating. In 3 days, it will be junior disciple Feng's birthday. If Xichen doesn't wake up soon, we'll be too late to prepare for the celebration. How infuriating that Xichen would cause trouble at such a critical moment. He was so engrossed in his complaints that he failed to notice Xichen had quietly opened his eyes and was observing him intently. In truth, Xichen had awakened a day prior. The reason he had not opened his eyes was twofold: to buy time to avoid having his golden core extracted and to mentally output sea language. Since realizing he had transmigrated into a novel, he was filled with a plethora of sea language he wished to express. Although he was an ideal candidate for a transmigrator, an individual with no family or romantic tie, she never expected the heavens would actually allow him to enter such a narrative. Furthermore, the circumstances of his arrival were rather grim. The title of the book he had traversed into was The Coddled Little Disciple BL, which, as the name suggests, was a BL story centered around a pampered disciple in the realm of cultivation. The protagonist, Ning Feng, had lost both parents to illness shortly after his birth and was abandoned in the snow by relatives who had fostered him until he was 3. In the frigid depths of winter, amidst the cascading snow, Ning Feng teetered on the brink of death when he was fortuitously discovered by Xichen, the leader of the Xichen sect, the foremost among the 4 major factions of the cultivation world. At that moment, Ning Feng's fate was irrevocably altered. Xichen, moved by the boy's tragic circumstances, rescued him with the intention of bringing him back to Xichen sect as an outer disciple. However, it was not long before Ning Feng's endearing nature won over Xichen, leading him to reconsider his original plan. Upon returning, Xichen was resolute in his decision to keep Ning Feng from being sent to the outer sect, defying all opposition. Without conducting the customary spirit root test, he directly accepted Ning Feng as his personal 4th disciple. As the esteemed leader of Xichen sect, the challenges of becoming his disciple are self-evident. The other 3 senior brothers, upon learning of this development, felt a surge of jealousy and resolved to teach Ning Feng a lesson. However, the protagonist, blessed with an innate charm, effortlessly navigated the obstacles placed before him, ultimately winning over all 3 brothers completely. Within a mere 3 days, his 3 senior brothers transformed into fervent admirers of their junior. Soon thereafter, Ning Feng was identified as possessing the rare Thunderfire spirit root, a distinction that catapulted him to the status of a treasured jewel within the sect. What followed was a whimsical narrative of Ning Feng charming his way through the cultivation world. While such a storyline may appear mundane and juvenile, it resonated deeply with Xichen, a weary office worker seeking a light-hearted escape from the rigors of daily life. However, Xichen soon found himself unable to finish reading the beloved junior disciple, as the author, in a fit of misguided creativity, introduced a cruel twist. Ning Feng was rendered incapable of forming a golden core. This limitation meant that his cultivation would stagnate, relegating him to a state of uselessness, regardless of his extraordinary spirit root, with a lifespan tragically capped. At 100 years, Xichen and his companions were unable to accept such a harsh reality. They scoured ancient texts and ultimately uncovered a grim remedy: the exchange of cores. This involved locating another individual with the same Thunderfire spirit root who could form a golden core, and subsequently extracting it for Ning Feng's use. Finding such a rare talent was akin to chasing a mirage. Moreover, any cultivator with a Thunderfire spirit root would be a coveted asset among the sects, making it unlikely that they would part with their golden cores. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Xichen made an unexpected entrance. In the story, Xichen was the original character possessing the same rare spirit root as Ning Feng, yet he was also deemed useless. His meridians were completely blocked, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Any attempts at strengthening himself would only exacerbate his condition, leading to a shortened lifespan. Most sects viewed Xichen as a burdensome liability, offering no benefits. However, within Xiantian sect, Xichen's unique condition and intellect made him an ideal candidate for providing Ning Feng with a golden core. Thus, Xianyin once again defied opposition and took Xichen as his fifth disciple. Following this, he devoted all available resources to assist Xichen in his cultivation. News of this act spread throughout the cultivation world, earning Xiantian sect widespread admiration for their benevolence, even towards a fool. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xianyin and his cohorts were solely motivated by the desire to acquire Xichen's golden core, showing little regard for Xichen's fate. Ultimately, after 2 decades of nurturing, Xichen successfully formed a golden core. However, shortly after its creation, Xianyin swiftly extracted it, leading to Xichen's untimely demise. Xichen had little patience for narratives that elevated the protagonist at the expense of innocent side characters, especially when that side character shared his name. Frustrated, he abandoned the text and succumbed to sleep. To his astonishment, when he awoke, he found himself within the story, having become the foolish Xichen. Chapter 2. Upon his sudden transmigration, Xichen was engulfed by a profound sense of fear. What was he afraid of? Knowing the plot, he dreaded meeting the same fate as the Xichen in the narrative, who perished shortly after his golden core was extracted. He longed to escape this predatory realm. Yet his body ached painfully, and, after receiving a kick, escaping was an insurmountable challenge. Even maintaining consciousness was difficult. In the absence of any means of escape, he could only muster his final strength to open his eyes and shout, asserting his survival. Xichen understood that only a golden core extracted from a healthy body would be suitable for Ning Feng. He gambled on their compassion for Ning Feng, hoping they would spare him for the time being. His gamble paid off. A day later, he awoke to find the golden core still within him. However, he felt no joy, for he knew he could not evade death indefinitely. While pretending to be unconscious, he diligently analyzed the narrative surrounding Xichen, seeking a glimmer of hope for his survival. Yet, after countless analyses, he concluded that he was trapped in an inescapable deadlock. The foolish Xichen in the story was burdened with completely blocked meridians, rendering him the least suitable for cultivation. After being force-fed with heavenly treasures for 20 years, his meridians were now riddled with damage. Extracting the golden core would lead to his swift demise. Conversely, failing to extract it meant death as well. Xianyin, ever cautious, imposed a restriction to prevent any mishaps. Upon arriving at Xiantian sect, he placed a binding spell within Xichen, stipulating that if the golden core did not enter Ning Feng's body within 5 days, it would self-destruct. The explosion of the golden core would be devastating, and should it remain inside Xichen, it would surely obliterate him, quite literally reducing him to ashes. With death inevitable whether he extracted the core or not, was this not a true deadlock? Xichen contemplated potential solutions, such as finding a method to break the binding spell, but such thoughts were futile and devoid of any practical viability. As a mere vessel with a golden core, but no mastery of techniques, the notion of discovering a way to break the spell was akin to scaling the heavens. Seeking assistance was even less plausible. Like the original Xichen, he was an orphan with no support. After much contemplation, he ultimately resigned himself to the inevitability of death. He decided he would simply accept his fate, weary of the mental burden. However, if he were to perish, he would ensure that those who had brought him to this state would not fare any better. Xichen's eyes glimmered with cunning as he observed the figures of his captors flitting about the room. Aside from himself and Ning Feng, Xianting had 3 disciples: the eldest, disciple Qi Bai, the second disciple Kong Yuan, and the third disciple He Zhou. Based on the recent conversations between the Foxeed and Dogeed individuals, Xichen had confirmed their identities. The Foxeed one was indeed the second disciple Kong Yuan, while the one wandering about the room was the third disciple He Zhou. The text had mentioned multiple times that among Ning Feng's 3 senior brothers, He Zhou was the most innocent and easily deceived. At this moment, only He Zhou remained in the room, presenting an opportune moment for Xichen to conceal his true identity. He recalled what the original owner of his body typically looked like, then slowly rose, donning a foolish expression and emitting a series of senseless giggles. He. This sudden display startled He Zhou, who stumbled back momentarily but quickly regained his composure, turning to fixate on the now-sitting Xichen with excitement. "You're finally awake." He rushed to Xichen's side, grasping his hand with genuine concern. "Xichen, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere you still feel unwell?" Xichen offered no response, merely continuing to grin vacuously. Observing this, Ijo's brow furrowed in confusion. "What's going on? Didn't the eldest brother say that after he formed his golden core, his mind would be clearer? Why does he still seem like a complete fool?" He leaned in close to Xichen's face, patiently instructing, "Xichen, I am your third senior brother. Come, call me senior brother." Xichen, with a vacant stare, held his gaze for a moment before, in a surprising turn, he slowly opened his mouth. Upon witnessing this, a sharp glint appeared in Ijo's eyes, and his hand, which was resting on Xichen's wrist, began to tighten with intention. In that critical moment, Xichen unexpectedly spat a paw directly onto Ijo's face. Ijo froze, his expression twisting into one of murderous intent as he glared at Xichen. "You despicable fool! I shall end your life today." He drew his sword, pressing the tip against Xichen's chest. Unfazed by the threat, Xichen continued to beam foolishly. He. Growing slightly bored after laughing, he again mimicked the action of spitting at Ijo's face. Ijo's face contorted in disgust. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he retreated as if facing a monstrous beast, backing up to the doorway 3 meters away before managing to stop. As he activated a cleansing spell, he glared at Xichen, muttering angrily, "How disgusting! How can there be such a revolting fool in this world? If it weren't for junior brother Xiaofeng, I would have already pierced you with my sword." Xichen maintained his foolish demeanor while secretly sighing in relief. He had successfully deceived Ijo, who now fully believed him to be the original Xichen. With Ijo's trust secured, he felt confident that he could similarly mislead Qi Bai and Kong Yuan. Just then, Kong Yuan and Qi Bai returned. Kong Yuan pushed open the door and, upon seeing Ijo at the entrance, shot him an annoyed glance. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Xichen? Why are you here?" Qi Bai, the eldest brother, had a composed demeanor, his features handsome and steady. Although he didn't voice his disapproval directly like Kong Yuan, his expression conveyed the same sentiment. Ijo, feeling wronged, replied, "It's not that I didn't want to keep an eye on him, he was simply too bothersome, trying to spit on me." Qi Bai and Kong Yuan's expressions shifted slightly. "What? He's already awake?" Ijo was aware of their concerns and shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I just tested him. He is indeed Xichen and hasn't been possessed by the demon clan." Knowing Ijo's unreliable nature, Qi Bai and Kong Yuan did not take his word at face value and entered the room to verify for themselves. Their method of validation was similar to Ijo's. They first attempted to provoke Xichen into revealing himself, then feigned an intent to harm, observing if he would resist or flee. Naturally, Xichen didn't either. He understood that, for Ning Feng's sake, they would never harm him, so he maintained his silly grin no matter what they did. To bolster his fad of foolishness, he even spat at Qi Bai and Kong Yuan, which also served as a form of petty revenge. After being spat upon, both Qi Bai and Kong Yuan's expressions turned frightful, but their reactions suggested they temporarily accepted that Xichen had not been possessed. "Since he hasn't been taken over, let's quickly extract his golden core." I can hardly wait to see the surprised expression on junior brother Xiaofeng's face. Ijo rubbed his hands together, eager with anticipation. The steady Qi Bai interjected, "Hold on, Xichen's body hasn't fully recovered yet. Let him rest for another 2 days." Kong Yuan agreed. "Yes, allowing him to recuperate for a couple more days is wise. If we're to gift him, we must ensure it is the perfect golden core without a single flaw." Ijo, hearing this, conceded, "True, if we're to present him with the best, we must have someone guard him while he heals." He quickly deflected responsibility, saying, "I've been watching over him for 2 days. I don't want to continue doing so to as the eldest brother." Qi Bai dutifully accepted the responsibility. "Then let me take over. You two can go prepare for junior brother Xiaofeng's birthday celebration." "Wonderful. I can finally go see junior brother Xiaofeng." Ijo exclaimed with delight, rushing toward the door. But before he could take more than 2 steps, he was abruptly halted. Turning back, he saw Xichen standing and gripping his arm, impatiently scolding, "Fool, what are you doing? Go away." Xichen, unable to comprehend his words, merely held onto his arm and smiled vacantly. Ijo was exasperated, feeling a headache coming on at the sound of that foolish laughter. Eager to see Ning Feng, he didn't want to engage further with Xichen and forcibly pulled him aside, proceeding to exit the room. To his surprise, Xichen, having been moved aside, followed him once more, grabbing his arm again. This peculiar behavior drew Kong Yuan's attention. Observing Xichen cling to Ijo while glancing at Qi Bai, his expression turned playful. How strange Xichen used to only cling to the eldest brother, but today he seems to have switched his affections to the third disciple. Qi Bai, being a responsible eldest brother, usually took care of Zichengi's care, merely ensuring that Xichen didn't perish from illness or starvation. Naturally, for someone who had cared for him the most, even a fool would develop a certain fondness, which is why Xichen had always been closest to Qi Bai, often grasping his arm at every opportunity. Previously, Ijo had even teased about this, suggesting that Xichen had feelings for Qi Bai. Now, however, it seemed that Xichen had awakened, no longer clinging to Qi Bai, but instead to Ijo. Kong Yuan smirked, delighting in the situation. It appears that after 2 days of attentive care, the fifth disciple has developed a crush on the third disciple. Chapter 3. For Ijo, being favored by a fool was certainly not a favorable situation. He glared at Xichen's hand gripping his arm, his face alternating between shades of anger and embarrassment before he shouted at Kong Yuan, "You're talking nonsense." Regardless of whether Kong Yuan was indeed speaking nonsense, the fact remained that Xichen was currently attached to Ijo. To ensure the proper supervision of Xichen, the responsibility ultimately shifted from Qi Bai to Ijo. Ijo, however, was clearly reluctant to undertake this task. Ever since Qi Bai and Kong Yuan departed, his incessant complaints had not ceased. Senior brother is too much. He monopolized Little Feng for 2 days and now has sidelined me. Deny me the opportunity to see Little Feng. I understand. Senior brother must know that Little Feng has feelings for me, and out of jealousy, he deliberately keeps me away from him. We agreed upon fair competition, yet he resorts to such underhanded tactics. How utterly despicable. After venting his frustrations, Ijo turned to Xichen, who was sitting on the bed, playing with his saliva. "Hey, fool, you didn't want to follow senior brother today. Do you also think he's a despicable person?" As Xichen blew a large bubble with his saliva and heard Ijo's words, he turned to him and gave a silly grin, causing drool to trickle down the corner of his mouth. Ijo grimaced in disgust, cursing, "Ugh, how revolting. Why am I even talking to this idiot?" Though Xichen maintained his foolish grin, he secretly rolled his eyes in annoyance. Did Ijo think he wanted to listen to his ramblings? Regarding the book The Adored Little Junior Brother, Xichen had abandoned it not only due to the author's malicious treatment of innocent side characters, but also because the romantic entanglements were utterly chaotic. While other novels might feature a love triangle or quadrangle, this particular story was extraordinary, presenting a veritable decagon of romance. Any man with a semblance of presence in the narrative, after interacting with Ning Feng, would become infatuated with him as if under a spell. Ning Feng himself was quite the romantic, expressing affection for his master one day, the Immortal Lord the next, and his senior brother the day after. Xichen struggled to recall the multitude of other characters, but it was clear that within the Xiantian sect, Xianting, Qi Bai, Kong Yuan, Ijo, and Elder Dongling, the Mountain Guardian, all had their dalliances with Ning Feng. Elder Dongling was one of the 4 revered immortal lords in the realm of cultivation, rarely appearing in the world, hence his storyline was limited. The other 4, however, particularly Qi Bai, Kong Yuan, and Ijo, being Ning Feng seniors, spent every day in his company, resulting in the most extensive plot lines concerning their interactions with him. Yet, despite their abundance, the storylines were far from engaging, predominantly revolving around the 3 vying for Ning Feng's favor. Upon the initial reading, Xichen found it somewhat novel, but after the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 10th instance of such scenes, he felt an overwhelming sense of tedium, leading him to abandon the book. Little did he know, even after forsaking the narrative, fate would punish him by thrusting him into the story, forcing him to hear their petty rivalries firsthand. At this moment, he truly wished his ears were deaf. Ijo, seemingly a chatterbox, continued to babble on for what felt like an eternity, even though Xichen could not respond. As dusk approached, just as Xichen anticipated drifting off to sleep amid Ijo's incessant prattle, a small white sparrow flew in through the window. The sparrow flitted about the room before landing before Xichen, speaking in a human voice. I have retrieved the fire seed for you. Come to the treasure pavilion to collect it. The voice belonged to a calm, middle-aged man. Upon hearing the words fire seed, a flicker of interest ignited in Xichen's eyes. Xichen, elated, sprang from his seat. Wonderful. Elder Ming has finally brought back the fire seed. He hurriedly made his way outside. Seeing this, Xichen promptly followed suit. Noticing his movement, Xichen halted, frowning at him. What are you following me for? Go back and play with your saliva. Xichen maintained a blissfully ignorant demeanor, grinning foolishly at him. Xichen revealed an expression of distaste once more. Xichen braced himself for another tirade, but unexpectedly, Xichen's countenance shifted and he broke into a peculiar grin, one that seemed both proud and smug. Before Xichen could decipher the meaning behind this smile, Xichen declared, "Since you wish to accompany me, so be it. However, if you dare cause any trouble on the way, I shall deal with you." Having finally achieved his goal, Xichen had no intention of causing any disruption. He obediently followed Xichen to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was modest, only 2 stories tall, and not particularly ornate at first glance. It resembled an unremarkable little building. Yet, Xichen knew that all the spiritual treasures and magical artifacts of the Xichen sect were housed within this seemingly ordinary structure. Upon reaching the pavilion's entrance, Xichen did not knock, but instead called out to the second-floor window, "Elder Ming, I'm here. Come upstairs." The calm, middle-aged voice Xichen had heard from the sparrow resonated from the second floor, and simultaneously, the door to the treasure pavilion swung open. Xichen entered with a joyful gait, and Xichen followed closely behind. They swiftly ascended to the second floor, where a small wooden table adorned with an array of exquisite wines awaited them. Beside the table sat an unremarkable middle-aged man, the Elder Ming that Xichen had mentioned, one of the 5 elders of the Xichen sect. Despite his plain appearance, he was, aside from Elder Dongling, the most powerful individual within the sect. His demeanor was carefree. He preferred indulging in wine over engaging with worldly matters. Upon noticing Xichen trailing behind Xichen, Elder Ming paid no mind and simply reached into his bosom, retrieving a fireball and tossing it to Xichen. The fireball was encased in a layer of ice blue insulation. Yet even so, Xichen winced in pain upon catching it. "Hiss, that's hot. Elder Ming, you know I lack a fire spirit root. How could you just throw the fire seed into my hands?" Elder Ming chuckled derisively. "It won't kill you now that I've given you the fire seed. Where's my wine? Hurry up. All you do is drink, you'll drink yourself to death one day." Xichen grumbled as he fished a jar of wine from his spatial ring. After taking the wine, Elder Ming began to shoo them away. "All right, you got the fire seed, now get out." In truth, Xichen had no desire to linger in the face of Elder Ming's irritable personality. Holding the fire seed, the scorching sensation was nearly unbearable, and his pace returning was almost double that of his arrival. Upon returning to the shabby little house, he immediately tossed the fire seed onto the table. "Hiss, that's so hot." Xichen rubbed his reddened hands, yet his expression was one of pure delight. "But little Feng will surely be thrilled to receive this. It is the coveted phoenix fire seed that all fire spirit root cultivators dream of." In his self-satisfied glee, Xichen failed to notice the sly smile creeping across Xichen's face behind him. Xichen's deliberate attachment to Xichen stemmed not only from the latter's gullibility, but also from the allure of the phoenix fire seed. The phoenix, a fire attribute divine beast, possessed the everlasting phoenix true fire, the strongest fire seed in existence. Sadly, the phoenix had long been extinct for a millennium. Yet, although the phoenix had perished, the fire seed had not been extinguished. In a certain dynasty within the realm of mortals, a small cluster of phoenix embers remained. Xichen was none other than the prince of this dynasty. In his quest to ensure that Ning Feng could forge the most unadulterated fire spirit root, Xichen had diligently coaxed and persuaded his father for 2 years, ultimately securing his promise to bestow the phoenix embers upon Ning Feng. Xichen, well aware of this unfolding narrative, intentionally clung to Xichen, seeking to seize the opportunity to steal the embers. Having reached the brink of death, his intention in pilfering the phoenix embers was not to refine a spirit root, but rather to exact revenge. The true fire of the phoenix possesses the extraordinary trait of eternal flame. Once ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Should the magnificent and grand Xichen sect be set ablaze by the phoenix's true fire, it would undoubtedly create a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 4: The Phoenix Fire Seed is akin to a scalding hot potato for those devoid of a fire spiritual root. Even with a protective layer of water elemental energy encasing it, those who draw near are still susceptible to its searing heat. Xichen, a gold core cultivator, is not as easily scorched as an ordinary individual. However, carrying it in close proximity for an extended period could result in significant harm. Upon returning to the dilapidated hut, he promptly cast the phoenix fire seed onto the table. After all, within the Xichen sect, none dared to pilfer his belongings, with only a simpleton present. Leaving the phoenix fire seed unattended for a couple of days posed no threat. Despite his outward demeanor, Xichen harbored lingering unease. He first established a barrier outside the hut to prevent others from entering, and then retrieved a small bench to sit beside the table, preparing to doze off while keeping watch. Observing his actions, Xichen silently assessed the situation. The barrier only restricted entry, not exit, which posed no significant issue. However, Xichen's proximity while sleeping presented a challenge. Xichen would need to approach Xichen to seize the phoenix fire seed. Yet Xichen's heightened senses as a gold core cultivator would make detection effortless. Should he be discovered, peril would undoubtedly ensue. Nonetheless, at this juncture, regardless of the potential danger, Xichen resolved to press forward. After all, even if Xichen were to uncover his intentions, the outcome would merely lead to death, a fate he was already resigned to. Thus, he might as well gamble everything and drag them both down together. In the realm of cultivation, late-night vigils were uncommon. Once everything was arranged, Xichen reclined on the small bench and closed his eyes. When asked why he did not sleep in a bed, it was simply due to his disdain for the filth of Xichen's sleeping quarters. Before long, the sound of Xichen's snoring filled the air. The noise was not particularly loud, nor was it steady. After cautiously waiting for half an hour, as Xichen's snores grew rhythmic and consistent, Xichen carefully rose and approached the sleeping figure. Due to the layout of the room, Xichen had to pass by Xichen to obtain the phoenix fire seed. Thump, thump. As his heart raced, he drew nearer to Xichen. With only 5 steps, then 4, 3, 2, 1. At last, he stood beside Xichen, who continued to snore undisturbed. A wave of relief washed over Xichen, prompting him to glance instinctively at Xichen's head. To his astonishment, Xichen had opened his eyes at some point, staring directly at him. The shock was akin to encountering a ghost. The moment Xichen's previously relaxed nerves tensed once more, he lost his footing and stumbled towards Xichen, no longer able to feign sleep. Xichen swiftly pushed Xichen to the ground, looking down at him with disdain. As Xichen lay sprawled on the floor, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room, and Xichen remarked, "I knew it." Xichen pressed his lips tightly together, contemplating whether to confront Xichen in a desperate gambit when he heard Xichen continue. "I knew you liked me more." Taken aback, Xichen looked up to find Xichen wearing a smug expression. In the past, when he had a fondness for the senior brother, it was merely a matter of playful affection. However, now that he had developed feelings for Xichen, he found himself clinging to him throughout the day, and now even encroaching upon his space at night. Feeling a mix of emotions, Xichen fell silent. Previously, when Kong Yuan had teased him about his feelings for Xichen's face had flickered between shades of black and red. Xichen had initially thought Xichen was merely angry, but now he realized that perhaps Xichen had been secretly reveling in the attention. What might he be reveling in? Xichen speculated that Xichen was likely pleased to see him surpass Qi Bai, even if just slightly. As if confirming his thoughts, Xichen continued, although you are a fool, your eyes are somewhat discerning. At least you can see that I am superior to my elder brother and more deserving of affection than him." After reveling in his self-importance, Xichen shifted the conversation, issuing a warning to Xichen. "However, no matter how much you like me, it is futile. Not only is my heart already pledged to junior brother Xiaofeng, but do you truly believe you are worthy of me?" Finally, he summed up Xichen's actions that night with a dismissive remark, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Xichen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Yet, Heijo's narcissism proved advantageous for Xichen. Because of his arrogance, Heijo not only failed to question Xichen's intentions, but also inadvertently granted him an opportunity to approach the Phoenix Fire Seed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xichen's mind. When he next raised his gaze, he maintained his usual vacant expression. He stared at Heijo for a few moments before reclining on the bench that had just cradled Heijo, continuing to gaze at him with an infatuated demeanor. Heijo, feeling uneasy under Xichen's gaze, thought, "What are you staring at me for? You don't actually want to sleep with me, do you? Damn, did I not tell you to stop dreaming? Quickly get off." Feigning ignorance, Xichen chuckled foolishly, his expression coupled with that vacant stare revolting Heijo to no end. Attempting to pull Xichen off the bench, Heijo's hand hesitated mid-motion before retracting. It was simply too unsightly. He could not bring himself to do it. Moreover, the bench had already been sullied by Xichen's presence. Even if he managed to lift Xichen away, he would have no place to rest thereafter. Fine, fine. If you wish to sleep, then this bench is yours. I cannot provoke you, nor can I avoid you. He withdrew another bench, placing it 2 meters away, and then erected a barrier to obstruct their line of sight. With this barrier in place, Heijo could avoid witnessing Xichen's loathsome expression, while Xichen was also prevented from gazing at Heijo with longing eyes, an effective twofold solution. As for the Phoenix Fire Seed concealed behind the barrier, Heijo felt no apprehension about it being stolen. After all, he had already established a protective barrier outside. No one could enter, and the only other occupant, Xichen, was a simpleton. Clearly, a fool could not pilfer anything. Thus, Heijo felt secure in his assumptions. Logically, his reasoning held, but he could not foresee that Xichen was no longer the fool he presumed him to be. Once Heijo drifted into slumber once more, Xichen opened his eyes again, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he regarded the barrier separating him from Heijo. His earlier antics had been deliberately intended to annoy Heijo, merely to claim the bench for himself and inch closer to the Fire Seed. To his surprise, Heijo's revulsion had led him not only to relinquish the bench, but also to erect a barrier between them. Though this barrier merely obstructed their view of one another, it would undoubtedly dull Heijo's keen senses. However, Xichen did not allow himself to become complacent. Rather, he exercised even greater caution than before. Holding his breath, he attuned himself to the rhythm of Heijo's breathing and snoring, waiting until he was confident that Heijo was still deep in slumber before cautiously extending his hand to retrieve the Phoenix Fire Seed from the center of the table. Silently, he slipped out of the hut and headed towards the direction of the treasure vault. Half an hour later, within the Xichen sect, flames soared to the heavens, casting a vibrant and dazzling orange hue across several mountain peaks. Countless disciples clad in white scurried amidst the chaos, their panicked voices rising and falling like a tumultuous tide. What a calamity! Even the Grand Master's palace has been engulfed in flames. How could this possibly bode well? What is a mere palace in comparison? Our treasure vault has also been consumed by the inferno, and I have heard whispers that many precious items within have been pilfered. Alas, what sin has our Xichen sect committed to warrant such misfortune? The fire shows no signs of abating. If it continues to rage, the entire mountain gate shall surely be lost. Heijo was roused from his slumber by the clamor outside. As he gazed upon the orange sea of flames dancing in the air, a dreadful realization struck him, prompting him to retract the protective barrier with a wave of his hand. The table, once home to the Phoenix Fire Seed, stood desolate and bare, and the figure of Xichen, who should have been resting upon the stool, had vanished without a trace. Staring at the empty, dilapidated abode, Heijo nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Curse it, I have been outmaneuvered by a fool. Chapter 5. Since the cataclysmic battle between humans and demons a millennium ago, the realm of cultivation has been divided into 2 halves, the human realm and the demon realm. Practitioners from both worlds harbor animosity towards one another, typically residing in their respective territories and avoiding interference. However, should an unexpected encounter occur, a fierce confrontation is inevitable, as each side seeks to assert superiority. Yet, every rule has its exceptions, and the city of Mo is one such anomaly. Situated at the confluence of the human and demon realms, Mo City is governed by a lord of mixed heritage. He has decreed that no conflict between human and demon cultivators is permitted within the city's bounds, with violators facing immediate execution in the streets. Do not misconstrue this regulation as a testament to the Lord's commitment to peace. Rather, it is a straightforward pursuit of profit. Though referred to as a city, Mo is not a conventional urban settlement, but rather an expansive black market. Regardless of one's nature, be it human or demon, virtuous or nefarious, those who can present sufficient currency are welcomed as esteemed guests, coupled with the assurance of safety from conflict. Many who cannot remain in the realm of cultivation for various reasons choose to enter Mo City. As night descends and most cities fall into silence, Mo City remains alive with a cacophony of laughter, taunts, and quarrels. Indeed, the sweet nectar served by the lovely maiden is far superior to that which I could imbibe alone. Step aside, do not obstruct my path. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Look at that man in red ahead. He surely bears wealth. The air is thick with a medley of voices. Mockery, disputes, and schemes echo throughout the city. Amidst this tumult, only the Mo Tower, standing tall in the heart of Mo City, exudes a semblance of tranquility. Owned by the city's lord, the Mo Tower serves as an inn for the affluent, those who can afford its lavish accommodations. Surprisingly, the exterior of the Mo Tower lacks ostentation, resembling more a modest treasure vault than an extravagant palace. There are no guards stationed outside, only two middle-aged attendants dressed as servers, idly waiting at the entrance. Yet, even in this simplicity, no one dares approach the Mo Tower. The crowd keeps their distance, heads bowed, and if they must pass by, they do so in hushed tones, refraining from any disturbance. The two attendants, watching the timid pedestrians scurry by, stifle yawns. The hour is late, and still, not a single guest has arrived. The realm of cultivation has been unusually tranquil, leading to a scarcity of patrons. Let us not linger in vain. We should enter. Just as the attendants prepare to step inside, a voice emerges from behind them. "Excuse me, do you have any vacant rooms?" Turning, they see a disheveled young man standing at the foot of the Mo Tower stairs, his appearance marred by grime and tangled hair, rendering his features indistinguishable. If this were any ordinary tavern, the attendants would likely have begun to usher him away. However, this is the Mo Tower, and they have encountered all manner of clientele. Maintaining their composure, they do not even raise an eyebrow. "Yes, we have rooms available, but it depends on whether you can afford the rates." The young man, without a word, casually tosses two finger rings towards them. One of the attendants catches them, and his expression shifts noticeably. The rings are high-grade artifacts of the heavenly tier. Recognizing the value of the rings, the attendants swiftly usher the young man into the Mo Tower. "Please, esteemed guest, follow us." One attendant leads the way while the other explains the rules of the establishment. The Mo Tower consists of 9 floors. Based on your payment, you will be accommodated on the 4th floor. You may freely access the floors below, but entry to those above is prohibited. Any transgression will bear consequences. The young man, possessing a taciturn demeanor, merely nods in response. The attendant continues. "Your stay is for 5 days, during which the Mo Tower will ensure your safety within its confines." As they reach the 4th floor, the attendant respectfully opens the door. "This is your room. Should you require anything during your stay, please ring the bell behind the door, and we will attend to your needs promptly." The young man nods again before entering and closing the door behind him. The two attendants exchange glances, one raising an eyebrow. This guest is rather aloof. In truth, Xichen is not aloof. He is merely anxious, as this is his first venture into the black market. Indeed, this filthy young man is Xichen. After acquiring the Phoenix Fire Seed, he initially sought a random place to incite chaos, but he reconsidered, deeming such an act too trivial for the Xintian sect. Given the sect's vast resources, the destruction of a few mountains would scarcely be a loss. If he is to set fire, it must be to something of great value. Naturally, the most precious location within the Xintian sect is the treasure vault. Having previously visited the vault with Heijo, he recalls the route to enter. Thus, Xichen resolved to set fire to the treasure vault. To his astonishment, he succeeded with remarkable ease, despite the presence of Elder Ming, a formidable guardian of the vault. Elder Ming, a powerful figure, possesses senses so acute that even the slightest disturbance cannot escape his notice. Yet, for reasons unknown, he never appeared during Xichen's arson. Capitalizing on this serendipitous gap, Xichen pilfered numerous treasures. As the foremost sect among the four, the treasures housed in the Xintian sect vault are invaluable. However, regardless of their worth, following these events, they are now tainted goods. Should Xichen attempt to sell them openly within the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly attract the Xintian sect's wrath within a day. Thus, after careful consideration, he arrived at Mo City, a black market where humans and demons coexist amid a mingling of characters. Here, no one would concern themselves with the provenance of his goods. Moreover, as a black market, Mo City offers ample diversions. Having destroyed his golden core en route to Mo City, according to the narrative of the original text, he has merely 5 days left to live. With only 5 days to enjoy life, Xichen is determined to seek out various amusements. Yet, having adhered to a mundane existence for over 20 years, the prospect of visiting the black market fills him with trepidation, especially with the weight of stolen treasures upon him. Once the door closes, Xichen can no longer contain himself and hastily removes the treasures from his person. His body is laden with artifacts, celestial herbs, spirit fruits, and an array of spiritual medicines he cannot identify. Individually, these items may seem light, but collectively, they weigh no less than 15 pounds. Lacking a spatial ring, he has concealed his plunder in this manner since escaping the vault. His physical condition is already frail. Burdened with such a weight, he has been left speechless, longing to retreat to his room and shed this heavy load. Now that the burden is finally lifted, he feels a wave of relief wash over him. Stretching his limbs, he finally possesses the energy to survey his temporary sanctuary before his impending demise. In stark contrast to the unremarkable exterior of the building, the interior of the Ink Tower exudes an undeniable scent of wealth. The rooms lack even the flicker of candlelight, illuminated instead by luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling. These pearls, as large as a fist, can be dimmed or brightened by tugging on silk threads at the head of the bed. Xichen gazed at the pearls for a while, and could not help but think they resembled modern electric light bulbs. Indeed, it seemed he possessed little romantic inclination, as such beauty only evoked thoughts of illumination devices. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to a finely crafted vanity placed in a secluded corner of the room, presumably to cater to the needs of female patrons. The vanity was adorned with various cosmetics and a polished copper mirror. Upon seeing it, Xichen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Despite being a man with little interest in cosmetics, he yearned to gaze upon his own reflection. After traversing through time for so long, he had yet to discover what he truly looked like. Though he could survive for 5 days regardless of his appearance, he was nonetheless curious about how he would present himself during that time. Xichen picked up the copper mirror and directed it towards his face. The moment he beheld the reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could such a filthy visage exist in this world? His entire face was encrusted with layers of grime accumulated from neglect. It was impossible to discern his features, let alone his complexion. His hair was a tangled mess, rendering him utterly disheveled. It was no wonder why Ijo often regarded him with disdain. Even he found himself repulsive, unable to tolerate such filth. Xichen noticed the presence of a bath within the room. He immersed himself in the water, which turned murky black as he scrubbed away the dirt, managing to clean himself only after several changes of water. Once the final rinse revealed clear water, he donned the new garments prepared for him by the Ink Tower and returned to the vanity. Once again, he lifted the copper mirror to examine his face. This time, instead of astonishment, a knowing expression graced his features. The face reflected in the copper mirror bore an uncanny resemblance to his own from the modern era. Although he had previously lacked a mirror, he had felt his face with his hands and noted that it bore a striking similarity to his former appearance. Upon closer inspection, he found that the features were indeed alike. The same handsome contours, the same alluring eyes, and even the same charming dimples that appeared when he smiled. However, while the traits were identical, Xichen sensed that this new visage was even more captivating than his modern face. In his previous life, he was often complimented as a handsome young man. The emphasis on young implied that while he was attractive, he did not possess an extraordinary allure. Yet now, this face was different. Although the features remained unchanged, they emanated a breathtaking quality. It was as if a perfect filter had been applied to his modern face, rendering not only the features but also the expression far more exquisite and vibrant. Chapter 6. Upon her arrival at the MO Tower, Xichen Nu received both auspicious and unfortunate news. The good news was that a lavish guest had recently checked into the 4th floor under her management. The bad news, however, was that this extravagant guest was rather unhygienic. Most managers in the MO Tower were indifferent to a guest's cleanliness, focusing solely on their wealth. Xichen Nu, however, was an exception, afflicted with a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. When she heard her colleague describe Xichen as someone who had seemingly never bathed, she felt utterly despondent. In her heart, she fervently wished that Xichen would refrain from ringing the bell. Yet, mere minutes after her silent plea, the bell chimed. Upon hearing the sound, Xichen Nu was overwhelmed with despair. She donned a forced smile, reluctantly approached Xichen's door, and knocked. At that moment, she had braced herself to encounter a filthy man exuding a noxious odor. To her surprise, however, the man who opened the door was neither dirty nor malodorous. On the contrary, he was remarkably clean and handsome, despite having seen countless beauties in Mo City. Xichen Nu could not deny that Xichen was indeed strikingly attractive, particularly with his pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. While those eyes were undeniably beguiling, they sparkled with a clarity that conveyed sincerity, evoking an involuntary fondness within her. The stiffness of her smile softened considerably in that moment. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you rang the bell for any particular reason? She asked gently, lowering her gaze. Xichen shook his head. I don't require anything. I merely wish to ask if the MO Tower is currently accepting treasures. That morning, he had gazed at the pile of valuables by his bedside and realized that hoarding them was not a viable option. He decided it would be more prudent to convert them into currency, which would be easier to carry and utilize. The reason for seeking the MO Tower's services was rooted in safety considerations. Mo City was rife with unsavory characters. Should he venture out in search of buyers, he might encounter unscrupulous individuals who could pose a threat. Thus, selling directly to the MO Tower seemed the wisest choice. Although the prices offered were lower than those in the external market, the assurance of safety made it worthwhile. Clearly, many patrons shared this sentiment, as Xichen Nu remained unfazed by his inquiry, responding with a smile. Of course, we accept treasures. However, I would like to know specifically what kind of items you wish to sell and their respective grades. Xichen Nu assumed he was akin to most customers, merely looking to part with a couple of trinkets. To her astonishment, however, after a moment of contemplation, Xichen began to enumerate an extensive list of items, reminiscent of a menu being recited. He possessed a variety of magical artifacts, predominantly of the heavenly grade, including lower, middle, and upper tiers. Additionally, there were various celestial herbs and spirit fruits of high quality, not to mention over 10 bottles of elixirs, all of commendable grade. Xichen Nu's expression shifted, her surprise evident as she gazed at Xichen. You cannot be jesting with me. It was not that she looked down upon him. Rather, the sheer volume of treasures he presented was staggering. Even the patrons residing on the 9th floor seldom possessed such a multitude of valuables. Noticing her skepticism, Xichen offered no further explanation. Seeing is believing. If you doubt me, you may come into my room to take a look. After all, Xichen Nu was part of the MO Tower, a reputable establishment, and he felt secure that he would not be robbed. Upon entering his room, Xichen Nu was finally convinced when she beheld the substantial pile of treasures beside Xichen's bed. Please wait here for a moment. I shall summon our manager and accountant to assess and appraise your items. She maintained her customary smile, though it was tinged with undeniable excitement and eagerness. This was a significant opportunity for her to conduct a lucrative transaction. Fearing that Xichen might change his mind, she hastily retrieved the manager and accountant, taking less than 10 minutes to return. After half an hour of inventory, they concluded You wish to sell a total of 35 items. Among them, there are 10 heavenly grade artifacts, 5 low grade, 3 middle grade, and 2 upper grade items. 15 bottles of heavenly grade elixirs, 5 low grade, 5 middle grade, and 5 upper grade. Finally, 5 heavenly grade celestial herbs and 5 heavenly grade spirit fruits. The manager, beaming with delight, addressed Xichen. The MO Tower will gladly acquire these items for you, offering 2,000 purple crystal stones and elevating your accommodation to the 6th floor. Would you find this acceptable? Spirit stones served as both the source of energy for practitioners and the currency of the cultivation realm. The exchange rate was as follows. 100 low-grade spirit stones equated to 1 middle-grade spirit stone, 10 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 1 upper-grade spirit stone, and 10 upper-grade spirit stones equated to 1 purple crystal stone. Although the offer from MO Tower was lower than the external market, 2,000 purple crystal stones represented a fair and substantial sum. This wealth would provide Xichen with ample resources for the foreseeable future, provided he refrained from frivolously tossing crystal stones from the tower's rooftop. Without hesitation, Xichen nodded, "I accept." The manager was overjoyed, exclaiming, "You are indeed a straightforward individual. I shall fetch the crystal stones for you immediately. Please wait here for a moment." Once the manager and accountant departed, only Qingnu and Xichen remained in the room. Unlike modern times, there were no mobile devices to occupy them, and Xichen soon found himself feeling somewhat bored. Remembering another purpose for his visit to MO City, he turned to Qingnu. "Excuse me, may I inquire about something?" He maintained the polite demeanor cultivated in the modern world. Qingnu, having never encountered such a cultured and courteous individual in MO City, was momentarily taken aback. She then couldn't help but chuckle. "Esteemed guest, please feel free to ask your question without such formality." Feeling slightly embarrassed by her laughter, Xichen replied, "Very well. I am curious to know what attractions there are in MO City." Qingnu responded, "There are several delightful places, such as the Listening Rain Pavilion, the Changle Square, and the drunken Immortal Tower." Xichen inquired further, "What directions do these places lie?" Qingnu asked, "Are you intending to visit them?" Xichen nodded, "Naturally. I wouldn't ask otherwise." With a sudden glimmer of curiosity, she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Forgive my boldness, but may I ask about your cultivation level?" Qingnu was unable to discern Xichen's cultivation, which could stem from one of 3 possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person without any cultivation, his cultivation surpassed hers, or he possessed a magical artifact that concealed his cultivation. She found it implausible that an untrained individual would dare venture into MO City, leading her to consider the latter 2 possibilities. Xichen, maintaining his composure, shifted slightly without revealing his exact cultivation level. He merely responded ambiguously, "My cultivation is rather modest." In light of his response, Qingnu refrained from further questioning, stating, "MO City is fraught with peril. If your cultivation has not reached the nascent soul stage, I would advise against exploring the city alone." Xichen had endured countless hardships to escape from the Xintian sect and arrive in MO City, yearning to experience the intoxicating pleasures of life in his final days. However, the enchanting maiden informed him that, given his cultivation level, he would be unable to indulge in the delights of MO City. Xichen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. But before he could dwell on it for long, the maiden continued, "If you truly wish to explore MO City, you may hire a steward from the MO Tower, especially since you have already ascended to the 6th floor, allowing you to engage a steward's services free of charge." Xichen inquired, "A steward? What is that?" The maiden explained, "You may think of a steward as a bodyguard. They will accompany you during your excursions, ensuring your safety and assisting with various matters related to your enjoyment." Xichen grasped the concept. After all, it was akin to having a sophisticated tour guide. Being unfamiliar with the city and lacking any cultivation, he indeed found himself in need of such guidance. Under the maiden's direction, Xichen relayed his request for a steward to the MO Tower, specifically designating one named Qingmu to assist him. The maiden enthusiastically recommended, "Though my brother may not be the most powerful steward, he is undoubtedly the most attentive and capable. Trust me, he will enhance your journey." Unable to refuse her warm invitation and curious to witness Qingmu's attentive service, Xichen acquiesced and appointed Qing Mu as his steward. It was only late in the evening that Xichen finally met Qing Mu, for the maiden had advised him that nighttime in Mo City was the most suitable for exploration. Qing Mu bore a striking resemblance to the maiden, both possessing rather unremarkable pedestrian features. However, Qing Mu's demeanor was markedly more reserved. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Qing Mu, your steward." He introduced himself succinctly before respectfully leading the way downstairs. Xichen was unbothered by Qing Mu's solemnity. After all, as a guide, all that was required was for him to fulfill his role effectively. It was not difficult for Xichen to discern that Qing Mu was indeed a competent guide. Unbeknownst to him, as he evaluated Qing Mu, the steward was quietly assessing him as well. Typically, Qing Mu refrained from passing judgment on his employers, but Xichen was an exception. Prior to meeting him, Qing Mu had heard numerous commendations from the maiden about Xichen. Her exact words had been, "This customer is truly different. I have never encountered anyone in Mo City as cultured and polite, as pure and sincere as he is. Moreover, he was the very first to greet me." Initially skeptical that any decent individuals could exist in Mo City, Qing Mu found himself reconsidering upon meeting Xichen. In both his gaze and overall aura, Xichen exuded a simplicity that was in stark contrast to the city's usual demeanor. Perhaps his sister had indeed made a wise choice. Xichen was a genuinely innocent soul. As they exited the Mo Tower, Qing Mu paused and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed guest, which destination would you like to visit?" Xichen, unfamiliar with Mo City, only knew of 3 locations mentioned by the maiden: Tingyu Pavilion, Chonglu Square, and Zue Xian Tower. Although he had come to Mo City seeking indulgence, his conservative upbringing over the past 20 years made him cautious in his choices. He felt that Chonglu Square and Zue Xian Tower sounded rather dubious, while Tingyu Pavilion seemed more refined. "Let us go to Tingyu Pavilion," he decided. At that moment, Qing Mu could only think, "Indeed, one cannot trust my sister's judgment." Chapter 7. My lord, it has been quite some time since you last visited me. Have you truly forgotten about me? Oh, my dear heart, allow me to savor your sweetness. Brother, today let me serve you alongside my sister amidst the suggestive banter of those around him. Xichen felt utterly overwhelmed. He could never have imagined that a place with such an elegant name as the Listening Rain Pavilion would indeed be a brothel. Having never experienced romance or the affairs between men and women, he was caught off guard. How could you possibly undress me in public like this? Seeing a couple nearby, preparing to engage in public indecency, Xichen could no longer bear it. His face flushed, he turned to leave. Qingmu, Bazeld, followed closely behind him. "Sir, this is the Listening Rain Pavilion. Why are you leaving so abruptly?" Before Xichen could explain, Qing Mu inquired with utmost concern. "Do you not favor the ambience here? I know of several other establishments where the atmosphere is more discreet. Would you like me to lead you there?" "No need," Xichen interjected sharply, resolutely declining. "I have no desire to go." Having just escaped one den of vice, he saw no reason to enter another. However, Qing Mu misinterpreted his refusal. "Are you suggesting you wish to visit a more uninhibited place than the Listening Rain Pavilion?" Observing Xichen's still flushed cheeks, Qing Mu could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Noticing Qing Mu's astonished gaze, Xichen attempted to clarify. "What I mean is, I do not wish to visit a place similar to the Listening Rain Pavilion. Please take me somewhere else for entertainment." "Somewhere else?" Qing Mu pondered for a moment before suddenly appearing to grasp the meaning. "I understand." 10 minutes later, Xichen found himself in a room filled with men of all shapes and sizes, each possessing their own charm. Unable to suppress his frustration, he turned to Qing Mu and asked, "What exactly do you believe I meant?" Qing Mu, looking bewildered, replied, "You do not wish to indulge with women and have asked me to take you for other entertainment. Does that not imply you wish to engage with men?" Xichen retorted, "Is it not possible that my idea of entertainment refers to leisure activities, rather than that?" Nevertheless, unlike his hasty departure from the Listening Rain Pavilion, Xichen did not leave this establishment. While Qing Mu had misunderstood his intentions, he had inadvertently led Xichen to confront his own sexual orientation. Xichen identified as gay. Throughout his life, he had always been attracted to men. In modern times, due to his demanding career and studies, he had never had the opportunity to pursue a romantic relationship. Now, facing mortality, he decided to indulge himself before his demise. However, after 20 years of being a law-abiding citizen, he found it challenging to directly cross that line, so he resolved to begin with more innocuous pleasures. Yet, before he could even embark on this journey, Qing Mu had already brought him to a male brothel. As the steward of the MO building, Qing Mu was well aware that any establishment that caught his eye must be of exceptional quality. The male brothel he now found himself in was named Ning Feng, and its ambience mirrored its name, fresh and elegant. Unlike the sordid scenes of the Listening Rain Pavilion, patrons here were seated in private chambers, and even if a couple of men wandered into the main hall, they would not engage in inappropriate conduct. Should any customer attempt to do so, the guard of Ning Feng would promptly intervene. Furthermore, the male companions at Ning Feng boasted remarkable beauty, each with their unique allure. Faced with such an exquisite environment and high standards, Xichen felt a shameful stir within him. Yet the moral constraints he held on left him uncertain about taking that step. Dressed in attire specially made for patrons of the MO building, adorned with its emblem, it was evident to any discerning eye that he was a guest of the MO building. It was widely known within MO City that patrons of the MO building were affluent and generous. Thus, since Xichen entered Ning Feng, the brothel's keeper had been closely observing his every move. Noticing that Xichen lingered in the main hall, neither entering nor exiting, with a conflicted expression, the keeper pondered for a moment before approaching him with a warm smile. "Good evening, sir. Is this your first visit to Ning Feng?" Xichen, uncertain of the keeper's intentions, merely nodded. Unfazed by Xichen's aloof demeanor, the keeper continued cheerfully, "How fortunate. Today is our owner's birthday, and all private rooms and drinks are complimentary. Would you like me to prepare a private room for you?" At last, Xichen ceased to be conflicted and nodded. Very well. While he possessed a considerable amount of wealth, the saying holds true: a fool does not take advantage of a bargain. More importantly, having been inadvertently led to Ning Feng by Qing Mu, and now presented with such a generous opportunity, it felt as though fate itself was conspiring to guide him there. With that in mind, he resolved not to hesitate any longer. He would eventually come here, sooner or later. The keeper, finding Xichen's agreement unsurprising, recognized that many patrons sought merely a reason to enter, rather than being overly concerned with the potential for savings. Leading Xichen to a private chamber, Qing Mu discreetly remained at the entrance, not intruding. Inside the chamber, delicate drapes and a subtle fragrance filled the air, and Xichen felt an unexpected air of intimacy enveloping him. Nervously, he settled into a soft chair, sipping tea to mask his anxiety. The keeper inquired, "Sir, how many companions would you like this evening? I shall make arrangements for you." Xichen nearly choked on his tea. "Companions? Do I appear so desperate?" Struggling to swallow, he managed to utter 4 words: "One will suffice." The keeper continued, "And what type of young man do you prefer? Handsome, innocent, preferably youthful?" At this, Xichen felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Indeed, his preference leaned towards youthful and attractive boys. In modern society, such a request might be deemed somewhat peculiar. Yet in MO City, the keeper had seen far stranger demands. Xichen's request, in fact, seemed rather innocent compared to others the keeper had encountered. He assured Xichen with a pat on his chest, "Please wait just a moment. Ning Feng will surely satisfy your desires." Ning Feng operated with remarkable efficiency. Within 5 minutes of the keeper's departure, a young man, holding a flute, entered the room. The man appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate frame and a bright smile. Upon entering, he greeted Xichen with an innocent grin, exclaiming, "Brother!" Hearing such a youthful voice, a sense of foreboding washed over Xichen. As he looked up to meet the man's gaze, his heart sank. How infuriating! He desired an innocent young man, not an underage schoolboy. Chapter 8. The man, or perhaps boy, assigned by the Longqing Pavilion to serve Xichen is named Li Bo. Despite his appearance resembling that of a middle school student, he claims to be one of the 3 top performers at Longqing Pavilion. It is not that Xichen looks down upon Li Bo. Rather, he finds it difficult to fathom how anyone could harbor desires for someone who looks so youthful and innocent. and even engage in certain activities with him. At the very least, he cannot do so. He has repeatedly asked Li Bo to leave, but Li Bo steadfastly refuses. Brother, didn't you say you prefer someone more attractive, pure, and preferably younger? Li Bo pouts and playfully appeals to Xichen. Am I not good-looking? Am I not pure? Am I not young? Xichen responds, well. He shivers at the thought and struggles to articulate. You are indeed good-looking, quite pure, and sufficiently young, but you're not my type. The pure young man that Xichen envisions must first be an adult. Secondly, he should possess a slender physique, not too muscular and not too petite. Finally, his appearance must be strikingly handsome, exuding a youthful, rebellious charm, unlike the innocent demeanor of Li Bo, who seems still to be in his milk-drinking years. Upon hearing Xichen's explanation, Li Bo remains unconvinced. Can't you at least try to like someone like me? He then lunges towards Xichen. Startled, Xichen jumps up from his chair. No, no, no. Don't come near me. I truly do not like your type, nor can I attempt to like you. It feels as if I would be imprisoned for inappropriate conduct with a minor. Li Bo appears hurt by Xichen's aversion and, with tears in his eyes, responds, fine. If you truly do not like me, then I shall leave. He turns to walk out, choking back sobs. If my boss finds out that I ruined a major deal for a distinguished guest, he will surely punish me. My position as one of the top 3 performers will undoubtedly be taken by someone else. Oh, I have lost all face. What shall I do in the future? If only Li Bo were older and sturdier, Xichen would not have been moved by his tears. However, in Xichen's modern perspective, a 15 or 16-year-old like Li Bo, still bearing a youthful innocence, is merely a child. Hearing a child cry so sorrowfully, Xichen cannot help but feel compassion and calls out, wait. Li Bo turns around, his eyes glistening with tears. Brother, have you changed your mind and wish to keep me? Xichen hesitates, not really. I just want to give you something. He pulls out several amethyst stones from his pocket and tosses them to Li Bo. With these, even if you leave now, your boss should not punish you. Li Bo stares at the amethyst stones in his hands, taken aback for a moment before incredulously asking, you are giving me so many amethyst stones? Yes, Xichen confirms. Li Bo lowers his gaze, silent for a moment, then unexpectedly asks, why? Why what? Xichen inquires. Li Bo persists. Why are you giving me so much money when you haven't even engaged my services? Xichen replies matter-of-factly, I do not wish for you to be punished because of me. If Li Bo were to be punished today, it would ultimately be his fault. If he had not made such bizarre requests, the boss would not have sent Li Bo, and consequently, Li Bo would not face punishment. He cannot bear the thought of such a young child's suffering due to him. Furthermore, a handful of amethyst stones is insignificant to him, especially since he possesses 2,000 amethyst stones at present. With such wealth, he could never spend all in 5 days. Rather than letting it go to waste after his demise, he prefers to share some with those in need now. In Xichen's eyes, Li Bo, this misguided youth, is indeed someone who requires this money. With this thought, Xichen takes out a few more amethyst stones and tosses them to Li Bo. Launching Pavilion is, after all, a brothel. Remaining here will lead to no future. You are still young. It would be wise to save more money to buy your freedom and pursue other paths later. Li Bo gazes at Xichen's earnest expression and is taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! What are you laughing at? Xichen queries, perplexed. Do you find my words amusing? No, no, no. I just think you're very cute, Li Bo replies, clutching his stomach, tears of laughter streaming down his face. And I never expected that you would truly consider me young. I'm just so delighted. Xichen retorts, aren't you young? Li Bo tilts his head and looks at Xichen as if sharing a ghost story. I'm already 50 years old this year. Oh, so you're 50 this year? Wait, 50? Xichen's eyes widen in shock as he gazes at Li Bo. What did you say? You're already 50 years old. Indeed. Li Bo smiles cheerfully as he approaches Xichen, playfully leaning on his shoulder, whispering with a laugh, among the boys at Launching Pavilion, the youngest is 50, and the oldest is 150. There are no pure young men here that you seek. Moreover, with your lack of cultivation, a delicate and adorable creature like you could easily be devoured if you're not careful. Li Bo's voice is sweet and sticky, yet his words plunge Xichen into an icy abyss. He wants to inquire how Li Bo discerned his lack of cultivation, but Li Bo, after delivering this line, hops out of the private room, leaving no opportunity for questions. Xichen stands alone for a moment before exiting the private room and instructing the attendant Qingmu. "Take me away from here." Qingmu does not question his abrupt departure, but silently fulfills his duties as a steward, leading the way for Xichen. The boss has been waiting outside, and, seeing Xichen emerge so quickly, hurriedly approaches to inquire, "Dear guest, why are you leaving so soon? Did Li Bo fail to serve you well?" Xichen, not wanting Li Bo to be punished, replies, "No, he served me quite well." The boss asks, "Then why are you leaving? Is there something else about Longqing Pavilion that does not meet your expectations?" Xichen instinctively feels that he must keep Li Bo's earlier revelations from the boss and offers a vague response. "Nothing is amiss. It is just that the young men here do not quite align with my aesthetic." Though dismissive, Xichen's statement holds a kernel of truth. What he desires is a youthful, beautiful, and pure boy, yet the young men at Longqing Pavilion begin at 50. How could he possibly engage with them? Unaware that Xichen has uncovered the truth about Longqing Pavilion, the boss continues to pursue him, asking, "May I inquire what type of young man you specifically prefer?" Xichen, wishing to avoid raising any suspicions while also deterring him, responds half-heartedly, "I like young boys, but is not sufficient to be merely young. Their physique and appearance must also meet my standards." Of course, the boss assures, "Please specify your requirements." Xichen begins, first, regarding physique, he must be slender, not too fat, too thin, too short, or too muscular. As for appearance, he must be handsome, embodying the unique rebelliousness and wildness of youth. The proprietor of the establishment found himself in a quandary. While he could meet the physique requirements specified earlier, the latter stipulations regarding appearance were indeed beyond his capabilities to satisfy Xichen. They were situated in a brothel, after all, with a livelihood dependent on appeasing patrons. Over time, even the most resilient among them had become submissive, leaving little room for the presence of those with an untamed spirit. Observing the proprietor's dilemma, Xichen escalated his demands. "Moreover, my criteria regarding age are quite stringent. While I am fond of youth, it cannot be too youthful. He must be at least 18, yet simultaneously not surpass that age." He cast a sidelong glance at the proprietor. Can the Longqing Feng accommodate these requests? As the proprietor wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain of how to proceed, the voices of two men conversing nearby suddenly reached their ears. "TSK, Xiaohua is remarkably resilient. Despite the beating we've given him, he still refuses to admit fault." This was to be expected, considering Xiaohua was only 18, and a certain defiance in youth was to be anticipated. The key phrases 18 and defiance resonated, prompting Xichen, Qingmu, and the proprietor to turn their attention towards the source of the sound. There, not far from Xichen, knelt a slender youth on the steps, his demeanor austere and his presence elegant, though his youthful visage bore no expression. The resolute and stubborn glimmer in his dark eyes betrayed an inner defiance and unwillingness to yield. Given the additional context of his age, he perfectly embodied the image of the innocent young man that Xichen had described. Chapter 9. For the first time, Xichen encountered someone who perfectly aligned with his ideals and aesthetic. To claim he was not captivated would be a falsehood. Yet, before the initial awe could settle, his attention was drawn to the multitude of scars that marred the youth's body. These wounds, likely inflicted by a long whip, were deep and extensive, ravaging the boy's flesh to the point where it was nearly impossible to find an unblemished patch of skin. The boy's garments, soaked in the blood seeping from his injuries, were stained a hue reminiscent of a setting sun, both dazzling and cruel. Having grown up in a harmonious society, Xichen had never witnessed such brutality. His brow furrowed in concern as he turned to the turtle-headed man, inquiring what transpired here. At that moment, Xichen's expression was far from pleasant, and the turtle man mistakenly assumed his displeasure stemmed from the absence of a youth matching his aesthetic from the Chongqing Pavilion. He hurriedly explained, "Esteemed guest, you misunderstand. This boy is named Xiaohua. He is not one of the courtesans from Chongqing Pavilion, but rather a furnace cauldron sold off. The pavilion does not merely engage in brothel activities, but also trades in furnace cauldrons. They gather handsome young men and sell them at high prices to cultivators in need." The turtle man continued, "Xiaohua lacks cultivation and possesses little talent as a furnace cauldron. making it unlikely he would find a worthy master. However, fortune smiled upon him. As a patron, moved by his youth, not only purchased him a premium, but also promised to treat him well. To encounter such a benevolent master is a stroke of immense luck for one such as him. Yet he, ungrateful, attempted to flee during the journey. Upon recapturing him, the patron deemed it necessary to teach him a lesson and commissioned us to tame him. Observing Xiao Hua, whose blood-soaked garments did not yield to submission, even the turtle man could not help but sigh. Yet he possesses a certain grit. Though he has been beaten so severely, he refuses to confess his faults. Xiao Hua, seemingly aware of their conversation, turned his dark eyes toward them, his expression a mask of indifference. In that fleeting moment, when their gazes met, Xichen felt an involuntary stir within his heart. The turtle man, with a sycophantic smile, proposed, "If you truly admire this type of youth, we can seek out similar furnace cauldrons for you." However, Xichen had firmly resolved in his heart. He shook his head, declaring, "No, not a similar one. I want him." He pointed decisively at Xiao Hua. The turtle man's expression turned troubled. "Esteemed guest, I regret to inform you that Xiao Hua has already been sold. We at Changqing Pavilion pride ourselves on our integrity. We cannot unilaterally breach a contract. In the city of Mo, where true business integrity was a rarity." The turtle man's implication was clear. It was a matter of money. Xichen chuckled lightly, exuding the air of a wealthy patron as he boldly proclaimed, "Regardless of the price at which Xiao Hua was sold, I will pay double." The turtle man's eyes flickered. "This esteemed guest, it is not that we do not wish to sell him to you, but the previous buyer is also a client of the Mo Tower, and it would be unwise to offend him. Triple. This is truly not about the money quadruple, but quintuple. Very well. Xiao Hua is yours." Ultimately, Xichen acquired Xiao Hua for the sum of 400 purple crystal stones. The turtle man's demeanor towards Xichen became unprecedentedly enthusiastic. "Esteemed guest, Xiao Hua possesses a fiery temperament. To prevent him from escaping again, may we assist in escorting him back?" The two attendants who had previously lashed Xiao Hua immediately seized him roughly by the shoulders, directly grasping his wounds. Yet, Xiao Hua maintained his stoic silence, showing no outward sign of pain. Nevertheless, Xichen keenly observed that the moment the attendants made contact with his injuries, Xiao Hua involuntarily flinched. Realizing the brutality of their handling, Xichen quickly interjected, "Release him. I will arrange for his escort myself." The Mo Tower ensured that patrons enjoyed the utmost comfort, deploying dedicated guards throughout the city for their convenience. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu understood Xichen's intent and summoned 2 guards, instructing "You two, escort this individual back to the Mo Tower." When it came to specifying the exact location within the Mo Tower, Qing Mu hesitated, lowering his voice to inquire, "Esteemed guest, would you like to reserve one of our exquisite chambers?" The exquisite chamber was akin to a modern-themed suite. Xichen, taken aback, silently wondered if he appeared so desperate in Qing Mu's eyes that he was either being led to a male brothel or offered a themed suite. He adopted a serious demeanor, firmly rejecting, "No, I do not believe in coercion." Xiao Hua, so perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, might have enticed him to consider such an experience under different circumstances, but Xiao Hua's flight and refusal to admit fault were clear indicators of his unwillingness. Xichen was not inclined to force him into such a situation. Qing Mu then inquired, "Where shall we place him upon returning to the Mo Tower?" "Simply arrange for him to stay in my room," Xichen replied. Xichen's room was an open space without partitions, yet it featured 2 beds separated by a wooden screen. Although he identified as gay, he did not subscribe to notions of inappropriate conduct between men, especially with the screen providing a sense of privacy. He found no fault in this arrangement. Upon hearing his words, Qing Mu exhibited a nuanced expression, responding, "Understood." "Understood? What exactly does he comprehend?" Xichen pondered, but before he could inquire further, he noticed Qing Mu quietly instructing the guards. They swiftly seized Xiao Hua, dragging him out with the same roughness exhibited by the attendants from Changqing Pavilion. This time, Xiao Hua seemed either accustomed to or numbed by the treatment, his body not reacting as it had previously. Yet, Xichen still cautioned, "Be gentle. Do not injure him." Throughout the exchanges with the Turtle Man, and even during the acquisition of Xiaohua, the boy had remained unresponsive. However, upon hearing Xichen's admonition, Xiaohua suddenly lifted his gaze, meeting Xichen's eyes. The depths of his dark irises were void, resembling a desolate well, steeped in gloom with no hint of light. After Xiaohua was led away by the guards, Xichen and Qing Mu exited the Chongqing pavilion. Qing Mu inquired, "Esteemed guest, where would you like to go next?" To avoid being taken to any peculiar places, Xichen opted for caution this time. Instead of naming a location, he articulated his desire. "I wish to find a place to dine." Having saved his appetite for an evening of indulgence, he was now quite hungry. Upon hearing his request, Qing Mu guided him to the Zue Xianlu, the largest and most opulent establishment in Mo City, bustling with a diverse crowd of humans and demons, creating a cacophony of noise. Disliking noisy dining environments, Xichen intended to request a private room when he overheard a nearby patron exclaim, "The Xiantian sect has truly fallen on hard times." Xichen paused momentarily before deciding to stay right where he was. He casually ordered a few dishes and then turned his attention to the conversation of the patrons at the neighboring table. "What happened to the Xiantian sect? Haven't you heard? The Xiantian sect caught fire, 3 peaks were burned, and half of the treasures in the treasure pavilion were destroyed." "I know about this. It is said to be the Phoenix True Fire. The Xiantian sect had to summon 10 water masters just to barely extinguish the flames." "What? Phoenix True Fire? Such a precious flame. How could it suddenly ignite?" "It is said that someone deliberately set the fire, and that person is a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect's leader, apparently named Xichen." After entering Mo City, Xichen did not disclose his name to anyone, and upon hearing someone call him, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Clearly, Xichen is not the only one aware of his name, for once it was uttered, the neighboring table fell into a heated discussion. "I know Xichen. Isn't he the foolish disciple of Xianting?" "Ah, I know him too. He is the one with both thunder and fire dual spiritual roots, a simpleton." "Yes, that is him. Not only is he a simpleton, but he also has a problematic constitution, with blocked meridians that prevent him from cultivating. Yet Xianting insisted on taking him as a disciple, and even used heavenly treasures to assist his cultivation, and now he has managed to form a dan. Xianting is indeed generous. To cultivate someone with such a constitution to dan formation requires a significant amount of heavenly treasures. You are all confusing me. If he is a fool, how could he deliberately set a fire?" According to members of the Xiantian sect, Xichen is not truly foolish. He pretended to be simple-minded to elicit Xuanting's sympathy, hoping to be accepted as a disciple. "I see, but having feigned for so long, and with Xianting treating him so well, why does he not continue the act?" He wished to, but during his dan formation, he accidentally revealed his true self, allowing members of the Xiantian sect to discover his pretense. When the Xiantian sect sought to punish him, he became enraged and, taking advantage of their inattention, stole the Phoenix True Fire to set the blaze. As for the distorted narrative of the Xiantian sect, Xichen is unsurprised, for they have always been hypocritical. They clearly helped him cultivate for the sake of his golden dan, yet publicly proclaimed their compassion, stating they selflessly assisted a fool. Coupled with the current reversal of truth, Xichen's reputation among cultivators has transformed into one even more contemptible than that of demonic cultivators. The patrons at the neighboring table, all cultivators, unanimously condemn Xichen. After receiving such great favors from a Xiantian sect, he ended up setting fire to the mountains. What a heartless wretch. Your words insult wolves and dogs. They're far more loyal than he. Such a scoundrel, if I were to encounter him, I would surely strike him down. Do not kill him. I have heard that the Xiantian sect has issued a bounty. Whoever can capture Xichen alive will be rewarded with 5,000 purple crystal stones. Despite Xichen's treachery, the Xiantian sect is willing to spend 5,000 purple crystal stones to spare his life. They truly are the foremost among the 4 great sects of the cultivation world. Xichen wore a sardonic smile. It was clear that the Xiantian sect intended to capture him alive to seize his golden dan. Subsequently, the cultivators at the neighboring table continued to extol the Xiantian sect's grandeur. Xichen, thoroughly annoyed, took a few bites and then returned to the Mo tower. He was preoccupied with concerns regarding Xiaohua and, as he ascended the stairs, inquired of Qingmu, "Has anyone been found to treat Xiaohua's injuries?" Chapter 10. On the bed of Xichen, the fruit man lay with only a gauze cloth partially covering his most intimate areas, leaving everything else exposed. Xichen could clearly see the man's smooth, fair skin and his robust physique. This appearance was indeed a stark contrast to the pitiful little flower that had been so brutally injured before. At first glance, Xichen almost thought that Qingmu had found another man to place in his bed. However, as he stepped closer and recognized the cold features and unique youthful aura of the fruit man, he confirmed that this was indeed the little flower. Gazing at the flawless skin of the little flower, Xichen couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the miraculous healing arts of the cultivation world. He had rescued the little flower merely an hour ago, and to his astonishment, the little flower was not only fully recovered, but bore no scars whatsoever. Yet, even though the little flower had healed, it was inappropriate for the people of the Mo Tower to strip him bare and place him in Xichen's bed. Remembering Qingmu's earlier assurance that it would not affect the guest's experience, Xichen was certain this was Qingmu's doing. Xichen felt utterly speechless, bewildered by Qingmu's incessant assumption that he desired such encounters, and his repeated, thoughtless actions that left Xichen feeling awkward. For instance, now, facing the unclothed little flower, Xichen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The little flower not only possessed striking facial features, but also an enviable physique. His tall, lithe form with well-defined muscle lines was precisely what Xichen had desired. Neither excessively muscular nor overly delicate, everything was exquisitely balanced. Had the little flower willingly revealed himself, Xichen would have felt justified in gazing at him. Alas, that was not the case. Given the little flower's disposition, it was inconceivable that he would willingly expose himself. Since the little flower was not willing, and Xichen was no rogue, how could he continue to look without feeling guilty? The thought that the little flower had endured such humiliation because of him left Xichen feeling deeply uncomfortable. He turned to leave, but was suddenly startled by a muffled groan of pain from the little flower. Feeling something was amiss, Xichen turned back to observe closely. The little flower's complexion was flushed, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead and neck. Upon touching his forehead, Xichen was alarmed by the dangerously high temperature. Could it be a fever? He gently patted the little flower's shoulder, attempting to rouse him. "Hey, little flower, are you okay? Can you hear me?" After calling several times with no response, just as Xichen was about to give up and seek a doctor, the little flower slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was hazy as he looked at Xichen, and he weakly murmured, I. It seemed he wanted something, but his voice was too faint for Xichen to understand. "What do you want? Could you say that again?" "I." The voice remained too soft, and Xichen had no choice but to lean closer, bringing his ear near the little flower's lips. This time, he finally discerned what the little flower was saying. "I've finally caught you." Xichen was taken aback and instinctively retreated, but it was too late. He felt a sudden rush as the little flower pinned him to the bed. Perhaps due to his weakness, the little flower's hold was not particularly strong. Xichen attempted to break free, but just as he moved, a dagger was pressed against his carotid artery. The little flower's weak voice turned icy. "Don't move, and don't call for help, or I will kill you immediately." The once dazed black eyes now glinted with a fierce intensity. Xichen realized that the little flower was genuinely intent on killing him. He felt both anger and confusion. "I spent so much money to rescue you from Ning Feng, and you wish to repay my kindness with enmity?" The little flower scoffed. "Rescue? You think I don't know? You're just like those vile humans, buying me only to covet my body, intending to use me as a furnace." Xichen protested. "I did not." The little flower countered. "If not, then how could I possibly be lying naked on your bed?" Xichen stammered. This is just a misunderstanding. I can explain." But before he could elaborate, the little flower interjected. "If not, then why is there warm essence fragrance in your room?" Xichen found himself a loss for words. He was aware of the warm essence fragrance, an aphrodisiac that, once ignited, would stir desire among those in the same space. Until the little flower mentioned it, Xichen had not noticed the faint scent in the room. Furthermore, he could feel a slight warmth spreading through his own body. Realizing that the warm essence fragrance was indeed present, Xichen couldn't help but curse Qingmu internally. That foolish Qingmu stripped the little flower and placed him in my room, and then used aphrodisiac fragrance. Is he trying to ruin me? If it were merely the act of undressing, Xichen felt confident he could offer an explanation. But with the addition of the aphrodisiac, not only the little flower, but even he himself would struggle to assert his innocence. Why are you no longer trying to argue? Have you run out of excuses? The little flower's cold laughter accompanied the tightening grip on the dagger. Xichen felt the sharp blade graze his skin, but he did not panic. Firstly, he had little time left to live and did not cherish his life as others did. Secondly, he understood that in such situations, maintaining composure was paramount. Steeling himself, Xichen strove to maintain a calm demeanor. You cannot kill me. I possess the antidote to the warm essence fragrance. The little flower's movements did not cease, but Xichen sensed a slight loosening of the grip on the dagger. He continued, if you do not use the antidote, even if you kill me, you will still need to engage with others to detoxify. From his brief understanding of the little flower, Xichen was certain he did not want to engage with anyone else. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the little flower paused, his dark eyes fixed intently on him. Xichen felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest, yet he maintained an outward appearance of calm as they locked eyes. After a moment, the little flower spoke. Where is the antidote? Hearing this, Xichen knew he had likely secured his safety for the night. Preserving his calm facade, he pointed towards the vanity. It's in the small box on the second row of the vanity. The distance between the bed and the vanity was approximately 3 meters. The little flower glanced between the vanity and Xichen, uncertain whether to fear a trick or Xichen's potential escape, and thus hesitated to act. Xichen, sensing the hesitation, took the initiative. You take me there, and I will retrieve it. The little flower questioned, would you really be so kind? Xichen offered no further explanation. If you truly do not trust me, then kill me and go back to Ning Feng to find another man for the antidote. At the mention of Ning Feng, the little flower's face twisted in disgust. Weighing the lesser of two evils, he ultimately chose to accept Xichen's proposal. I will take you to get it, but no tricks, or I will kill you immediately. Xichen readily agreed. Okay, you can trust me. I will not resort to tricks, nor will I escape. True to his word, during the 3-meter walk to the vanity, he behaved completely innocently, without a hint of mischief. The little flower pressed him in front of the vanity and released one of his hands. Hurry up and take it. Xichen nodded slightly, deftly opening the small compartment in the second row to retrieve a diminutive vial. Within it lay the antidote to warm fragrance. Consuming it would counteract the poison. He extended the vial to Xiaohua, who hesitated, his demeanor wary. You should take it first. Very well, Xichen readily acquiesced. Lowering his gaze, he deftly uncorked the vial and slowly raised it to his lips. Just as the vial was about to graze his mouth, Xichen abruptly altered his course, directing the opening toward Xiaohua's face, and with a swift motion, he thrust it upward. A plume of white powder erupted from the vial, covering Xiaohua's visage in an instant. How dare you deceive me? Xiaohua realized he had been outwitted, raising his dagger in a vengeful attempt to slay Xichen. Yet, as his hand ascended, his body crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud. Xichen loomed over him, covering his mouth and nose, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, the scent of the soul-dulling powder is rather pleasant, is it not? Now enjoy your slumber. Xiaohua glared at him through gritted teeth. You despicable human. With that, his eyes fluttered shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Xichen, ensuring that he would not awaken, gently prodded him with his foot before hastily seizing a bronze mirror and retreating to a distance. He sought the mirror to assess the severity of the injury on his neck, but to his astonishment, upon gazing into the mirror, he discovered a bloodied talisman inexplicably affixed to his shoulder. With a frown of suspicion, he detached the talisman and discerned the faint inscription of the word tracking upon it. Chapter 11. Dear guest, the investigation has been completed. The tracking talisman you discovered was the work of a certain cultivator seated at the next table during your meal at the drunken Immortal Pavilion last night. The reason behind this act likely stems from the wanted notice. Qingmu presented a white notice with black text and an accompanying image to Xichen. Upon opening it, Xichen immediately recognized his own likeness on the wanted poster. The written content closely resembled what he had overheard at the drunken Immortal Pavilion the previous night, stating that the Xichen sect was offering a reward of 5,000 purple crystals for his capture. Xichen was not surprised by this revelation. He had not concealed his appearance during his dinner, making it entirely plausible that other cultivators who had seen the wanted notice would recognize his true identity. However, since he did not linger at the drunken Immortal Pavilion nor engage with anyone there, he was baffled as to how he had fallen into this predicament. He shared his confusion with Qingmu. Qingmu explained, "The tracking talisman on you is not an ordinary one. It is a celestial grade tracking talisman. This talisman does not require the talisman creator to be present. It will automatically adhere to the target as soon as the spell is cast. Moreover, the celestial grade tracking talisman possesses an invisibility feature, remaining undetectable unless it comes into contact with blood. Had you not been injured last night, you might have never discovered its presence." Xichen suddenly realized, so my injury from Xiaohua last night turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He did not speak sarcastically. He genuinely felt fortunate. Yet Qingmu, upon hearing this, knelt before him in alarm. "I am guilty. Please punish me." As a young man raised in a modern society, Xichen was unaccustomed to such displays of reverence, feeling as if he were bowing before a ghost. He quickly helped Qingmu to his feet. "What could I possibly punish you for? Stand up and speak. There is no need for you to kneel at every turn." Though Qingmu was not accustomed to standing while admitting fault, he eventually complied with Xichen's insistence, bowing his head slightly as he spoke. "Last night, I not only failed to notice the tracking talisman, but I also recklessly put you in danger. Please punish me." "Ah, so that is what you meant," Xichen replied, displaying a degree of tolerance toward Qingmu, who was merely a worker. "You did indeed err in your unilateral decision-making, but without your soul-stirring incense. I could not have easily subdued Xiaohua. Considering both your merits and faults, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further." Originally, Xichen's room had lacked soul-stirring incense, which Qingmu had added after inspecting the premises and finding it devoid of basic defensive items. However, Xichen was not blindly forgiving. Remembering the sight of Xiaohua in a state of undress and the intoxicating aroma of the incense, he cautioned, "But do not ever act unilaterally again. If you do so once more, I shall request your replacement from the MO tower." The consequences for a steward replaced by a customer would be unimaginably severe. Qingmu's expression grew solemn. "I assure you that such an incident will not occur again." Xichen was not one to dwell on matters excessively. Seeing Qingmu's promise, he shifted the conversation to another topic. "As for your failure to detect the tracking talisman, punishing you now would be futile. It would be better to resolve the issue at hand." Qingmu's eyes glinted with determination. "Rest assured, I will eliminate the threat flawlessly." He referred, of course, to the cultivator who had affixed the tracking talisman to Xichen. Eliminating the cultivator who had recognized his true identity was indeed a solution. Yet that was not the resolution Xichen sought. "What I wish to resolve is not him," Xichen replied, pulling the tracking talisman from his possession and waving it lightly between his fingers. "It is this tracking talisman." Qingmu inquired, "What do you mean?" Xichen elaborated, "You're to find someone to take this tracking talisman out of Mo City, and they should run as far as they can." Although only one cultivator had discovered his identity, there was no guarantee that this cultivator had not reported his whereabouts to others or directly to the Xichen sect. Even if he were to eliminate this cultivator, he would only be addressing the immediate threat. It would be more prudent to have someone carry the tracking talisman out of Mo City, misleading others into believing that he had left, thereby evading capture. Upon understanding Xichen's plan, Qingmu accepted the talisman. "You can rest assured, I will execute this task flawlessly, ensuring that the cultivator remains unaware of any anomalies." With that, he stepped purposefully toward the door. Noticing Qingmu's unwavering determination, Xichen called out, "Wait." Qingmu turned back. "Dear guest, do you have further instructions?" Xichen replied, "No further instructions. I merely wish to inquire. Are you not at all curious about my identity?" Logically, upon seeing the wanted notice, Qingmu should have already discerned his true identity. Yet he had never hinted at it. Qingmu lowered his head, responding respectfully, "In the MO tower, a guest is merely a guest. There is no other identity. and we would never act in harm's way toward our guests. Qingmu's words dispelled Xichen's remaining doubts. After Qingmu departed, Xichen reclined in his chair, reflecting on the dramatic events of the previous night, and suddenly recalled a somewhat naive adage: good deeds bring good rewards. Xichen had never believed in such a phrase, considering it a hollow compliment, yet his experiences the previous night coincidentally aligned with this sentiment. He had acted kindly toward Xiaohua, and in return, she had inadvertently led him to discover the existence of the tracking talisman. Though her actions were not voluntary, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable satisfaction, thinking perhaps he had not saved her in vain. He wondered if Xiaohua had awakened yet. As he pondered, a servant's voice echoed from outside. "Dear guest, the young man you asked me to guard next door has regained consciousness." To prevent further mishaps, Xichen had paid for a small room next door for Xiaohua. Upon hearing that she had awakened, Xichen promptly rose to check on her. Chapter 12. As Xichen entered the room, he found Xiaohua sitting on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, her cold expression revealing traces of confusion and bewilderment. All potential weapons, including daggers that could pose a threat to Xichen, had been removed by the staff of the MO Tower. With no concerns about Xiaohua posing a danger again, he approached her directly. "Are you wondering why I subdued you yet took no further action?" Xiaohua lifted her gaze, her deep black eyes silently scrutinizing him. After a brief pause, she shook her head. "No, that is not what I am questioning." Xichen inquired. "Oh? Then what is it that puzzles you?" Xiaohua replied. "I'm curious about your intentions in purchasing me." Taken aback by this response, Xichen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xiaohua paid no heed to his reaction, continuing her analysis. "You subdued me without inflicting harm, which suggests that your intention was not to use me as a furnace. The events of last night, as you claimed, were indeed a misunderstanding. However, I am merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation or talent. If you do not intend to use me as a furnace, then why go to such lengths to acquire me?" Little Hua's profound black eyes suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on Xichen. "What is the purpose behind your purchasing me?" Xichen had anticipated a lengthy discourse would be required to persuade Little Hua that the events of the previous night were merely a misunderstanding. However, to his astonishment, Little Hua deduced the situation on his own, even reversing the roles to inquire about Xichen's intentions. Perhaps it was the intensity of Little Hua's gaze that prompted Xichen to inadvertently reveal the truth. "What purpose could I possibly have in buying you? It is simply the nature of a person nearing death to utter kind words, wishing to perform a good deed before departing this life." Little Hua's eyes widened. "What? Are you dying?" The moment the words left Xichen's mouth, he regretted them. While it was true that he was nearing his end, he had no desire for others to know of his impending demise. He merely wished to leave this world quietly and unburdened. He hastily waved his hand in denial. "Impossible. Look at me, full of vitality. I hardly resemble a dying man. I was merely jesting. Was it amusing?" Little Hua remained silent, yet his expression betrayed a chill, indicating he was taken aback by Xichen's bizarre joke. Feeling the awkwardness himself, Xichen forced a smile and continued, "In truth, I have no ulterior motive in purchasing you. I simply found you pitiable, and coincidentally, I had a bit of spare change. Consider a sudden surge of conscience, or rather, an outburst of goodwill." Little Hua offered no indication of belief or disbelief, merely casting a mildly surprised glance his way. Xichen understood that although Little Hua did not attack him as he had the previous night, the young man still harbored a degree of wariness. He sympathized with Little Hua. Being suddenly thrust into such a perilous situation and sold like an object would naturally engender distrust. Furthermore, Xichen's intention in purchasing Little Hua was not to engage in romance. He simply wished to rescue him and return him home. So why should he concern himself with Little Hua's trust? Xichen stated, "It matters not if you believe me. Just tell me your address, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you home." Upon hearing the request, Little Hua's brow furrowed. Xichen initially assumed he was reluctant to disclose his address, but was surprised when Little Hua replied, "I do not know where my home is, nor do I know if I have a home." Xichen's brow furrowed as well. "You cannot mean you have lost your memory?" Little Hua confirmed, "Yes, I have lost my memory." Xichen thought this was rather cliche. Not only had he traversed into a book, But now he had unwittingly rescued a person who was an amnesiac. Given little Hua's previous demeanor, Xichen did not immediately accept his words. He cautiously inquired, "Aside from forgetting your home, what else have you forgotten?" Little Hua replied, "Everything. I know nothing. My mind is a blank slate. Even the name Little Hua was given to me by Ning Feng." Xichen encouraged, "Try to think carefully. Perhaps you can recall something. Any name would suffice. So I can help you find your way home." Little Hua responded, "I will give it another try." Almost as soon as he spoke, his face contorted in pain, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as his body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. Alarmed, Xichen rushed to support him. "What is wrong?" Little Hua, his face pallid, spoke in a dry voice. "Whenever I attempt to recall my past, my head feels as though it is being pierced by needles." "Then stop trying. I will fetch a doctor." A quarter of an hour later, the doctor informed Xichen from this young man's pulse. It appears that his amnesia is likely a result of medication, though I cannot ascertain exactly what drug was involved. "Can he recover his memory?" Xichen pressed, unwilling to accept the grim prognosis. The doctor shook his head regretfully. "I cannot determine what he has ingested in the past. I dare not administer any treatment, as it may provoke adverse effects." Given that the doctor was among the pinnacle of medical expertise in the realm of cultivation, if he could not heal Little Hua, then the physicians outside surely would not succeed. Little Hua seemed unfazed, or perhaps he had anticipated this outcome. His expression remained placid, devoid of any hint of disappointment. In contrast, Xichen, upon hearing the doctor's verdict, could not suppress his frustration. Is there truly no memory-restoring herb among the myriad of celestial herbs and spiritual fruits in the cultivation world? The doctor replied, "There are, indeed, such remedies. However, as I mentioned, I cannot discern which specific medication this young man previously consumed. I fear the celestial herbs may conflict with its properties, and a misstep could endanger his life. When it comes to life or memory, naturally, life takes precedence. Even if Xichen yearned for Little Hua to regain his memory, he could not risk his life for that goal." He sighed deeply. "Is it truly to remain this way?" The doctor suggested, "If you're earnest in seeking a cure, perhaps you should consult the renowned Dr. Xiaoyao. He possesses exceptional knowledge of pharmacology and will arrive in 3 days' time. If you wish, I can handle the consultation fee on your behalf." Dr. Xiaoyao, one of the 4 great physicians in the cultivation realm, was known for his extraordinary skills. Yet he was quite avaricious. He only treated the wealthy, and each patient was required to pay a minimum of 50 purple crystal stones as a consultation fee prior to his arrival. Otherwise, he would not appear. Ordinary individuals rarely sought his services due to financial constraints, but Xichen was no ordinary person. He was a newly affluent individual. He possessed nothing but wealth. Moreover, in 3 days, he would still be alive to meet him. Thus, upon hearing the doctor's proposal, Xichen immediately produced a small pouch filled with coins and tossed it to him. "Here are 60 purple crystal stones, 50 for Dr. Xiaoyao's fee and the remaining 10 as your gratuity. Ensure you deliver it to him as soon as he arrives in." 10 purple crystal stones constituted a substantial tip. And the doctor beamed widely, his eyes sparkling. Yes, rest assured, I will deliver it promptly." Xichen focused on instructing the doctor and did not notice Little Hua standing behind him, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. Once the doctor departed, Xichen turned his attention back to Little Hua, who had already averted his gaze. Unaware of the scrutiny, Xichen continued, "Dr. Xiaoyao will not arrive for another 3 days. During this time, you should stay by my side." Little Hua, this time, showed no signs of distrust and nodded in agreement. "All right." His obedient demeanor, coupled with his appealing appearance, compelled Xichen to steal a few more glances. It then dawned on him that Little Hua's attire was ill-fitting, only provided clothing for distinguished guests, neglecting those like Little Hua, resulting in him wearing Xichen's own garments. Xichen was slightly shorter than Little Hua, and this body had long suffered from malnutrition, making his clothes significantly smaller. Not only were they tight, but they also left Little Hua's ankles exposed. While it might suffice for a day, he could not allow Little Hua to endure such discomfort for the next 3 days. Xichen glanced outside, the midday sun approaching. "How about I take you out to buy some new clothes and grab some lunch?" Little Hua remained as compliant as before, responding quietly with a simple all right. Having learned from the cautionary tale of the tracked vehicle, Xichen dared not venture out in his true visage. Before departing from the Ink Tower, he adorned himself with a mask procured from the establishment, a mask depicting the countenance of a youthful and charming lad. Upon donning it, he noticed Xiaohua gazing intently at his new facade, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and inquire, "What do you think?" While Xichen sought feedback on the mask's fit, Xiaohua, with earnestness, offered her assessment. "Your original face is still more handsome." Chapter 13. Xichen was acutely aware that Xiaohua had misunderstood his intentions, which led to his sudden compliments. However, witnessing such a graceful young man earnestly commend his appearance made Xichen blush with embarrassment. The exquisite mask sold by Mo Lu effectively showcased Xichen's shyness. Thus, he noticed Xiaohua's puzzled gaze directed at him, inquiring, "Why is the mask's face blushing?" Xichen thought to himself, "Help. This was not the mask's face that was blushing. It was undoubtedly his own. Yet, he could not admit this fact. Raising his hand to fan himself, he replied, "It must be that this mask is not breathable, causing me to feel overheated." Xiaohua, bemused, responded, "But did the staff at Mo Lu not say this is the most breathable mask, and such a situation would never occur?" Oh no, he had completely forgotten that detail. With no other options, Xichen resorted to disparaging Mo Lu. "That just shows Mo Lu is engaging in false advertising." "What false advertising?" Before Xichen could finish his sentence, a voice behind him interrupted. It was Qing Mu. Xichen thought to himself, what a stroke of bad luck, to be overheard speaking ill of Mo Lu. Seeing Xichen remain silent, Xiaohua instinctively answered, "It's just..." "Stop!" Xichen interjected, too embarrassed to allow Xiaohua to speak. His overly anxious demeanor sparked confusion in both Xiaohua and Qing Mu. Xichen awkwardly explained, "Well, I meant to say that mealtime is approaching, and we shouldn't waste any more time. Let us quickly purchase some clothes and head out to eat." This excuse seemed a bit strained, but was still plausible enough. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu did not dwell on it and led the way ahead. Xiaohua shot Xichen a curious glance, but chose not to pursue the matter further, following Qing Mu. At the back, Xichen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have navigated the situation without further incident. He resolved not to let himself blush in front of Xiaohua again. If an ordinary person found themselves in such a situation, they might hesitate to address Xichen's blush, preserving their dignity. However, Xichen was no ordinary individual. His innocence rendered him a truly naive and unassuming youth, unconcerned with notions of propriety. As a newly affluent individual, Xichen naturally desired to shop in the most luxurious establishments. Lin Lang Pavilion, the most expensive tailor in Mo City, was akin to the most opulent high-end boutique in contemporary parlance. The attendants in luxury stores are typically perceptive, and those in Lin Lang Pavilion were no exception. As soon as Xichen, Xiaohua, and Qing Mu arrived at the entrance, an eager shop assistant greeted them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I assist you in selecting some garments?" Xichen nodded slightly. The assistant ushered the trio into the store, enthusiastically introducing, "Please take a look at our selection. If you have any particular styles or functionalities in mind, do not hesitate to let us know." Since the primary purpose was to purchase clothes for Xiaohua, Xichen inquired, "Do you have any specific styles or functionalities you desire?" Xiaohua shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "No." Of course, Xiaohua had lost his memory and was merely a newly adult, innocent young man. How could he possibly know what he wanted? Xichen surveyed the garments within Lin Lang Pavilion, noting their impressive quality. He suggested, "Since you have no preferences, why not browse around and choose what you like?" With that, Xichen began to select clothes for himself. Xichen was not one to neglect his own needs. Though he had indeed come to help Xiaohua purchase clothing, as the buyer, he certainly intended to indulge himself as well. After all, he had more money than he could ever spend, wealthy and willful. The garments in Lin Lang Pavilion were as diverse as its name suggested, featuring an array of styles, functionalities, and even special effects. Styles referred to the design of the clothing, while functionalities were enhancements such as defense or attack capabilities added via formations. As for the special effects, they were whimsically extravagant, promising phenomena like falling flower petals or blooming lotuses with every step. Having outgrown his youthful fantasies, Xichen had no interest in such overly extravagant attire. He ultimately purchased 3 outfits with defensive capabilities, both out of curiosity regarding their remarkable nature and as a precaution against the Xiantian sect. Despite having already arranged for the tracking talisman to be removed from Mo City and donning his disguise, he could not be entirely certain he would not be recognized again in the future. It was prudent to take precautions. The 3 garments were quite costly, and the assistant's demeanor grew increasingly eager as she personally wrapped them up. She flattered, "Esteemed guest, your items are ready. Would you like us to send them to Mo Lu?" Xichen replied, "Yes, please send the clothes my friend chose as well." By friend, he referred to Xiaohua. Although their relationship could hardly be classified as friendship yet, he momentarily could not think of a more suitable term. The assistant informed Xichen, "Your friend has yet to select any clothing, so there is nothing to send." After spending nearly half an hour choosing outfits, how could Xiaohua not have selected a single piece? Approaching Xiaohua, Xichen found him standing dazedly in front of a row of clothes. The assistant beside him holding not a single item. Xichen tapped his shoulder, saying, "Hey, wake up. Did I not ask you to pick out some clothes? Why are you daydreaming?" Xiaohua snapped back to reality, turning to him and biting his lip. "I don't want to buy clothes here." Xichen was perplexed. "Why not? The styles and quality of the garments are quite good. Even if I am not familiar with the fabric, I can tell the materials used here are excellent." A hint of discomfort crossed Xiaohua's otherwise stoic face. "But the clothes here are too expensive." So, it was the price that troubled him. Xichen, the newly wealthy individual, boldly declared, "No worries, I'll cover the cost." "No," Xiaohua firmly refused, stating, "You've already spent a considerable sum for my treatment at Changqing Courtyard. If the clothes are this expensive, I fear I won't be able to repay you in the future." Xichen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xiaohua would wish to repay him. Although he had never intended to ask for repayment, hearing Xiaohua's words brought him a measure of joy. It felt rewarding to have rescued such a principled and grateful person with his 400 purple crystal stones. Of course, he did not genuinely expect Xiaohua to repay him. After all, he wouldn't live to see that day. However, he refrained from expressing his true thoughts and instead said, "Since you wish to repay me, then you must buy at least 1 piece of clothing here." Xiaohua inquired, "Why is that?" Xichen explained, "Think about it. This is Mo City, and you are merely an ordinary person without any cultivation. If you do not purchase a good outfit with defensive capabilities, you will struggle to survive here, let alone earn money to repay me." Xichen understood such principled individuals quite well. He understood that individuals of this nature possess a strong sense of pride. If he were to suggest at that moment that Xiaohua should not repay the debt or insist on gifting her clothes, she would likely refuse outright. Conversely, by accepting her proposal to repay the debt and framing the acquisition of clothing as part of that repayment, there existed a significant likelihood that she would acquiesce to his offer. Indeed, mere moments later, Xiaohua agreed, stating, "Then I shall purchase a garment with defensive qualities." Ultimately, although she consented to buy clothing, her reluctance to spend excessively led her to select a rather modest and inexpensive item with only average protective attributes. Witnessing this, Xichen refrained from commenting. As the shopkeeper was wrapping the garment, he leaned closer to the shopkeeper's ear and whispered, "Please discreetly substitute this with a high-defense magical robe of the same style." At the time of his utterance, he stood a good 10 meters away from Xiaohua, and he spoke in a hushed tone, one that even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would struggle to discern from such a distance. Yet, when Xichen lifted his gaze, he was startled to find Xiaohua frowning at him from afar. The expression on her face sent a shiver down his spine, and he momentarily feared that she had overheard him. Cautiously, he inquired, "Xiaohua, why do you gaze at me so?" "Nothing," she replied, averting her gaze to the side. Relieved, Xichen mused that it must have been mere coincidence. After all, at such a distance, how could an ordinary person like Xiaohua possibly hear him? Nevertheless, her piercing glance left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. As the shopkeeper executed the discreet swap, Xichen found his eyes wandering restlessly about the shop, a subconscious act born of his trepidation. In his wandering gaze, he discovered a plethora of small trinkets amidst the garments. The Linglang Pavilion did not solely offer clothing. High display cabinets showcased an array of accessories, including bracelets, hairpins, sword tassels, and headbands. A particular men's headband caught his eye. A light blue piece, unembellished yet exuding a refreshing simplicity. Intrigued, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "Is that blue headband for sale?" "Indeed, it is," the shopkeeper replied. "It is a rare headband imbued with a mid-tier attack formation, but it has already been reserved." Before the shopkeeper could finish, a boisterous male voice boomed from the entrance. Xichen turned to see a burly middle-aged man with a dark mark on his forehead, a sign of the demonic clan. Wishing to avoid entanglements with them, Xichen remarked, "Since you have reserved it, I shall not snatch it from you." The demonic man arrogantly retorted, "Even if you wish to take it, you would need the capability to do so." This provocation was rather bold, and Qing Mu, standing nearby with Xiaohua, overheard the exchange and approached with concern. "Huh, what, do you intend to bully the weak?" The demonic man sneered, casting a glance toward Qing Mu and Xiaohua, his expression suddenly shifting to one of fury. "Oh, so it is you who has stolen my Xiaohua. I shall make you pay dearly for this." With that declaration, he drew a large blade, swinging it menacingly toward Xichen. Chapter 14. As he gazed at the massive blade descending towards him, Xichen's mind went blank. He had been raised in a peaceful society and had never encountered danger. Now, caught off guard in a perilous situation, he felt utterly bewildered. Quick dodge. It was only when Xiaohua's voice reached him from behind that Xichen snapped back to reality, rolling his body backward just in time to evade the blade. The weapon struck the stone slab beneath him, shattering it into countless fragments. "Ah, you could dodge quite well. Let us see how long you can keep this up." The demon man, seeing his initial attempt thwarted, raised his blade once more, ready to attack. Fortunately, Qing Mu had arrived just in time, unsheathing his sword and holding the demon's weapon at bay. Although Qing Mu's sword was barely half the size of the demon's and positioned beneath it, he managed to hold the man's blade steady. The demon man attempted to forcefully strike down Qing Mu's sword, but failed repeatedly. Furious, he bellowed, "Do you know who I am? I am Wu Tong, a guest of Mo Lu. Who do you think you are to stand in my way? If you don't step aside, you will regret it." Qing Mu remained unfazed, his voice steady. "If young Master Wu is indeed a guest of Mo Lu, you should be well aware of the consequences of engaging in conflict with humans in Mo City. You know my identity? Are you one of Mo Lu's people?" Wu Tong squinted at Qing Mu and then glanced at Xichen, who was sheltered behind him. Recognizing Xichen's attire as one made by Mo Lu, he raised his weapon and withdrew it. "Since you are also a guest of Mo Lu, I shall let you off this time for the sake of courtesy. However, you must return Xiaohua to me. He is the furnace I have set my sights on." Upon uttering the words furnace, Wu Tong turned to Xiaohua, his expression lecherous and undisguised. "My dear beauty, you cannot escape. Come back home with me." He advanced toward Xiaohua, intending to seize him. Xiaohua, however, appeared calm and unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the notion of being taken away by Wu Tong. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xiaohua had tightly grasped a weapon hidden within his sleeve, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Xiaohua was acutely aware that, given his current abilities, he might not inflict any real harm on Wu Tong and could even be killed on the spot. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his desire to act. Even if it meant death, he refused to become a furnace without dignity. Wu Tong drew closer to Xiaohua, the distance between them dwindling to 4 steps. 3 steps, 2 steps. Just as Wu Tong was about to reach him, Xichen suddenly stepped forward. "Stop!" Xichen dusted off his clothes and positioned himself between Xiaohua and Wu Tong, displeased. "Excuse me, when did I agree to return Xiaohua to you?" He wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's shoulder, forcefully pulling the stiffened figure into his embrace, asserting, "Since Xiaohua has chosen to be with me, he belongs to me in life and death. There is no way I will return him to you." As Xiaohua gazed at Xichen's profile, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Ultimately, he relinquished the weapon he had clutched so tightly, his rigid form gradually softening. While Xiaohua relaxed, Wu Tong's expression darkened further at Xichen's words. He roared again, "Do you know who I am? I am Wu Tong, and you dare speak to me like this?" The name Wu Tung elicited a flicker of apprehension among the waiter and other patrons of the Linlang Pavilion. Yet, Xichen maintained his dissatisfied demeanor, retorting, "I don't care if you're Wu Tung or Bai Tung. Just remember this. Xiaohua is mine now, and I will never return him to you. If you have any grievances, take them up with Ning Feng." Wu Tung's face turned a deep shade of anger. "Fine. You dare challenge me like this? I will ensure you pay for it." With that, he stormed out of the Linlang Pavilion. The waiter hurried to clean up the mess left from the earlier scuffle. Qing Mu sheathed his sword and approached Xichen, advising Wu Tung is not someone to be trifled with. He is the son of the current Demon King's sister, notorious for his capriciousness. Despite the restrictions in Mo City, he will likely find other means to deal with you. Xichen shrugged indifferently. "Let him come. I'm not afraid. After all, I'm already on the brink of death. What do I have to fear?" Seeing Xichen's unwavering demeanor, Qing Mu intended to offer further counsel, but Xichen had already made his way outside. "Now that we've acquired our garments, let us dine. I am quite hungry." With the previous experience of being tracked in mind, Xichen opted against dining at the well-known Zui Xianlu, which was frequented by many. Instead, he casually selected a quieter restaurant along the street. Upon entering, they did not sit in the main hall, but rather in a private room. Xichen had initially intended to share the meal with Xiaohua and Qing Mu, but after confirming the private room was secure, Qing Mu excused himself. "As your steward, I must ensure your safety. I will stand guard at the door. Simply call for me if you need anything." Xichen attempted to persuade him to stay, but Qing Mu's professional integrity was too strong, and despite his efforts, he did not relent. Ultimately, Xichen had to concede. The private room was left with only Xichen and Xiaohua. The waiter, discerning from their attire who was in charge, respectfully presented the menu to Xichen. Perhaps because this world was crafted by modern sensibilities, the dishes bore little difference from contemporary cuisine, aside from more unique ingredients. Xichen ordered several of his favorite dishes according to his taste, and then handed the menu to Xiaohua. "Now, you should select a few dishes you enjoy." Xiaohua took the menu, glancing over it with a look of confusion, as if unsure of what to choose. "You can't even recall what you like to eat?" Xichen asked, slightly astonished. Xiaohua hesitantly nodded. "What about your preferred flavors? Can you remember those?" Again, Xiaohua nodded. "Allow me to assist you." Xichen took back the menu, adding a few universally loved dishes before handing it back to the waiter. "That'll be all." The waiter responded, "Very well. Would you like to order some beverages? We have just opened a new batch of plum wine today. Would you care for taste?" Xichen, knowing he had a poor tolerance for alcohol and would become affected if he drank, typically abstained during gatherings. "No." He instinctively began to refuse the waiter, but then reconsidered. He was on the verge of death, and with only Xiaohua by his side, why should he be so concerned? Xichen changed his mind. "Yes, bring me a jug." The wine arrived before the food. Xichen took a sip, savoring the rich aroma and subtle fragrance of the plum, which he found delightful. The wine was not harsh, and he suspected it was of lower alcohol content, leading him to lower his guard. Unintentionally, he ended up consuming 5 or 6 cups. The wine was indeed not very strong, but it was stronger than Xichen had anticipated. Soon, his face flushed, not from shyness, but from inebriation. Xiaohua noticed a change in Xichen's complexion and gently advised, "Do not drink anymore. Have some vegetables." He took the wine glass from Xichen's hand and offered him a pair of chopsticks instead. Xichen complied obediently, not making a fuss about losing the glass, but rather began to eat a few mouthfuls of food with the chopsticks. As he continued eating, he suddenly burst into laughter without any prelude. He laughed while staring intently at Xiaohua. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Xiaohua could barely swallow and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xichen, with a silly grin, replied, "I'm laughing at the worth of my 400 purple crystals, wondering how someone as beautiful as you could ever consider becoming a furnace for a coarse man like Wu Tung." Xiaohua replied, "Regardless of Wu Tung's appearance, I would never become his furnace, nor would I for anyone else." Xichen nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, having finally escaped Ning Feng, you certainly cannot return to being a furnace. He began to plan for Xiaohua. In 3 days, when the carefree divine doctor arrives in Mo City, you should regain your memory. At that time, I will give you some money, and you can return home to live a good life. Xiaohua's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly froze. He gazed at Xichen with a complex expression and finally couldn't contain his long-held curiosity, asking, "Why are you being so kind to me?" Xichen looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by being kind? You spent so much money to rescue me from Ning Feng, sought out a divine doctor for me, bought me clothes, and even wanted to give me money before leaving." Xiaohua reiterated, "Why are you being so kind to me?" "Oh, you mean that?" Xichen scratched his head, the alcohol loosening his tongue, and he candidly expressed his innermost thoughts. "Well, I suppose it's because of our shared suffering." Suddenly, Xichen's eyes turned red as he grasped Xiaohua's hand, expressing his woes. "You don't know, but I am quite similar to you. I was also thrust into this perilous place without any understanding or knowledge. Sometimes when I see you, it's as if I am seeing myself, lost, lonely, with nothing in this world. That's why I want to help you as much as I can." With that, he abruptly embraced Xiaohua, declaring loudly, "Xiaohua, do not be afraid. From now on, we shall be the closest of companions in this world. I will protect you. Let us support each other, no longer alone, and bravely move forward together." Xiaohua quietly accepted Xichen's embrace, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. After about half a minute, he solemnly replied, "All right." Chapter 15. A terrible headache. This was the first sensation that greeted Xichen upon awakening. He opened his bleary eyes, dragging his weary body with great effort to sit upright in bed, lamenting softly, "Had I known, I would have abstained from alcohol. The headache is unbearable, and I feel utterly drained and parched. Would you like me to pour you a glass of water?" A deep, melodious voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, Xichen responded with a greeting, but then the realization struck him, and he turned in terror to the other side of the bed. To his astonishment, the pure and youthful Xiaohua lay beside him, clad only in a thin nightgown that left little to the imagination. A wave of panic washed over Xichen as he pointed between himself and Xiaohua, stammering, You. What did we do last night?" It was no wonder Xichen was so alarmed. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a drunken escapade. Whenever he imbibed excessively, he transformed into a loquacious chatterbox, often losing all memory of the events that transpired. The void in his recollection of the previous night, combined with the sight before him, was enough to send anyone into a frenzy. Fortunately, Xiaohua's words alleviated his anxiety. "After you returned yesterday, you insisted we share the bed. I was concerned for your well-being given your inebriated state, so I stayed by your side throughout the night." Relief flooded over Xichen. "So he ventured cautiously. "Nothing happened between us, right?" Xiaohua looked puzzled. What could possibly happen between us? With that, Xichen's heart settled, and he chuckled nervously. "Oh, nothing at all. I merely feared my drunken antics might have disturbed your rest." Xiaohua reflected on their sleeping arrangement from the previous night, responding earnestly, "No, you were quite well behaved while intoxicated, though you were rather talkative, and some of your words were." He hesitated, seemingly weighing his choice of words. After a moment, he continued, "Quite surprising." This statement sent Xichen's heart racing once more. In modern times, his penchant for drunken babbling had offended many friends. Hearing Xiaohua's words filled him with dread that he had once again crossed a line, uttering something that might have upset him. He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I tend to ramble when I drink. Please don't take any offense. And don't believe anything I might have said." Xichen knew that while Xiaohua often maintained a stoic demeanor and spoke little, he was not an unfeeling person, nor was he the type to harbor grudges. Xichen assumed that his heartfelt apology would suffice, but to his surprise, Xiaohua's expression darkened at his words. With a frown, Xiaohua questioned, "Why should you think I cannot believe you?" Xichen was momentarily taken aback, explaining, "I didn't mean to imply you shouldn't believe me. I merely meant that my words were nonsensical and should not be taken seriously." Xiaohua fell silent. Yet Xichen could discern from the growing chill in his expression that his explanation had not made an impact. Sensing the awkwardness, Xichen attempted to say more. But Xiaohua swiftly donned his outer garments and strode out of the room, leaving Xichen bewildered. What has happened? He had been so sincere in his apology. How could Xiaohua still be upset? Had he said something utterly unforgivable? With no recollection of the previous night, Xichen was at a loss. After a moment, he rang the bell for Qingmu. "Qingmu, do you know what I said yesterday that might have angered Xiaohua?" Qingmu, equally perplexed, replied, I was stationed outside and did not enter the room, but I did overhear your conversation. You professed your feelings for Xiaohua and asked him to be your closest companion. Though Xiaohua had been silent for a time after hearing Xichen's declaration, he eventually responded with sincerity. Following that, Xiaohua had taken great care of the inebriated Xichen. The two had clearly shared a moment of mutual affection, so why was Xichen now asking about his anger? Qingmu could not fathom it and preferred not to. As a steward, his role was to manage his own responsibilities. Matters concerning his employer were not his domain. Bowing his head respectfully, he feigned ignorance. My apologies. I do not know. Despair washed over Xichen. If even Qingmu was unaware of the reason, how could he possibly apologize to Xiaohua? Was this not merely a childish tantrum? Qingmu recalled how other clients had handled similar situations in the past and suggested, perhaps you might consider purchasing a gift for young Master Xiaohua. A thoughtful present may lift his spirits and lead to forgiveness. Xichen's eyes lit up with realization. Of course, I can buy him a gift to express my apologies. That is indeed a splendid idea. Unfamiliar with the markets of Mo City, he inquired, are there many fine jewelry stores in Mo City? There are some, Qingmu replied, but if you seek exquisite items, I recommend tonight's auction. An auction? What sorts of items are typically auctioned? Xichen asked, intrigued. It is organized by our city lord and takes place every 3 months. Tonight happens to be one of those occasions. As for the items, Qingmu said with a hint of mystery, I cannot disclose specifics, but I assure you, anything you can imagine will likely be available at the auction. Confident in the auction organized by the city lord, Qingmu spoke with assurance. Xichen, genuinely eager to procure a lovely gift for Xiaohua as an apology, also found himself captivated by the prospect of attending an auction for the first time. When does it start? Don't need a ticket? It begins at the hour of high. Distinguished guests at Mo Tower have private booths at the auction and do not require tickets. The hour of high. After a day of recovery, Xichen finally emerged from the clutches of his hangover. He donned his attire and prepared to accompany Qingmu to the auction. Though Xiaohua remained upset, Xichen initially had no intention of inviting him along. However, as he passed by Xiaohua's door, he found himself halting involuntarily. Since Xiaohua had left this morning, he had not acknowledged him all day. Xichen sensed he might be met with rejection, yet he could not resist the urge to knock on Xiaohua's door. Xiaohua, I'm going to the auction tonight. Would you like to join me? Silence enveloped the room, with no response. Undeterred, Xichen called out again. I hear there will be many wonderful things at the auction. Still, the silence persisted. It seemed Xiaohua truly wished to ignore him. With a heavy sigh, Xichen turned to leave, only to hear the sound of a door opening behind him. Upon glancing back, he was greeted by the expressionless face of Xiaohua standing behind him. Xichen's heart leapt with joy. Xiaohua, you've finally come out. Are you not angry with me anymore? Xiaohua's face remained sour as he regarded him, offering no answer to his query, merely stating, aren't we supposed to go to the auction? Let's go. This expression and response indicated that Xiaohua still harbored resentment, yet Xichen did not feel disheartened. The fact that Xiaohua was willing to accompany him suggested that, despite his anger, he still wished to maintain their bond. As long as there was a desire to reconcile in his heart, how could he not mend things? Contentedly, Xichen led Xiaohua to the auction house. The staff recognized him as a guest of Mo Lu and respectfully ushered them into a private box on the upper floor. Qingmu stood guard outside, adhering to his usual duties, while Xichen and Xiaohua entered the box. The interior was modestly sized yet tastefully arranged, furnished with soft couches, cushions, tables, chairs, and tea sets, all the essentials present. Opposite the soft seating was a semi-lattice wall, with the upper section veiled by sheer silk. Through the delicate fabric, one could clearly see the auction stage below, along with the tiers of seats cascading downward. As the auction was about to commence, the seating area was already filled with a throng of people. Looking up, Xichen noticed another box identical to theirs at the highest point. The lattice sections of the other boxes were similarly draped in silk, and intriguingly, while the interior views were clear, nothing could be seen from the outside. Xichen mused, this design is rather considerate. However, I wonder how we are to conduct the auction, as I see no mechanisms for it here. Xiaohua's expression remained sour. Yet upon hearing Xichen's words, his thin lips parted slightly, indicating he intended to respond. However, before he could utter a word. A soft male voice floated in from the entrance. "Esteemed guest, you are a valued patron of our MO city. There is no need for you to handle the auction yourself. I shall serve as your intermediary. Simply inform me of your auction desires." Both Xichen and Xiaohua turned towards the door. The speaker was a young man, slender and delicate, with a visage as charming as a blooming peach blossom. Meeting Xichen's gaze, he bowed gracefully. "Esteemed guest, my name is Ning Feng, and I shall be responsible for your explanations and auctioning today." With that, he flashed a sweet, enchanting smile. The beauty of a youth with such a delicate countenance was indeed captivating. Had it been any other time, Xichen would have taken a moment to admire Ning Feng's smile, but today his attention was wholly captivated by Xiaohua. He noticed that since Ning Feng's entrance, Xiaohua's already sour expression had grown even more displeased, and his lovely lips had pressed tightly together. Just moments ago, he had seemed ready to engage in conversation. Why had he suddenly grown irritable? Confused, Xichen scratched his head, unable to comprehend Xiaohua's capricious temperament. Chapter 16. Xichen was not one to indulge in speculation. He believed that since he did not comprehend why Xiaohua was upset, it was better to inquire directly. Effective communication surpasses the futility of convoluted conjectures. "Xiaohua, are you unhappy?" Upon hearing Xichen's question, Xiaohua's expression softened slightly, as if she was preparing to respond. However, before Xichen could register her answer, Ning Feng reminded him, "Esteemed guest, the auction has commenced." Instinctively, Xichen turned to glance at the auction stage below. On the spacious platform, two alluring female auctioneers had taken their positions. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the auction in MO City. I am Liang Chun, and this is Mei Jing. Today, the two of us shall present the items available for bid. We hope you will not find our tongues too clumsy." The duo spoke in an endearing manner while subtly showcasing their enticing figures, provoking a chorus of cheers from the male audience. Xichen, indifferent to such distractions, quickly turned back, intent on listening to Xiaohua. Yet, he noticed that at some point, she had closed her eyes, her demeanor tranquil as she leaned against the soft couch, seemingly indulging in a brief respite. Xichen could not ascertain whether Xiaohua was genuinely resting or purposefully avoiding him. However, one thing was certain, regardless of her reasons for shutting her eyes, it was best not to disturb her. As the auction unfolded, Xichen's thoughts drifted to the apology gift he intended to procure, and he focused intently on the proceedings. Engrossed in the auction below, he failed to notice the deep furrow that had formed between Xiaohua's brows after he had turned away, nor the triumphant smile that graced Ning Feng's lips. The initial items up for bid were rare, celestial herbs and spiritual fruits. Although Xichen had no intention of purchasing such items, he observed keenly, recognizing those being auctioned as the very ones he had sold to Mo Lu. He recalled that he had received 200 purple crystal stones for them, yet they were now being auctioned for nearly 800. The profit was nearly quadrupled, a staggering gain indeed. While Xichen marveled at this, Ning Feng's voice broke through his reverie. "Esteemed guest, why have you not placed a single bid? Are you uninterested in celestial herbs and similar items?" Xichen held no inclination to engage in conversation with strangers, yet he would respond out of courtesy if approached. "I have no particular interest in celestial herbs or the like." Ning Feng's face brightened at his reply, and he continued, "Then may I inquire what you hope to acquire at this auction?" Seemingly concerned about overstepping, he added, "I am well informed about the types of items that will be presented tonight and can alert you when they appear." Given that the auction would last for an hour and a half, 3 hours in total, Xichen appreciated the offer. "I am looking for accessories. Nothing too extravagant. Just simple adornments like jade pendants or hairbands that are suitable for men, preferably with protective or offensive formations." "Suitable for men?" Ning Feng discreetly cast a glance at the still-closed Xiaohua, a playful smile emerging as he probed. "Could it be that you intend to gift such an item to a certain enchanting companion?" At that moment, Xiaohua abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Xichen with an intensity that seemed foreign to her. Unfortunately, Xichen remained oblivious to her fervent stare. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it best not to reveal his intentions regarding the gift, preferring instead to surprise Xiaohua once he had acquired it. Thus, he shook his head and replied, Not at all. I merely had a sudden desire for such an item. Perhaps I will gift it to a particularly remarkable companion when the opportunity arises. The heat in Xiao Hua's gaze vanished instantly. She regarded Xichen with a blank expression for a brief moment before shifting her attention back to Ning Feng, her eyes harboring an inscrutable darkness. Ning Feng, having overheard Xichen's response, stifled a laugh, his amusement seemingly unfounded. Xichen, perplexed, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Suppressing his mirth, Ning Feng replied softly, "Esteemed guest, your fortune is fortuitous. The next item up for bid perfectly aligns with your desires." Simultaneously, the two female auctioneers announced, "This is the sixth item of the day, the tangled green silk. Do not underestimate this hairband simply because it appears to be just that. It has been crafted by the renowned Master Ding Tong, whose creations are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this hairband possesses a top-tier defensive formation that can withstand a single strike from a God Realm cultivator or 3 from a nascent soul cultivator. The name Tangled Green Silk bears profound connotations, making it an exquisite gift for either a soulmate or a lover." Ning Feng noted that, under the auctioneer's persuasion, Xichen had begun to display signs of interest. His eyes sparkled with intent as he subtly moved his own unadorned black hair closer to Xichen, suggestively stating, "Esteemed guest, I too find the name Tangled Green Silk delightful. What do you think?" Xichen, already vexed by the name, did not even glance at Ning Feng, offering a perfunctory, "It's all right." His response was entirely dictated by the decorum of the auction setting. He felt too restrained to openly disparage the name in the presence of an employee. However, internally, he harbored significant discontent toward it. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, he might not have known who Master Ding Tong was, but he understood that the hairband was indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, the top-tier defensive formation was perfectly suited for Xiao Hua, an innocent youth devoid of cultivation. Initially, Xichen had intended to bid, but upon hearing the name Tangled Green Silk and its romantic implications, he found it somewhat inappropriate to present such a sentimental gift to Xiao Hua, with whom he shared a platonic bond. Yet, it seemed a shame to forego an accessory so fitting for her. Should he bid or not? As Xichen wrestled with his dilemma, the bidding for Tangled Green Silk began. Starting at 10 purple crystal stones, please place your bids. 20 purple crystal stones. 50 purple crystal stones. 80 purple crystal stones. As the price escalated, Xichen became increasingly convinced of the rarity of the item. His initial hesitations began to dissipate, especially with Ning Feng's incessant flattery. "Esteemed guest, Tangled Green Silk is truly a marvelous accessory. If I were to possess such a hairband in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. 90 purple crystal stones. Very well, 90 purple crystal stones once. 90 purple crystal stones twice. 90 purple crystal stones. 100 purple crystal stones." Ning Feng bid now. Amidst the fervent auction and extravagant praise, Xichen finally resolved to purchase Tangled Green Silk for Xiao Hua. Ning Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly placed the bid on Xichen's behalf. Ultimately, Xichen secured the hairband for 150 purple crystal stones. Barely 2 minutes had passed since the acquisition when attendants from the auction house arrived to deliver Tangled Green Silk. The silk ribbon, shimmering with a pristine white hue, emanates an alluring beauty even in its unadorned simplicity. Xichen lifted the ribbon from the tray, examining it closely, and indeed, the more he gazed, the more he felt it was perfectly suited for Xiao Hua. A servant who presented the ribbon inquired, "Esteemed guest, would you like it packaged in a box?" Xichen replied, "No need. I wish to gift it directly to the one most deserving of it." Xiao Hua silently clenched her fists. A gentle breeze played with the corners of Ning Feng's lips as he gracefully approached Xichen, preparing to lean against his shoulder, only to witness Xichen bypass him and stride directly toward Xiao Hua. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Hua slowly opened her eyes. Xichen extended the ribbon towards her with a warm smile, saying, "Here, this gift is for you. Please do not remain upset with me." Xiao Hua cast her gaze upon the lustrous ribbon, confusion clouding her eyes. "Why give it to me? Did you not say it was meant for a particularly exceptional confidant?" Xichen clarified, "I was jesting. My purpose at the auction was to acquire a gift for you, and this ribbon is simply perfect. You should replace that tattered string atop your head. Xiao Hua's hair cascaded long and dark, resembling a cloud of ink, remarkably beautiful yet cumbersome. In her pursuit of neatness, she had resorted to tying her hair with a frayed string after Xichen rescued her from Chongqing Square. Though she was indifferent to her appearance, Xichen felt a pang of sorrow witnessing her neglect her own hair. Long before at Linlang Pavilion, he had intended to buy her a ribbon, but unfortunate circumstances had delayed that desire. Today, acquiring this ribbon at the auction felt like a long-awaited fulfillment. Despite his casual demeanor, he was internally anxious, fearing Xiao Hua might not readily accept his gift. Fortunately, she proved to be less petulant than he had anticipated. After hearing his explanation, she graciously accepted the shimmering ribbon, discarding the frayed string atop her head. The pristine silk complemented Xiao Hua's elegant demeanor splendidly, prompting Xichen to exclaim, "I was right. You are indeed the perfect match for this ribbon. Absolutely stunning." In response to his praise, Xiao Hua's lips curled into a rare smile. "Thank you." It remained unclear whether she expressed gratitude for the ribbon or for Xien's compliment. Regardless, Xichen was elated, for he knew Xiao Hua had finally set aside her anger. "We share such a splendid bond. There is no need for thanks. Come, let us not linger idly here. Let us enjoy the auction together." Xichen drew Xiao Hua to his side, their hands brushing against each other as they sat together. Ning Feng, observing their newfound intimacy, felt a flicker of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he approached Xichen, intent on speaking with him. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Xiao Hua suddenly turned her head. Her once dark eyes now glowed a fierce crimson, fixating on Ning Feng with a menacing glare as she silently declared, "He is mine. Leave." Accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure, Ning Feng was so startled that he fell to the ground, shamefully soiling himself. Xichen, noticing Xiao Hua's unexpected behavior, poked her gently. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao Hua, maintaining her composure, responded, "Oh, nothing. I was just contemplating how exorbitantly priced this ribbon is." Recalling Xiao Hua's previous actions, Xichen felt a headache coming on. "You aren't considering returning the cost of the ribbon to me, are you?" Xiao Hua shook her head. No repayment. We're not the same as we were before." Chapter 17. Beyond the human and demon races, the realm of cultivation also harbors another species, the Yao clan. The Yao clan occupies a unique position within the cultivation world. Both humans and demons, upon their birth, are frail and defenseless, vulnerable to the whims of danger. In stark contrast, Yao offspring are endowed with innate cultivation capabilities from the moment of their birth, varying in strength according to their bloodline. Offspring of weaker Yao bloodlines possess merely the capacity for qi cultivation, while those of more formidable lineages, such as the unparalleled Dragon clan, are born with golden core-level cultivation. Regardless of their cultivation levels, every Yao is equipped with a degree of self-preservation from the outset, and their progress in postnatal cultivation surpasses that of the other two races. Even in combat, Yao, due to their physical stature, often hold an advantage over their human and demon counterparts of equivalent cultivation levels. Such evident inherent advantages might lead the uninformed to believe that the Yao clan would dominate the cultivation world. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The Yao seldom engage in the fierce competition for resources within the realm and are allocated a meager share. This phenomenon can be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, Yao cultivators are born robust and generally possess a carefree disposition, showing little interest in vying for resources they hardly require. Secondly, the population of Yao is alarmingly sparse. As the saying goes, every aspect of existence has its limits. Since the Yao have already acquired physiques far superior to other races, maintaining balance in the world necessitates that they bear some shortcomings. Indeed, the heavenly way has imposed upon the Yao the challenge of procreation. Whereas humans and demons can typically conceive within 2 years, Yao may wait 20 years or even longer for offspring. It is not uncommon for Yao to wait 50 or even 100 years for a single child. With the Dragon clan, known for its difficulty in reproduction, having not birthed any young for over a millennium. In light of these challenges, Yao cultivators Particularly those who have recently transformed from beasts or are on the cusp of transformation, often find themselves captured by humans shortly after their metamorphosis. Humans seek them for various purposes. The flesh of Yao is considered a potent tonic for both humans and demons, providing significant benefits whether consumed raw or used in medicine. Moreover, Yao possess not only formidable physiques, but also striking beauty. Some individuals with peculiar tastes may purchase them for use as concubines. The narrative in the book Beloved Jr. Disciple glosses over the plight of these Yao, leaving little impact on Xichen during his reading. Yet, as he witnesses the auctioning of a Yao firsthand, an overwhelming sense of revulsion and sympathy wells up within him. On the auction stage, a woman, perhaps a female Yao, displays an extraordinary form, the lower half resembling a 2-meter-long white python, while her upper half possesses a captivating human figure and an alluring visage. Esteemed guests, behold the 8th item of today's auction, a female Yao nearing completion of her transformation. The auctioneers diligently present their pitch. This female Yao originates from the high-tier beast, the white python, and upon full transformation, she will possess golden core cultivation. A creature of such strength is invaluable, whether for consumption or as a concubine. The mention of the term concubine elicits laughter from numerous male cultivators. Pray tell, how does one enjoy a concubine? Their laughter fills the air. The female auctioneer lifts the Yao's face as if it were a mere commodity. Even among the Yao, her beauty is exceptional, and her robust physique ensures she can endure any exertion. Another auctioneer brandishes a whip, striking the Yao to demonstrate her strength. Her anguished cries echo, "Help, help." Tears glisten in her eyes as she casts desperate glances at the audience, seemingly pleading for rescue. Yet all she receives are cold, appraising stares. Indeed, her beauty is remarkable, and her strength is undeniable. She would be delightful to consume. Xichen's stomach churns at the crude remarks wafting from the crowd. He had anticipated encountering darkness upon arriving in Mo City and had prepared himself mentally. However, the reality proved far more sinister than he had envisioned. Struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, he heard the sound of retching beside him. Turning, he discovered Xiao Hua had succumbed to nausea. Clutching his abdomen, Xiao Hua's pallor was stark, yet his gaze remained locked on the tormented Yao. It was evident that the brutal treatment of the Yao had sickened Xiao Hua as well. Xichen was surprised to see Xiao Hua, typically steadfast and resilient, so easily affected. After all, Xiao Hua was merely 18, and despite his inner strength, he was still a fresh-faced adolescent. With his memory loss, it was only natural for him to be disturbed by such cruelty. "Xiao Hua, if it's too much for you, perhaps you should look away." Xichen rose, guiding Xiao Hua to a more secluded area where the auction's horrors were obscured. Yet, even in this refuge, Xiao Hua's expression remained troubled, his vacant stare suggesting he was lost in thought, his breathing growing heavier. "Hey, Xiao Hua, are you all right?" Xichen called several times, but Xiao Hua appeared oblivious to his concern, maintaining that same vacant expression. Growing increasingly anxious, Xichen contemplated leading Xiao Hua out of the auction house, but he was also reluctant to abandon the plight of the Yao on stage. He possessed just over 1,000 purple crystal stones and found himself torn over whether to use this sum to rescue the Yao. Starting bid at 1,000 purple crystal stones. Interested parties, please raise your bids. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the starting price for the Yao. The initial figure far exceeded Xichen's budget, and the subsequent bidding escalated wildly. 1,500, 2,000, 3,000. Hearing the price triple in an instant, Xichen felt powerless, letting out a resigned sigh as he led Xiao Hua away from the auction. He had hoped that exiting the auction would alleviate Xiao Hua's distress. However, the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Xiao Hua's condition not only failed to improve, but had worsened. He remained unresponsive to Xichen's words, his gaze fixated on the direction of the auction house, unwilling to stray too far from its vicinity. Xichen was perplexed by Xiao Hua's demeanor, yet he understood that he could not afford to neglect Xiao Hua any longer. "Qingmu, something is amiss with Xiao Hua. I will keep watch over him. You must swiftly find a physician to attend to him." Qingmu's professional integrity shone through at that moment, as he stubbornly refused to leave Xichen's side. "Sir, I am your steward, tasked with ensuring your safety. I cannot abandon you." Xichen felt a headache coming on. After scanning the area, he spotted a medical clinic not far ahead and relented. "Let's not stray too far. We shall seek a doctor at that clinic." To prevent any unforeseen incidents with Xiaohua alone, Xichen hurried, managing to enter and exit the clinic in a mere 3 minutes. Yet, upon his return, Xiaohua had vanished. Panic and frustration surged within him. Damn it, I should not have left. Where could Xiaohua have gone in such a short time? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the auction house, flames erupting into the sky. Xichen's heart sank as he speculated. Xiaohua had been staring at the auction house. Could he have run back? Qingmu shared this concern. He glanced between Xichen and the auction house, conjuring a barrier around Xichen. "The situation is precarious. I will investigate. Remain here. As long as you stay within the barrier, no one can harm you in Mo City." With that, Qingmu vanished in a flash. Xichen longed to accompany Qingmu to the auction house, but he knew his lack of cultivation would only hinder Qingmu. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the mounting anxiety within him, and awaited patiently. Approximately 2 minutes later, throngs of cultivators streamed from the auction house, and among them was the previously missing Xiaohua. Xichen fixated on the exit, and upon spotting Xiaohua, he waved eagerly. "Xiaohua, over here. Come quickly." Hearing his voice, Xiaohua hastened to the barrier, his expression grave. "A calamity has occurred. The auction house is ablaze, and the female demon that was just auctioned off has escaped. It is rumored that the auction house was attacked by a powerful entity from the demon clan." Qingmu insisted that this place was too perilous and urged, "Let's return to Mo Tower immediately." Extending a hand toward Xichen, Xiaohua implored, "Hurry, come with me." Xichen, having no defenses against Xiaohua, stepped out of the barrier, grasping Xiaohua's hand, eager to leave. Yet, Xiaohua remained rooted in place, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "Ah, at last, you have fallen into my grasp." Xichen recognized the voice of Wuding. His heart leaped in alarm. Just as he attempted to flee, his body succumbed, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chapter 18. With a sudden splash, a bucket of cold water was thrown onto Xichen's face like a tempest. The water jolted the unconscious Xichen awake, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Before he could grasp his situation, the sinister laughter of Wuding echoed from the front. "Hee, finally awake, are we?" Following the sound, Xichen beheld Wuding, who had returned to his true form, looking down at him with a malevolent grin. "Surprised to see me?" he taunted, raising an eyebrow in triumph. Xichen pursed his lips, ignoring him, and turned to survey his environment. It appeared to be a large warehouse filled with clutter, dimly lit, with not a single window in sight. The only source of light came from a door that was too dilapidated to close properly. He was too far from the door to discern what lay outside, but if the door couldn't close, perhaps there was still a chance to escape. "Don't even think about it. You can't escape," Wuding sneered, clearly reading Xichen's thoughts. "I've sealed the area with a barrier so impenetrable that no one can enter or exit except for me." Hearing this, Xichen finally redirected his gaze back to Wuding. The latter observed him with keen interest, hoping that this man, who once spoke so boldly against him, would now beg for mercy. However, Xichen did not plead. He understood that Wuding had gone to great lengths to capture him, and Wuding simply let him go because of a plea. To beg would only serve to inflate Wuding's ego further. Confronting someone like Wuding required a show of strength. However, lacking any cultivation, Xichen found this impractical. Instead, he invoked the name of Mo City as a warning. "This is Mo City. Do you not fear the repercussion from the Lord of Mo City for killing me here?" Wuding, unfazed by the expected display of desperation, shrugged dismissively. "Who says I intend to kill you? I brought you here simply to give you a gift." With that, he crouched down, grasped Xichen's chin, and forcefully shoved a pill into his mouth. Xichen attempted to spit it out, but as soon as the pill entered, it dissolved into a wave of heat that surged down his throat. Almost instantaneously, a fierce warmth ignited within him, overwhelming and uncontrollable. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Wuding and demanded, "What have you made me ingest?" "Nu Meishong." Wuding replied gleefully, relishing Xichen's visible distress. This is a precious drug I've kept for years. Its effects are immediate and irreversible. Unless you engage in copulation with another, you will not be able to detoxify. And if you cannot detoxify, Wuding pointed to a certain part of Xichen's anatomy. That area will explode. You vile creature. Xichen seethed. For a man, the thought of such an explosion was akin to a fate worse than death, especially given that he had only a few days left to live. The notion of becoming a eunuch before his demise was unbearable. Enraged, Xichen attempted to rise and confront Wuding, but he lacked the strength even before the drug took effect. And now, weakened by it, he could barely move. As Wuding had predicted, the effects of the drug were swift. Mere minutes later, Xichen was drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, his head spinning. He tried to stand but collapsed helplessly to the ground. Wuding, unrelenting, mocked him, "TSK, in your pitiful state. You dare to compete for men? Just wait. In this warehouse, no one will come to your aid. Enjoy the impending explosion." Xichen had no energy left to retort. After a few more taunts, Wuding grew bored and left the warehouse. Upon exiting, he encountered Qingmu and Xiaohua waiting outside. Qingmu, sword in hand, directed it at the barrier, his aura surging with intent to break through. Wuding, however, was neither surprised nor concerned by Qingmu's actions. Don't waste your effort. Even if the Lord of Mo City himself were here, he couldn't breach this barrier, he declared smugly. This barrier was constructed with my uncle's demonic energy. Only the 4 great celestial lords could hope to penetrate it. Qingmu's expression darkened as he sheathed his sword and stated solemnly, "Young Master Wuding, this is Mo City. I trust you understand that no conflict between humans and demons is permitted here. Should you disrupt this order, even with your uncle as a demon king, the Lord will not let you off lightly." Wuding feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Who said I was fighting with anyone? Which of your eyes saw me in conflict with a human?" "But you have imprisoned my employer," Qingmu replied. "Imprisoned? How can that be construed as a fight?" "I merely invited your employer for a cup of tea, but accidentally gave him the wrong drink and forgot to take him with me," Wuding retorted. "You are twisting the truth," Qingmu countered, exasperated. "Whether I'm twisting the truth is irrelevant. What matters is whether your lord is willing to believe my story." Qingmu fell silent, aware that the lord would likely side with Wuding. On the surface, Mo City proclaimed a strict ban on any conflict between humans and demons, with violators facing execution. However, when a violator had substantial backing, the lord would likely downplay the incident to avoid trouble. Wuding's uncle was a demon king, an intimidating background indeed. Furthermore, Wuding had already concocted a convenient excuse. The lord would superficially accept Wuding's explanation and impose only minor consequences. Wuding would emerge unscathed, but Qingmu faced dire repercussions. As a steward, he had allowed his employer to fall into peril, potentially resulting in severe consequences for him at the hands of the MO building. The thought of the MO building's punitive measures drained the color from Qingmu's face. Drawing his sword, he summoned all his spiritual energy and struck at the barrier with a force akin to the splitting of the heavens. With a resounding clang, the barrier remained untouched. Undeterred, Qingmu swung his sword again. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, a mere human, picked up a sharp stone and began hammering at the barrier with determination. This amusing spectacle prompted Wuding to burst into laughter. "Ha ha, my little beauty, how adorable you are! Do you truly believe a stone can break a barrier forged from the Demon King's magic? Let me be frank. The weakling inside is of no use to you anymore. You might as well come back with me. I promise you a life of revelry." Xiaohua remained silent, merely casting a cold glare at Wuding. Wuding, aware of Xiaohua's lack of cultivation, was inexplicably struck with a twinge of fear at her icy gaze. Once he recognized his foolishness in fearing a mere mortal, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Damn it, what a misfortune! He cursed under his breath, losing all interest in Xiaohua and turning to leave. Qingmu and Xiaohua, undeterred by Wuding's departure, continued their relentless attempts to breach the barrier. Time passed slowly, and after countless failures, Qingmu finally surrendered. Yet, Xiaohua, a mere human, persisted, hammering away at the barrier without pause. Due to the excessively sharp surface of the stone and the overwhelming force exerted by Xiaohua, his hands were already marred with crimson stains. His breath grew rapid with the urgency of his chisel strikes. Qing Mu, feeling a pang of sympathy, advised, "Give up. This barrier can only be breached by the four great immortals." Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "No, I must rescue him. I will." Qing Mu responded, "But this is an impossible endeavor, and perhaps he within has already." "No, that cannot be." Without allowing Qing Mu to finish, Xiao Hua turned his head. Glaring fiercely with bloodshot eyes, "He absolutely cannot be dead." Taken aback by Xiao Hua's terrifying demeanor, Qing Mu barely had time to react before Xiao Hua struck once more with fervor. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the seemingly indestructible barrier was forcibly breached by Xiao Hua. Qing Mu stood in astonishment as he witnessed Xiao Hua tear open the gap and step inside. The moment the barrier was breached, Qing Mu hurriedly followed, wishing to enter as well, but as soon as Xiao Hua crossed the threshold, the opening immediately sealed itself, sending him flying back from the barrier's force. Inside the room, the prolonged heat and torment of desire had left Xichen on the brink of collapse. His complexion was flushed, and he lay disheveled on the floor, gasping for breath. Overwhelmed by the unyielding pressure, despair filled Xichen's heart as he feared he might truly lose his little brother today. Having only crossed over a few days ago to such a lamentable fate, the thought of dying now and becoming a eunuch felt unbearable. He would rather end it all at once. At that moment, just as Xichen gathered his strength to rise and dash himself against the wall in despair, the dilapidated warehouse door creaked open once more. Believing it to be Wu Tung returning, he initially paid it no mind, only to hear Xiao Hua's voice a moment later. "Are you all right?" As the voice reached him, Xichen felt himself being lifted and propped up. He looked up to see Xiao Hua. Filled with surprise, "Xiao Hua, you've come." "Yes, I have," Xiao Hua replied, his face slightly flushed, his gaze lingering on Xichen's lower half. Realizing where Xiao Hua's gaze was fixed, Xichen suddenly recalled his previous actions when alone, quickly curling up and exclaiming in embarrassment, "Xiao Hua, don't look. I've been poisoned." Upon hearing that Xichen was poisoned, Xiao Hua lost his previous thoughts and urgently inquired, "What poison did you take?" "I've been poisoned by the Maiden's eyebrow poison." "Maiden's eyebrow poison?" "ISNT that." Xiao Hua's heart, which had just calmed, began to stir again as he gazed at the disheveled Xichen, his breath becoming erratic. Chapter 19. The turmoil of emotions was but fleeting. Soon, the concern for Xichen's well-being overshadowed all else in Xiao Hua's heart. "Do not be afraid. I shall take you to see a doctor at once," Xiao Hua declared, shedding his own garments to cover Xichen, intent on lifting him. However, Xichen, sensing his intention, grasped Xiao Hua's arm with his feverish hands, detaining him. "Do not waste time seeking a doctor. It is futile." With great effort, he resisted the tempestuous desires raging within him, his voice strained as he informed Xiao Hua. Wu Ting stated that there is no antidote for this poison. Only through intimate union can it be resolved. Intimate union? In this warehouse, it was just the two of them. Could it be that Xichen wished? Xiao Hua felt an intense warmth radiating from Xichen's heated hands, searing through him like a raging fire, igniting his heart. "Xiao Hua, please find a man for me." With a jolt, the flames within Xiao Hua were extinguished in an instant. His face turned ashen. Disbelief etched across his features as he fixed his gaze on Xichen. "What did you just say?" Xichen, now weakened, dizzy, and blurred in vision, was oblivious to Xiao Hua's expression. He assumed Xiao Hua must not have heard him correctly. Raising his voice, he reiterated, "Go find a man for me." After a moment's thought, he added emphatically, "Make sure he is young and handsome." Now, Xiao Hua's face was not only pale, but his eyes also burned with anger. He leaned closer to Xichen, a turbulent undercurrent in his gaze. "Why must it be a man?" Xichen, still unaware of the brewing danger, replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it is to detoxify." He lamented to Xiao Hua, "You cannot comprehend the grotesqueness of this poison. If I do not engage with someone, that part of me will explode. I cannot become a eunuch merely to preserve my virtue." He presumed that Xiao Hua, being a man himself, would understand his predicament. Yet Xiao Hua persisted. "Why must it be another man?" Xichen, perplexed, wondered if Xiao Hua's hearing had faltered. It seemed he could not grasp anything Xichen said today. Clearing his throat, He was about to raise his voice again when Xiaohua interjected. Why seek another man? Am I not young enough? Am I not handsome enough? Xichen paused, finally comprehending Xiaohua's intent, stammering, You mean to help me detoxify? Indeed, I wish to assist you, Xiaohua admitted candidly, even daring to question. Is that not permissible? Xichen replied, Well, it is not that it cannot be done, but it is inappropriate. Xiaohua challenged, In what way is it inappropriate? Is it because you deem me too young, or perhaps not handsome enough? At merely 18, Xiaohua was undeniably youthful, and his appearance perfectly aligned with Xichen's aesthetic preferences, making the latter objection implausible. Xichen struggled to articulate his thoughts. It is not about age or looks. It is about our relationship. We are friends, the best of friends. How could I engage in such acts with you? Xiaohua obstinately questioned. Why should that be a barrier? Xichen found himself at a loss, realizing he could no longer debate this matter with Xiaohua, as he felt he was on the verge of succumbing. With great difficulty, he rose from Xiaohua's embrace, staggering towards the exit. I cannot discuss this further. I must find a man to detoxify myself. Xiaohua, his eyes crimson and expression dark, blocked Xichen's path. There is a barrier outside. You cannot leave. And aside from me, you shall not seek another man. At that moment, Xiaohua stood extremely close, their faces nearly touching. In such proximity, Xichen finally discerned Xiaohua's foreboding expression and the terrifying crimson of his eyes. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, but stumbled backward due to his weakened state. Fortunately, Xiaohua swiftly caught him in his arms. Xichen steadied himself, but before he could exhale in relief, he suddenly felt a hand gripping him. Overly sensitive, he let out a soft moan, looking up in shock at Xiaohua. What are you doing? Xiaohua's voice was hoarse yet soothing. I am here to detoxify you. With that, he embraced Xichen and pressed a fervent, unfamiliar kiss upon him. Let go, let go. Xichen initially managed to resist with a flicker of clarity, but soon, under Xiaohua's tender ministrations, his sensitive body melted into a pliant pool. Before long, heavy breaths and muffled sobs echoed throughout the dim warehouse, their sounds lingering from the dark of night until dawn's first light. Though the poison within Xichen was neutralized, he felt as though half of his vitality had been drained. How had this occurred? Exhaustion, of course. He could not fathom how Xiaohua, equally untrained, could endure such exertion for so long. Barely had he finished before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Sensing Xichen's unconsciousness, Xiaohua gently cradled him, planting a soft kiss upon his forehead, whispering dangerously, You shall not seek another man. Unaware of everything transpiring, Xichen drifted from the dawn back into darkness, only to awaken slowly. Pain. This was the first and sole sensation that greeted Xichen upon awakening. Every inch of his body, from his waist to his legs to his arms, ached profoundly. The previous night's fervor, coupled with their shared inexperience, had left him sore, particularly given the intensity of their encounter. Though he recognized this upon feeling the pain, a peculiar expression crossed his face. For while his limbs and torso throbbed, the area that ought to be in agony bore no discomfort at all. How strange. Could it be that he had become numb to the pain? Lost in thought, Xichen was suddenly aware of a hand gliding over his backside through his clothing. Faint yet palpable, Xiaohua's voice, sultry and intimate, drifted to his ears. After you fell asleep, I did my best to clean you up. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Xiaohua's tone was soft and tender, seemingly infused with the warmth of the previous night. Yet this gentle demeanor filled Xichen with dread. Ever since Xiaohua had insisted on detoxifying him, he had felt an undercurrent of fear. He had always perceived Xiaohua as a kind and strong young man. But the events of last night had ruthlessly shattered that perception. Recalling Xiaohua's blood-red eyes and fearsome countenance, a chill ran down Xichen's spine, as if he had provoked something beyond his comprehension. Why the silence? Are you uncomfortable? Noticing Xichen's reticence, Xiaohua inquired again, gently tugging at Xichen's garments. Let me check. We must ensure you're not injured. Chapter 20. Xichen had just overheard Xiaohua mention that he had tended to his body after he fell asleep, which was already quite humiliating. He never expected that Xiaohua would want to examine him while he was awake. Instantly, Xichen's cheeks flushed red as he grasped the hand that was tugging at his collar, exclaiming, Please no. I'm not injured. There's no need for an examination. Xiaohua scrutinized Xicheng's blushing face, clearly unconvinced by his words. No, it's essential to check. Ignoring Xicheng's protests, he pulled down Xicheng's collar. In that moment, Xichen felt one side of his shoulder grow cold, and in a panic, he attempted to escape. Xiaohua, stop. I truly am not hurt. With ease, Xiaohua yanked Xicheng back. If you aren't injured, then why were you crying all night? As soon as he spoke, Xicheng felt the other side of his shoulder, and indeed his entire upper body, turn cold. He was on the verge of losing his mind, and without thinking, he blurted out, I cried not because of pain, but because it was too. The moment he realized how shameful that confession was, he abruptly halted. Yet, he knew that even if he hadn't fully articulated it, Xiaohua understood his meaning. Xiaohua ceased his actions of tugging at Xicheng's clothing, and Xichen became acutely aware of this shift, filled with both surprise and fear. The surprise stemmed from Xiaohua's unexpected sensitivity, while the fear arose from the possibility of things escalating further. After Xicheng's half-spoken sentence, the atmosphere in the warehouse grew suddenly charged with ambiguity. Under the dim light, he could faintly perceive the heat of Xiaohua's gaze and the increasing heaviness of his breaths. As time passed, the air thickened with tension. Just when Xicheng thought he could no longer endure the moment, Xiaohua unexpectedly reached out, smoothing out Xicheng's disheveled clothing. Since you aren't hurt, you should quickly put your clothes back on. The barrier outside will soon break, he said softly. Before Xicheng could marvel at Xiaohua's self-control, he was drawn to the latter's subsequent remark. How do you know the barrier is about to break? I'm not entirely sure. Recently, I've been experiencing memories that I shouldn't possess, Xiaohua replied. Xicheng's eyes brightened. This must be the awakening of your past memories. Xiaohua, you're on the verge of regaining them. He felt a surge of joy for Xiaohua, but the latter merely responded with a nonchalant perhaps. Xicheng found Xiaohua's indifferent reaction puzzling. Why aren't you happy about recovering your memories? Don't you care about your past at all? I don't, Xiaohua stated, gazing deeply into his eyes. Right now, you are the closest person in my life, and that is all that matters to me. He neatly adjusted Xicheng's collar, then tenderly pressed a kiss on his forehead before standing to tidy his own clothing. Xicheng instinctively covered his still warm forehead, his heart racing. What on earth was happening? This situation felt even more serious than he had imagined. Noticing Xicheng's gaze, Xiaohua paused in his actions. What's wrong? Xicheng felt a chill at the memory of Xiaohua's fierce demeanor from the previous night and instinctively shook his head. It's nothing, but as he spoke, he realized that this issue could no longer be avoided. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage. Xiaohua, may I ask you a question? What question? I want to know what you think our relationship is right now. Without hesitation, Xiaohua replied, partners. Xicheng was taken aback. As I thought, this is quite serious. He buried his face in his hands, silent for a moment before asking, why do you think we are partners? We have already shared intimacy. What else could we be? Xiaohua stated matter-of-factly. A voice in Xicheng's mind retorted, friends with benefits. However, he dare not speak it aloud. Carefully, he crafted his response. Actually, Xiaohua, I believe that not everyone who shares intimacy is a partner. Life is about freedom. Why confine ourselves to unnecessary labels? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Sensing danger, Xicheng chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just rambling. If you don't like it, consider it nonsense. He began to step backward cautiously, away from Xiaohua. No, you're not just rambling. Xiaohua pursued him, backing him against the door of the warehouse. His eyes ablaze with intensity. You clearly wish to abandon me. Xicheng felt a wave of dread. Xiaohua had seen through him. He truly didn't wish to abandon Xiaohua. But their acquaintance had been so brief, merely a few days. Who would commit to a marriage with someone they had only just met? Most importantly, he couldn't bear the thought of Xiaohua becoming a widower at just 18. Despite his fear, he steeled himself to speak again. I'm not looking to abandon you, but I think it's too hasty to enter into a partnership after just a few days. He reasoned with earnestness. You're only 18, and there are countless wonderful experiences and people ahead of you. If we commit now, what will you do if you meet someone you truly love? Xiaohua replied firmly. That's impossible. Once I have you, I could never love anyone else. Xicheng felt a surge of frustration. How stubborn could this child be? Reluctantly, he adopted a callous demeanor. You may feel that way, but I might not. To be honest, I'm quite fickle. If I happen to fall for someone else, what then? I would kill him, Xiaohua declared, gripping Xichen's hand and pressing it against the door, his eyes reflecting the same fierce intensity from the previous night. If you dare to like someone else, I will kill him first. Then you. With that, he seized Xichen's lips in a fierce kiss. This kiss was not the gentle caress of before, but rather imbued with an element of rawness. Soon, Xichen felt his head spin, his vision darkening. He lamented, "Is this how my story ends?" Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a strange male voice called from outside, "Sir, are you inside?" Xiaohua's movements paused. The voice continued, "If you are uninjured, our Lord wishes to meet with you." Chapter 21. Esteemed guest, please, ahead lies the residence of our city lord. The chief steward of the MO building led Xichen while offering his apologies. Upon receiving a message from Qing Mu, the MO building promptly dispatched me to rescue you. However, due to the formidable barrier outside the warehouse, I was unable to break through and could only have you wait until now. I sincerely apologize. Xichen replied, "It is of no concern. This is beyond your control." Moreover, he discreetly glanced at the impassive Xiaohua beside him and silently rejoiced, realizing that had the chief steward not arrived at that moment, he might have found himself in a predicament with Xiaohua. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed guest." The chief steward stood before an imposing door. "The city lord awaits you inside. Please enter." Exchanging glances with Xiaohua, the two pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was adorned with exquisite carvings and elegant decor. At its center stood a low, intricately carved table, set with 3 jade cups from which a delicate fragrance of tea wafted. The lord of Mo City sat within, a tall figure with a rugged appearance, yet exuding an air of gentility as he held a jade cup, savoring the aroma. Upon hearing the door open, he set down his cup and turned to Xichen and Xiaohua, offering a refined smile. "The esteemed guests have finally arrived. I am Montak Yuan, the lord of Mo City, and I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." He gestured invitingly. "Please, take a seat." Xichen instinctively regarded Xiaohua as an innocent and naive youth. Concerned that Xiaohua might feel intimidated, he took his hand and led him to sit. "Greetings. Lord Mo, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Mo Yuan first glanced at the silent Xiaohua beside Xichen before responding, "Naturally, it pertains to the matter of Wu Tong." His tone grew somber. "I am truly sorry that Wu Tong has placed you in danger, but due to his unique status, I cannot uphold Mo City's commitment to deal with him." Xichen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Lord Mo, you are quite candid." He was not naive enough to believe that Mo City would execute Wu Tong simply because he had been wronged. After all, Wu Tong was the nephew of the Demon King, whereas he was merely a fugitive sought by the Xiantian sect. He could discern the weight of their respective standings. However, he did not expect Mo Yuan to be so forthcoming. Mo Yuan continued, "Esteemed guest, our Mo City values reputation above all. Even if we cannot deal with Wu Tong, we hope to maintain your favorable impression of us." In essence, he was implying that they sought a 5-star rating and wished for no harm to come to Mo City's reputation. Xichen understood the underlying message. However, mere honesty is hardly sufficient to uphold a positive impression of Mo City. To rephrase, a 5-star rating would require additional compensation. Mo Yuan chuckled, "I appreciate your forthrightness. Esteemed guest, since I have invited you here, I assure you that you will not leave disappointed." He presented his offer. "As compensation for this incident, you may continue to reside at the MO building free of charge for 5 days, and in the future, you will always be welcomed as our most esteemed guest." Xichen was unimpressed. Is that all? It was not that he was greedy, but the compensation seemed rather meager. The offer of 5 days of free lodging and the title of esteemed guest would cost the MO building little, especially since he was facing imminent death. "Do not fret. Our sincerity extends beyond this." Mo Yuan added, "There is another form of compensation that I have arranged to be placed in your room. You will see it upon your return, and I believe it will convey the MO building's goodwill." What sort of compensation would be waiting in his room? Xichen was not fond of such riddles. Yet, given his position and capabilities, he felt he could not continue to bargain with Mo Yuan. He decided to accept. Since you have made such an offer, I shall await it with anticipation. Mo Yuan seemed pleased with his acceptance, smiling. In that case, esteemed guest, you may select a new steward, and we can consider this matter resolved. Xichen was puzzled. Why choose a new steward? ISN T. Qingmu here? Mo Yuan replied. Qingmu has been detained. Detained? Why is that? He failed to ensure your safety, and according to the rules of the MO building, he must face consequences. Xichen furrowed his brow, but I have grown accustomed to Qingmu's assistance. Last night was merely an accident. Could you not make an exception and release him? Mo Yuan did not comprehend why Xichen insisted on relying on a failure. It was not an unreasonable request for him. It was simply a matter of words. He casually agreed. If you wish to keep Qingmu, I shall have him released. After concluding their discussion, the chief steward escorted Xichen and Xiaohua back to the MO building. Upon their return, Xiaohua did not engage in further conversation with Xichen and retreated to his own small compartment. His prompt withdrawal felt rather cold compared to his previous clinginess. Yet Xichen did not feel disheartened. Rather, he welcomed it. The more aloof Xiaohua became, the clearer it was that his feelings for Xichen were not profound. With such a lack of deep attachment, perhaps after some persuasion, Xiaohua might relinquish his fixation. With this thought, Xichen felt a sense of clarity and joy as he entered his room, eager to inspect the compensation Mo Yuan had provided. He had anticipated treasures or valuables. Yet upon thorough examination, he found only a mirror upon the table. It was not a magical artifact or a precious item, merely a mirror resembling a low-grade spiritual stone's reflection. Surely, Mo Yuan is quite stingy? Xichen mused, holding the mirror, perplexed when suddenly an image appeared on its surface. The figures within were He Zhou and Kong Yuan, seemingly on the move, with a backdrop of swiftly passing trees as they conversed. Kong Yuan asked, "Why do we still go to Mo City now that Xichen has left us?" He Zhou responded, "He is cunning. That tracking talisman may merely be a ruse to deceive us. I must find him and ensure he meets a gruesome end." As soon as he finished speaking, the image vanished, replaced by a line of small black text. The Xiantian sect will arrive in Mo City in 3 days, as Mo Yuan had indicated. After viewing the image, Xichen felt the sincerity of Mo City. They were aware of his status as a wanted man, and not only refrained from turning him in for the reward, but also disclosed this information to him, which was indeed a show of goodwill. However, this goodwill was somewhat of a double-edged sword for Xichen. He was to meet his demise in merely 2 days, while the Xiantian sect would not arrive for 3. Thus, their presence posed no immediate threat to him. He even began to wish that Mo Yuan had not been so sincere and had merely offered him gold and jewels to placate him. That way, he could leave some money for Xiaohua after his passing. Indeed, Xichen had made up his mind. Upon his death, he would bequeath all his wealth to Xiaohua. Though it was not by his own volition, he ultimately became entangled with Xiaohua. Having acted, he must now bear the responsibility. While he could offer nothing else to her, financial support was imperative. After all, failing to provide for Xiaohua would merely benefit the people of the Mo Tower. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Xichen opened it, only to be taken aback by the sight of Qingmu. At that moment, Qingmu appeared disheveled, his complexion pale, a stark contrast to his usual composed and professional demeanor. Xichen expressed his surprise. "Qingmu, what has happened to you?" Qingmu offered no explanation, merely expressing his gratitude in a hoarse voice. "Esteemed guest, thank you for pleading my case before the city lord. I shall never forget your kindness." Xichen, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the gravity of Qingmu's words, replied, "It was nothing really. I merely spoke on your behalf, and last night cannot be deemed your fault. It was all due to Wu Tang's cunning and my own lack of vigilance. If anything, I have caused you trouble." Qingmu insisted, "No, it is my fault. As the steward, I failed to consider all possibilities." Observing Qingmu's disheveled state, Xichen sighed. "Given your condition, there is no need to argue about fault. You should return and rest." "Yes," Qingmu complied. But as he turned to leave, something seemed to dawn upon him. He froze momentarily, wrestling with his thoughts before finally looking back at Xichen and lowering his voice. "Esteemed guest, you must be cautious of Xiaohua." The abruptness of his warning left Xichen perplexed. Cautious of Xiaohua. What do you mean? Qingmu replied quietly. There is something peculiar about Xiaohua. Last night, following your instructions, I entered the auction house to find him. When the auction house was engulfed in flames, many formidable individuals were injured, yet Xiaohua emerged unscathed, despite being nearest to the white python. Xichen recalled Wu Tang's earlier revelation that the white python had been released by someone, and now, with Xiaohua's proximity to it without harm, he began to grasp Qingmu's implication. You suspect that Xiaohua is the one who set the white python free? Qingmu affirmed, not only I, but others in the MO Tower, including the city lord, share this suspicion. It is likely that the city lord has already dispatched individuals to investigate him. Additionally, Qingmu noted, Wu Tang's barrier is constructed from the Demon King's malevolent energy. He claimed that unless the 4 great immortals intervened, no one could breach it. Yet, Xiaohua managed to break through the barrier. Xichen had always believed that Xiaohua had entered the barrier with the assistance of the MO Tower. But Qingmu's assertions left him astonished. How is that possible? Xiaohua possesses no cultivation and is merely 18. How could he breach the barrier? Qingmu responded, I cannot discern how he achieved this. Yet I am certain of one thing. He is far more complex than he appears, and he is a perilous individual. Who are you referring to as a perilous individual? Suddenly, Xiaohua's voice rang out from behind Qingmu. Xichen looked up to see Xiaohua approaching, expressionless, carrying a bundle. Qingmu, upon noticing Xiaohua, quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Yet, Xiaohua seemed unwilling to let him off easily, his gaze fixed intently on Qingmu. In response, Xichen hurriedly positioned himself in front of Qingmu, forcing a smile. We were just discussing Wu Tang. Indeed, he is a dangerous person. With that, he took the initiative to grasp Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua's attention finally shifted from Qingmu to Xichen, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, Wu Tang is indeed a dangerous person. Chapter 22 TikTok. Listening to the sound of water emanating from the bathtub behind the screen, Xichen could not help but sigh at his own cowardice. The scene shifted back to a quarter of an hour earlier. When he heard Xiaohua express her desire to live with him, his immediate reaction was one of refusal. He had to reject her firmly. Last night's chaotic encounter could barely be justified as a fleeting romance, but if they were to live together now, their relationship would become irreparably complicated. To avoid such troublesome circumstances, he resolutely told Xiaohua, no, we absolutely cannot live together. He felt quite proud, thinking that no matter how intensely Xiaohua reacted or how much she might pressure him, he would never yield. However, in reality, Xiaohua did not pressure him, nor did she react with much intensity. Upon hearing his refusal, she merely asked with a hint of indifference, Oh? If you won't live with me, then who do you intend to live with? This question reminded Xichen of Xiaohua's earlier outrageous declaration in the warehouse. If you dare to fall for someone else, I'll kill him first and then you. Xichen's heart skipped a beat, and in the next moment he capitulated. I was just joking. If you truly want to live with me, just move in without hesitation. Thus, Xiaohua moved in unabashedly and even began to bathe in his room. Xiaohua had already harbored misconceptions about their relationship, and this development only muddied the waters further. Nonetheless, Xiaohua's presence tonight was not entirely unwelcome. He could take this opportunity to probe her intentions. In truth, even without Qingmu's warning, Xichen had long sensed that something was amiss with Xiaohua. Whether it was her unusual behavior at the auction or her frenzied demeanor after entering the barrier, he could tell that her true identity was not that of an insignificant person devoid of power. Yet, prior to Qingmu's reminder, he had never considered testing her resolve. Firstly, Xiaohua's peculiarities had not brought about any negative consequences, leading him to believe it unnecessary to intervene. Secondly, he had limited time to live. His connection with Xiaohua was merely a fleeting romance, and he preferred not to invest too deeply, lest he be burdened with attachments as he faced his end. Now, however, having heard Qingmu's description, Xichen realized that Xiaohua's oddities had indeed begun to yield negative repercussions. He needed to understand the situation thoroughly and then take appropriate action. What are you thinking about so seriously? Xiaohua's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Xichen turned to see that Xiaohua had finished her bath, draped in a sheer nightgown, wrapping her hair in a towel. In this casual state, she appeared relaxed, and Xichen felt this was an opportune moment. He feigned nonchalance and brought up, Do you remember the snowy python? I've been thinking about her. Xiaohua narrowed her eyes dangerously. What do you want with her? Do you like her? Xichen was taken aback. What are you talking about? Why is Xiaohua suddenly filled with a sense of crisis about being abandoned? He thought that if Xiaohua were in modern times, she would undoubtedly be labeled as someone with a romantic fixation. Clearing his throat, he attempted to sidestep her romantic musings. How could I like her? I was just wondering where she has run off to. I heard she wasn't auctioned off in the end, but was instead let go. Who would be bold enough to release a prized possession of Mo City? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Xiaohua's expression, hoping to glean some clues from her reactions. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's demeanor remained unchanged. No matter how Xichen framed his questions, she merely wrapped her hair with a calm expression. Disappointed, Xichen contemplated a different approach when Xiaohua countered. Are you asking if I was the one who let the snowy python escape? Though posed as a question, her tone was resolute, causing cold sweat to bead on Xichen's forehead as he struggled to find a response. Why would you think that? Xiaohua was direct. I heard everything Qingwu said to you. She then asked, do you want to know if I was the one who let the snowy python go? Realizing that there was no point in feigning ignorance, Xichen admitted, yes, I want to know. He did not expect Xiaohua to readily divulge the truth, aware that such a revelation carried significant risks. After all, she was no fool. Yes, I indeed let her go. Xiaohua's candid admission caught Xichen off guard, and he stared in disbelief. You just told me that so easily? Xiaohua seemed puzzled. Well, why not? After last night, Xiaohua was no longer the innocent boy that Xichen had felt protective over. Yet upon hearing Xiaohua's answer, he couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of pity for him. How naive he was, lacking any sense of danger, to reveal such information so unguardedly. Xichen couldn't resist imparting some wisdom. Letting the snowy python escape is a serious violation in Mo City. If anyone finds out, they might report you for their own gain, and you'd be in danger. You shouldn't have said anything. Xiaohua replied, but I only told you. You wouldn't report me to Mo City, would you? Her words carried an ambiguous undertone, yet after a moment of silence, Xichen nodded. No, I won't report you. However, he was still determined to take certain precautions regarding the situation, not to harm Xiaohua, but to protect him. He needed to devise a plan to discreetly escort Xiaohua out of Mo City without attracting the attention of its watchful eyes. Seeing Xichen nod, Xiaohua's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he pulled Xichen toward the bed. It's quite late now. Let's sleep. It was evident that he not only wished to share a room with Xichen, but also desired to sleep in the same bed. Xichen sensed his intentions and awkwardly sought an excuse to decline. Well, I slept the entire day, so I'm not tired yet. Why don't you go to bed first? He could tolerate sharing a room, but sharing a bed. Xiaohua was rather impulsive, and his desires were evidently strong. After a night of passionate encounters, Xiaohua was clearly still hungry for more. The thought of lying together in one bed made Xichen uneasy. What if Xiaohua's desires were ignited again? Xiaohua seemed to sense his concerns and reassured him. You need a rest now. I won't touch you tonight. Though her words sounded comforting, Xichen immediately perceived another implication. She only promised not to touch him tonight, but tomorrow was uncertain. Yet, he might have already devised a plan to send Xiaohua out of Mo City by then. Moreover, knowing Xiaohua, if he said he wouldn't be touched tonight, he would genuinely adhere to that promise. Since tonight appeared safe, it would be best to catch up on rest. Xiaohua was right. He did need to recharge after the exhausting events of the previous night. Even after sleeping through the day, he still felt utterly drained. As soon as they lay down, Xiaohua possessively nestled him in his embrace. Xichen startled, attempting to pull away, but recalling Xiaohua's promise not to touch him, he hesitated. If Xiaohua had said he wouldn't be touched, then he would trust him. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he moved and inadvertently stirred something within Xiaohua. Indeed, after he quietly nestled in Xiaohua's embrace, she made no further movements, simply holding him close. Xichen had never shared a bed with anyone before, nor had he ever been held while sleeping. He presumed he would struggle to find rest. Yet unexpectedly, perhaps it was due to the comfort of Xiaohua's arms, or possibly because he was utterly exhausted, within mere minutes, he found himself drifting into slumber. Xiaohua gazed down at his sleeping visage, a flicker of tenderness and a hint of coldness passing through her eyes, and she softly inquired, Are you angry? Her voice was gentle, but Xichen remained oblivious, drowsily opening his eyes. Angry about what? About Wu Tong, Xiaohua replied. He has put you in such a perilous situation, yet he suffers no consequences due to his status. Are you not enraged? Of course I am, Xichen yawned, fatigue evident in his voice. But what use is anger? His uncle is the Demon King, while I have no status, no background, and no cultivation. Anger achieves nothing. It would be better to seize this opportunity to gain something from Mo Yuan. Xiaohua listened to his response in silence. Already weary, Xichen saw that she had ceased speaking and closed his eyes once more. Time passed, and while deep in slumber, he vaguely heard Xiaohua's voice. Do not worry. I will ensure he pays the price. Who will pay the price? Xichen thought to ask Xiaohua, but he was too fatigued to form the words and soon fell back into a deep sleep. A restful night ensued. When Xichen awoke the next morning, he found Xiaohua absent from the bed. He touched the cold sheets beside him and surveyed the quiet room, concluding that Xiaohua was not present. He thought little of it. She was an adult, and it was entirely normal for her to attend to her own affairs. As he rose from the bed and donned his clothes, a knocking sound echoed from the door. Believing Xiaohua had returned, he opened the door only to find Qing Mu. Qing Mu's face was etched with urgency, and upon seeing him, he hastily exclaimed, Xiaohua is in trouble. Xichen was startled and quickly pressed for details. What has happened? She has been captured by Mo Chung due to the white python incident, has she? No, it's not that, Qing Mu clarified. It's related to Wu Tong. Last night, while seeking amusement in Chongqing Fong, he was suddenly attacked, and his assailant severed his. The mention of Wu Tong and the ensuing violence instantly reminded Xichen of Xiaohua's earlier words. I will ensure he pays the price. Was the attacker Xiaohua? He asked urgently. Indeed, it was Xiaohua. Wu Tong had many guards with him. After he was injured, dozens of them assaulted her, leaving her gravely wounded, and then she vanished. Gravely wounded, vanished. A sharp pain pierced Xichen's heart, and he coughed up blood, losing consciousness. Chapter 23, Guest. Qing Mu, startled by Xichen's collapse, swiftly carried him back to the bed. He attempted to rouse him. Guest, are you all right? Can you hear my voice? Xichen's brow furrowed, his face contorted in pain, yet he did not respond to Qing Mu's calls. This one do. I must find a doctor. Each floor of the Mo Tower had patrolling guards, and as Qing Mu turned to seek help, he heard a faint voice from Xichen. Wait, don't go. Qing Mu turned back, noticing that Xichen was slowly regaining consciousness, though he still appeared pained and breathless. Do not summon a doctor. First, find Xiaohua. We must locate her. Xichen struggled to speak, yet insisted on finding Xiaohua first, leaving Qing Mu feeling truly ashamed. Guest, even if you cherish Xiaohua, you must prioritize your own life. You've expelled blood from your urgency. Let me fetch a doctor to examine you. No, Xichen firmly refused. Do not bring a doctor. I am not bleeding from anger. This is an old ailment that will pass on its own. But even if it is an old ailment, it is still prudent to have a doctor check on you. Seeing Qing Mu's determination to fetch a doctor, Xichen had no choice but to raise his voice, asserting, I am your employer. I command you to seek Xiaohua. Go quickly. I know my own body. As merely a steward, Qing Mu felt compelled to obey Xichen's orders. Seeing his resolve, he acquiesced. Very well, guest. I shall dispatch someone to find Xiaohua. Before leaving, however, he couldn't help but cast a look at Xichen filled with unspoken concern. Xichen understood this gaze. Qing Mu likely thought his willingness to risk his life for love was peculiar. In truth, Xichen did wish to preserve his life, yet he felt powerless to do so. Today marked the 5th day since he had destroyed his golden core, and according to the narrative, he would perish today. After returning to Mo Tower last night, he had felt unwell, exhausted, and with a faint ache in his heart. He had anticipated this deterioration. Indeed, upon awakening, the symptoms had worsened, and the pain in his heart intensified. The ache was not severe, and he had believed he could suppress it long enough to escort Xiaohua from Mo City before his demise. However, upon awakening to the news of Xiaohua's injury and disappearance due to her confrontation with Wu Tong, his already weakened state faltered, causing him to cough up blood and the pain in his heart to escalate from a dull ache to a sharp stab. It felt as though hundreds of needles were piercing his heart, and he longed to end his suffering with a swift blade, to hasten his death and escape the agony of impending demise. In fact, without Xiaohua, he might have indeed chosen that path. After all, dying a few hours earlier or later made no difference. An early death would merely grant him relief. Yet, sadly, this was all hypothetical. Xiaohua was very much alive, and now she was injured and missing. Xichen did not wish to invest too much into Xiaohua, yet given the circumstances, he could not abandon her to her fate. Moreover, Xiaohua had treated him well, and had it not been for her desire for vengeance, she would not have confronted Wu Tong. Since this situation arose from his own actions, he resolved to endure, to find Xiaohua before succumbing to death. Xichen endured throughout the day. The pain in his heart began to radiate through his limbs. His hands hurt too much to extend, and his feet curled in agony. During this time, he fainted several times from the intensity of the pain. Yet, preoccupied with thoughts of Xiaohua, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As dusk approached, despair began to settle in Xicheng's heart. Given his current condition, he knew he could not survive the night. If Qingmu failed to return with Xiaohua, then upon his death, Xiaohua would likely also meet a grim fate. Just then, a knock resounded from outside. "Guest, I have located Xiaohua's whereabouts." Xichen's eyes brightened. He lacked the strength to open the door and could only urgently call, "Then come in quickly." Upon entering, Aoki immediately noticed Xichen's curled up, anguished posture. A flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes as he spoke. "Esteemed guest, I discovered the whereabouts of young Master Xiaohua half an hour ago, near the drunken Immortal Pavilion." Xichen quickly inquired, "How is he? Is he gravely injured?" Aoki's sympathy deepened. "Based on my observations, young Master Xiaohua's wounds have healed, but..." Xichen pressed, "But what?" Aoki continued, "However, young Master Xiaohua was not alone. When I found him, he was in the company of a strikingly handsome male cultivator, and they appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, behaving as though they had known each other for a long time." Upon hearing this, Xichen fell silent for a moment before asking, "What happened next? Did you bring young Master Xiaohua back?" Aoki replied, "No, I intended to bring him back, but the male cultivator's cultivation level was unfathomably high. As soon as I approached, they brushed me aside. Subsequently, I learned from other servants that young Master Xiaohua had already departed from Mo City with that male cultivator." Having said this, Aoki cautiously observed Xichen's expression. He had expected to see sorrow, despair, or even anger, yet contrary to his expectations, Xichen exhibited none of these emotions. After listening to Aoki, he merely sighed softly and murmured, "That is good, that is good." Aoki was bewildered. How could Xichen remain so composed when his beloved had run off with another? Was it possible that the emotional strain had driven him to the brink of insanity? Seeing Xichen's contorted, pained form, Aoki felt a pang of compassion and suggested once more, "Perhaps I should fetch a doctor for you?" Xichen replied, "No need. I wish to rest quietly for a while. You may leave." Aoki, unable to defy Xichen's wishes, could only leave with a reminder that he should ring for assistance should anything arise. Silence enveloped the room once more. Xichen stared blankly out at the night sky, softly repeating, that is good as long as he can preserve his life." Their connection had always been fleeting. It was perhaps best that it came to an end, allowing him to finally find peace. As if resonating with Xichen's resolute inner turmoil, an excruciating pain erupted within him once more. This time, the torment was far more severe than before. It was not limited to his limbs, for he felt as though his very organs were in agony. In an instant, cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, and his lips became bloodied from biting them in response to the overwhelming pain. Unable to endure the intensity any longer, Xichen retrieved a dagger he had placed beneath his pillow, drawing the sharp blade to his neck, poised to strike. Suddenly, a warm sensation washed over his abdomen. Sensing something amiss, his grip on the dagger faltered. Before he could investigate the cause of this anomaly, he slumped softly onto the bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 24. As dawn broke, the warm sunlight streamed through the unshuttered window, casting a golden ray upon Xichen's eyelashes. The gentle illumination stirred him, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly opened his eyes. A familiar environment greeted him, causing Xichen to pause in surprise. He rose from the bed and approached the vanity, lifting a bronze mirror to inspect his reflection. The mirror revealed his entire face without any aberrations. The very fact that he could still see himself in the mirror confirmed that he was indeed alive. Realizing this, Xichen couldn't suppress a murmured expression of confusion. Why am I still alive? According to the original plot, he should have perished the previous night. He had indeed felt the agonizing pain that precedes death, a torment unlike any he had ever endured. In an attempt to alleviate his suffering, he remembered drawing a dagger, preparing to end his own life. Yet, at the very moment he was about to act, a warmth enveloped his abdomen, and thereafter, his memories faded into oblivion. Now, awakening once more, not only was he alive, but his body felt entirely normal, devoid of any discomfort. In fact, he felt remarkably invigorated. What could possibly explain this? Had something extraordinary transpired within him? Xichen touched the area on his belly that had grown warm the night before, but found no anomalies. Could it be that he had unwittingly consumed a celestial treasure, altering his fate and rejuvenating his meridians? That seemed implausible, as he had consumed nothing but lavish meals in recent days. A knock resounded from outside, accompanied by Qingmu's voice. "Sir, are you awake?" "Yes," he replied, momentarily setting aside his inner turmoil. He opened the door and inquired, "What brings you here at such an early hour?" Qingmu responded, "It is regarding the renowned doctor, Xichen, who arrived in Mo City last night. Do you wish for him to visit you?" "Xichen?" Xichen pondered for a moment before recalling that this was the illustrious doctor he had summoned a few days prior for Xiaohua, hoping to restore her memories. Now that Xiaohua's memories had returned and she had departed from Mo City, there seemed little reason for Xichen to come. "No need, please tell him," Xichen began, but suddenly recognized an opportunity. Since he was uncertain about the nature of his own condition, it might be prudent to have Xichen examine him, particularly as he had already paid the consultation fee. It would be a disservice to send him away. After some contemplation, Xichen amended his response. "On second thought, please invite him to come and change the patient to myself." Upon hearing that Xichen was finally showing concern for himself, Qingmu's eyes glimmered with relief. "Very well. I shall summon Dr. Xichen at once." Though Xianyao's fees were steep, his service was commendable. In scarcely a quarter of an hour, Xichen entered, carrying a medical bag. Given his reputed skill and avarice, Xichen had anticipated a corpulent, middle-aged man with a greedy demeanor. To his surprise, Xichen appeared quite youthful, seemingly around 25 or 26, and lacked any signs of obesity, instead embodying an ethereal presence. However, Xichen's doubts were swiftly dispelled when Xichen entered with an air of superiority, immediately frowning as he remarked, "I hear the patient has changed, and the focus of treatment has shifted from amnesia to something else. Do you realize the implications of this? It will incur additional charges." Xichen was taken aback by the doctor's blatant greed. Such a mercenary reason for a fee increase, he thought. This must unequivocally be Xichen. In a position of relative affluence, Xichen confidently replied, "No problem. I shall double your consultation fee." Xianyao's eyes sparkled, his frown transforming into a broad grin as he hurriedly seated himself across from Xichen, eagerly inquiring, "May I ask what ailment you wish to address today?" Xichen hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his needs. Firstly, due to his identity, he was reluctant to divulge too much regarding his meridians. Secondly, his current state hardly constituted an ailment in need of treatment. After some thought, he stated, "I do not have a specific affliction. I merely wish to understand the condition of my meridians and spiritual roots." Xianyao raised an eyebrow. "What? You merely wish to inquire about your meridians and spiritual roots? Such inquiries can easily be addressed by any physician on the street. Why seek me?" Xichen remained steadfast. "I have the means, is that not enough?" The mention of wealth instantly swayed Xianyao, who resumed his courteous demeanor. "Very well. I shall assist you in examining your meridians. Please extend one hand." Xichen obliged, extending his right hand. As Xianyao grasped his pulse, Xichen was immediately struck by an unusual sensation of pressure, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. "Relax," Xianyao advised. "I am probing your meridians with my spiritual awareness. A certain level of pressure is expected. Please remain at ease, as tension will affect my findings." With a deep breath, Xichen endeavored to suppress his unease and relax. After approximately half a minute, Xianyao withdrew his hand and proclaimed his diagnosis. Your meridians are remarkably clear and unobstructed. I have never encountered such pristine meridians. They resemble those newly formed. The implication of Xianyao's words left Xichen in a state of disbelief. His morning speculations had manifested into reality. His meridians had indeed rejuvenated. Still dazed by this astonishing revelation, he listened as Xianyao continued. Your spiritual root is of the wood element, and by its hue, it appears exceedingly pure. Your talent should be quite commendable. This spiritual root is at least of the low-tier heavenly grade. Would you not agree? Xichen was uncertain. To his knowledge, the original owner of his body possessed dual spiritual roots of the lightning and fire elements, which were among the most aggressive. In contrast, the wood element was known for its gentleness. This was a stark divergence. Clearly, not only had his meridians been restored, but his spiritual roots had also been reborn. A mixture of joy and apprehension washed over him. The joy stemmed from the fact that he had escaped death. The original owner had perished due to severe meridian damage, and with his meridians now restored, his life was consequently preserved. However, he was also worried. He had no understanding of why this rejuvenation had occurred, fearing potential side effects or that it might merely be an illusion. Unable to suppress his doubts, he asked once more, Doctor, are you truly certain that I possess a wood spiritual root and that my meridians are indeed clear? Xianyao's irritation was palpable. What do you mean? I am one of the 4 esteemed doctors. Such basic assessments are easily discerned by any novice. How dare you question my diagnosis? Feeling insulted, he declared, You may doubt my character, but never my medical expertise. If you do not trust me, seek another physician. He slung the medical bag over his shoulder, preparing to leave, but found himself halted as Xichen scattered a generous handful of purple crystal stones across the table. Gazing at the pile of gemstones, Xianyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Xichen observed his reaction closely. One more test, and all this money will be yours. The carefree divine doctor immediately retorted, You may insult my medical skills, but you absolutely cannot belittle my unwavering resolve to pursue wealth. He tossed aside his medical bag and grasped Xichen's pulse once more, probing with his spiritual sense. To ensure that Xichen would not doubt his diagnosis again, the carefree divine doctor conducted a thorough examination for a full 5 minutes, checking meticulously 10 times before speaking again. I can assure you, your meridians are unimpeded, and your spiritual root is a pure wood type. Hearing this conclusion once more, Xichen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He scattered a handful of purple crystal stones. Now, please check the other parts of my body, especially my abdomen, for any health risks. This task could easily be performed by any doctor on the street. Yet due to the generous compensation Xichen offered, the carefree divine doctor refrained from grumbling and diligently took Xichen's pulse, providing thoughtful updates. Your blood circulation is smooth, your spiritual sense is clear, and there are no harmful substances in your body. Your vital organs are functioning well. As Xichen listened intently, ready to fully set his mind at ease, he suddenly noticed the carefree divine doctor's eyes widen in astonishment. Your abdomen. Xichen immediately tensed. What is wrong with my abdomen? The carefree divine doctor exclaimed. There are signs of life within you. You are pregnant. Chapter 25. He is pregnant? Xichen initially thought the carefree divine doctor was about to deliver some earth-shattering bad news, but he did not expect to hear that he was pregnant. The weight in his heart plummeted once more. He stared at the carefree divine doctor, utterly speechless. This joke is not amusing at all. The carefree divine doctor insisted. I'm not joking. I am being serious. You are indeed pregnant. Xichen reminded him. I am a man. Men do not get pregnant. Even in this realm of cultivation, there are no precedents for men becoming pregnant. He believed this would prompt the carefree divine doctor to abandon such a ridiculous joke. But to his surprise, the carefree divine doctor only became more enthusiastic. This is my first encounter with a pregnant man. If you do not believe me, listen to this. The carefree divine doctor retrieved an instrument resembling a stethoscope from his medical bag. He placed one end on Xichen's abdomen and the other against Xichen's ear. Thump! 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 Xichen heard a slow, rhythmic sound, akin to a heartbeat. The location of the stethoscope coincided precisely with where he had felt warmth in his abdomen the previous night. A sudden chill gripped Xichen's heart. He stammered. "What is that sound?" "That is the heartbeat of your child." The carefree divine doctor was enveloped in an inexplicable fervor. Good heavens. It turns out that men can indeed give birth in the realm of cultivation. My master was not lying to me after all. The carefree divine doctor was visibly excited, while Xichen was unmistakably terrified. He shook his head repeatedly in denial. Impossible. Impossible? I am a man. How could I possibly be pregnant? Moreover, it has only been a couple of days since I was with Xiaohua. Xichen seized upon this inconsistency, adamantly insisting. Yes, I have only been with Xiaohua a couple of days. Even if I were pregnant, it would take at least half a month for it to be detectable. Furthermore, a human fetus cannot possibly develop a heartbeat so quickly. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, almost comforting himself. But the carefree divine doctor shattered his comforting delusion with a single remark. That merely means the fetus you carry is not human. Xichen's expression froze. Not human? What do you mean by that? The carefree divine doctor explained. Though the demon race has difficulty reproducing, their vitality is exceptionally strong. Once conceived, the fetus develops rapidly. Some powerful demons can even form a heartbeat within a single night. To determine whether the fetus in Xichen's womb was human or demon, the carefree divine doctor deftly extracted a drop of blood from Xichen's abdomen. Unlike the bright red blood of a human, this drop shimmered with a strange blue glow. Observing the glow, the carefree divine doctor became even more certain. The offspring you carry is undoubtedly a demon cub. Only demon cubs display a bluish hue in their blood while developing in the womb. He brought the glowing drop of blood to his nose and inhaled deeply. Almost the instant he did, he felt himself enveloped by an unfathomable pressure. His face paled, and he quickly discarded the blood, taking a pill from his medicine bottle to restore his color. He looked at Xichen's abdomen with trepidation. Why does the pressure from the cub in your belly feel so intense? What kind of demon is its father? Xichen slumped into his chair, shaking his head in confusion. I do not know what species he is. All he knew was that Xiaohua was an 18-year-old innocent young man, but he had never suspected that this innocent young man was not human at all. It was one thing to not be human, but the fact that he was pregnant with a demon cub left Xichen unable to fathom the scenario of a grown man giving birth to a little demon. The carefree divine doctor, noticing Xichen's utter despair, tilted his head in confusion. Why are you not happy about having a little cub? It is a little cub. How wonderful. Once the topic of the little cub arose, he could not contain his excitement. Let me tell you, demon cubs are remarkable. They are born with innate abilities and are easier to care for than human babies, who require constant feeding. However, as a man, you cannot nurse them. Oh dear, I almost forgot you're human. There is an issue when a human carries a demon cub. The energy within a human body is insufficient to meet the developmental needs of a demon cub. To ensure their healthy growth, external energy supplementation is necessary. Purple crystal stones and various spiritually abundant herbs and fruits are excellent sources of nourishment for them. Your cub exudes considerable pressure, suggesting it is likely the offspring of a powerful demon. Such lineage requires significantly more energy during its development, costing at least tens of thousands of purple crystal stones throughout the gestation period. The carefree divine doctor rambled on, but he received no response from Xichen. Looking down, he found Xichen still wearing a face of despair. You are not having a fit, are you? I must inform you that fits require additional payment. The carefree divine doctor reached out to pat Xichen back to reality, but before he could make contact, Xichen suddenly lifted his head. Startled, the carefree divine doctor had not yet regained his composure when Xichen asked, "Do you sell abortion pills here?" Abortion pills? The carefree divine doctor looked at him in shock. You wish to terminate the cub in your belly? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how difficult it is for a powerful demon to have offspring? I do not know. Xichen bit his lip, speaking with difficulty. I only know that as a man, I should not bear children. The carefree divine doctor realized that Xichen was not concerned about whether the cub was human or demon. He simply could not accept the fact that he, as a man, was pregnant. The carefree divine physician is a doctor who, despite his avarice, possesses a sense of medical ethics, even though he feels a twinge of regret in his heart. Witnessing Xichen's suffering compels him to act with compassion for his patient and ultimately hands him a vial of abortifacient. Once the powder within the vial is dissolved in water and consumed, the fetus will be expelled within 2 days. Given that the fetus possesses considerable demonic energy, I have deliberately increased the dosage. You will experience discomfort for quite some time after taking it. Furthermore, this is a life that is not easily attained. I hope you will reconsider your decision before proceeding with the medication. Xichen replied, "Very well, I will contemplate it. Thank you." Although he agreed, his gaze remained fixated on the abortifacient. The carefree divine physician recognized that Xichen had not truly absorbed his words, yet he had offered his counsel. If the child's father was resolute in preventing the child from entering this world, there was little he could do. With a sigh, he stuffed the purple crystal stones into his bag and exited the room. Calmness returned to the room. Xichen looked at the abortifacient in his hand, then glanced down at his flat abdomen, sighing softly, "Alas, child, it is not that your father does not want you. It is that he is unable to keep you." The carefree divine physician believed that Xichen had not seriously contemplated the child's fate. However, in truth, after confirming his pregnancy, he had begun to deliberate on the matter. Even while the physician rambled on, Xichen was earnestly weighing the implications of the child's existence. It was only after much contemplation that he resolved to terminate the pregnancy. His decision stemmed from the undeniable truth that, as a man, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept the prospect of bearing child. More importantly, he recognized the impossibility of raising a child within the realm of cultivation. He possessed nothing, despite having reshaped his meridians and spiritual roots. He remained an individual devoid of cultivation, background, or supportive relatives. The scant resources he possessed were insufficient even to cover the requisite 10,000 crystal stones for the child's development. Furthermore, he was currently being hunted by the Xiantian sect, and his own safety was precarious, let alone the prospect of nurturing a child. For the sake of the child and himself, it was clear that the child should not remain. Xichen poured a bowl of water and emptied the vial of abortifacient into it. The pristine water was instantly tainted by the bitter concoction. Inhaling the acrid scent of the abortifacient, a sense of bitterness welled up within Xichen's heart. An orphan without familial ties since childhood, he had often fantasized about having a blood relative, only to find himself in a position where he must relinquish the only family he has ever known. His grip on the abortifacient tightened. As if sensing Xichen's inner turmoil, his abdomen suddenly warmed again, and a small, tearful voice emerged from within. "Woo-woo, Daddy, please don't abandon me. I promise to be the best little dragon baby." Startled, Xichen dropped the abortifacient, scattering it across the floor. To his astonishment, the tiny being, merely 2 days old, could speak. Moreover, it claimed to be a dragon baby. Was the child in his womb truly a dragon? Xichen was left dumbfounded. The dragon race is the most formidable lineage in the realm of cultivation. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that the dragon race had retreated into seclusion. All dragons had retreated to Dragon Island, and in the present day, only one dragon remained active in the realm of cultivation, a solitary, proud, temperamental creature known as the madman of the cultivation world, who had lived for 1,800 years. The revered Nan Long Xianzun. Xichen thought, help. 18 years old transformed into 1,800. Have I unwittingly consorted with an ancient monster? Chapter 26. Half a month later, the long-anticipated Master Recruitment Conference, held once every decade in the realm of cultivation, commenced at the foot of Xichen Mountain. During this event, prestigious sects led by the Xiantian sect would select disciples of exceptional talent to join their ranks. Countless young men and women, all aspiring cultivators, flocked to the base of Xichen, creating a bustling scene. Most of these youths, merely 15 or 16 years of age, were leaving home for the first time. Their understanding of the cultivation world still quite limited, yet their eagerness to learn was palpable. Local inns, sensing the influx of visitors, seized the opportunity to attract patrons by offering insights into the cultivation world as a novelty. A lively young waiter in one such establishment posed a question to the guests. Do any of you know who is the most untouchable figure in the cultivation realm? The eager responses from the young diners varied widely. It must be Duan Bo, the chief disciple of the Hahuan sect. It is said he is indiscriminate in his pursuits, and his methods are cunning. Should one fall into his grasp, their virtue is sure to be compromised. Another suggested, it should be Qi Yuanzhenren. He is notoriously eccentric and adept in the arts of witchcraft. If you provoke him, he will employ countless methods to torment you. Another chimed in, I believe it is the demons. Their cultivators are our natural enemies, and their deceitful nature means that if you cross them, you will never find peace again. The waiter, shaking his head at the myriad of answers, pressed on. Is there anyone else who knows? A timid voice from a 15 or 16-year-old boy spoke up hesitantly. Could it be Ning Xianzun? The waiter, elated, clapped his hands on the table, exclaiming, this young gentleman is indeed astute. Correct. The most untouchable person in the cultivation world is none other than Ning Xianzun. The boy puffed up with pride, while the others who had answered incorrectly wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. Why would it be Ning Xianzun? They queried. The waiter elaborated. Dear young cultivators, as you are new to the cultivation world, you may not yet be aware, but aside from being one of the renowned for immortal sovereigns, Ning Xianzun is infamous for his volatile temperament. He hails from a noble lineage, being a pure-blooded dragon descendant. As many of you may have heard, dragons are known for their arrogance and fierce temperament, and Ning Xianzun is no exception. He has always been reclusive and proud, prone to brutality, and harbors an intense disdain for humans. If anyone dares to oppose him, even over the slightest matter, he will not hesitate to drive them to their doom. There was once a sect known as the Xichen. One day, the sect leader inadvertently offended him with a careless remark, and the very next day, he annihilated all the disciples of Xichen. The young diners listened in stunned silence. Is it true? Just for a single remark, he slaughtered an entire sect? I've heard of Xichen. My ancestors spoke of it as a prestigious sect a millennium ago, nearly as renowned as the Shantian sect. Yet, it mysteriously vanished. And now we learn it was due to Ning Xianzun. Ning Xianzun is truly terrifying. After hearing this, I'm afraid to enter the cultivation world. One lamented, if I were to perish, that would be one thing, but what if my entire family is implicated? Seeing their alarm, the waiter reassured them, do not be frightened, young cultivators. That incident occurred 1,000 years ago. Presently, Ning Xianzun has entered the Wanshou sect and has since calmed considerably. As long as you do not harbor aspirations of becoming his partner, your lives will not be in jeopardy. The young cultivators were left even more bewildered. What? A being as vicious as Ning Xianzun, and yet there are still those who wish to be his partner? The waiter sighed. It is unfortunate. Beauty is a powerful lure. Despite his brutality, Ning Xianzun possesses extraordinary looks, and with his temper having softened in recent years, 2 years ago, a bold man attempted to seduce him. Seduce him? How audacious! What happened next? The waiter replied. As soon as the man entered Ning Xianzun's chamber, he was discovered and brutally dismembered. His remains were then displayed on a sword, serving as a warning to any who would harbor ulterior motives. Goodness, that's gruesome. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat skewers again. While most of the young diners grew fearful of Ning Xianzun, a few fervent youths expressed their indignation at his actions. Ning Xianzun is truly despicable. He behaves so lawlessly in the cultivation realm, but one day, the Shantian sect will bring him to justice. This statement came from a boy seated in the corner, his youthful face still unblemished by the world. The waiter glanced at him, thinking to himself how naive he was, and replied, if the Shantian sect could indeed restrain Ning Xianzun, why would they not have done so by now? The boy, a fervent admirer of the Shantian sect, flushed with anger at the waiter's words. What do you mean? Do you think the Shantian sect cannot rival the Wanshou sect? I tell you that the Shantian sect is the foremost among the 4 great sects. And with Dongling Xianzun at the helm, how could they ever lose to the Wanshou sect? The waiter, exasperated, replied, I never claimed that the Shantian sect could not contend with the Wanshou sect. I merely believe they would not pick a fight over 1 or 2 individuals, considering the Wanshou sect as formidable strength. The boy grew even more incensed, slamming his hands on the table. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Xichen sect disregards lives? Yes, you. The Xichen sect is the greatest sect in the cultivation world and will always strive to uphold justice for every cultivator. The waiter, realizing the futility of the conversation, chose to ignore him and turned to speak with other patrons instead. The boy, frustrated and ignored, turned back to the man sharing his table. The young man, merely in his 20s, bore an unremarkable face and had a dull, vacant demeanor. No matter what the boy said, he merely nodded in response. The boy had previously found conversing with him tedious, but now desperately sought his agreement. Hey, don't you think that waiter is a bit dim-witted? Without hesitation, the young man nodded in agreement. The boy felt a sense of relief, eager to continue the conversation, but suddenly noticed that the man's hand holding the chopsticks trembled uncontrollably. What are you shaking for? Looking up, the young man met his gaze with dull, lifeless eyes and replied earnestly, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? The young man answered again, afraid of Nan Liang Xianzun. The boy scoffed. What is there to be afraid of? I don't believe he could devour us. You see, one must possess pride like mine. If you're so timid, how will you navigate the cultivation world? The young man continued to nod in agreement, though inwardly he lamented. If he had not shared a bed with Nan Liang Xianzun, he would certainly have been as proud as the boy. But alas, he had indeed shared that bed and was now with child by Nan Liang Xianzun. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary young man was none other than Xichen, concealed beneath a mask. The reason Xichen had come to the Master Recruitment Conference traced back to a month prior, when he had prepared abortion medicine, and just as he was about to consume it, a small, tearful voice echoed from within his belly. Alas, Father, do not forsake me. I shall be the most obedient little dragon. At that moment, Xichen was already somewhat swayed. Upon hearing the tearful plea, his heart ultimately softened, leading him to keep the child. After making this choice, Xichen immediately departed from Imo City. The first reason was that, according to the information disclosed by Mo Yuan, He Zhou and Kong Yuan would arrive in Imo City the following day. The methods of recognizing individuals in the cultivation world are numerous. Even if he wore a mask at all times, there was no guarantee he would not be discovered. The best course of action was to flee to escape Imo City, thereby ensuring he would not be exposed. The second reason was the exorbitant cost of living in Imo City. To give birth to the little dragon, he would need at least 10,000 purple crystal stones, yet he had only a mere 1,000 remaining. To provide for the child, not only could he not bear the high expenses of Imo City, but he would also need to venture out to earn money. In the cultivation realm, wealth is not easily acquired. After leaving Imo City, he spent several days observing in other cities, ultimately concluding that to become affluent, one must first pursue cultivation. High-paying jobs in the cultivation world require a certain level of skill. If he wished to amass 10,000 purple crystal stones in a short period, he must first cultivate. Coincidentally, the decennial Master Appointment Conference was underway, and he hurried to arrive before its conclusion, hoping to select a sect for serious training. However, choosing a sect proved to be no simple task. According to the renowned physician, his newly sprouted spiritual root was a heavenly grade with spiritual root. Although he remained uncertain of its precise tier among the heavenly grades, any heavenly spiritual root is a coveted prize among numerous sections. While entering a reputable sect should not pose a challenge, his true objective was not merely to join a prestigious sect, but rather to align himself with a sect opposed to the Xuantiangong. The Xuantiangong had yet to relinquish their bounty on him, and under their relentless pursuit, it was likely he would be discovered in the future. Presently, most sects in the cultivation world revered the Xuantiangong, and should he join a sect that maintained amicable relations or a neutral stance with them, once discovered, he would undoubtedly be delivered to the Xuantiangong by his own sect. To avert such a tragic fate, he must select a sect that harbored enmity toward the Xuantiangong. He entered this tavern in search of gossip, hoping to find such a sect. However, to his dismay, the tavern's waiter failed to share any pertinent rumors regarding sects, instead incessantly recounting the brutality of the revered Namliang Xianzun. Xichen, having read the original text, was acutely aware of the extent of Namliang Xianzun's cruelty and his profound disdain for humanity. Consequently, upon learning that Xiaohua was indeed Nanliang Xinzuan. He was filled with dread. He feared that Nanliang Xinzuan might deem it a disgrace to have slept with a human during his amnesia, and would pursue him with a sword, intent on turning him into skewers. Initially, overwhelmed by fear, he endured several nightmares. Now, half a month later, the terror in his mind had somewhat dulled with the passage of time, only to be reignited by the waiter's relentless tales. Oblivious to Xichen's inner turmoil, the waiter continued to vividly describe the gruesome details of the meat skewering incident. I have heard accounts from cultivators who witnessed the scene firsthand. It was a bloodbath, with a man being cleaved into 6 pieces by Nanliang Xinzuan, his head impaled on the skewer, crimson blood spilling profusely from the severed neck. Chapter 27. As the mature version of Xiaohua approached him, Xichen's heart raced to an alarming 180 beats per minute. Instinctively, he lowered his head, wishing to shield his face from her gaze. However, he quickly realized how futile this action was. What kind of being was the southern flowing immortal? If she truly wished to see his face, could he evade her scrutiny merely by bowing his head? Moreover, he was currently adorned with a new mask. To avoid attracting further trouble, he had deliberately changed his mask before departing from Imo City. In other words, the visage he now bore was one that Xiaohua had previously encountered. Unless she were to rip off the mask, it would be impossible for her to recognize him in such a short span of time. Since recognition was not imminent, why should he feel such urgency? Not only was it unnecessary, but could also arouse Xiaohua's suspicion. It would be far wiser to maintain an air of calmness and seek an opportunity to escape swiftly. Xichen took a deep breath and pinched his thigh firmly, striving to restore a natural expression before lifting his head once more. At that moment, the female cultivator led Xiaohua to Xichen, addressing her, "Immortal, this is the one." The mature version of Xiaohua appeared several years older than the youthful version Xichen was familiar with. Her features still strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with a cold and austere demeanor. However, her aura had shifted from its previous elegance to a chilling sharpness. With her equally frosty gaze sweeping over Xichen, she spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "I have heard that you wish to join our 10,000 Beast sect, yet are unwilling to use the soul testing stone to reveal your true form and cultivation level." Under her intense scrutiny, Xichen felt an overwhelming pressure. He clenched his hands nervously, forcing himself to nod. "Yes, I find it inconvenient to disclose my true form and cultivation level. If your esteemed sect cannot accept me, I shall seek another sect." His earlier resolve in front of the female cultivator had vanished, and after speaking, he turned to leave. The members of the Xiantian sect had not yet abandoned their surveillance, and Xichen knew that once he exited the 10,000 Beast sect's territory, they would seize any excuse to capture him. Yet, despite this, he was unwilling to remain with the 10,000 Beast sect. In his view, falling into Xiaohua's hands was far more terrifying than being caught by the Xiantian sect. The latter might only desire to extract his golden core, but Xiaohua could very well turn him into skewers. The gravity of the situation was clear to him. Furthermore, Stonebone Mountain was a considerable distance from Xiantian sect, providing him a chance to escape during his return journey. However, fate was not on his side. Xichen had barely taken a few steps when Xiaohua called out to him. "Wait." Xichen stiffly turned around. "Is there anything else?" Xiaohua scrutinized him from head to toe, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly smirked, revealing a smile that was neither fully cheerful nor entirely mocking. "You need not leave. We, the 10,000 Beast sect, will accept you as a disciple." Xichen's expression froze further, and he reluctantly inquired, "Why? Did I not refuse the soul testing stone? I have heard you possess a top tier with spiritual root of heavenly quality. Given such a rare talent, we shall make an exception for you." She narrowed her eyes, her expression dangerously assessing Xichen. "Why do you look so displeased at being granted entry? Do you not wish to join our 10,000 Beast sect?" At this point, could Xichen still claim that he did not wish to? Judging by Xiaohua's demeanor, if he were to voice such a sentiment, he might find himself grasped by the throat, interrogated about the 10,000 Beast sect's intentions. Recognizing the need for prudence, Xichen quickly forced a smile, feigning delight. "How could that be? I have longed to join the 10,000 Beast sect with fervor. I simply did not expect the sect to make an exception for me. I'm overjoyed, truly. I'm at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua offered a cryptic chuckle before turning to walk indoors. Since you were so pleased, let us proceed upstairs. The youthful female cultivator who had previously attended to Xichen enthusiastically beckoned him. Little junior brother, you are now one of us in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Gulme, let us ascend together. Xichen could only maintain his composure as he ascended the stairs with the two of them. Unlike the bustling scenes filled with numerous disciples from other sects, the members of the 10,000 Beasts sect, or rather, the beasts, were remarkably few. Not only was there a single beast at the testing area, but even the second floor, where all sect members rested, housed only 5 beasts in total. These 5 consisted of 3 males and 2 females. Though their numbers were scant, they appeared to be fervently dedicated. The 2 female beasts were practicing swordplay, while the 3 male beasts were engrossed in their magical studies. Upon noticing the southern flowing Immortal's arrival on the second floor, they did not cease their activities, but rather respectfully greeted her. Immortal, you have arrived. Immortal, thank you for your hard work. The southern flowing Immortal was unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. I have some matters to attend to in my room. You may continue. Xichen observed Xiao Hua's retreating figure as she entered her room, then glanced at the 5 diligent beasts above. At that moment, he felt a surge of hope. Heaven is aiding me. Once Xiao Hua was inside the room, she would be out of sight, and with the 5 beasts so engrossed in their studies, he surmised that he would likely go unnoticed, granting him the perfect opportunity to flee. As Xichen surveyed his surroundings, contemplating a convenient escape route, he was suddenly startled by the sound of 2 objects crashing to the ground behind him. He turned to see the 5 beasts, who had previously appeared so industrious, now sprawled awkwardly across their chairs. The swords and books they had been holding lay carelessly on the floor. Complaints echoed throughout the room. Oh dear, why does the Immortal walk so slowly? I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. This sword is truly heavy. My arms are aching. I detest reading. I felt dizzy after just 5 minutes. Xichen. So it turns out they were merely a group of slothful pretenders. Are all of you beasts so lethargic? Among them, the most diligent seemed to be the youthful female cultivator who had greeted Xichen earlier. Observing their lackadaisical demeanor, she reprimanded, How can you be so lazy? Xichen thought perhaps not all beasts were so indolent, but just a moment later, he heard the youthful female cultivator say, Regardless of the circumstances, you should wait at least 2 more minutes before slacking off, ensuring that the Immortal will not emerge again. This way, you can be at ease in your idleness. Xichen. Perhaps he had overestimated their diligence. One of the female cultivators complained, How can you speak? If it weren't for you calling the Immortal down from her room, would we be this exhausted? Another male cultivator chimed in, Exactly. The Immortal finally had a moment of peace, and you just had to summon her. The youthful female cultivator looked helpless. I truly did not wish to disturb the Immortal unless absolutely necessary, but the admission of our little junior brother must be determined by the Immortal. What? Little junior brother? They had been so engrossed in their charade that they had entirely overlooked Xichen. Now, prompted by Mu Yi, they turned to him in surprise. No way. The apprenticeship conference this year has truly accepted a disciple. A little junior brother. With great delight, they encircled Xichen, eager to greet him. Little junior brother, what is your name? Little junior brother, what is your true form? And your cultivation level, little junior brother, how is it? The demon race is predominantly characterized by striking beauty. Suddenly, Xichen found himself encircled by 5 unfamiliar yet handsome individuals, causing a stir of nervousness within him. His cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Uncertain of how to respond, given the complexity of his situation, he was relieved when Mu Yi stepped in to assist him. This junior brother is named Ning Feng. His true form and cultivation level are not convenient to disclose, but his innate talent is exceptional, boasting a high grade with spiritual root. Thus, the Celestial Master has made an exception, allowing him to enter the inner sect without the need for a soul-testing stone. Understanding dawned on the group. Such matters indeed require the discretion of the Celestial Master. Junior brother, I too possess a with spiritual root. Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, feel free to consult me, though I cannot guarantee a solution. She laughed heartily. By the way, how old are you, junior brother? From their words and demeanor, Xichen discerned their goodwill towards him, alleviating his earlier anxiety. He replied, "Thank you all, I am 24 years old." This age mirrored his own before his transmigration, and he found it somewhat peculiar, living in an era where individuals in their 20s lamented the onset of aging. Yet, the 6 demons around him reacted with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "What? You are 24 years old." Confused, Xichen inquired, "Yes, what of it?" The 6 demons fell silent, gazing at him with eyes suddenly glistening. Do not misunderstand. Their tears were not of sorrow, but rather a manifestation of excitement, evident from their animated expressions and the undulating rise and fall of their chests. Before he could grasp the reason for their fervor, the 6 demons, seemingly invigorated, pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground. Their hands playfully tussled with his hair, exclaiming, "Ah, only 24 years old. Junior brother, you are still a mere child. How delightful, a youngling at such an age to seek a mentor. Let me ruffle your little head." One exclaimed, while another chimed in, "I knew you looked so well behaved. Turns out you were just a little cub." Amidst the chaotic enthusiasm of the 6 demons, Xichen gradually comprehended their excitement. The lifespan of the demon race naturally exceeds that of humans, even without cultivation. They can live for 3 to 4 centuries. Consequently, the age of maturity is significantly older compared to humans. In their culture, one must reach the age of 40 to be considered an adult, rendering those below this threshold as mere cubs. His declaration of being 24 years old had clearly led them to believe he was an underage cub. Given the demon race's struggle with reproduction, each youngling is regarded as a precious treasure, fostering a deep affection for the young among them. Although Xichen was aware of this dynamic from his readings, he had not anticipated the extent of their adoration for the younglings. Following his revelation of age, he found himself the center of attention for the next several hours, unable to shake off the enthusiastic embrace of the 6 demons. While their initial exuberance led to a somewhat overwhelming display of affection, they soon calmed, treating him with gentleness and care. Chapter 28. Indeed, I was just about to tell you about the celestial master, Mu-Yi began, but suddenly covered her mouth in alarm. Oh no, the sect master had strictly warned me not to divulge this matter, or else he would confiscate all my snacks. From the astonishment in Mu-Yi's wide eyes, it was evident that snacks held great significance for her. Xichen, reluctant to jeopardize her treats, grappled with the gravity of the information at hand. Lowering his voice, he coaxed, "The sect master isn't here. Even if you tell me, he won't find out. Besides, I am now a disciple of the 10,000 Bees sect, so this hardly counts as divulging secrets." It seemed reasonable, yet Mu-Yi hesitated. Observing her uncertainty, Xichen, suppressing his embarrassment, implored, "Senior sister Mu-Yi, I am but a mere fledgling. Even if you confide in me, it would bear no consequence. I truly wish to know." Upon hearing the term fledgling, Mu-Yi lost her composure. She leaned closer to Xichen's ear and whispered, "The celestial master mysteriously vanished about a month ago. The sect master dispatched dozens of elite members to search for him, and it took a full 15 days to locate him in Mo City. When the celestial master was found, he was not only injured but also suffering from amnesia, unable to recall what transpired during the past month of his disappearance. Since then, he has behaved rather strangely, no longer entering seclusion and instead actively recruiting disciples at Xichen. This revelation was undoubtedly a momentous delight for Xichen. The surprise was so overwhelming that he could hardly believe it. "Senior sister, is what you say truly accurate?" "Of course it is true. How could I deceive you?" Mu-Yi cautioned softly. "This is an inner sect secret. For your own sake, do not let any other beasts know that I informed you, especially the celestial master. He despises it when we gossip behind his back." Confirming that the little flower had genuinely lost her memory, Xichen was elated, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes. Senior sister, rest assured, I will not let the celestial master know." "What should I not know?" The icy voice of celestial master Nan Liang suddenly pierced the air beside them. Startled, they looked up to find the celestial master standing beside them, unbeknownst to when he had arrived. Mu-Yi's expression turned frantic as she stammered, I Fearing she might slip up, Xichen quickly stepped in front of her, fabricating, actually, we were just expressing our admiration for you, Celestial Master, but felt too shy to let you know. Celestial Master Nan Liang regarded him with a cold gaze, neither confirming nor denying his claim, simply stating, enough with the flattery. Hurry up and get ready to leave. Where are we going, Celestial Master? Mui Inuitit. To Xianweiju. Xianweiju is the most renowned restaurant in Xichen. Mui exclaimed joyfully, what? Xianviyu. Are we going out for dinner tonight? Indeed, since we have taken in new disciples, consider it a celebration in your honor. The last statement was directed at Xichen. Xichen was momentarily stunned, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Really? Thank you so much, Celestial Master. It is an honor. Although he did not genuinely feel honored, his words were clearly an act of flattery. The joy he displayed was sincere. For once outside this building, he would have the opportunity to escape. The bustling market outside was filled with intriguing sights, and Mu-Yi and her companions, being lively creatures, would likely be too engrossed in the fun to keep a close watch on him. If he timed his escape well, perhaps he could slip away unnoticed. Mu-Yi's reaction confirmed his suspicion. Upon hearing they were going out to eat, she immediately exclaimed, what a rare opportunity. I must make myself presentable. The other 5 beasts chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, this rare chance demands that we dress to impress. You girls are making an effort. We boys cannot fall behind either. Come on, brothers, let us change into something handsome. The 5 of them rushed to their rooms to change. With no clothes to change into, Xichen stood in the corner, discreetly retrieving a speed-up talisman from his ring space. As its name suggests, the speed-up talisman hastens 1's pace, tripling walking speed. This talisman was given to him by Qing Mu when he left Mo City. To be precise, it was one of the many talismans Qing Mu had gifted him, stating, these are worthless talismans, not much use, but they might come in handy in an emergency. Though Xichen had appreciated Qing Mu's thoughtfulness at the time, he hadn't taken the words to heart. Little did he know that half a month later, these talismans would indeed prove invaluable. Lacking cultivation, this talisman would enhance his chances of successful escape by 50%. He discreetly tucked the talisman into his sleeve, waiting for the perfect moment to apply it and flee. Just then, Mu-Yi and the others emerged, calling out to him from the staircase. Junior brother, we are ready. Let us go. The beasts, already beautiful in their own right, had donned their finest attire, and when Xichen glanced over, he nearly squinted from the brilliance. Rubbing his stinging eyes, he approached the 6, noticing the absence of the little flower. He inquired, where's the Celestial Master? Is she not joining us? One beast replied, the Celestial Master is still occupied with some matters and asked us to order first. She will join us shortly. Ah, I see. Xichen maintained a calm facade, but inside he was elated. With the little flower absent, his chances of escape increased by another 50%, making it 100%. He was certain he could successfully flee. Mu-Yi asked, Junior brother, are you ready to depart? Xichen tightened his grip on the speed-up talisman, responding, I am ready. With a wave of her hand, Mu-Yi declared, great, let us set off. Xichen initially thought her gesture was meant to lead the way, but as she waved, the scene before him began to blur and swirl. The images before him shifted chaotically, resembling a pixelated display. Xichen had experienced a similar phenomenon before when he used a teleportation talisman to reach Mo City. It appeared that Mu-Yi had employed a collective teleportation talisman for them. But why use a teleportation talisman just to go to a restaurant? Before he could ponder further, the haze before him cleared, revealing a bustling restaurant setting with a large dining table. It was evident they had arrived at Xianweiju. Mu-Yi instructed the 3 male beasts, hurry and order, and bring in the dishes promptly. Xichen, feeling a bit dizzy, closed his eyes for a moment to steady himself before asking, Senior sister, why use a teleportation talisman for just a short distance to the restaurant? After all, teleportation talismans are quite expensive. A sensible person would not indulge in such extravagance for a meal. Mu-Yi responded nonchalantly, because I am lazy and do not wish to walk. Moreover, there are so many people outside, and we've dressed so splendidly. It would be unfortunate if our attire got jostled. She then curiously asked Xichen, what is the matter? Do you not like using teleportation talismans? Xichen replied, it's not that I dislike it, but It's just that my chance to escape has vanished. Moreover, he curiously inquired of Mu, Yi, and the other two female spirits. If you do not venture outside, why adorn yourselves so exquisitely? The expressions of the three female spirits suddenly grew somewhat peculiar as they exchanged glances, fidgeting slightly. Well, we have done this to surprise you. Xichen responded, what surprise? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and three male spirits entered, each cradling 6 gift boxes. Their expressions a blend of pride and bashfulness. The surprise is this. Xichen gazed at the 6 gift boxes, a tentative suspicion forming in his heart. Yet he could scarcely believe. What is this? This is a gift from us to you. One from each of us. They chimed in unison. Yes, we have all meticulously prepared these. Since the esteemed Immortal has already celebrated your welcome, it is only fitting that we each present you with a gift. The 6 spirits, each taking turns, eagerly showcased the various gifts to Xichen. Little junior brother, these spirit fruits are a delightful treat from your senior sister Mu. Although they lack spiritual essence, their flavor is truly exquisite. This fragrant flower is a gift from your senior sister Xiangjin. It is perpetually fragrant and will never wilt. You may place it in your room as incense. This is a calming incense from your senior sister Xia, crafted by myself. If you find it difficult to sleep, igniting it is particularly effective. This is a small token from your senior brother Muqi. And this is a small token from your senior brother Sunjun. And this is a small token from your senior brother Qingyao. In unison, the 3 male spirits chuckled bashfully after their declarations. We, your 3 senior brothers, may lack the thoughtful creativity of your senior sisters, and being out in the world, we had little to offer. So we pulled together 100 spirit stones for your pocket money. They scratched their heads sheepishly. Little junior brother, you wouldn't despise our gifts, would you? Of course not. Xichen hastily waved his hands, his gaze fixed on the 6 distinctly different gift boxes, sincerely expressing, I truly appreciate each and every one of these gifts. He longed to articulate his gratitude for their kindness and enthusiasm, yet regrettably, he found himself at a loss for words. As an orphan who had spent his life in solitude, this was the first occasion he had ever received such a multitude of gifts. He yearned to reciprocate the affection he had been shown, but having never experienced such warmth, he simply did not know how to express it. Ultimately, he could only clumsily repeat, I genuinely like them all. I cherish the gifts from each of my senior brothers and sisters. Thank you. Fortunately, they were not disheartened by Xichen's somewhat awkward response. Rather, they were elated. As long as our junior brother is satisfied, that is what matters. This is our first time gifting to a little one, and it has been a resounding success. Just as the atmosphere in the private room brimmed with joy, a cold voice abruptly pierced the air. I say, is this how slow your training progress has been today? It seems you have all squandered your time on this nonsensical activity. It was unmistakably the voice of the revered Nan Long. The once jubilant room fell into a sudden silence, the 6 little spirits resembling quails, cautiously turning towards the source of the voice. It turned out that Nan Long had, at some unknown point, taken his seat at the head of the room, coldly scrutinizing them. Chapter 29, Xichen was roused from his slumber by the anxious voice of the little dragon hatchling. Father, there's a big bad guy outside. Wake up quickly. The frantic, childlike tones stirred Xichen's muddled consciousness. Struggling to gather his thoughts, he asked, Dear one, what is the matter? The bad guy wants to bully you. I have been guarding you for a whole day and night, and he's still one tea leave. Woo-woo, I'm so exhausted that I could only wake you. The little dragon's voice gradually weakened, ultimately fading from Xichen's mind. Baby? What bad guy? Xichen's inquiries went unanswered, and the suffocating silence heightened his unease. With great effort, he broke free from the haze and opened his eyes. As he did, he found Xiao Hua standing at the foot of his bed, her icy gaze fixed intently on his abdomen. Memories from before his unconsciousness flooded back, and Xichen recalled his desire to end his own life. Instinctively, he covered his belly and retreated. The wall loomed behind him, leaving him no room to escape as he backed away. His voice strained. He pleaded once more, Immortal Master, I beg you spare me. I truly harbor no ill intentions towards the beast sect. Xiao Hua, the Immortal Master of Nanyang. was no longer concerned with whether Xichen posed a threat to the beast sect. Instead, she fixed her attention on his belly and revealed her conclusion from the night prior. You are pregnant. There's a little dragon hatchling within you. Xichen's pupils dilated. Even though he had suspected this outcome upon seeing Xiao Hua's fixation on his abdomen, panic surged through him nonetheless. What do you mean by little dragon hatchling? I don't understand. He attempted to feign ignorance. I am a man. How could a man possibly be pregnant? You must be mistaken. No, there is absolutely no mistake, Naliang, Immortal Master asserted. When I attacked you, it was the little dragon hatchling within you that summoned the dragon aura to shield you. It continued to protect you for a full day and night. After such a lengthy duration, I cannot fail to recognize the dragon aura. Raising her hand, a soft white light gathered in her palm. There's still lingering dragon aura in this room. From its hue, this little dragon hatchling is of the same lineage as me, a white dragon. Xichen noted a subtle shift in her tone as she spoke those last words, causing his anxiety to intensify. Biting his lip, he asked, "What a white dragon?" Naliang, Immortal Master replied, "There are only 2 white dragons left in this world, and I am one of them." She leaned forward, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Xichen. "Yet, in my memories, you have never existed. Could it be that you?" Xichen swallowed hard, dread washing over him. It was evident that Xiao Hua had linked him to the period of his amnesia. He could almost envision the tragic scene of himself and the little dragon hatchling being skewered like meat on a stick. However, the subsequent turn of events exceeded Xichen's expectations. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Xiao Hua slowly uttered, "Could it be that you are Bai Zhao's partner?" "What? Bai Zhao? Who is that?" Xichen's expression was one of utter confusion. He had no idea who Bai Zhao was. Noticing Xichen's bewilderment, Naliang, Immortal Master's brows furrowed slightly. "You do not know Bai Zhao? Has he never disclosed his identity to you?" Xichen, still struggling to comprehend the situation, hesitated to respond definitively, mumbling, I am indeed not very clear. Bai Zhao is utterly lacking in decorum. Naliang, Immortal Master scolded sharply. "Bai Zhao is my nephew, the only other remaining white dragon in this realm apart from myself. He has always resided with the elders of our clan on Dragon Island. The island opens for 10 days every 6 months. By my calculations, it closed exactly 20 days ago." Xichen understood now. Xiao Hua must believe that the little dragon hatchling within him belonged to Bai Zhao, and that he was his partner. Indeed, the next moment Xiao Hua inquired, "If you're already pregnant, why is Bai Zhao, as your partner, not by your side to protect you?" From Xiao Hua's current disposition, it seemed that if he admitted the hatchling was Bai Zhao's, he might secure his own safety. Realizing this, Xichen silently apologized to Bai Zhao in his heart, then lifted his head and began to fabricate a story without a hint of embarrassment. "Yes, this little dragon hatchling is indeed Bai Zhao's, but he has no obligation to remain by my side to protect me." "Why is that?" Naliang, Immortal Master pressed. "Because Bai Zhao and I are not partners. We were merely intoxicated one night, and he is not responsible for me. He is unaware of the child's existence." Xichen's words were meant to safeguard Bai Zhao's reputation. He believed that a fleeting encounter resulting in a pregnancy would sound far more palatable than the notion of abandoning a pregnant partner. Though he understood that no matter how he framed it, Bai Zhao's reputation would still suffer, he wished to minimize the trouble caused to him. However, contrary to his intentions, Naliang, Immortal Master, erupted in fury upon hearing his explanation, smashing his palm against the bedpost with such force that the decorative wooden frame shattered into splinters. Xichen, terrified, edged away from the bed, cautiously stammering, "Did I say something wrong?" Despite his cold demeanor, Naliang, Immortal Master, would never stoop so low as to intimidate a pregnant man, especially one carrying a long-awaited hatchling of their dragon clan. His anger stemmed solely from Bai Zhao. He could hardly believe that Bai Zhao would act so irresponsibly. People often say that dragons are inherently lustful, but this lust merely implies that they enjoy such activities rather than promiscuity. In truth, dragons are a remarkably traditional and devoted race. Most dragons, once they have found someone they love, remain steadfast in their affections for a lifetime. Of course, there are exceptions. Occasionally, some dragons may change partners, but regardless, their approach to relationships is always sincere, never engaging in casual encounters. Yet here was Bai Xiao, acting irresponsibly and even producing an offspring without realizing it. How could Nanliang, Immortal Master, not be furious? He longed to return to Dragon Island immediately and confront Bai Xiao. However, the island would not open for another 6 months, and the pressing matter at hand was to address the little dragon hatchling within Xichen. Noticing the evident fear in Xichen's eyes, Nanliang, Immortal Master, tempered his demeanor, speaking with unusual patience. You have not spoken wrongly. The one at fault is Bai Xiao. He should not have acted so irresponsibly. However, as his uncle, I assure you that when Dragon Island opens in 6 months, I will ensure he takes responsibility for you. Xichen thought to himself that he had already tarnished Bai Xiao's reputation to save his own life. How could he dare ask Bai Xiao to take responsibility? He initially intended to refuse, but then heard Xiao Hua say, during the 6 months that Bai Xiao is absent, I, as his uncle, will take care of you and assist you in giving birth to the dragon hatchling. Upon hearing those words, Xichen found himself at a loss for refusal, as he genuinely required Xiao Hua's assistance. With neither wealth, power, nor cultivation to rely upon, and with the members of the Xiantian sect lurking outside, it was exceedingly difficult for him to ensure the smooth birth of the little dragon cub on his own. However, with Xiao Hua's help, everything would be transformed. Not only could he evade the pursuit of a Xiantian sect, but he could also enter the beast sect to cultivate spells, achieving 2 objectives at once, free from any lingering worries. The only potential issue that might arise was that in 6 months, when Bai Xiao departed from Dragon Island, he would expose his deceit. Nevertheless, this could be easily resolved by simply departing half a month early. Having contemplated the advantages and disadvantages, Xichen raised his gaze and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Hua. Then I shall convey my thanks on behalf of the little dragon cub to the Immortal Lord. This statement was, in essence, an implicit agreement to Xiao Hua's proposal. There's no need for thanks, the Immortal Lord Nanliang replied. In terms of bloodline, I am the 3rd uncle of the little dragon cub. Assisting you in its birth is only right. If you wish, you may address me as 3rd uncle, as Bai Xiao does. 3rd uncle, 3rd uncle. It felt rather peculiar to have his biological father referred to as a 3rd uncle and the old adversary as a 3rd uncle as well. Xichen found it difficult to utter and instead demurred. I am not yet bonded with Bai Xiao. It would be more respectful to address you as the Immortal Lord. Nanliang, unfazed, continued, as you wish. You mentioned last night that you entered the beast sect for self-protection, as there are those who wish to harm you. Indeed, Xichen admitted, having resolved to accept Xiao Hua's assistance and no longer concealing the truth, he candidly stated, I have some grievances with the Xiantian sect. They have long sought to capture me. It was no wonder that members of the Xiantian sect had been prowling outside the building the previous night. Without inquiring into the nature of Xichen's grievances with the sect, Nanliang concluded, since you are in danger here, we shall set off for the beast sect tomorrow morning. To be cautious, upon reaching the beast sect, you must not reveal your human identity, nor the existence of the little dragon cub. Xichen nodded in agreement, but just as he did, voices from outside the door reached them. Why hasn't he, the little junior brother, come out of the Immortal Lord's room yet? It has been a day and a night. Do you think something has happened to him? Surely not. If something were wrong, the Immortal Lord would have summoned a doctor. But if all is well, why would the little junior brother remain in the Immortal Lord's room for such an extended period? Could it be that they are playing? I find that highly plausible. What beast wouldn't be enamored with a young cub? The Immortal Lord must be maintaining a facade of indifference, while secretly longing for the little junior brother, seizing the opportunity to lure him into his chamber for some private play. How outrageous! How can the Immortal Lord monopolize the little junior brother? He belongs to us all. After a day and a night, the little junior brother has surely been thoroughly consumed by the Immortal Lord. Their merriment outside only served to deepen Xichen's embarrassment within. Help! Consumed thoroughly? Do you creatures truly comprehend what that implies? At that moment, if he were alone, it might have been bearable. However, Xiao Hua, the other principal character in this narrative, was right beside him. Clearly, Xiao Hua had overheard their lewd remarks, and his expression darkened instantly. His voice icy. It seems they desire even more time for their sword training. Seeing Xiao Hua poised to step outside, Xichen felt a wave of trepidation. Chapter 30 He Izhou has arrived, indicating that the Xiantian sect has firmly decided to bring him back. An incessant stream of troubles weighs heavily on Xichen, causing him to press his temples in distress. Suddenly, the door before him creaked open of its own accord. Looking up, he was tossed a mask, the very one that Xiaohua had torn from him the previous night. He donned the mask as Nan Liang Xianzun emerged from within the room. His demeanor as cold as the winter frost. Regardless of their current relationship, the appearance of Nan Liang Xianzun was akin to a stabilizing force, calming Xichen's previously agitated heart. Rationally, he understood that both his headache and panic were futile. The priority was to conceal his identity and hide away. Nodding slightly, he quickly put on the mask and attempted to retreat into the room. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was halted by Nan Liang Xianzun's grip. With a furrowed brow, Nan Liang Xianzun regarded him with displeasure. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Xichen, momentarily taken aback, responded as if it were the most natural thing. "I'm going back to my room to hide, to avoid being discovered by He Izhou." He assumed that Xiaohua had given him the mask for this very purpose, but to his surprise, Xiaohua scoffed coldly. The one eye, Nan Liang Xianzun, wished to protect, has no reason to hide. He then forcefully pulled Xichen downstairs. Before Xichen could comprehend the situation, he found himself outside, directly exposed to He Izhou. It was evident that He Izhou had already seen his current masked appearance, and his expression was unmistakably excited. However, perhaps out of respect for Xiaohua's status, he refrained from immediately apprehending Xichen and instead greeted Xiaohua first. "Thank you, Nan Liang Xianzun, for this encounter. Your junior is deeply grateful." Nan Liang Xianzun scrutinized him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, you should be grateful. I could have easily taken your head for disturbing my dreams." He Izhou's expression stiffened. This was his first encounter with the legendary Nan Liang Xianzun, and he understood that the Xianzun was not to be trifled with, yet he hadn't anticipated such hostility. As a direct disciple of the foremost sect in the cultivation world, He Izhou was accustomed to being the center of attention, with everyone eager to please him. Yet, in the presence of Nan Liang Xianzun, he was greeted with a demand for his head. Rage simmered within He Izhou, but recalling the esteemed status of Nan Liang Xianzun, he suppressed his anger, bowing respectfully. "Xianzun, I did not intend to intrude. I have urgent matters to discuss." "What matters?" Nan Liang Xianzun inquired. He Izhou replied, "Xianzun, you must be aware of the fire that broke out in our sect over 20 days ago?" Nan Liang Xianzun showed no interest. "I do not know." Grinding his teeth, He Izhou swallowed his frustration and continued patiently. 20 days ago, our sect experienced a fire in the dead of night. Initially, we thought it was an accident, but upon investigation, we discovered it was arson. The arsonist is my fourth junior brother, Xichen. He is rather foolish and should have met his end in the wild. But our master took pity on him and brought him back to the sect, nurturing him with various treasures. 20 days ago, Xichen broke through to the golden core stage and gained consciousness. After being nurtured for over 20 years, he should have been grateful. Yet he turned out to be heartless and ungrateful. Rather than expressing gratitude, he became greedy and plotted against our treasure vault. On the night of the incident, he stole the Phoenix True Fire I had painstakingly sought, setting fire to the treasure vault and making off with half of our treasures. Xichen's brow twitched. How outrageous! He had merely taken a small portion, yet in He Izhou's narrative, it had escalated to half. He Izhou made no mention of the Golden Core incident, clearly intent on portraying him as a despicable traitor. Surrounding them were many disciples from other sects, who, upon hearing He Izhou's words, began to scorn him. The Xiantian sect had shown Xichen immense kindness, yet after gaining consciousness, he harbored treacherous thoughts against them. Truly, he was a born villain. It was hard to fathom that such a heartless individual still existed. If I were part of the Xiantian sect, I would ensure Xichen faced dire consequences to quell my resentment. Xichen was indifferent to the opinions of these outsiders. At that moment, his only concern was Xiaohua's perception of him. Stealing a glance at Xiaohua, he discerned no signs of disgust or anger on her face. Instead, her expression was one of impatience, as if she had grown weary of the conversation. asking He Zhou, "This is a matter concerning your Xintian sect. Why are you telling me?" "Endure, endure, endure," He Zhou repeatedly told himself, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Xianzun, I relay this matter not for the sake of the Xintian sect alone, but for the interests of your own Wanshou sect." At this, Nanliang Xianzun seemed to perk up, raising an eyebrow at him. "Why do you say that?" He Zhou explained, after Xichen's escape. "Our sect has been searching for him. Just 2 days ago, a disciple reported to me that he discovered a suspicious male cultivator here, who is believed to be Xichen, and this suspicious individual has already joined Wanshou sect." He Zhou pointed towards Xichen standing behind Nanliang Xianzun. "This person is that suspicious male cultivator. I hope Xianzun will allow me to handle him." He believed that having stated such, Nanliang Xianzun would surely turn Xichen over to him. To his astonishment, Nanliang Xianzun's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are, to presume to handle a disciple of Wanshou sect?" He Zhou bowed his head. "Xianzun, you misunderstand. I have no intention of overstepping. However, this individual is indeed too suspicious, and my actions stem from concern for the Wanshou sect." Nanliang Xianzun replied, "Wanshou sect is not Xintian sect. We are not blind. Besides, should there be any misjudgment, we will bear the consequences ourselves. Remember this. Any disciple who joins Wanshou sect, regardless of their nature, shall not be subjected to the bullying of humans. I am letting you off this time for the sake of Dongling Xianzun. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy." With that, Nanliang Xianzun turned to leave, and Xichen followed closely behind. As they were about to depart, He Zhou could no longer contain himself. Ever since joining the Xintian sect, he had never been treated with such disdain. Furthermore, having finally found a lead on Xichen, how could he bear to let it go? Thinking of his junior brother Xiaofeng, who had been in tears over his inability to form a golden core, He Zhou's mind heated up, and he lunged forward, grabbing Xichen. "You can't leave," he exclaimed loudly. "Nanliang Xianzun, you clearly know this person is suspicious, yet you refuse to hand him over. This could potentially cause immeasurable harm to the cultivation world. If you insist on being obstinate, I will have no choice but to inform the sect and summon the other 3 great Xianzun." Nanliang Xianzun slowly turned back, looking at He Zhou with incredulity. "You dare to threaten me?" He Zhou replied, "Xianzun, I am not threatening." Before he could finish, Nanliang Xianzun struck him down with a single palm. A terrifying pressure erupted within a 100-meter radius, causing the faces of all cultivators, except for Xichen, to pale. He Zhou, standing closest, spat out a mouthful of blood. He Zhou, accustomed to arrogance, had only now come to the sobering realization that the figure before him was not one of the easily manipulated soft persimmons from other sects, but rather the notoriously ruthless Nanliang Xianzun. Fear finally gripped him as he pleaded, "Nanliang Xianzun, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I beg for your mercy this once." Yet it was too late. Nanliang Xianzun regarded him with disdain, conjuring an icy blade in his palm, which struck down upon He Zhou's legs. In a fleeting moment, his legs were severed. "Oh, my legs! My legs!" He Zhou's cries reverberated through the bloodied ground. Unmoved, Nanliang Xianzun surveyed the onlookers, his voice sharp and commanding. "Should anyone dare to bully my disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect, this shall be their fate." Everyone present, including Xichen, stood in stunned silence. Particularly Xichen, witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, turned pale as a ghost. Bai Long, or Nanliang Xianzun, noticed Xichen's ashen face but paid it no mind. His temperament was inherently savage, and many feared him. So Xichen's fear was inconsequential. In fact, he considered it beneficial if Xichen grew fearful of him, fostering distance between them. Although he had offered to care for Xichen, it was solely due to his connection to the little dragon cub and Bai Xiao. He harbored no fondness for Xichen and even felt a tinge of aversion to his humanity. He could tend to humans, but did not wish to grow too close. If Xichen's fear prompted him to maintain his distance, it would be all the better. Subsequently, Bai Long chose to ignore Xichen's pallor. Following his plan, he returned to the tower, gathering the disciples and Xichen aboard a flying vessel, en route to the 10,000 Beast sect. The Dragon Clan thrived in the skies, relishing the open air. Lying atop the flying craft, Bai Long gazed at the azure heavens and the billowing white clouds, while the jubilant cries of the little demon cubs filled his ears, bringing him great contentment. Just then, Xichen's voice intruded upon his reverie. Xianzun, Bai Long mused, wondering if this human named Xichen would, like others of his kind, begin to preach notions of peace and kindness, urging him to refrain from causing harm in the future. Humans were indeed a detestable species. Had it been any other human, he would have cast them off the vessel long ago. However, Xichen was different. He was Bai Zhao's future partner and bore their clan's soul little dragon cub. Resisting the urge to dispose of him, Bai Long turned to Xichen with annoyance. What is it? Despite still appearing somewhat pale, Xichen managed to muster a smile upon seeing Bai Long's gaze, softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xianzun, for saving me earlier. Bai Long raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. You're thanking me? Are you not afraid? Xichen answered candidly. I am afraid. After all, it was my first encounter with such a bloody scene. It would be strange not to be afraid. Yet despite his fear, he understood that Xiaohua's actions were all for his sake. Though the method was undeniably cruel, its effect was unmistakable. Aside from He Zhou, the other sects were left in awe. As long as he donned this mask in the future, none would dare pursue him again. With sincere gratitude, Xichen added, But I still wish to thank you, Xianzun, for I know you act in my best interest. I will strive to overcome my fear and no longer let myself be intimidated by such bloody scenes. Chapter 31. Xichen and Xiaoyang did nothing, and it was evident that the icy water drenching Bai Long was the doing of the small dragon cub, who possessed the same mutated ice spirit root. Had it been anyone else, such a trivial attack would not have even grazed the hem of Bai Long's garment. Yet, it was the small dragon cub who executed this lowly assault. Bai Long had lowered his guard against the cub, and upon sensing its intent, he refrained from retaliating to avoid harming the little one. Consequently, the outcome was that the esteemed South Dragon Immortal was thoroughly doused in icy water. He was soaked to the skin, his long black hair dripping, and comically adorned with 2 large chunks of ice atop his head. The scene was so startling that the room fell into an oppressive silence. Finally, it was Xichen who broke the stillness, awkwardly apologizing. Immortal, I sincerely apologize. The little dragon cub is timid. Perhaps it was startled when you approached right after awakening, hence the sudden attack. Xiaoyang quickly added, the cub is merely a baby. It is normal for it to be frightened. Immortal, you have always been magnanimous. Surely you would not hold this against the little one. Xichen echoed, Indeed, Immortal, your generosity is well known. How could you possibly concern yourself with such trifles? Bai Long remained silent, pondering their words. Could he truly afford to be upset? Besides, even if he wished to confront the matter, the small dragon cub was still in utero. He could hardly extract it from within. Suppressing his fury, Bai Long coldly tossed the ice chunks to the ground and declared, If it can launch an attack, it seems its spiritual energy has been sufficiently replenished. There is no need for me to oversee it further. With that, he swept out of the guest quarters. Xiaoyang trembled in place, fear gripping him. It's over. It's over. The Immortal is angry. I must flee quickly. If the Immortal truly decides to unleash his wrath, it would spell disaster for me. He hastily retrieved a dozen variously shaped immortal herbs from his spatial pouch and informed Xichen. These are all the herbs rich in pure spiritual energy currently available in the sect. Use one for the little dragon cub every 5 days. It should last for 2 months. Once these are exhausted, I will send someone to procure more. With that, he hurriedly dashed away. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and turned to Xichen. By the way, it seems you still possess no cultivation, correct? Indeed, Xichen replied, perceptively understanding the implication of his words. Does this pose any adverse effect on the little dragon cub? Xiaoyang quickly clarified, not necessarily adverse. But I recall reading in a medical tome that if the mother lacks her own spiritual energy to sustain the offspring, no matter how abundant the external supplementation, the cub's constitution will inevitably be affected. Xiaoyang spoke quickly, and as soon as he finished, he vanished in a flash. Nonetheless, Xichen grasped the essence of his message. If he desired the little dragon cub to develop optimally, he must commence his cultivation post-haste. Regardless of its connection to the cub's development, Xichen would have pursued cultivation as soon as possible. This was the realm of cultivation, and to survive herein, one must possess skills. However, once the matter intertwined with the cub's growth, anxiety crept in. He had previously inquired how long until the cub's birth, and the answer had been 6 months. Now nearly a month had passed. Thus, to ensure the cub's optimal development, he needed to achieve some progress in his cultivation within the remaining 5 months. The blockages in his meridians had been cleared, and though he had previously destroyed his golden core, it had since reformed. Yet he remained uncertain whether cultivation would proceed smoothly. Furthermore, finding a mentor in the myriad beast sect to guide him was no simple task. While concealed beneath the aura of the little dragon cub, he could maintain his human identity within the sect. But once he began to cultivate, any mentor guiding him would inevitably uncover his true nature. The more he pondered, the more despondent he felt, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Why must cultivation be so arduous? Daddy, don't worry. Even if you don't cultivate, the baby can still be born healthy. The small dragon cub's tender voice echoed from within Xichen's belly. Upon hearing the cub speak, Xichen's heart settled, though he was still puzzled. When did you wake up, little one? Why didn't you speak just now? The cub replied, because there was a big bad guy around. I didn't want to talk to the big bad guy. A big bad guy? Xichen mused, recalling the cub's earlier attack on Xiaohua, and surmised. Are you referring to South Dragon Immortal? Yes. That S him. The cub huffed indignantly. He asked the big bad guy who attacked Daddy. Realizing the cub harbored resentment towards Xiaohua for the earlier incident, Xichen explained, the South Dragon Immortal is not a bad guy. The reason he attacked you was that he feared you might harm the disciples of our sect. Now that he knows you are not a villain, he will not attack you again. The little dragon cub remained obstinate. Humph. I don't care why he did it. He attacked Daddy, so I dislike him. Next time I see him, I'll splash him with ice water to avenge you. Xichen was both moved and troubled. He was touched by the cub's filial piety, even before birth, wishing to defend him. Yet he was concerned about the strained relationship between the cub and Xiaohua. They were, after all, father and son. Having barely met twice, their relationship had already soured. What would become of them in the future? In the next 6 months, he would frequently encounter Xiaohua. If each meeting ended with the cub splashing water on Xiaohua, given her temperament, even if the cub was precious to the dragon clan, she might very well expel them. It was imperative that he counsel the cub to be discreet. Xichen gently patted his belly, offering soft advice. Baby, you must not attack him. He has sheltered us and provided us with immortal herbs. If you continue to provoke him and anger him, he may expel us from the sect, and then you won't have any herbs to consume. Upon hearing that Xiaohua was linked to his future sustenance, the little dragon cub fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly conceded, all right, I won't splash water on him anymore, but I still want to talk to him. I don't want to live on his territory. It smells awful. Xichen did not harbor any animosity toward Xiaohua. After all, they shared a bond from their time in Mo City. However, if given a choice, he would prefer not to reside here. The proximity to Xiaohua's dwelling, merely 100 meters away, instilled in him an inexplicable pressure. Moreover, there was another discomforting realization. There was nothing to eat here. During the cleaning session with Mu, Yi, and the others, he had carefully observed that the guest quarters lacked a kitchen or dining table. The only food-related item was a bottle of fasting pills placed on the table. Outside the guest quarters, the entire Tongshan was eerily quiet. Besides Xiaohua's residence 100 meters away, there were no other structures in sight. This meant that if he resided here and felt hungry, he would only have fasting pills to rely on. While fasting pills would stave off hunger, they would not satisfy his appetite, which was a dire predicament for a food lover like Xichen. He recalled Mu Yi's words before her departure, stating that she would come to pick him up for the welcome banquet the following noon. He consoled Xiao Longzai, say, my dear, bear with it a little longer. When Sister Mu Yi arrives tomorrow, I shall inquire if there are any other accommodations available. The next day, before noon had even arrived, Mu Yi appeared, exuding vitality as she pulled Xichen down the mountain. Junior brother, come on. The welcome banquet is all set, just waiting for your arrival. On their way to the banquet, Xichen seized the opportunity to ask her, Sister Mu Yi, are there any vacant rooms in the sect where I could move? Mu Yi looked at him curiously. Aren't you residing on the Sacred Pine Mountain? That is the most spiritually enriched peak in the sect. Other creatures cannot even dream of living there. Why would you want to move away? Xichen hesitated to reveal the pressure he felt from Xiaohua and instead explained that there was no food available on the sacred pine mountain. Upon hearing this, Mu Yi's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. I completely forgot that the sage has not partaken of earthly sustenance for so long that food has run out on the mountain. She looked at Xichen with sympathy. It is indeed unfortunate to be without delicious food, but, junior brother, it seems you cannot move for the time being. Why not? Xichen inquired. Because we do not know what your true form is, Mu Yi replied. Through Mu Yi's narrative, Xichen learned that the method of accepting disciples in the 10,000 Beasts sect vastly differed from that of the human sections. After successfully joining a human sect, practitioners must undergo selection by the elders. When an elder recognizes a disciple's talent and is willing to take them under their wing, only then can the disciple officially become an inner disciple of the sect. In contrast, the 10,000 Beasts sect selects qualified inner disciples during the entrance examination itself. Upon returning to the sect, the elders no longer assess the disciples' talents. Instead, the sect directly assigns suitable disciples to appropriate elders based on their beast forms. For instance, Elder Xichen, whose true form is a large black python, automatically takes in all disciples of snake and insect forms. These disciples are also directly arranged to reside on Chujiu Mountain, where Elder Xichen resides. Due to this established system, there are no extra accommodations available for junior brother Xichen. If he truly wishes to leave Sacred Pine Mountain, he must first find a master. However, Xichen was reluctant to disclose his true form, making it impossible to find a mentor in a sect that assigns masters based on true forms. It appeared that he would remain on Sacred Pine Mountain for the foreseeable future. With a sigh, Xichen acknowledged, I understand now. Thank you, sister. I shall continue residing on Sacred Pine Mountain for the time being. He lamented the necessity of enduring the pressure from Xiaohua while remaining there. Mu Yi, unaware of the true reason, mistakenly thought he was lamenting the lack of food, and immediately reassured him, do not worry, junior brother. I shall bring you more delicious food in the future. Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten for a day and a night. You must be quite hungry. I'll go fetch you something tasty right away. Indeed, Xichen was feeling peckish, though not to the extent of desperation. Besides, the welcome banquet was imminent. Surely, there would be no shortage of food at the feast. Sister, there's really no need. He attempted to call out to Mu Yi, but she was too swift, vanishing before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 32 Junior Brother, do try this red fruit candy and see how it tastes. As Mu Yi walked along, she munched on snacks, eagerly stuffing various treats from her arms into Xichen's hands. And this spirit herb jelly, beef jerky, these are all my favorites. Thank you, senior sister. These delicacies are indeed delightful, Xichen replied, savoring each bite, though his mind lingered on the words spoken by the elder earlier. This is your return path, and will lead you back to the beginning. He pondered whether there was a deeper meaning to this statement or if the elder was merely toying with him. Unable to discern the truth, he decided to inquire, senior sister, are there any diviners in our sect? Indeed, Mu Yi responded. Aside from the Immortal Sovereign and our sect leader, we have 4 elders in total, with Elder Ji being the diviner. He is a high-ranking diviner, but her expression twisted in frustration. Elder Ji is truly insufferable. Mu Yi, filled with indignation, recounted, as one of the 4 elders, he is anything but composed. He neither takes disciples nor stays within the sect, instead wandering about, causing trouble. When he occasionally returns, he delights in playing pranks on us younger disciples. I still fume at my last encounter with him. I was fishing with Xiang Jin and Ji Xia in a river when we caught barely enough to eat. Elder Ji suddenly appeared, claiming he had divined a spot teeming with large fish. We 3 joyfully rushed over, only to find ourselves besieged by a swarm of black insects in a dense forest. We charged in, only to be covered in them. Mu Yi trembled with rage. Elder Ji clearly knew how much we loathe insects and led us straight into that trap. He is utterly detestable. From Elder Ji's previous antics at Xichen, Xichen had sensed his penchant for mischief. However, he had not anticipated that Elder Ji would extend his pranks to the disciples of his own sect. Observing Mu Yi's furious demeanor, he felt a deep sympathy for her. To have such an elder must be quite a burden for you. Now he's not just my elder, but yours as well, junior brother. You must be cautious around him, she warned. Whatever Elder Ji tells you, do not believe him. Heeding her advice, Xichen set aside his lingering thoughts about the elder's cryptic remarks and nodded. Understood. As they conversed, they arrived at the Wan Beast Pavilion, where the welcome banquet was to be held. He stood at the entrance, winking at Xichen. Junior brother, the senior brothers and sisters inside, must be eagerly waiting. Go on, open the door, and surprise them. Xichen had assumed that today's banquet was solely for him, arranged by Mu, Yi, and the other 6 demons. Without further thought, he pushed open the door to the pavilion. The moment he did, regret washed over him. The pavilion was filled with a throng of nearly 200 young demons, all possessing striking appearances. They were engaged in various activities. Some stood, some sat, some lay down, eating, drinking, playing games, and even squabbling. Yet, upon hearing the door creak open, they all turned in unison to gaze at Xichen, who stood in the doorway. A newcomer, they murmured. Wow, could this be the junior brother they mentioned, the underage one? He looked so tender and adorable. At that moment, Xichen was not wearing a mask, and Mu Yi playfully ruffled his hair, calling out, Yes, yes. This adorable little junior brother is the underage cub we've just brought back. As soon as she finished speaking, Xichen noticed the eyes of the 200 demons gleaming with excitement, their breaths growing ragged as they seemed poised to pounce. Had he not experienced the antics of Mu, Yi, and the others, he might have been oblivious to their intentions. But now, he understood all too well that these demons were eager to rush over and ruffle him. Xichen felt overwhelmed. Even with just 6 demons, he was nearly at his limit. The prospect of facing 200 was daunting. He was still young and had no desire to become bald. Perhaps fleeing would be wise? As he contemplated his escape, 3 elegantly dressed and imposing demons descended from the 2nd floor. These were the other 3 elders aside from Elder Ji. Mu Yi leaned in and whispered, The beautiful demon in white is Elder Hu. She is my mentor and the smartest of the 4 elders. The gentle-looking one in green is Elder Shu. She is the kindest among them, my favorite to play with. As for the one in black, that Elder He, the fiercest and most unapproachable demon in our sect aside from the Immortal Sovereign. As if to affirm Mu Yi's words, Elder He, a burly figure with a scowling visage, barked, What are you all doing? Eyeing the newcomer. Do you wish to approach the junior brother? Do you have any sense at all? Xichen's heart lifted at Elder He's fierce reprimand. It seemed he was not like the other demons who lost their wits at the sight of the cub. With him around, he felt safe from becoming a target. Just as Xichen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Elder He turned his gaze upon him and stated solemnly, This junior brother is still a cub, exceedingly fragile. He cannot withstand the affections of so many demons at once. He should first choose a mentor, once he decides under which elder he will study. Only then are the senior brothers and sisters allowed to approach him. Having spoken, Elder He forced a somewhat stiff smile and, with a gravelly voice, coaxed, Little cub, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elder He, the highest-ranking elder in the Wan Beast sect. Follow me, and I guarantee your cultivation will soar. Come, become my disciple. Xichen thought to himself, what was he imagining? In a place where demons were so eager for a cub, how could there be one that wasn't coveting such a youngling? Elders Hu and Shu clearly shared Elder He's enthusiasm for Xichen. Seeing that he had made the first introduction, they hurried over to present themselves. Elder Hu smiled warmly. Little cub, I am Elder Hu. While strength is important for demons, having a clever mind is even more crucial. You appear to be a bright child. I believe you will make the right choice and come and study under me. Elder Shu added gently, I am Elder Shu, and like you, I possess a wood-type spiritual root. Under my guidance, you will master the most exquisite wood-based spells. Come, become my disciple. As Xichen stood before these 3 capable elders, he felt a pang of regret for not being a demon. If he were, he could choose freely among them. Regrettably, he was not of the demon race. He was merely a human. To conceal his true identity, he could not accept any of the 3 elders as his master, and he needed to devise a plausible excuse to decline their offers. How might he refuse? Should he claim he was not ready to take on a master? However, it seemed contradictory to join a sect without the intention of apprenticeship. Perhaps he could say he wished to observe further before deciding? That would be too presumptuous. The three elders were formidable figures, and their willingness to accept him was likely based on his fabricated identity as a mere child. It was inconceivable for him to take advantage of their kindness. Yet, if neither reason sufficed, what should he articulate? In the midst of Xichen's turmoil, a melodious and pleasant male voice resonated behind him. The atmosphere was lively. What was transpiring? Xichen turned to find a striking stranger clad in red, exuding charm and charisma. Beside him stood someone familiar to Xichen, Xiaohua. The two appeared at ease, standing side by side in a manner that suggested an egalitarian friendship. Could it be that this man was Fengme, the leader of the Wanshou sect, who enjoyed such camaraderie with the revered Nan Liang Xianzun? Indeed, Fengme was a legendary figure in the cultivation world, having persuaded Nan Liang Xianzun to establish the Wanshou sect alongside him. It was said that he was even older than Nan Liang Xianzun, boasting an age of over 2,000 years. Xichen's deduction proved correct. The leader, along with the Xianzun, greeted the two new arrivals. The black-haired elder responded, "We are here to host a welcoming feast for the newly initiated disciple and to allow him to select a master." Fengme's gaze swept over the three elders crowded at the entrance. "So, all three of you wish to take this young disciple under your wing?" A somewhat bashful smile crept onto the black-haired elder's typically stern face. Indeed, after all, he is quite the adorable little one. In the eyes of the black-haired elder, this child was the most delightful creature in existence. Who wouldn't he desire such a companion? Oh, he nearly forgot there were indeed two who were not interested. Stealing a glance at Bai Long and Fengme, he mused that only someone as cold-hearted as Nan Liang Xianzun and the Trouble Averse leader would not wish for this child. Seeing how coveted the new disciple was, the black-haired elder decided to join in the pursuit. Almost as soon as he finished his thought, he heard the typically aloof Nan Liang Xianzun utter, "Since this little one is so sought after, I shall also express my interest." Before the black-haired elder could recover from his surprise, the leader, who detested complications, chimed in, "If Nan Liang Xianzun is expressing interest, then I shall join the fray as well." Bai Long and Fengme approached Xichen, inquiring, "Do you wish to become my disciple? Do you wish to become the disciple of this leader?" Chapter 33. Due to the peculiar behavior of Bai Long and Fengme, the entire Beast Pavilion was in an uproar. My goodness, did I hear correctly? The Immortal Lord and the Sect Master both wished to take the little junior brother as their disciple. I recall that both the Immortal Lord and the Sect Master had previously declared they would never accept disciples. Yet now they have been simultaneously challenged by the little junior brother. Is this the allure of a young prodigy? The little junior brother is destined to have formidable mentors, while one of the Immortal Lord or the Sect Master will also have a little one as a disciple. Oh dear, I find myself at a loss as to whom I should envy more. Even the three elders of Haihushu could not resist communicating through their divine senses to whisper amongst themselves. What is going on today with the Immortal Lord and the Sect Master that they both come to vie for the little one? How infuriating! With the Immortal Lord and the Sect Master present, it is clear that the little one will not belong to us. Who do you think the little prodigy will choose between the Immortal Lord and the Sect Master? Aside from Bai Long and Fengme, the only one maintaining tranquility at this moment was Xichen. Indeed, as the object of contention between Nan Long, the Immortal Lord, and the Sect Master of the Beast Sect, Xichen remained remarkably composed. He understood that the reason Xiaohua proposed to take him as a disciple was not out of genuine intention, but rather to help him conceal the truth of his human identity. With Nan Long as his nominal master, the three elders of Haihushu would no longer compete for the position, ensuring that his human identity would remain undisclosed. As for Fengme, Xichen was unaware of the reason behind the proposal, but he was certain that he could not choose to become Fengme's disciple. To be Fengme's disciple would lead to the same fate as being one of the three elders' disciples. His human truth would inevitably be revealed. Alas, it appears that regardless of the circumstances, he cannot escape from Tangshan and must remain bound to Xiaohua for the next 6 months. Xichen was somewhat reluctant, yet now he found no alternative solution. He sighed and walked toward the direction of Xiaohua, preparing to acknowledge Xiaohua as his nominal master. Just then, Feng called out to him, causing him to halt in his tracks, looking at Feng with confusion. Sect Master, what is it? Feng replied. Before you make your choice, there is something I wish to clarify with you. He approached Xichen and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I know you are human, and I am aware of the existence of the little dragon cub, as well as your purpose for entering the beast sect. Xichen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at him, lowering his voice to ask, How did you know? How I know is of little importance. Feng smirked cunningly. What matters is, as Feng continued speaking, Xichen's previously calm expression began to waver. Bai Long observed the intimate exchange between Feng and Xichen, his brow furrowing in displeasure. He had initially thought that Feng's assertion about taking Xichen away was a jest, but to his surprise, upon arriving at the Beast Pavilion, Feng truly began to contend for the position of Xichen's master. Moreover, upon seeing Xichen inclined to choose him as a master, Feng insisted on whispering secrets that Bai Long could not hear. As Xichen's calm demeanor shifted to uncertainty with Feng's whispers, Bai Long felt an inexplicable irritation brewing within him. After much restraint, he finally could not hold back any longer and spoke coldly. If you're going to choose, do it quickly. Stop dragging this out. Feng had just finished conveying his thoughts to Xichen when he turned to Bai Long, amusement dancing in his eyes. Immortal Lord, did you not say you would follow me? Why get angry over a few words? Bai Long recalled his own words uttered en route to the Beast Pavilion, and his brow tightened further. Angry? I merely find a waste of time. What I needed to say is already said. I will not waste any more time. Feng continued, patting Xichen's shoulder. You should think carefully about whom you wish to choose. Xichen nodded, his expression returning to calm, as if he had made a decision deep within. However, he did not choose immediately. Instead, he glanced at Bai Long, then at Feng, revealing a hint of concern. It seemed he feared that choosing one would offend the other. Reflecting on Feng's previous statement, Bai Long suspected that Feng's childish desire to outdo him had led him to threaten Xichen with his status as sect master. Thus, Xichen worried that if he did not choose Feng, he might face retribution. As for why Xichen would not fear Bai Long's retaliation, Bai Long found it quite natural. He had rescued Xichen from Xiantian's sect and brought him into the beast sect. It made no sense for Xichen to turn against him due to Feng's mere words, since he had already aided Xichen numerous times. One more instance would bear no consequence. In an unusual display of benevolence, Bai Long spoke up. Rest assured, no matter whom you choose, we shall respect your decision. Harbor no anger, and certainly will not seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Xichen's eyes lit up. Really? Indeed, Bai Long replied, glancing meaningfully at Feng. We shall keep each other in check. Feng maintained his amused expression, nodding in agreement. Yes, we will keep each other in check. Hearing this, Xichen finally set aside his worries and looked at Bai Long, Immortal Lord. Thank you for your kindness, but after careful consideration, I have decided to take the sect master as my master. Bai Long could scarcely believe his ears. What did you say? I said I wished to take the sect master as my master, Xichen replied, cautiously meeting his gaze. Is there a problem? Bai Long's face grew stern as he coldly replied, No problem. Feng erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha! My dear disciple, after 2 millennia, I finally have my first disciple. The 3 elders of Haihu Shu, along with the younger members of the demon clan, chimed in with congratulations. Congratulations to the sect master on acquiring a beloved disciple. It is said that the little junior brother possesses a top tier with spiritual root, with exceptional talent. The sect master has truly struck gold. Indeed, Feng had struck gold. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved a green whip from his spatial ring and presented it to Xichen. This shepherd's whip has been cherished by me for many years, and it is most suitable for wood-type cultivators. Let it serve as a meeting gift for my disciple. Xichen graciously accepted the shepherd's whip and performed a respectful gesture of a disciple to his master. Thank you, master. Observing the harmonious scene of a devoted master and disciple, Bai Long's expression remained stern as he swept his sleeve and strode toward the exit. Feng noticed his departure and mischievously inquired, Oh dear, Immortal Lord, the banquet has just begun. Why are you leaving? Bai Long ignored him entirely, not looking back as he continued to depart. Seeing this, Feng only laughed more heartily. Ha ha, I am in high spirits today, and everyone must enjoy themselves to the fullest. Let us drink until we drop. With the sect master's declaration, how could anyone not revel in the merriment? The welcoming banquet, coupled with the apprenticeship ceremony, continued into the deep night before gradually winding down. Most of the demon clan members had indulged to the point of inebriation, staggering in groups as they made their way out. Some had even reverted to their original forms, running, jumping, or flying in a raucous exodus from the Beast Pavilion. Feng, the instigator of the drinking, remained completely sober, his gaze clear and his steps steady as he waved to Xichen beside him. Come, my obedient disciple, let us depart. As a minor, Xichen was not permitted to partake in alcohol, yet he too maintained clarity of mind. He followed Feng's lead outside the pavilion, and upon noticing the absence of other creatures, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Master, he inquired, were the whispers you shared with me today truly sincere? Xichen's decision to choose Feng as his mentor stemmed entirely from the heartfelt words Feng had spoken earlier. How I came to know is inconsequential. What matters is that after you become my disciple, regardless of your humanity, I shall earnestly regard you as my true apprentice, guiding you in cultivation, dispelling your doubts, and aiding your growth, ensuring you establish a foundation in the realm of cultivation. These assurances were precisely what Xichen desperately sought, prompting him to unhesitatingly accept Feng as his master, even at the risk of offending Xiaohua. However, despite having sworn allegiance to this master, Xichen harbored lingering uncertainties. After all, he was human, while Feng was a creature of the supernatural. He could not fathom why Feng would make such a promise to a mere human. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed Feng for confirmation of the authenticity of this vow, apprehensive that Feng might turn to him with a cunning grin, revealing it all to be a jest. Fortunately, Feng did not do so. Instead, he turned to Xichen with an unusual seriousness. You have called me master. Could this possibly be false? Though few words were exchanged, they instilled a peculiar sense of reassurance in Xichen, who smiled brightly in response. Thank you, master. May I begin my cultivation with you tomorrow? Of course, Feng replied with grandiosity. You are my disciple. Feel free to voice any requests. Xichen indeed had a request. Master, now that I have pledged my allegiance, I should be able to move from Tangshan to your mountain, correct? Absolutely. Feng raised an eyebrow at him. What, do you not wish to reside in the domain of Nanlong Xianzun? Xichen hesitated. Well, it's not that I don't want to, it's just, I fear I might disturb the serene cultivation of the Xianzun. Moreover, there is little to eat in Tangshan, and since I have quite the appetite, I believe I would fare better residing with you. Despite Xichen's well-constructed excuses, Feng, having long since attained sentience, discerned the truth. Xichen simply did not wish to share the same space as Bai Long. Remembering how Bai Long had disdainfully regarded Xichen that very morning, Feng could not help but smirk mischievously. If you find it unsuitable, then let us move directly. I happen to be free tonight and shall accompany you. 20 minutes later, within the guest quarters of Tangshan, Xichen observed Feng, who was grinning while assisting him in packing his belongings. Confusion washed over him. He could not fathom why his master was so amused by what was merely a relocation, and why he smiled so slyly, akin to one who had committed a misdeed. Yet, what mischief could possibly arise from moving? Before Xichen could unravel this puzzle, a cold voice echoed from the entrance. What are you doing at this late hour? Turning to see Xiaohua approaching, he contemplated whether to inform her of his departure, but decided against it, opting instead to directly state, Xianzun, I am moving away. Thank you for your care these past few days. Bai Long inquired, where do you intend to relocate? To my place, of course. Feng interjected with a concealed grin. He is now my disciple. Naturally, he shall reside with me. Chapter 34. Why can't I leave? Hearing Xiaohua's insistence that he stay, Xichen looked at him with confusion. Feng also wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, why do you prevent my disciple from leaving? Did you not say that he could accompany me wherever I go? Bai Long was keenly aware that Feng's apparent bewilderment was, in fact, a form of mockery. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he replied coldly, I did say he could follow you, but the condition is that it should not adversely affect the little dragon cub. Upon hearing the mention of the little dragon cub, Xichen immediately grew concerned and inquired closely, "Could my moving away from here negatively impact the little dragon cub?" Bai Long explained, "This place is the residence within the 10,000 Beast sect where spiritual energy is most abundant. The little dragon cub needs constant nourishment from this energy during its gestation. If it leaves this place, its development will be hindered, and the required amount of celestial herbs will increase." Although Xichen was reluctant to remain at Tangshan under the pressure from Xiaohua, he was even more unwilling to impede the little dragon cub's development. Thus, he decided to endure and continue residing atop Tangshan. He set aside his burdens and said, "Since that is the case, then I shall not." Realizing the reason behind it, he was interrupted by Feng Mi, who cheerfully interjected, "I also have a residence with abundant spiritual energy." Before Xichen could finish his sentence about not leaving, Feng Mi excitedly informed him that there was a place on Feng Mountain that was similarly rich in spiritual energy, and he had just built a new palace there, which had yet to be occupied. "For now, I shall let you stay there." Having just taken him as a disciple, Feng Mi gifted him the shepherd god whip as a welcoming present. Although Xichen was uncertain about the whip's exact rank, its exquisite and splendid appearance suggested it was no ordinary artifact. Having received such a generous gift, he felt too embarrassed to impose further on Feng Mi's palace. He attempted to decline, but before he could voice his refusal, Feng Mi was already pulling him along. "We must go. You are my disciple. How can you linger in Bai Long's residence? It would be quite embarrassing for me." After stating this, Feng Mi turned to Bai Long and said, "I shall take him now. Rest assured, I will take good care of the little dragon cub." With the issue of the little dragon cub's development settled, Bai Long had no further reason to keep Xichen and could only watch as Feng Mi led him away. 20 minutes later, Feng Mi stood within a splendid palace and smugly asked Xichen, "How does it compare? Surely, it is far more exquisite than Bai Long's place?" Exquisite is an understatement, Xichen thought as he gazed at the intricately carved and resplendent palace before him. He could only describe it as luxurious, yet this luxury was devoid of any vulgarity. It simply imparted an exquisite beauty that made every ornament within seem as if it had been meticulously designed. Feeling even more reluctant to occupy Feng Mi's palace in light of its grandeur, Xichen tactfully remarked, "Master, this place is too exquisite. I fear I might damage something inside. Perhaps I should return to Tangshan instead." Feng Mi, an ancient spirit, could easily discern Xichen's true feelings. With a gentle smile, he reassured him, "You need not feel overly burdened. This palace is not newly constructed. It has existed for nearly a millennium and is quite an antique." Xichen was taken aback. "A millennium? How can it be so well preserved?" From its appearance, the palace bore no traces of age whatsoever. Feng Mi reached out, gently brushing his hand along the jade-carved railings. "When I built this palace, I used materials that are rare treasures in the world. Everything within this palace is impervious to the ravages of time. And yet, after all this time, why have you not moved in?" Xichen queried. Feng Mi replied, "This was not built for myself. It was constructed for a dear friend who has since passed away." "Then why?" "Because he has already departed from this world." Feng Mi's smile remained, but it bore a tinge of bittersweetness. "I knew he would never inhabit it when I was constructing the palace." Xichen sensed there was a story behind the palace that he did not wish to disturb. Contemplating how to decline the offer, Feng Mi seemed to sense his thoughts and turned to him, saying, "Do not utter refusals. Come live here as a way to fulfill my wish." Xichen was puzzled. "What wish?" Feng Mi gazed at him with a hint of nostalgia. "To be candid, you bear a resemblance to my late friend. By residing here, it would fulfill my desire for him to have taken up residence." With such words spoken, Xichen found it difficult to refuse further and ultimately acquiesced. "Very well. I shall accept your kindness, master." "What thanks? I am your master. Providing you with comfort is also a matter of pride for me." Seeing that Xichen had agreed, Feng Mi reverted to his playful demeanor and cheerfully said, "You shall begin your training tomorrow. Rest well today. I must return now, as someone has been waiting for me in my abode." After bidding farewell to Xichen, Feng Mi returned to his residence. Upon entering, he found Bai Long standing imposingly in the center of the room. Feng Mi was not surprised in the least and greeted him cheerfully. "Immortal, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Bai Long shot him a cold glance. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly send Xichen back. Leaning casually against the table, Feng Mi leisurely sipped his water before responding. Send him back? Why would I do that? He is now my disciple. Bai Long retorted. You may claim he is your disciple, but he carries the little dragon cub within him. You cannot possibly be unaware of how significant that is to the dragon clan. Feng Mi replied, Of course I am aware, but I have already informed you that I also possess a residence rich in spiritual energy. I would never allow your dragon cub to go hungry. Bai Long countered, Yet you are not of the dragon clan. Should any unforeseen incident occur with the little dragon cub, you will be ill-equipped to handle it. Feigning sorrow, Feng Mi lamented, Is it so? After knowing me for a millennium, do you truly perceive me as such a useless creature? Bai Long's gaze was unyielding. Who knows? Feng Mi thought to himself that he shouldn't have engaged in light banter with this cold-blooded dragon. He would rather get straight to the point. Bai Long, do you not find your current demeanor rather peculiar? Bai Long replied, What is peculiar? Your attitude towards Xichen is quite abnormal, Feng Mi pointed out. Xichen is the very human you despise most. Logically, his presence atop Tangshan should be a significant inconvenience for you. Now that I have resolved that nuisance, rather than expressing gratitude, you wish for me to return the nuisance to you. Bai Long stated that is solely due to the little dragon cub. Merely because of the little dragon cub? I find that hard to believe, Feng Mi challenged. As old friends, you know my capabilities. Reflect honestly. Do you genuinely worry that I will not care for the little dragon cub properly? Bai Long had been inexplicably agitated ever since he discovered that Xichen intended to leave. Restless and troubled, he had not given this matter much thought until Feng Mi brought it to his attention. Upon reflection, he realized that his concerns were not truly rooted in whether Feng Mi could care for the little dragon cub. As Feng Mi pointed out, they had known each other for many years, and he was well aware of her abilities and character. Deep down, he understood that Feng Mi would never fail in her care for the little dragon. Yet, if he was aware of this, why was he so insistent on taking Xichen back with him? Could it be that, as Feng Mi suggested, his feelings towards Xichen were indeed abnormal? Noticing the wavering expression on Bai Long's face, Feng Mi pressed on. When you saw me take Xichen as my apprentice and place my arm around his shoulders today, did it not stir discomfort within you? Indeed, particularly at that moment, he felt an unusual agitation. Feng Mi continued, If your concern were truly only for the little dragon, why would you feel this way? Why indeed? Bai Long's expression grew increasingly grave. Could it be that I care more than I had anticipated? Feng Mi's eyes brightened, thinking he had come to an epiphany, only to hear Bai Long utter, Bai Xiao, that nephew of mine. What nonsense was this? Shouldn't the focus be on Xichen instead? Feng Mi was perplexed by this cold-blooded dragon's peculiar reasoning and inquired, What does your attitude towards Xichen have to do with Bai Xiao? Bai Long explained earnestly, Xichen is Bai Xiao's partner. My unusual behavior towards him stems from a fear that you might entice him away, thus abandoning Bai Xiao. Feng Mi was left speechless by this suffocating line of reasoning. However, it was somewhat reassuring that Bai Long recognized his discomfort was rooted in the fear of losing Xichen to her. Perhaps there was still hope for him. Feng Mi sat up, attempting to salvage the situation. Is it possible that your apprehension about Xichen being swayed by me is not merely due to Bai Xiao, but rather because you yourself have feelings for Xichen? Bai Long regarded her with a look of incredulity, firmly stating, Absolutely not. How could I possibly be attracted to a human? It is solely concerned for Bai Xiao, as partners are of great significance to our dragonkin. He also warned Feng Mi, If you wish for me to leave Xichen in your care, that is acceptable, but you must not pursue him. He is my nephew's partner, and I will not allow you to disrupt that. Feng Mi, exasperated, thought to herself, There is no saving you. Let it all come to ruin. In an ironic twist, she laughed at Bai Long. Ha ha ha, Bai Long, you are truly astute. Bai Long frowned. What do you mean by that? Feng Mi replied, laughing still. I simply believe you are exceptionally clever. Rest assured, I have no interest in pursuing Xichen. He is not my type. You should return now. With her doubts resolved, Bai Long no longer wished to remain and endure Feng Mi's frivolous laughter. In a flash of white light, he vanished from her abode. Alone in her room, Feng Mi could not help but sigh. I intended to assist you in navigating your romantic path, but alas, you are so uncooperative. Unlike Bai Long, who was cold and indifferent to worldly matters. Feng Mi sensed the underlying complexities upon learning of the little dragon cub's existence. Consequently, she dispatched individuals to investigate the happenings in Mo City involving Bai Long, from which she discovered the events surrounding Xichen and Bai Long, and naturally came to know that the little dragon cub within Xichen was Bai Long's. Chapter 35. Foundation Establishment. Xichen found it utterly implausible. Master, are you jesting? I have only been cultivating for 3 days. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap reverberated above the palace. It seems a thunderstorm is approaching, Xichen remarked. No, this is not a mere thunderstorm, Bai Long replied gravely. This is your tribulation. No sooner had Bai Long spoken than another thunderous roar erupted. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the palace began to tremble slightly. With a resounding crash, a fissure was torn open above Xichen's palace. Through this crack, he finally glimpsed the scene outside. Just 100 meters above the palace, ominous clouds swirled, and 3 bolts of purple lightning danced within, each as thick as a fist, releasing continuous thunderous booms. This phenomenon could not possibly be attributed to an ordinary thunderstorm. Even though Xichen was skeptical at this moment, he had no choice but to accept Bai Long's words. He might have truly established his foundation. Gazing at the 3 formidable purple bolts, Xichen panicked. Master, what should I do now? I can only draw energy into my body. I haven't even had the chance to practice any techniques. Boom! Just as he spoke, a purple bolt of lightning descended with the force of a tempest. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Long's expression shifted dramatically, and he uttered 2 words, crouch down. Without further inquiry, Xichen quickly shrank down, resembling a timid creature. As he crouched, a transparent protective shield enveloped him, and the cacophony of thunder and lightning vanished from his ears. In the ensuing silence, he felt the palace shake violently 3 times. Subsequently, the shield dissipated, and sounds returned to his ears. It's safe now, rise, he heard Xiaohua say. Upon standing, he discovered a gaping hole in the palace ceiling, transforming the once resplendent palace into a scene of desolation. Xiaohua's face appeared noticeably paler than when he had first arrived. Anxiously, Xichen grasped his hand, reminiscent of their time in Mo City, and inquired with concern, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Bai Long's pallor softened slightly at the sight of Xichen holding his hand. Just as he was about to speak, a wail from Feng Mi pierced the air. Oh my heavens! What have you done to my palace? Startled by Feng Mi's lament, Xichen snapped back to reality, realizing he had audaciously grasped the hand of the revered Bai Long. He shivered, fearing the wrath of the formidable Bai Long would result in dire consequences, and quickly released his grip, feigning nonchalance. Bai Long's previously softened expression darkened once more as he glared at Feng Mi. How dare you question us? I wish to ask you what you have done to Xichen, allowing him to establish his foundation in just 3 days. Feng Mi's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring Xichen's earlier skepticism. Are you serious? 3 days to establish a foundation? How is that even possible? Even among the demon clan, such a feat is unprecedented. I have no interest in frivolous jokes. The reason your palace has been reduced to this state is due to the purple lightning tribulation summoned by Xichen's foundation establishment, Bai Long replied. Feng Mi's astonishment deepened. But how could there be a tribulation for mere foundation establishment, let alone a purple lightning tribulation? I'm not entirely sure, Bai Long admitted, dismissing further discussion. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. Very well, I shall observe for myself. Feng Mi approached the location struck by the purple lightning, pinching some ash and bringing it to his nose. After a sniff, he confirmed the residual essence of the purple lightning. Feng Mi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried to Xichen's side, grasping his wrist to take his pulse. As the pulse revealed itself, Feng Mi gazed at Xichen, disbelief filling his eyes. Disciple, you truly have established your foundation. How did you achieve this? Xichen's eyes were clouded with confusion. I do not know how I accomplished it. I merely followed the method in the jade slip to draw energy into my body. Bai Long observed Xichen's wrist held by Feng Mi and felt a surge of frustration. He stepped between them, compelling Feng Mi to release his hold. It is futile to question further now. It would be more beneficial for you to demonstrate how you drew the energy into your body. His last words were directed at Xichen. Xichen agreed, realizing that only by recreating the situation could they uncover the problem. He nodded, seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy from the darkness. As Xichen immersed himself in his consciousness, he found the absorption of spiritual energy remarkably effortless. However, Bai Long and Feng Mi, who observed from beside him, noticed that as soon as Xichen began to cultivate, all the wood-type spiritual energy around him surged like a frenzy, converging towards him, awaiting his absorption. It seemed less like Xichen was drawing in spiritual energy and more like the energy was impatiently eager to be absorbed by him. Is that so? No wonder you could establish your foundation in just 3 days, Feng Mi remarked. Xichen paused his cultivation, opening his eyes to inquire. Have you discovered the issue? What have I done wrong? No, you have not erred at all. Your method to draw energy into your body is entirely correct. It is simply that your absorption speed is too rapid, Feng Mi clarified. Bai Long concurred. Indeed, it is excessively fast, far beyond what a human should possess. Feng Mi pondered aloud. I suspect this is due to your current condition of carrying a dragon cub. The dragon clan is favored by the heavens. Possessing a high affinity for spiritual energy, and coupled with being a young cub, your affinity for spiritual energy has consequently increased. Although Bai Long found this hypothesis somewhat far-fetched, he acknowledged that it was the only explanation that made sense given the current circumstances. Xichen gazed down at his abdomen in astonishment. The dragon cub actually has such an effect? It feels as though I have been granted an extraordinary advantage. This is our first discovery, Feng Mi exclaimed joyfully. This is truly a fortuitous development. Henceforth, you need not worry about your foundation establishment. What do you mean this is a good thing? Bai Long retorted coldly. If I had not discovered this in time, he would have been turned to ash by the purple lightning. Feng Mi's smile faltered, and he awkwardly acknowledged. That is indeed quite perilous. At the time, I was engrossed in ancient texts searching for methods to expedite foundation establishment and failed to notice the commotion here. I am truly grateful to you, Master. Bai Long admonished. What kind of master are you? Allowing him to navigate his first attempt at drawing energy into his body without supervision? I have never guided a human before and did not anticipate his absorption speed would be so rapid. Rest assured, I guarantee there will be no repeat of this situation. Bai Long replied icily, there will be no next time. Feng Mi frowned. What do you mean by that? Bai Long continued. The reason I entrusted Xichen to you was because you promised to care for him and the dragon cub. Look at the current situation. Upon hearing this, Feng Mi finally grasped the underlying message. Bai Long was not merely reproaching him. He was seizing this opportunity to reclaim Xichen and bring him back to Tangshan. Goodness, he had thought Bai Long was beyond redemption, yet it seemed there was still hope for recovery. After recent events, he had resolved to abandon any attempts to save Bai Long, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Consequently, he refrained from expressing his stance and merely inquired of Xichen, Disciple, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to remain with me at Feng Mountain? Or would you prefer to return to Tong Mountain with him? He had assumed that, given Xichen's temperament, he would not dwell on this misstep. To his surprise, Xichen pondered for a moment before responding, Master, I believe I shall reside with the Immortal Master at Tong Mountain. Xichen indeed bore no grudge against Feng Mi for this incident. The abruptness of the occurrence had caught everyone off guard. Moreover, Feng Mi, as his master, had diligently guided him in his cultivation and perused ancient texts on his behalf, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to blame Feng Mi. His desire to return to Tong Mountain with Xiao Hua stemmed from his affection for the palace. Although Feng Mi had only expressed his sorrow over the palace's destruction upon their arrival and had not mentioned it since, Xichen could discern from the occasional clenching of Feng Mi's hands and the flicker of sadness in his eyes that the damage inflicted upon the palace truly pained him. The room that had been damaged was merely one among many within the palace. Should he depart now, Feng Mi would likely be able to restore it with some effort. However, if he chose to stay and another mishap were to occur, resulting in total destruction, he would indeed feel guilty. He personally cherished the exquisite palace and did not wish for his cultivation to lead to its ruin. Master, this palace is exceedingly precious. Until I can control my spiritual energy, it would be prudent for me to refrain from causing it further distress. Feng was taken aback, not expecting Xichen to be so perceptive and considerate, recognizing his sorrow for the palace. If he insisted that Xichen remain, it would likely only burden him further. Perhaps it would be better to allow him to accompany Bai Long, which might even strengthen their bond. Reflecting thus, he chose not to retain Xichen, saying very well, "You have made your decision, and I shall respect it. I will escort you back to Tong Mountain tomorrow. For tonight, find another room to rest in." Having been tirelessly cultivating for 3 days, and now at the foundational stage, Xichen was in dire need of rest. After reaching this conclusion, Bai Long and Feng departed, leaving Xichen to recuperate. That night, Xichen enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening languidly by noon the following day. Feng seemed to have anticipated this, and after Xichen had a meal prepared by the wooden puppets, he leisurely approached to assist in packing. Xichen's belongings were minimal, and in a mere quarter of an hour, Feng had them ready to return to Tong Mountain. The mountain remained as desolate as ever. Yet to Xichen's astonishment, Xiao Hua was not at her dwelling. Instead, she stood at the guest house entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. However, the more significant detail was that 2 wooden puppet figures flanked her side. Feng noticed this as well, smiling as he remarked, "With these 2 puppets, you will find it much easier to manage meals and any miscellaneous tasks in the future." Xichen initially believed this was a thoughtful gift from Feng, and he expressed his gratitude with joy, saying, "I truly appreciate it, master." At that moment, Bai Long stood merely 10 meters away from Xichen. Chapter 36. At the foot of Tongshan Mountain, Xichen and Feng convened before embarking toward Zhongzhou. After a hurried breakfast, Xichen descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he spotted Feng, who stood with her back to him, her posture slightly bent. Contrary to her usual preference for a vibrant red attire, today she was clad in a simple white robe. Could it be that Master was concerned that wearing red in the secret realm would draw too much attention? Hence the change to white? As Xichen pondered this, the figure in white turned to face him. Upon recognizing the face of the man before him, he nearly stumbled in shock. This was no longer Feng. It was clearly the little flower he had not seen for 3 months. Xichen's astonishment was evident on his face. "Master, how come you are here?" Bai Long replied in a calm tone. "Feng fell ill last night and entrusted me to escort you and Mu Yi to the Zhongzhou secret realm." This was a falsehood. The truth was quite different. Upon learning that Xichen was set to accompany Feng to Zhongzhou, Bai Long had gone to Fengshan to argue with her. Xichen has only recently established his foundation and harbors a dragon cub. How can you risk sending him into such a perilous secret realm? Feng, looking helpless, replied, "I have no choice. If it were solely up to Mu Yi, she would be unable to find what she needs." Bai Long retorted, "So you intend to send Xichen into danger?" Feng's demeanor grew serious. "Bai Long, I admit I have my own motives. But you know I would never engage in such selfish acts that sacrifice one for the sake of another." Bai Long pressed, "Then why is it imperative for Xichen to venture into the Zhongzhou secret realm?" "To facilitate his advancement to the Golden Core stage," Feng stated. "A few days ago, I sought Elder Ji's counsel for a divination on Xichen's behalf, and the omens revealed that if he wishes to advance, he must brave the Zhongzhou secret realm. This is the fundamental reason I wish to bring him there." Hearing this, Bai Long ceased to oppose Xichen's journey. However, he had one condition. He would lead Xichen into the secret realm. Naturally, he justified this with concern for the dragon cub's safety. Feng thought to herself how self-deceiving he was, but considering the larger picture, she chose not to expose him and agreed readily. Oblivious to the underlying intricacies, Xichen, upon hearing of Feng's ailment, immediately expressed concern. "Master, what is wrong? Is it serious?" Bai Long felt a surge of irritation. Indeed, Xichen was an ungrateful little human. After all the effort he had put into accompanying him to the secret realm, not a single word of gratitude was uttered, only concern for his flamboyant master. "It's not life-threatening," he coldly replied, turning towards the direction of Mu Yi at Hushan. Xichen, bewildered, followed him, perplexed as to what he had said that had offended Bai Long. He suddenly found himself longing for the little flower during her amnesiac state. Although she had been sinister and stubborn then, she was not as unpredictable as now, and certainly would not have glared at him in anger. While one reminisced about a past lover, the other simmered in frustration. The two remained silent until they reached the foot of Xichen. Mu Yi had been waiting there for quite some time. She was not surprised by Bai Long's appearance. Instead, she excitedly embraced Xichen. "Ah, I heard the sect leader say that little junior brother is coming too. I couldn't believe it first, but now it's true. I initially didn't want to go to the secret realm, but now that little junior brother is here, I shall go along too. Hee hee. Without any other senior brothers or sisters around. This time will be exclusively mine." "Exclusively hers?" Bai Long found her words somewhat jarring and frowned, interrupting, "Enough of this nonsense. We must reach Zhongzhou before nightfall. We need to set off now." If anyone at Wanshou sect feared Bai Long, it was undoubtedly Mu Yi. As soon as he spoke, she immediately ceased her antics, obediently releasing Xichen and boarding the flying vessel. Zhongzhou was quite distant from Wanshou sect. Even with their vessel-less capacity to travel thousands of miles in a day, they would not arrive until deep into the night. Yet, despite the late hour, Zhongzhou was still ablaze with lights and bustling with voices, as news of the imminent opening of the secret realm had spread throughout the cultivation world. Countless cultivators, eager for experience or to stake their claim within the secret realm, had gathered in Zhongzhou. Bai Long scanned the chaotic crowd and, without hesitation, led them into a secluded inn, advising them, "Zhongzhou is rife with dangers. Do not venture outside recklessly. Rest well and prepare, for the secret realm will open at dawn." He booked 3 separate rooms and watched as Xichen and Mu Yi entered their respective chambers before retreating to his own. After Xichen settled his belongings in his room and prepared to wash up for bed, he was called by Mu Yi from the doorway. "Little junior brother, come out." Her voice was soft, and when he opened the door, he found her hiding sneakily around the corner as if she were a thief. Upon seeing him, Mu Yi flashed a mischievous grin and whispered, "Little junior brother, let us go out and have some fun." Having just turned 20, Xichen was naturally inclined to explore the lively atmosphere of Zhongzhou, but he hesitated. He cast a furtive glance at Bai Long's room and whispered, "Senior sister, the Immortal Master said we are not allowed to go out." Mu Yi replied, "We'll sneak out. The Immortal Master won't find out." Xichen remained cautious, but the Immortal Master said the outside is fraught with danger. Mu Yi pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "We won't go far. I'm just hungry and want to grab a bite at the restaurant next door. Come on, little junior brother." Xichen was one who could be swayed by a soft approach. If Mu Yi had insisted on dragging him along, he would have firmly refused. However, her pitiful expression softened his resolve, especially after learning about her troubled past and her limited lifespan. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to decline. "All right, I'll accompany you this once, but we must return immediately after eating." Yes, we'll definitely come back after eating." Mu Yi nodded enthusiastically, gleefully pulling Xichen along as they hurried out. Observing her excitement, Xichen felt a twinge of concern that she might lead them on a wild chase around Zhongzhou. Fortunately, she remained wary of Bai Long and, upon exiting the inn, obediently entered the nearby restaurant. The establishment was bustling with patrons. Just as Xichen and Mu Yi finished ordering their meals, a young woman settled at the table adjacent to them, holding a 3- or 4-year-old girl. The little girl clutched a stick of bright red candied hawthorn, and Mu Yi gazed at her with envy. Although Xichen initially thought Mu Yi was simply craving the candied hawthorn, after watching her for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, how adorable! Such a tiny little thing. Her hands are barely this big." Xichen was aware that the demon race had a penchant for younglings. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Mu Yi's affection extended to the point of blurring the lines between humans and demons, even casting her gaze upon human infants. He jested, "Sister, if you adore younglings so much, why not find a partner and bear one?" "I would never." Mu Yi pouted. "I'm all too aware of my own shortcomings. While I may have fondness, I understand that I lack the capability to care for a youngling properly. Besides, who knows? I might not even be alive in 6 months. What time would I have to conceive?" Xichen was momentarily stunned. Earlier that morning, Mu Yi had expressed her reluctance to venture into the secret realm, leading him to believe she was unaware of her remaining lifespan. However, her current words suggested otherwise. If she was indeed aware, why did she not seek treasures in the secret realm to prolong her life? After pondering, he could not suppress his curiosity and voiced his doubts. Mu-yi rested her chin on her hand, her expression one of resignation. Because I have already searched several times. The treasure master spoke of as exceedingly elusive. After so many attempts, I have yet to even catch a glimpse of it. Initially, I held some hope, but at this point, I have relinquished that hope. With an unusual seriousness, Mu-yi continued, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. It is already a miracle that I have lived this long. Why should I strive for more? Moreover, I am genuinely delighted to have met you all during my time here. She counted on her fingers, Master, the sect leader, the Immortal Sovereign, and then Xia, Xiangjin Sunjun. Oh, and you little junior brother. To know you all, while I am still alive, to share in your company, brings me immense joy and satisfaction. After listening to her, Xichen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grew earnest. Sister, rest assured. This time we will surely find it. You will not perish. Mu-yi tilted her head in confusion. Why do you say that? Unsure how to articulate his thoughts, he merely reiterated, just trust me, sister. Before she could inquire further, a strange male voice interrupted. Xichen, I have finally caught you. Mu-yi turned to see a strikingly handsome, yet grim-faced human youth. Before she could react, Xichen stood and pulled her behind him. Almost instantaneously, Heijo brandished a long sword, aiming for Xichen's vital points. Had it been 3 months prior, the defenseless Xichen would have had no choice but to await his fate, bearing the brunt of the attack. However, he was no longer the same Xichen from 3 months ago. Sensing the imminent danger, he summoned his divine shepherd whip and engaged in combat with Heijo. Despite only having trained for 3 months and being a novice in real combat, Xichen's techniques were unrefined. Nevertheless, the divine shepherd whip in his hand clearly surpassed Heijo's long sword in rank, allowing him to hold his own against Heijo. After a few exchanges, as he became more familiar with his moves, he managed to gain the upper hand, ultimately knocking Heijo to the ground. Heijo staggered to his feet, teeth clenched in rage. Xichen, you despicable coward. If you have the guts, put down your divine artifact and fight me fairly. Artifacts are classified into 3 tiers: Earth, Profound, and Celestial. Beyond these, there exists the exceedingly rare divine tier. The scarcity of divine artifacts means that only a handful can be found within the realm of cultivation. Xichen was taken aback by his master's generosity in bestowing him a divine artifact as a welcoming gift upon entering the sect. Chapter 37. The Middle Continent Secret Realm opens in the morning. The following morning, Xichen, Bailong, and Mu-yi, oh no, 1 person and 2 demons, had breakfast before heading to the secret realm. Xichen felt they had arrived quite early, yet upon reaching the secret realm, they found it teeming with people. The crowd was immense, a sea of bodies. Such density of people was something Xichen had only witnessed in concert venues on television in the modern world. Mu-yi was equally taken aback by the sheer number of individuals. Goodness, how can there be so many in the Middle Continent secret realm? There are at least double the number compared to the last one I visited. Bailong understood the reason for the crowd. They have all come to vie for the celestial herbs and spiritual fruits. The Xiantian sect has been hoarding these resources, resulting in a shortage within the cultivation realm. Most of those entering the secret realm are eager to seize the celestial herbs and spiritual fruits. Xichen overheard many around him discussing the secret realm's opening once every 50 years, speculating that the inside would be filled with celestial herbs and spiritual fruits, and they needed to seize the opportunity to gather as much as possible. Celestial herbs and spiritual fruits are so valuable now. If we can procure some, we could strike it rich. I have been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for over 10 years. Only the beginning spirit fruit can advance my cultivation. Even if it costs me my life, I must find the beginning spirit fruit. Some sought the celestial herbs and spiritual fruits for wealth, others for personal gain, but universally, they exhibited an insatiable desire for these treasures. Xichen understood that, in such a scenario, it would be exceedingly challenging for a novice like himself and a fledgling such as Mu-yi, who lacked a demon bone, to compete for the herbs. Bailong was evidently aware of this as well, cautioning them. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and the celestial herbs are particularly elusive. If you cannot find any, Do not engage in conflict with others. Xichen and Mu-Yi nodded in unison. Understood, Immortal Sovereign. We comprehend. Bai Long added, should you be fortunate enough to discover celestial herbs, do not succumb to greed. Locations with abundant celestial herbs are often guarded by fierce beasts. Attention all cultivators wishing to enter the secret realm. Please remove any artifacts that conceal your cultivation level and stand at the entrance. An ethereal voice resonated through the raucous crowd, reaching every ear. Bai Long scanned the gathering throng before imparting one final piece of advice. Whether your aim is celestial herbs or something else, always prioritize your own safety. With that, he gestured for them to depart. Xichen and Mu-Yi, along with the crowd, took their places at the entrance of the secret realm. As fate would have it, just as they settled in, Xichen heard Mu-Yi exclaim, "Hey, little junior brother, look over there at that male cultivator. Isn't he the one who attacked you last night?" Following Mu-Yi's gaze, Xichen spotted He-Ijo across from him, wearing a tender expression as he conversed with a young man of soft and endearing appearance. Given He-Ijo's demeanor, it was evident that this individual was none other than the protagonist from the book The Cherished Little Junior Brother, Ning Feng. Having spent considerable time within the narrative, this was Xichen's first encounter with the protagonist, prompting him to gaze intently for a few moments. Ning Feng, petite and adorable, possessed large, expressive eyes that exuded innocence, making him instantly likable. Perhaps due to Xichen's intense scrutiny, He-Ijo noticed and glanced up. In that moment, the anger that had previously clouded his expression was gone. He merely cast a fleeting look at Xichen before averting his gaze. Conversely, Ning Feng, upon sensing He-Ijo's reaction, shot Xichen a fierce glare. Xichen was taken aback by the unexpected hostility directed at him by the protagonist, unable to comprehend why he had drawn such disdain at their first meeting. Before he could ponder further, the ethereal voice resonated once more. Esteemed companions, I am Ouyang Li, the Lord of Zhongzhou City. It fills my heart with immense joy to witness such a gathering of friends today in Zhongzhou. Allow me to declare the regulations for this secret realm. Firstly, as you are all undoubtedly aware, only cultivators at the Golden Core stage or below are permitted entry into this secret realm. No sooner had I spoken these words than 5 individuals soared into the air, only to be expelled from the entrance of the secret realm by an unknown force. These 5 companions were all of Golden Core cultivation or higher, and even with artifacts to conceal themselves, they could not gain access. Upon realizing their exposure, the 5 individuals, their faces alternating between shades of green and red, hurriedly departed. The announcement continued. Secondly, once inside the secret realm, no acts of murder are allowed among cultivators. In the event of a dispute, fighting is permissible, but it must be restrained should any killing occur. The perpetrator will have all their gains confiscated upon exiting the realm and will face severe punishment from Zhongzhou. As the voice echoed, numerous small white orbs, each the size of a thumb, fell before the assembled cultivators. These orbs are the spiritual spheres required for entry into the secret realm, which has now been opened for a duration of 10 days. I urge all friends to seize the opportunity. Holding a spiritual sphere will grant you access. Moreover, should you find yourself in peril within the realm, you may crush the sphere to escape, as it contains a teleportation array that will transport you immediately outside the secret realm. Xichen reached out and grasped the spiritual sphere, and the scene before him abruptly blurred. After a dizzying whirl, when Xichen opened his eyes again, he found himself within the secret realm. It was a lush jungle, vibrant with greenery and dense with trees. Aside from Xichen, there was no one else in sight, to prevent large groups of cultivators from clustering together. Each individual was teleported to a distinct location. Confirming that he was alone in this spot, Xichen retrieved a sensing talisman from his spatial storage. This talisman was imbued with the spiritual essence of both himself and Mu-Yi. It would react if Mu-Yi entered within a kilometer of him. This had been specially prepared by Bai Long before their entry to facilitate their meeting within the realm. However, given the talisman's current lack of response, it seemed Mu-Yi had been teleported to a considerable distance away. Xichen stowed the talisman away, intending to leave this place. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he noticed a small green plant shimmering faintly beneath his feet. This plant resembled the spirit-gathering grass that Xiao Yang had once gifted him, indicating that it was indeed spirit-gathering grass. Xichen was astonished. Spirit-gathering grass is a top-tier celestial herb, renowned for its rich spiritual energy. Before entering the secret realm, he had heard Xiao Hua warn him several times about the rarity of celestial herbs, and he had doubted he would find any. Yet, to his surprise, he discovered the finest quality spirit-gathering grass upon his very arrival. However, this particular plant was rather small. Xichen harvested the spirit-gathering grass and compared it to his palm, realizing it was only half the size of the one he had previously used. If only he could find a larger specimen. Entertaining this unrealistic hope, he carelessly scanned the area ahead. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. Before him, scattered across the ground, were more than 10 remarkably large and perfectly formed spirit-gathering grass plants. If he could gather these, he would not need to worry about feeding the little dragon for the next 2 months. In an instant, the fervor for the dragon's nourishment overwhelmed Xichen's reason. He dashed forward, frantically collecting the spirit-gathering grass. Only when he was near the last of the plants did his rationality return. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Hua's unfinished warning before entering the secret realm. If you have the fortune to find celestial herbs, do not be greedy. For locations abundant with such herbs are often guarded by fierce beasts. As if to validate Xichen's thoughts, piercing screams erupted from the nearby woods. Ah, my hand! Hurry, run! We cannot possibly defeat this monster. As the cries faded, 2 bloodied men stumbled into Xichen's view. They appeared to have been savaged by some beast, one missing an arm, the other with gruesome injuries to his thigh. A chill ran through Xichen, and he instinctively turned to flee. But it was too late. As he spun around, he found himself ensnared within a transparent green barrier, rendering him unable to escape. Strangely, the 2 men showed no signs of affliction and vanished into the distance without issue. Frustrated, Xichen muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! Why was only I ensnared when there were 3 of us? The sound of rustling footsteps approached from behind him, and his heart raced. Recalling the gruesome wounds on the 2 men, he surmised that the creature that had trapped him must be a terrifying and grotesque beast. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, quietly brandishing the shepherd's whip and the spiritual sphere, preparing for battle. However, upon turning around, Xichen was met not with a fearsome monster, but with a small, round white creature about the size of a soccer ball. The creature was plump and fluffy, suspended in midair, gazing at Xichen with large, glistening green eyes. Xichen fell silent, staring at its adorable visage. Could it be that such a fearsome beast could take on such a cute and endearing form? Yet he remained vigilant. After all, the injuries sustained by the previous 2 cultivators indicated this creature was not to be underestimated. Gripping the shepherd's whip tightly, Xichen observed the creature warily. Suddenly, the little white creature opened its mouth and spoke. You smell delightful. May I snuggle with you? Xichen, taken aback, thought, snuggling? Is this some kind of attack? Before he could process this, the fluffy creature lunged at him, rubbing against him like a cat that had encountered catnip. It nuzzled his hair, then his face, then his neck, and continued down to his chest and belly. Just as it reached his abdomen, a burst of white light erupted from within Xichen, sending the creature flying. A voice filled with indignation resonated from within him. That is my father. You are not allowed to snuggle with him. Chapter 38. Oh, how delightful it smells. The plump little white creature clung to Xichen's arm with its short, pudgy paws, its chubby furry face nuzzling against Xichen's shoulder. Its large, emerald green eyes were filled with adoration, and it occasionally emitted sounds of sheer bliss. How could there be such a fragrant human? However, before it could indulge to its heart's content, a merciless voice from the little dragon echoed from Xichen's belly. Enough! You have already clung for a full minute. You may not cling any longer. The white creature, feeling wronged, protested. Can't you allow me just 10 more seconds? The little dragon replied coldly. No, we agreed on 1 minute. Not a second more. Reluctantly, the white creature released Xichen. Very well then, let us commence the next round of clinging. The little dragon announced. Round 10 of clinging begins now. 1, 2. As soon as the timer started, the white creature swiftly stretched out its short, chubby paws to cradle Xichen's face. initiating yet another round of infatuated clinging. Feeling the plush sensation against his cheek, Xichen fell silent. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a peculiar manner. Flashback to half an hour prior. After being sent flying by the little dragon's dragon might, Xichen assumed that the white creature, being a fierce beast, would retaliate. To his surprise, upon returning, the white creature looked pitifully at the little dragon and asked, "Why can't you let me cling?" The little dragon, momentarily baffled by its reaction, finally responded, "Because he is my father, not yours, and we do not know you. Why should we let you cling?" The white creature scratched its head with its short, pudgy paws, pondering for a moment before finally finding a rationale. "Because he picked my spirit herb. I remember someone saying that if you take something of mine, you must pay the rightful price." Suddenly, the white creature stood its ground. "Indeed, he took my spirit herb, and I shall make him pay the price of clinging." The little dragon, born powerful and the only one of its kind in the realm of cultivation, was a source of concern for Xichen. He feared that the little dragon could become unruly due to its draconic lineage. Thus, during their exchanges, he would subtly instill the values he deemed essential. For instance, the fundamental principle of not taking from others without recompense. After considering the white creature's demand, the little dragon, surprisingly reluctant, acquiesced. "Very well. Since my father took your spirit herb, he shall not take without giving. I shall allow you to cling a few times." The white creature protested. "A few times? You plucked 13 of my spirit herbs. How can that suffice?" The little dragon replied, "For every few herbs taken, you may cling a few times, but the duration cannot exceed 1 minute each." Thus, the two adorable beings engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, bargaining Xichen's clinging rights. The little dragon was a strict enforcer. No extra seconds were permitted for the white creature. Once the 13 clings were completed, it swiftly used its dragon might to send the white creature flying once more. "That was sufficient. We owe you nothing more. You may not cling to my father any longer," it urged Xichen. "Father, father, let us leave quickly." Its tone was urgent, as if fearing that if they lingered, the little white creature would whisk Xichen away. Upon hearing their intention to depart, the white creature leapt up from the grass, its large, emerald-green eyes gazing at Xichen with longing. "Please don't go. Can't you stay and play with me for another day? I have plenty of spirit herbs and magical fruits at home. Whatever you desire, I can provide." The little dragon thought to itself that 13 spirit herbs would suffice for its nourishment for the next 2 months. Since that was enough, it would not share its father. Father could only belong to the little dragon. However, before it could voice its thoughts, Xichen gently inquired, "Baby, shall we stay and play with it for another day? Besides you, Grandpa Fumi, Uncle Xiaoyang, and Aunt Mu may all require spirit herbs in the future. We must help them gather more." The little dragon thought, how infuriating. It simply could not resist its father's gentle request. Moreover, since Grandpa Fumi, Uncle Xiaoyang, and Aunt Mu treated its father well, that was equivalent to treating it well. Since they had been so kind, needing spirit herbs, it could not refuse. It was not a stingy dragon. The little dragon stole a glance at the white creature, who was intentionally feigning pitifulness and struggled to suppress its possessiveness, finally conceding, "Fine, since father has said so, we shall stay for another day." Upon hearing their agreement, the white creature joyfully led Xichen to its home. It was referred to as a home, but in reality, it was merely a somewhat secluded thicket. The outer circle was lush with spirit herbs and magical fruits, while at the center stood an astonishingly large tree. The trunk's diameter exceeded 2 meters, with countless gnarled roots rising from the ground. A few meters above the trunk, numerous branches flourished, and at the center of these branches floated a thumb-sized green orb, emitting a gentle green glow. The scene before them appeared quite fantastical, prompting Xichen to inquire curiously, "What is that green orb?" The white creature replied, "That is my master. Though it has yet to sprout, it is still just a seed." Xichen, intrigued, asked, "How can a seed be your master?" The white creature pouted, seemingly perplexed by the question, and simply stated, "Regardless, it is my master. I remain here to protect it until it sprouts." Xichen then asked, "How long have you been here?" The white creature began counting with its little paws. 1, 2, 3. It continued until it reached 35 before stopping, informing Xichen, I cannot recall exactly, but I know that since my arrival, this secret realm has opened 35 times. The secret realm of Zhongzhou opens once every 50 years. Thus, those 35 times equate to... Xicheng's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,750 years. No way. You are over 1,750 years old. The white creature smiled shyly. Yes. Now, not only was Xichen shocked, but so was the little dragon. You are over 1,750 years old, yet you still dare to come and cling to my father? The white creature bashfully responded, because I like your father. Among all the humans who have visited this secret realm, only your father carries the most delightful fragrance, and I simply wish to cling to him. As it spoke, the white creature leaned closer to Xichen, eager to cling once more. The little dragon quickly used its dragon might to push it away, fuming. We only agreed to stay for one day, not to let you continue clinging. The little dragon then turned to Xichen. Father, is it not so that once the debt for the spirit herbs is settled, only I shall be permitted to cling to you? The white creature remained silent, yet its large, tearful emerald green eyes gazed imploringly at Xichen, as if asking, can you truly be so heartless? In the face of the relentless inquiries from a small dragon and a fluffy creature, Xichen found himself in a dilemma. How could he possibly choose between two such adorable beings without causing distress to either? However, considering the current situation, it was evidently impractical to continue appeasing both. After some contemplation, Xichen opted to change the subject. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, Darling, you've been awake for nearly 20 minutes now. Why are you not feeling sleepy? The little dragon, merely 4 months old, and the fluffy creature, though over 1,750 years old, both possessed an innocent demeanor. Their naivety allowed Xichen's words to redirect their attention effortlessly. The little dragon, with a dazed expression, replied, I don't know. As soon as you enter the secret realm, I woke up in a haze, and I still don't feel tired. The fluffy creature, however, was well aware of the reason and explained. It's because the spiritual energy in the secret realm is abundant, allowing us to forego sleep to conserve energy. Ah, I see. The little dragon exclaimed with excitement. That means I can keep talking to you while we are in the secret realm. Xichen also felt a wave of joy, patting his belly and saying yes. And I can listen to you talk endlessly. Observing their close bond, the fluffy creature couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The little dragon was so fortunate to have such a delightful father to snuggle with. It longed for a similar affection, yet lamented the fact that this wasn't its father, and that the moments for cuddling had all been exhausted. As the fluffy creature's disappointment deepened, it suddenly noticed Xichen discreetly extending a hand towards it, mouthing silently, Come, let us cuddle, without the little dragon noticing. The fluffy creature's eyes lit up, and it stealthily moved to Xichen's side, avoiding the little dragon's line of sight, and pressed against him with a look of adoration. Seeing the fluffy creature's endearing demeanor, Xichen couldn't suppress a slightly infatuated smile. Hee, how utterly charming it is to cuddle with you. Just moments before, when the fluffy creature had snuggled against him, he had already been smitten, but out of concern for the little dragon's feelings, he had restrained his delight. Ah, how wonderful it is to be pudgy and fluffy. Both Xichen and the fluffy creature believed that as long as they stayed out of the little dragon's sight, their secret cuddles would go unnoticed. In reality, however, the unborn little dragon did not perceive the world through sight alone. It utilized its spiritual awareness. Anything occurring within a 5-meter radius was visible to it, regardless of direction. Thus, their imagined silent cuddles were, in fact, happening right under the little dragon's nose. Witnessing his father secretly embrace the fluffy creature left the little dragon feeling frustrated. Yet seeing Xichen's joyful smile made it reluctant to expose them. Moreover, considering that the fluffy creature had gone over 1,750 years without such affection, it seemed rather pitiable. Well, if that's the case, I shall be generous this time and allow them to cuddle in secret. The Navi little dragon, however, did not yet comprehend a fundamental truth. Once a thing begins, it is destined to recur again and again. By the time they were ready to depart the following day, Xichen and the fluffy creature had surreptitiously cuddled at least 10 times. The little dragon counted these secret cuddles, nearly bursting with frustration. They had agreed on being generous just once, yet inexplicably, it had transformed into a series of clandestine embraces. Unbeknownst to Xichen and the fluffy creature, their secret cuddling had long been discovered, as the fluffy creature was currently leading Xichen on a tour of its little fairy herb garden. Chapter 39. Little Tuan was so adorable and had gifted them so many spiritual herbs and fruits that Xichen could not bear to watch it perish. After He and Ning Feng departed, Xichen promptly retrieved the branch token that Little Tuan had given him. Holding the branch, he softly called out, "Little Tuan, Little Tuan." After 2 calls, the scenery before Xichen shifted once more, transforming from a lake into a thicket of trees. Little Tuan descended from the great tree, its large emerald eyes gleaming with unabashed joy. "Chun Chun, little dragon cub, you have completed your purpose in the secret realm and have come back to play with me. Haven to you?" Xichen did not wish to shatter the pure and fervent delight in its eyes, but for the sake of Little Tuan's safety, he was compelled to shake his head. "No, Little Tuan, we did not come to play." Little Tuan tilted its head in confusion. "Then why not?" Xichen gazed up at the colossal tree and inquired, "Is this tree the nurturing spirit herb?" Little Tuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know this is the nurturing spirit herb? I don't remember telling you." This giant tree was indeed the nurturing spirit herb. Recalling He and Ning Feng's covetous eyes upon the herb, Xichen realized he had little time to explain. "How I know is unimportant. What matters is that 2 individuals are attempting to seize the nurturing spirit herb, making this place exceedingly dangerous. You must flee at once." The little dragon cub chimed in eagerly, "Yes, yes. 2 wicked villains want to snatch your nurturing spirit herb, and they even plan to skin you for a scarf. Little Tuan, you must escape." Upon hearing this, Little Tuan remained unperturbed, even displaying a look of bewilderment. "Why should I flee? The cultivators in this secret realm are only at the foundation building stage. They cannot possibly find the nurturing spirit herb. Even if they do, they cannot defeat me." The little dragon cub glanced skeptically at Little Tuan's small, stout form and questioned, "Are you sure? Daddy says that lying is not the behavior of a good child." Having witnessed the 2 humans savaged by Little Tuan, Xichen did not doubt its strength, but he knew He and Ning Feng had come prepared. Since they were indeed well prepared and were already aware of Little Tuan's existence, they would undoubtedly have devised specific means to counter it. Coupled with the original text's conclusion of Little Tuan's demise, Xichen dared not take the risk. He patiently urged, "Little Tuan, the humans seeking to seize the nurturing spirit herb are not like those ordinary ones you've faced before. They are formidable. For your safety, please listen to me this once and flee." Little Tuan scratched its head, looking at Xichen, then up at the green seed at the center of the nurturing spirit herb, conflicted. "But even if I wanted to escape, I cannot. My master is still here. I was born for my master, and I cannot leave." Xichen responded bluntly, "Then take your master with you." He thought it simple. A seed could not take up much space, just a hand to hold it would suffice. Little Tuan replied, "No, my master cannot leave the nurturing spirit herb." Xichen asked why not. Little Tuan explained, "My master has not sprouted for far too long, and its energy has nearly been exhausted. Only by remaining on the nurturing spirit herb, nourished by its primordial energy, can it sustain its life." Xichen began to understand Little Tuan's implication. The situation of Little Tuan's seed master could be likened to a human that had long been unable to give birth, facing a dire predicament. If it did not stay on the nurturing spirit herb, it would perish. In truth, Xichen felt that since it had not sprouted in over 1,700 years, the seed would likely never have another chance. Sacrificing one's life to protect a seed that could not sprout seemed rather imprudent. It would be wiser to cut ties and flee. Yet, seeing Little Tuan's stubborn demeanor, Xichen realized it would never agree to such a course of action. At a loss, Xichen pondered how to take the seed with them. He recalled that in the latter part of the original narrative, Ning Feng frequently gifted the nurturing spirit herb to others. Initially, he thought Ning Feng must have an abundance of the herb to be so generous. But now it seemed that despite its size, there was only one. Only one. Yet Ning Feng had managed to use it countless times. Gazing at the magnificent nurturing spirit herb, an idea suddenly illuminated Xichen's mind. He took out a segment of the nurturing spirit herb that Little Tuan had given him as a token and asked, Little Tuan, does a branch torn from the nurturing spirit herb also possess its primordial energy? Indeed, Little Tuan nodded, yes it does, though its primordial energy is weaker and cannot compare to that of the entire plant. Xichen rejoiced. Not being comparable is fine, as long as it exists. He proposed his plan. Since the branch also has primordial energy, we can take a branch with us when we rescue your master, allowing us to sustain its life. Little Tuan suddenly understood. That seems feasible, but a single branch's primordial energy is quite limited. It can only sustain my master for half a year. Xichen replied, then let us take several branches. If they truly attempt to uproot the nurturing spirit herb, having a few more years will give us time to devise a plan. Little Tuan scratched its head, still believing that humans could not possibly locate the nurturing spirit herb, but out of trust and affection for Xichen, it ultimately agreed. All right then, let us take several branches of the nurturing spirit herb. To save time, once Little Tuan made the decision, Xichen joined it in climbing the tree to assist in gathering more branches of the nurturing spirit herb swiftly. Little Tuan flitted alongside the flourishing branches, extending its little chubby hand to pluck a branch effortlessly, which obediently fell into its grasp. Xichen observed and attempted to replicate the action, selecting a robust branch and pulling gently, yet the nurturing spirit herb remained steadfast. Stunned, Xichen thought, surely, if Little Tuan's small hand could do it, why could he not? Undeterred, he exerted greater force. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the nurturing spirit herb remained immovable, leaving his own hand sore. Finally, realizing that a grown man's strength was no match for a tiny creature, Xichen quietly produced a knife from a spatial pouch and began to cut. It was not for lack of desire for speed, but the nurturing spirit herb was exceedingly tough, with his spiritual energy bolstering his strength. He labored to cut over 20 strokes, sweating profusely before finally severing a branch. As he watched the branch fall from the nurturing spirit herb, Xichen's face brightened, and he reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck towards him. Xichen's expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged. The lightning did not injure him, but the branch he had just cut fell to the ground below. Looking down, Xichen saw He-Ijo and Ning Feng standing beneath the tree. Ning Feng held the very branch Xichen had just severed, his expression disdainful as he questioned, Xichen, do you have no conscience? Setting fire to the sect, stealing from the treasure pavilion, and now you dare to come and steal our nurturing spirit herb. He-Ijo glared at him with disgust. I thought something fell off just now. It turns out you were hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping on the location of a nurturing spirit herb to seize our opportunity. The repeated use of our made Xichen chuckle. The nurturing spirit herb grew right here. It was not theirs to claim, nor had it been marked as theirs. As Xichen spoke, he subtly waved to the Little Tuan above. No matter how much He-Ijo and Ning Feng loathed him, they were bound by the rules of the secret realm and could not truly harm him. However, Little Tuan found itself in dire straits, as it was merely a wild, unclaimed creature. Its demise would bear no consequences. If He-Ijo and Ning Feng were to discover it, Little Tuan's fate would likely mirror that of the original narrative, culminating in its swift execution. He gestured in an attempt to facilitate Little Tuan's escape, yet it either misinterpreted his intent or was reluctant to flee. To his astonishment, Little Tuan boldly charged from the tree, confronting He-Ijo and Ning Feng with fierce determination. You are the two villains seeking to steal the spirit herb, are you not? I declare, the spirit herb is mine. Should you dare to touch it, I shall slay you. Little Tuan's appearance was excessively adorable. Its fierce declaration failed to intimidate them, instead eliciting scornful expressions. Ning Feng scoffed, Little beast, with your diminutive size, do you truly believe you can threaten us? He-Ijo let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha. While you appear rather charming, I advise you to flee at once. Should you obstruct us, I shall skin you and fashion a collar from your hide. You are too much, Little Tuan exclaimed, puffing up in indignation. In an instant, its form began to swell. Before long, the once adorable creature had transformed into a fearsome beast the size of an elephant. Its body gleamed white, elongated and powerful, with sharp claws and teeth that glinted like icy blades. Its emerald eyes, previously round and endearing, now radiated a ferocious intensity, filled with murderous intent. It glared at Xichen and Ning Feng, roaring, "I will annihilate you." With that roar, a surge of green light erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward Xichen and Ning Feng. The sheer volume of the emerald light rendered them unable to evade. Both were struck to the ground, one of them spitting blood. Although it appeared that Little Tuan possessed overwhelming strength, Xichen could not shake the foreboding thoughts of Little Tuan's tragic fate as narrated in the book. Xichen, unfazed by his fall, wiped the blood from his lips and sighed. "Indeed, you are a formidable guardian of the spirit herb, but alas, you have encountered us today." With that proclamation, Xichen abruptly raised his hand and hurled a black iron disc toward Little Tuan. Sensing a potent force within the disc, Little Tuan's green eyes narrowed as it unleashed another burst of green light in an attempt to obliterate the disc. Yet, the green light proved ineffective. The disc soared overhead, transforming into an immense iron net that ensnared Little Tuan with ease. Little Tuan opened its massive jaws, attempting to bite through the net with its sharp teeth. However, the moment its mouth made contact, the net crackled with electric energy. "Ah!" Little Tuan cried out in agony, yet persisted in its struggle, unwilling to submit. Xichen assisted Ning Feng to his feet, watching Little Tuan's futile attempts with amusement. "Ha ha! Struggle all you wish, but your efforts are in vain. This is a divine artifact personally crafted by our immortal sovereign to deal with you. No matter how fiercely you fight, escape is impossible. The more you resist, the greater your suffering shall be." As Little Tuan fought with increasing desperation, the net tightened around it, the crackling electricity intensifying. After an indeterminate period, Little Tuan, drained of strength, curled weakly on the ground, its massive form gradually diminishing until it reverted to its original football-sized self. Chapter 40. To prevent high-level cultivators from infiltrating the secret realm, the entrance was temporarily sealed after Xichen and his companions entered. Nevertheless, a multitude of individuals lingered outside the realm. Some were disciples of the sects whose members had entered the secret realm, while others awaited its conclusion, eager to procure celestial herbs and spirit fruits. 2 days had passed since the realm's opening, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tedious for both groups. Under the warm, midday sun, many began to doze off, only to be abruptly awakened by a series of gasps from the crowd. What was the celestial master Nan Long attempting? It appeared as though he intended to breach the secret realm. Those who had been napping instantly snapped to attention, all eyes darting toward the entrance. The stern-faced celestial master Nan Long was now standing before the realm, his robes billowing as he reached out to rend it open. The onlookers were taken aback by his sudden actions. Why would the celestial master seek to breach the realm? Surely, he must wish to enter. Yet, the secret realm only permitted cultivators below the golden core stage to enter, and the time for entry had long since elapsed. Logically, no one should be allowed in. Was the celestial master truly disregarding the rules? Alas, this was Nan Long, a figure of such renown that even if he were to break the rules, who dared to intervene? Who among them possessed the audacity to confront him? Certainly not me. I have no desire to court death. While discontent brewed among the gathered crowd regarding Nan Long's flouting of the rules, none, including the Lord of Zhongzhou City, dared to challenge him, well aware of his notorious reputation. As the entrance to the secret realm widened under Nan Long's relentless efforts, it was Qi Bai who stepped forward to inquire. "Celestial Master Nan Long, the realm is currently sealed. Why do you seek to breach it?" Seeing Qi Bai's semblance of courtesy, Nan Long cast him a sidelong glance, and, with an air of magnanimity, replied, "A disciple of my sect is in peril. I must enter to rescue him." Qi Bai countered, "Every cultivator within the realm possesses a spirit ball. Should they encounter danger, they are capable of shattering the ball to escape." The implication was clear. Your disciple is not in any danger. There is no need for you to enter. Despite the clarity of Qi Bai's statement, Nan Long merely shot him a dismissive look and turned away. Qi Bai fell silent for a moment before pressing on, more directly, "Celestial Master Nan Long, according to the rules of the secret realm, you are not permitted to enter." With a cold smile, Nan Long retorted, "If I do not enter, and my disciple encounters misfortune, will you take responsibility? Qi Bai asserted. If any misfortune were to occur, I trust the Lord of Zhongzhou City would conduct a thorough investigation and ensure justice for your disciple. What use is justice if the person is dead? Get out of my way. Frustrated by Qi Bai's insistence, Nianlong waved him aside and tore open the last vestige of the entrance, slipping into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Xichen remained oblivious to the commotion at the entrance. He was still entangled in a confrontation with the Yizhou and Ning Feng. He understood that whether entering the realm or finding him within it, time was of the essence. Little Hua would not appear as swiftly as Ultraman. He had to safeguard himself until her arrival. More accurately, he needed to protect Little Tuan. If the situation became dire, he could shatter the spirit ball in his possession to escape, but Little Tuan, being a creature of the secret realm, could not leave. He needed to delay their actions for as long as possible until Little Hua manifested. Realizing that a direct confrontation would be futile, Xichen observed the naive expression on Ning Feng's face and suddenly concocted a plan, feigning fear. Clutching Little Tuan, he retreated, his face pale, voice trembling. You cannot kill me. If you do, Celestial Master Nianlong will not spare you. I am currently a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Xichen's display of terror greatly amused He Yizhou, who approached him with a predatory grin. Even if we were to kill you now, Celestial Master Nianlong would never know it was us. Feigning ignorance, Xichen asked, why is that? He Yizhou replied, once we eliminate you, we shall place all the blame on the ferocious beast you are clutching. There are no witnesses here who will ever discover the truth. With tears in his eyes, Xichen implored you cannot do that. I will do just that. Before I kill you, I will sever your legs, so you can fully experience the agony I endured that day. He Yizhou declared, but your legs were not severed by my hand. You cannot hold me accountable for that. Xichen protested, not accountable. He Yizhou's expression twisted with rage. If you had only returned with me to the Xintian sect, Celestial Master Nianlong would never have severed my legs. I did not intend to. Xichen stammered. I simply did not wish for you to extract my golden core. We raised you for that very purpose, to extract your golden core. He Yizhou began, but abruptly halted as he noticed Ning Feng's presence. Panic surged through him as he realized he had almost divulged too much. He no longer wished to engage in this cat-and-mouse game with Xichen and raised his sword, declaring, enough. It is futile to discuss this further. I shall send you to your death now. With a resounding clang, He Yizhou's sword was deflected by Ning Feng's blade. Ning Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded Xichen. What did you mean by your earlier words? Is someone within the Xiantian sect attempting to extract your golden core? Xichen's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know? They intend to extract my golden core, but it is all for you. Junior brother Xiaofeng. Do not heed Xichen's nonsense. He speaks only to buy time. He Yizhou interjected urgently, raising his sword once more to strike at Xichen, desperate to silence him. Another clash of metal echoed, as Ning Feng once again blocked the attack. His expression grew stern. Third senior brother, if you wish to continue being Xiaofeng's third senior brother, allow Xichen to finish speaking. He Yizhou's hand hesitated, and ultimately, he lowered his sword in defeat. Ning Feng turned to Xichen. What did you mean by your earlier remarks? Who wishes to extract your golden core? And how is it related to me? Seizing the opportunity, Xichen divulged the full truth. Your master, along with your 3 senior brothers, all desire to extract my golden core. They brought me into the sect for that very purpose. Since you are unable to form a golden core, and my spiritual root is identical to yours, they intended to raise me until I reached the golden core stage, so they could extract it for you. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, I developed consciousness and refused to be extracted, which compelled me to escape. Ning Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to He Yizhou, incredulous. Third senior brother, is what Xichen said true? Did you truly commit such a heinous act for my sake? He Yizhou's expression turned frantic. Xiaofeng, Xichen is merely sowing discord. Do not believe his words. Ignoring him, Ning Feng murmured, no wonder. No one of you all told me before my birthday that I would only be able to form a golden core after my birthday. It was because Xichen would be forming his golden core at that time, and you intended to extract it as a birthday gift for me. No wonder you forbade me from meeting Xichen, since my entire life has merely been a means to an end, and you sought to conceal this ugly truth from me. Ning Feng clutched He-Zhou's collar, his eyes reddened with emotion as he questioned, Senior brother. You have taught me since childhood to be a kind and upright person, yet you engage in such despicable acts. Why is this so? He-Zhou replied, Xiaofeng, we do all of this for your sake. But Ning Feng retorted, I do not require such deeds on my behalf. I refuse to allow my success to be built upon the suffering of others. Even without external assistance, I am capable of achieving the golden core on my own. I refuse to be a useless parasite beneath your wings. With determination, Ning Feng threw the branch of the nurturing spirit grass into Xichen's embrace. Xichen looked at him, puzzled. Ning Feng pressed his lips together and stated, This nurturing spirit grass rightfully belongs to you, and it should return to its rightful owner. As compensation for the matter of the golden core, I shall take nothing else. All the remaining nurturing spirit grass is yours. He-Zhou exclaimed, Xiaofeng, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? We entered the secret realm solely for the nurturing spirit grass. Without it, how can you form your golden core? Ning Feng gritted his teeth and insisted, Senior brother, I have already stated that even without any external resources, I can achieve the golden core relying solely on my abilities. He-Zhou wished to argue further, but Ning Feng had already turned to leave. As he walked away, he added, Senior brother, you must not trouble Xichen over the matter of the golden core. Otherwise, we shall sever all ties. He-Zhou clenched his teeth, reluctant to sever ties with his beloved junior brother, as it would be more painful than death itself. He glared fiercely at Xichen before hastily pursuing Ning Feng. Xichen stood rooted in place, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the strength of Ning Feng's sense of justice. From Ning Feng's previous remarks, he inferred that Ning Feng was unaware of the matter concerning the extraction of the core. Seeing Ning Feng's innocent expression, he instinctively felt that Ning Feng would be unable to accept this truth. Thus, he feigned fear and deliberately revealed the matter to Ning Feng, hoping to sow discord between him and He-Zhou. Initially, he merely intended to create a minor rift to buy some time for the little group, but unexpectedly, his actions not only averted disaster, but also inadvertently preserved the nurturing spirit grass for them. He glanced down at the faintly breathing little group in his arms and finally found the opportunity to inquire, Little group, how do you feel? Is your body suffering from any major issues? At that moment, the little dragon, who had remained silent due to the presence of others, voiced its concern. Little group, are you all right? The little group stirred slightly, responding in a weak voice, I am fine, just utterly drained. It may take some time to recuperate. Xichen retrieved 2 plants of celestial herbs from his spatial pouch to restore the little group's vitality and fed them to him. Noticing a slight improvement, he proposed, Little group, although Ning Feng claimed he would not touch a single strand of the nurturing spirit grass, human hearts are unpredictable, and circumstances may change. Moreover, with He-Zhou present, I believe it is unsafe for you to remain here. He suggested, why not take your master and relocate to another place for a while to observe the situation? After the recent events, the little group had already developed great admiration for Xichen and readily agreed. All right. Upon returning to the nurturing spirit tree, the little group lacked the strength to carry their master away, so the task naturally fell to Xichen. He gently placed the little group on the grass, then, with a few swift movements, he swiftly reached the central branch of the nurturing spirit grass, where the little group's master awaited. Chapter 41. Xichen suspected he had transcended again upon opening his eyes. Xichen realized he was no longer human, in the literal sense. He had transformed into a diminutive creature, a little monster. Standing by the riverbank, he gazed intently at his new reflection on the water surface. His new form was petite, no larger than a palm, adorned with bright and soft light green fur that covered his entire being. Atop his head sprouted 2 tiny emerald buds, as if freshly emerged. Were it not for his still black eyes, he would appear entirely verdant. Despite the overwhelming green, this new form was undeniably adorable. Had Xichen encountered such a charming little monster before his transformation, he would undoubtedly have rushed to embrace it, much like he had done with the little group before. Yet, as much as he adored cuddling with cute little monsters, it did not imply that he wished to become one himself. Staring at the delightful little creature in the water, Xichen's heart felt utterly shattered. While transforming from human to monster was not inherently troubling, the vexation stemmed from the fact that upon transcending, he could no longer see his little dragon cub. He had carried the dragon cub for 4 months, yet had not even had a glimpse of it before this transition. How could he possibly accept that? The thought of never seeing Xiaohua, Fengming, Li, or even the little group again filled him with an indescribable sorrow. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of his growling stomach interrupted Xichen's melancholic reverie. He extended his tiny paws and rubbed his belly, realizing it was time to seek sustenance. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had been preoccupied with adjusting to his appearance and wallowing in sadness, neglecting the necessity of food. After brooding for so long, he decided it was time to embrace his new reality. There was no point in mourning. Instead, he resolved to live fully and perhaps, in the future, find a way back. With newfound determination, Xichen rallied his spirits and, albeit clumsily navigating his monster form, took to the skies in search of food. He found himself in a forest devoid of any trace of human life, where there were neither cultivated crops nor livestock. The scarcity of food, combined with his diminutive size, meant that after flying for over half an hour, he finally discovered a few vibrant red fruits beneath a sprawling tree. The fruits bore marks of bird pecking, indicating they were likely edible. Excitedly, Xichen approached the fruits, extending his little claws to grasp one, ready to pluck it when suddenly, the tree began to tremble. A massive, robust monkey demon swung down from the treetop, baring its sharp teeth and glaring at Xichen while speaking in human tone. "Hey, you little monster! How dare you steal food from your grandpa monkey?" At that moment, Xichen was merely half the size of the monkey demon. Realizing he stood no chance against it, he quickly conceded, "I'm sorry, I didn't know those fruits belonged to you. I'll leave right away." He released the fruit and turned to depart. But the monkey demon was not inclined to let him go so easily. "You think you can just walk away after offending your grandpa monkey? Huh, though you're small. There's enough meat on you for a decent feast." The monkey demon leapt down, reaching out to seize him. Startled, Xichen desperately flapped his wings to evade the monkey, but given his size, evasion proved futile. Just as the monkey's massive paw was about to grasp him, a small white figure descended from the sky. "You ugly monkey! How dare you bully my Xichen? Watch me kick you away." The little white creature extended its short, plump hind leg and delivered a powerful kick to the monkey demon's forehead. The impact sent the monkey hurtling to the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep crater upon landing. The monkey demon, astonished by such force, glanced at the little white creature with fear and, clutching its head, swiftly fled the scene. Seeing the monkey demon retreat, the little group immediately turned to Xichen, asking, "Xichen, are you all right? Did that ugly monkey hurt you?" "It didn't hurt me. I'm fine." But Xichen, astonished and overjoyed, gazed at the creature in disbelief. "Little group, how did you end up here? Did you transcend with me?" The little group scratched its head in confusion. "What does transcend mean? I don't understand. I only know we entered an illusion." "What? This is an illusion? What on earth is going on?" "To prevent anyone from stealing my master, I set a formation on the nurturing spirit grass. If my master suddenly disappears, the formation triggers, creating an illusion that consumes everything on the nurturing spirit grass. Originally, if you had handed me the master under the tree, the formation wouldn't have been triggered. But who knew you would devour my master whole?" As the little group recounted the events, it began to cry once more. "Wah wah wah! You bad Xichen! That was my master! How could you eat it? Moreover, my master was just a seed. What is so delicious about a seed?" Indeed, seeds were hardly delectable. Xichen vividly remembered the sensation of swallowing the seed. It was hard, dry, and rather scratchy. As a normal person, he knew seeds were not meant to be tasty. Yet, in that moment, staring at the seed, he had lost all rationality, driven solely by an insatiable thirst to consume it. Given his peculiar state at the time, Xichen harbored a strange suspicion that the seed had lured him into eating it. Otherwise, how could he have felt such an overwhelming thirst? However, seeing the little group so distressed, he refrained from voicing this odd suspicion, for it sounded too much like shirking responsibility and would likely exacerbate the little group's sorrow. After pondering, Xichen inquired, "Since your master is so formidable, surviving without sprouting for over 1,700 years, it must not be easily absorbed by a human, right?" The little group ceased its weeping and nodded. Of course, no human or beast could possibly absorb my master. Since it can't be absorbed, that simplifies matters. Once we escape the illusion, I can use magic to extract your master from within me. Xichen sighed in relief and urged the little group, "Let us leave this illusion immediately." He assumed the formation was one the little group could freely control, but to his dismay, the little group dejectedly informed him, "We might not be able to leave for a while." "Why is that?" "The formation was set by me, but the illusion within it is a space that naturally emerged from a secret realm. I have no dominion over such a space. Had it not been triggered, I could have taken you out, but now that the illusion is activated, only those who entered can awaken from it, thus shattering the illusion and allowing us to escape." "Awaken?" Xichen instinctively felt that the intruder was indeed himself. Puzzled, he remarked, "I believe I am quite lucid at this moment. I recognize you. I know my name and identity, and I comprehend the reason for my entrance into this illusion. But why is the illusion not yet shattered?" "It is because the intruder is not you," Xichen sighed. "When I first discovered that the illusion had been triggered, I too believed the intruder to be you, but I quickly realized that it could not possibly be you. You could never commit such heinous acts." According to Xichen, this malevolent intruder, upon triggering the illusion, immediately began to ruthlessly slaughter other sentient beings within the illusion, those that truly existed. The birds and beasts that had inadvertently entered the illusion were all mercilessly exterminated, and I narrowly escaped his clutches on 2 occasions. Xichen continued with tears in her eyes. "If I hadn't been clever enough to hide in a concealed spot at the entrance of the illusion, you would not be able to see me now." Xichen instinctively reached out to comfort Xichen, but as he extended his hand, he realized he was not even half her size. After a moment of silence, he opted to gently pat her head instead, attempting to console her while voicing his myriad of questions. "So how did you come here? Has he ceased the slaughter? Since I awoke this morning, I have felt no danger." Xichen pouted. How could such a ruthless individual possibly halt his slaughter? "It seems he has sustained injuries and is recuperating, which is why his consciousness has temporarily quieted. Seeing him inactive, I hurried over to find you. As for why you haven't sensed any danger." Xichen looked at Xichen with a gaze filled with envy. "I don't know why, but this vicious human always excludes you from his range of slaughter and even allocates a portion of his consciousness to protect you." Xichen noted the term human in Xiaowan's words and speculated, "Perhaps he does this because I, like him, am human, acting out of kinship. Is that so? But I feel he treats you very differently." Xichen began, then suddenly smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, how did I digress? Regardless of why he spares you, it is inconsequential. The important matter is that you can approach him and assist him in awakening." Xichen inquired, "Is that truly possible?" "Indeed, this illusion transports individuals back to the most terrifying moments of their memories. If you simply approach him and help him overcome his fears, allowing him to feel warmth, he will awaken. Once the intruder regains consciousness, the illusion will shatter, and at that point, we can all depart." Xichen deemed this a splendid plan and asked, "Where's the intruder? I must go offer warmth, but I need to know his location first." Xichen extended her small, pudgy hand, pointing towards a depth within the forest. "He is located there, beside a hot spring where he is recuperating." Suddenly, Xiaowan's expression changed dramatically. "Oh no. It seems his consciousness has awakened again, and the slaughter is about to resume. Xichen, I cannot speak with you any longer. I must hide quickly." Xiaowan hurriedly ascended into the air, and halfway up, she seemed to recall something and turned to Xichen, leaving him with a final remark. "By the way, the spiritual energy within the illusion has been depleted, and given your current small stature, the little dragon likely has fallen into a deep slumber. Do not worry if you cannot awaken him later. He will return to normal once we exit the illusion." Xichen had initially intended to communicate with the little dragon before offering warmth, but upon hearing Xiaowan's words, he abandoned that thought. After picking 2 fruits to satiate his hunger slightly, he flew towards the location of the hot spring. Chapter 42. Before Xichen stood the elder white dragon. Contrary to appearances, did not seem old at all. Compared to the southern river's celestial master, this version of Bai Long resembled a youthful flower. His visage transformed back to that of a young boy, reminiscent of his youthful days, devoid of the previous gravitas and wrath, replaced instead by the exuberance and carefree spirit that befits a youth. It appeared that the illusion of this youthful Bai Long had indeed returned to a distant memory. The Bai Long of bygone days would certainly not recognize him. Yet as Xichen gazed at the boy intently, observing him, a wave of fear washed over him. After all, judging from the current irritable temperament of Bai Long, Xichen surmised that the youthful incarnation of Bai Long would not possess a particularly amiable disposition. Moreover, he was caught in the act of spying while bathing. If he were the one being watched, he would undoubtedly mete out a severe punishment to the voyeur. Let alone the tempestuous Bai Long. Alas, he thought, my fate is sealed. Xichen, fixated on the young Bai Long standing in a hot spring, found himself consumed by this singular thought. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the air. Xichen braced himself, believing that Bai Long was finally ready to strike. He tensed his four little paws, readying for a hasty escape, only to see Bai Long nonchalantly turn away and resume his bathing as if nothing had transpired. Xichen blinked in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Why was Bai Long not retaliating? Had he truly been spared so easily? It seemed improbable. With Bai Long's notorious temperament, how could he possibly forgive someone who had intruded upon his privacy? It was not until a gust of cool wind rustled the green leaf beside him that Xichen finally grasped the reality. Upon his arrival, he had cleverly concealed himself within the thicket to avoid detection. The dense foliage of the trees made it inherently challenging to discern anything hidden within, and his own verdant hue had fortuitously allowed him to escape Bai Long's notice. Indeed, Xichen was convinced of this. Otherwise, given Bai Long's volatile nature, there was no way he would have let him off the hook so easily. What a stroke of luck! He sighed in relief, no longer daring to linger, and stealthily made his exit. Once away from the hot spring, Xichen returned to the branch where he had been resting. He perched upon the tree limb, sighing despondently. If the intruder had been anyone else, regardless of age or gender, he could have devised a means to approach them. Yet, the fact remained that this particular intruder was Bai Long. In Xichen's eyes, Bai Long was the epitome of danger, temperamental, sinister in nature, and prone to violence. Outside the illusion, Bai Long refrained from harming him due to the little dragon nestled within him. But in this dreamscape, devoid of past memories and with the little dragon in slumber, should he inadvertently provoke Bai Long, the consequences would be dire. Although this was merely an illusion, everything that transpired within was palpably real. Death within this realm would equate to actual death. Contemplating these myriad concerns, Xichen hesitated to approach Bai Long. Yet, without that proximity, he could not awaken Bai Long, and the illusion would persist indefinitely, forcing him to wait an eternity for a chance to escape. Having thoroughly deliberated the stakes, he found himself ensnared in a conundrum, unable to ascend or descend, trapped in uncertainty. Ultimately, he could devise no solution, and instead, found himself mentally fatigued. Since entering the secret realm, he had not rested for a moment, and his small body had long since reached its limits. With a yawn, Xichen decided to take a brief respite, intending to continue his ruminations come dawn. However, he did not find solace in sleep until the following morning. Just past midnight, he was abruptly roused. Is that him? Third brother? Indeed, that's him. This afternoon, he came with a formidable white little monster and stole my fruits. Just as the white little monster was absent, the two voices he did not recognize, accompanied by the one voice he remembered, the fierce monkey demon he had encountered while foraging for food, indicated that the monkey demon had returned with two accomplices seeking revenge. Realizing this, Xichen jolted awake, only to be seized by one of the monkey demons, who grasped him by the throat. The demon, with eyes glinting with malice, sneered, "How dare you provoke me? Today you shall witness my might." "Brother, stop the chit-chat. Quickly, let's divide this little demon into 3 pieces, one for each of us. All right, let us feast together tonight." As the monkey demon aimed to twist Xichen's head off, a sudden force struck, sending the creature sprawling. The pain compelled it to release its grip, and Xichen tumbled to the ground like a discarded doll. The prolonged lack of oxygen rendered Xichen dizzy and on the brink of unconsciousness. In his haze, he heard a voice that was both familiar and foreign. "Leave now, or I shall turn you into monkey jerky." The voice was as melodious as he remembered, yet devoid of the previous ferocity. Soon after, he felt a gentle tug on the tender sprouts atop his head, and the now somewhat unfamiliar voice of Bai Long, laced with amusement, resonated above him. "Isn't this the little demon who spied on me while I bathed?" In a daze, Xichen sat upright in shock, wide-eyed. "What? Bai Long discovered my voyeurism. Why'd he let me go?" Before he could ponder further, his consciousness began to wane. When Xichen next awakened, the sun had risen. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Beneath him lay a soft patch of grass, a misty hot spring a meter to his right, and two plump, red fruits to his left. As he blinked, still processing the events, Bai Long's voice reached him. "I have driven away the 3 monkey demons. You are safe now." Following the sound, he spotted Bai Long leisurely resting against the trunk of a large tree, legs crossed, an expression of ease upon his face. Upon noticing Xichen's gaze, Bai Long flashed a carefree smile and remarked, "I have treated your wounds. These 2 spirit fruits are your medicine for the next 2 days. Consume 1 each day, and you shall regain your health. Take the fruits and depart." Upon hearing this, Xichen picked up the fruits beside him but did not leave. Through the events of the previous night and Bai Long's current demeanor, he sensed that this version of Bai Long, returned to a distant memory, was not as he had anticipated, a being prone to indiscriminate violence. Since Bai Long posed no threat, Xichen felt emboldened to approach him. Furthermore, Bai Long had just saved him, providing the perfect opportunity to remain by his side under the guise of gratitude. Resolute in his decision, Xichen clutched the fruits and scampered over to Bai Long, his expression brimming with gratitude, eager to express his heartfelt appreciation. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Xichen was momentarily taken aback, then tried again, but still remained voiceless. Covering his throat, a look of terror washed over him. What was happening? He had woken up to find himself mute. "I forgot to mention, your throat is injured," Bai Long explained. "I have alleviated the pain, but your voice will only return after you consume the spirit fruit." Upon hearing this, Xichen initially felt a slight relief, but soon anxiety crept back in. After all, he had finally found an opportunity to stay by Xiao Hua's side, and now being mute meant he couldn't communicate at all, did it? Reluctant to concede defeat, he resolved that if he could not speak, he would express himself through action, for being mute did not preclude communication. He placed the spirit fruit on the ground temporarily and hurriedly dashed towards the thicket, gathering the fallen leaves. Bai Long observed Xichen's peculiar behavior with a hint of curiosity, tilting his head slightly, but refraining from intervening. After 5 minutes, Xichen had collected a sufficient number of leaves and arranged them before Bai Long to form 4 large characters. Stay, repay, kindness. Bai Long raised an eyebrow at the inscription and inquired, "Are you implying that you wish to remain here, to repay your kindness?" Seeing that Bai Long understood his intent, Xichen beamed brightly and nodded vigorously before quickly rearranging the 4 characters into 5 smaller ones. "I am hardworking." To emphasize his determination, he added an exclamation mark at the end. Once he meticulously positioned the final detail of the exclamation mark, Xichen gazed up at Bai Long with sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. Having traversed the cultivation world for many years, Bai Long had rescued countless little creatures like Xichen, some wishing to stay by his side out of gratitude, while others sought to cling to him for his dragon lineage. Regardless of their motives, Bai Long treated all such creatures with equal indifference, sending them away without exception. However, today, whether it was due to the amusing sight of the little green ball bustling about or its adorably bright eyes, Bai Long found himself momentarily reluctant to dismiss it. A spark of amusement ignited within him as he teasingly remarked, "Little one, you are so small, despite your industriousness. What could you possibly contribute if I were to keep you?" This question momentarily stumped Xichen. He lowered his gaze to his tiny arms and legs, sighing, his small face scrunching up like a dumpling. Bai Long watched with interest as the dumpling-like expression lingered on his face. After about 2 minutes, Xichen's features relaxed, and he resumed his busy work of arranging characters. 2 minutes later, The little green creature presented 4 new characters: need waist, pound legs. Indeed, this was within its capabilities. However, Bai Long coldly replied, I do not appreciate other beings touching my body. The little green creature's expression fell. Xichen initially thought it might finally give up, but to his surprise, after a brief moment of despondency, it perked up again, rearranging the characters once more. This time, it formed 5 characters. I can do anything. Once again, an exclamation mark accompanied the declaration. To emphasize his resolve, Xichen pointedly tapped the exclamation mark with his tiny paw when Bai Long glanced over. Bai Long regarded Xichen's earnest demeanor and, with a sudden mischievous inclination, thought to himself that he was curious to see just how far this little green creature would go to remain by his side. Chapter 43. Xichen never anticipated that while he was undressing Xiaohua, he would suddenly transform into human form. He found himself nestled in Xiaohua's embrace, still bewildered, when Xiaohua abruptly yanked him down. You spied on me while I was bathing last night, and today you transform into human form just as I am undressing. I see you are. Xiaohua's final words trailed off, but Xichen understood her implication. She surely thought he had intentionally seized the opportunity to pounce on her. It was no wonder Xiaohua harbored such thoughts, for even Xichen himself felt that the 2 actions, spying on her bathing and suddenly transforming to tackle her, seemed rather deliberate when combined. However, I assure you, he had no intention of doing so. He was utterly perplexed as to why he had suddenly reverted to human form. He wished to explain to Xiaohua, but his voice failed him. He merely opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Observing Xiaohua's flushed face, Xichen, hidden beneath the water, felt utterly dejected. He had painstakingly secured his position as a bath attendant, only to infuriate Xiaohua during his very first bath. Surely, she would cast him away without hesitation. Indeed, Xiaohua spoke again. You have just transformed into human form. Soaking in the water like this could lead to a chill. Perhaps you should put on some clothes and go ashore. What? Instead of dismissing him, she expressed concern for his well-being. This unexpected sentiment left Xichen's eyes wide with astonishment. Before he could ponder further, Xiaohua promptly retrieved a set of garments from her spatial pouch and gently draped them over him. Please wear my clothes for now. 15 minutes later, Xichen, clad in oversized garments, sat at the water's edge, quietly observing Bai Long as he tended to the fire. After tossing the last log, Bai Long stood up and brushed his hands together, saying, All right, as long as it doesn't rain, this fire will burn until morning, providing warmth for the entire day, ensuring you catch a chill. Xichen was once again taken aback. He had assumed Xiaohua's intention in starting the fire was for some other purpose, but it turned out to be solely for his warmth. Reflecting on Xiaohua's earlier concern in the hot spring and her act of providing him with clothing, Xichen found himself further perplexed. He could not fathom why Xiaohua would extend such kindness to a mere little demon he had just met. This version of Xiaohua, reminiscent of distant memories, was evidently much gentler than the Xiaohua outside the illusion, who appeared to be in a normal state. Yet, regardless of her demeanor, she was still Xiaohua, a formidable dragon lord. How could she stoop to such kindness for a small demon? Xichen pondered deeply, unaware that Bai Long had been quietly observing him, his gaze lingering until his cheeks flushed once more. How stunning! This little demon's appearance in human form was simply captivating. No, it wasn't he merely beautiful. The demon race was generally alluring, and Bai Long had encountered many who surpassed Xichen in beauty, more than one, in fact. Yet upon seeing those demons, he had never found them appealing. Only this little green creature before him seemed to embody his innermost aesthetic, as though crafted to his liking. As he gazed longer, Bai Long noticed the confusion in Xichen's eyes. Believing Xichen was bewildered by his sudden transformation, he began to explain. While I was treating you, I noticed your spiritual energy was lacking, so I supplemented it with a couple of doses of my own. My energy contains dragon essence, which is immensely nourishing for a little demon like you. It is likely that your innate talent is quite good, hence your transformation. This explanation was worlds away from what Xichen had been pondering, yet it did clarify another mystery: the reason behind his sudden transformation in such an embarrassing situation. Though the circumstances of his transformation were indeed awkward, the ability to become human form would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. Xichen turned to Xiaohua, offering a smile and silently mouthing a thank you. Thank you. It's nothing. Just a simple act, Bai Long replied, captivated by the half-dimple that appeared with Xichen's smile, which struck him as perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Curse it. Could it be that this little demon was intentionally shaped according to his aesthetic preferences? Faced with someone so aesthetically pleasing, Bai Long felt an irresistible urge to learn more about Xichen and to allow Xichen to understand him better. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my name is Bai Long. I am a white dragon by nature and 50 years old. What about you? In the demon race, one reaches adulthood at 40. 50 years equates to merely a youthful 20 in human terms. No wonder the Xiaohua within the illusion and the Xiaohua outside exhibited such starkly contrasting personalities. There lay a difference of 1,750 years. Xichen quietly committed Xiaohua's current age to memory before approaching the withered leaves he had previously arranged, setting out to spell out his own age anew. Xichen, 24 years. Bai Long leaned closer to examine this with a hint of disappointment. You're only 24? That is still quite young. Xichen tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Xiaohua appeared so disheartened. Given that the demon race cherished younglings, surely encountering one should be a cause for celebration. Bai Long, too, was puzzled by his own feelings of melancholy. Meeting a youngling was typically a joyous occasion for their kind, yet upon learning that Xichen was merely 24, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this feeling to his innate aversion to younglings. However, regardless of his preferences, as an adult demon, he was obliged to maintain the demeanor befitting his age. Moreover, Xichen was undeniably attractive. Even as a youngling, he warranted care and protection. Bai Long retrieved the spiritual fruit Xichen had previously set aside and offered it to him once more. Your injuries are not yet healed. Do not neglect to eat the spiritual fruit. Only by consuming one each day can you recuperate enough to resume speaking. Xichen nodded, accepting the fruit and obediently taking bites. Observing him, Bai Long felt a sense of satisfaction, adopting a more mature demeanor. You have just transformed. There will undoubtedly be many things you do not understand. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to seek me out for answers. Yet Xichen harbored a lingering question, the reason behind Xiaohua's benevolence. He refrained from voicing his curiosity, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Through his earlier dialogue with Xiaohua, he had come to a realization. He concluded that the reasoning behind Xiaohua's kindness was of little importance. What truly mattered was leveraging her goodwill to remain by her side. Given Xiaohua's recent demeanor, Xichen felt that once his voice returned, he could find a legitimate reason to stay close to her, and she would likely not cast him away. Thus, his immediate priority was not to unravel the mystery of Xiaohua's kindness, but to first restore his voice. Xichen's plans were well laid, but alas, fate had other designs. Before he could regain his voice, a messenger bird arrived at Bai Long's side that very evening. The bird before him was unlike the messenger bird previously utilized by Xichen. It did not articulate human speech directly. Instead, it nestled close to Bai Long's ear, chattering in a language incomprehensible to Xichen. While Xichen could not decipher the avian utterances, it was evident that Bai Long understood its meaning. As the bird chirped away, Bai Long's expression subtly shifted. Once the bird departed, Bai Long turned to Xichen and urgently declared, "A friend of mine requires my immediate attention. I must leave at once." Xichen was taken aback. His voice had yet to recover, and if Xiaohua were to depart now, he was uncertain whether he could persuade her to take him along, relying solely on gestures and the scattered dry leaves around them. Moreover, he had yet to conceive a valid reason to remain by Xiaohua's side. Standing in place, unsure of how to proceed, he heard Xiaohua's voice. "Xichen, would you like to come with me?" Xichen looked up in astonishment, noticing Xiaohua's face flush slightly, her expression tinged with nervousness as she gazed at him. "You have just transformed and are still unfamiliar with everything. You cannot wield magic, and it is perilous for a creature like you to remain here. It would be wiser for you to accompany me." Xichen had not anticipated that Xiaohua would extend such an invitation, and her demeanor suggested she was genuinely anxious about him not joining her. They had only known each other for a day in this illusion, making her behavior rather peculiar. A flicker of suspicion arose within him, causing him to hesitate in responding to her proposal. Seeing his silence, Bailong assumed he was reluctant to leave and grew increasingly anxious, her tone becoming more urgent. This forest harbors numerous monkey demons. If you offend even one, the entire clan will not spare you. Remaining here poses a grave danger. You must leave with me. I reside in a place called Xiaoshui Mountain, which I found after departing from Long Island. Although Xiaoshui Mountain lacks the opulence of Long Island, it is replete with natural beauty and rich spiritual energy. The demon inhabitants there are amicable, and you need not fear being bullied again. Should you worry about boredom on the mountain, there are towns below where we can disguise ourselves as humans and venture down for amusement. Furthermore, if you wish to cultivate your skills, I can guide you in your training, teaching you powerful spells to become a formidable little demon. As Bailong continued to present her enticing propositions, Xichen's gaze toward her began to grow increasingly complex. A troubling thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that this Xiao Hua harbored feelings for him? Chapter 44. Bailong remained oblivious to Xichen's terrifying suspicions. After laying out every conceivable incentive that might entice Xichen to visit Xiaoshui Mountain, he found his companion still silent and unresponsive. With a determined bite of his lip, he declared, "If you truly dislike Xiaoshui Mountain, I can take you back to Long Island." Xichen was taken aback. His previous doubts had transformed into certainty. Xiao Hua was unequivocally infatuated with him. After all, who would relocate for someone they had only known for a day? Moreover, as he was aware, Long Island served as the stronghold of the Dragon Clan, permitting entry solely to dragon kin and their partners. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Bailong failed to consider this critical detail, but soon dawned on him. Reflecting on the term partner and glancing at Xichen, Bailong felt his cheeks flush once more as he stammered, "Well, Long Island only allows dragons and their companions to enter. If we return, you might have to masquerade as my partner. But fear not, it is merely a pretense. I shall not impose anything upon you." Xichen, however, thought to himself, "Young man, are you aware that your last statement only serves to intensify the implications?" Unbeknownst to Bailong, he continued to extol the virtues of Long Island. It is the most spiritually enriched locale in the realm of cultivation, perfectly suited for a little sprite like you to thrive. Living there for an extended period would enable you to. Seeing Xiao Hua's fervent desire to whisk him away, Xichen felt a throbbing headache. He did not resent Xiao Hua's affection. Rather, it was the events that transpired within the illusion that troubled him. He feared that once Xiao Hua emerged from the illusion, he would remember everything. Given Xiao Hua's aversion to humans, recalling that he once harbored feelings for one could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, he suspected that Xiao Hua's notorious temperament would likely result in him directing his wrath towards Xichen, with thoughts such as, "Had it not been for your allure, I would never have developed feelings for a human, or since you are aware of my feelings, why do you not distance yourself?" The mere contemplation of these vexing scenarios made Xichen yearn to flee at once. Long Island is truly magnificent. Would you care to join me in residing there? Bailong finally completed his incessant pitch, gazing at Xichen with hopeful anticipation, eager for a nod of agreement. However, fate was unkind. Xichen resolutely shook his head, clearly indicating his reluctance. Bailong's hopeful expression faltered, and just as despair began to settle in, he noticed Xichen crouched beside the withered leaves, swiftly forming 4 characters in the air to Xiaoshui Mountain. Bailong's eyes widened in surprise and delight, tinged with disbelief. "Are you suggesting we forego Long Island in favor of Xiaoshui Mountain?" Xichen nodded, silently forming a thumbs up, to evade complications upon leaving the illusion. Xichen was indeed eager to escape. However, he pondered that if he fled, and Xiao Hua failed to awaken, he would be trapped in the illusion for eternity. It was illogical to forego his freedom in the hope of avoiding trouble outside the illusion. Furthermore, from his observations, he discerned that while Xiao Hua harbored feelings for him, it seemed that Xiao Hua had yet to fully realize this truth. At his current age, akin to a human in his early 20s, Xiao Hua was still navigating the complexities of emotions. Xichen believed that as long as he refrained from exposing the truth, and skillfully evaded any intimate gestures from Xiaohua. The latter would likely remain unaware of his affections for the time being. As long as Xiaohua remained oblivious to his feelings and refrained from voicing them, Xichen could feign ignorance after emerging from the illusion, maintaining the facade of knowing nothing. He did not believe Xiaohua would find reasons to direct his ire towards him. Bai Long was completely unaware of Xichen's inner turmoil, lost in the joy of Xichen's agreement to return to Xiaoshui Mountain. Yes. Returning to Xiaoshui Mountain is wonderful. While its conditions may not rival those of Long Island, it offers freedom and vibrancy. Living there together will allow me to take you out for adventures frequently. Suddenly remembering a friend he had inadvertently neglected, he added, "My friend mentioned an urgent matter. I must return swiftly to see what it is." Xichen chose to accompany Bai Long back to Xiaoshui town instead of Long Island, sensing that Xiaoshui Mountain was the key to awakening Xiaohua. His urgency to return surpassed even that of Xiaohua. When Bai Long proposed departing immediately, he readily agreed. "Very well, let us set forth at once." Xichen had assumed that Bai Long would summon a flying artifact as they did outside the illusion. To his astonishment, upon receiving his consent, Bai Long transformed into a magnificent white dragon before him. The dragon, measuring 10 meters in length, boasted a robust physique, antler-like horns, and eagle-like claws. Its entire body adorned with a layer of pristine, shimmering white scales that glimmered even in the night. Xichen had never before witnessed Bai Long's true form, and he was momentarily spellbound. He had never imagined that Xiaohua's true self could be so powerful and breathtaking. Bai Long turned his dragon head, speaking apologetically. "I usually travel alone and did not prepare a flying artifact, so you will have to ride atop my head for the journey back. I hope you don't mind." "What? Riding on the head of a dragon?" Xichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he vigorously shook his head. "Not at all. I certainly do not mind. After all, who among the descendants of the dragon would not wish to soar through the skies atop a dragon's head?" Relieved that Xichen was unbothered, Bai Long lowered his massive dragon head before him. "Then come aboard." This was a dragon, a living, breathing dragon offering him a ride. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, Xichen climbed atop the dragon's head, oblivious to the fact that this would mark the beginning of a night filled with nightmares. Feeling Xichen settle in the center of his head, Bai Long reminded him, "Hold on to my horn tightly." Bai Long's head was sizable, and Xichen reasoned that such a vast area would prevent him from falling off even without anything to stabilize him. Nonetheless, to be safe, he took hold of one of Bai Long's horns as instructed. Upon sensing Xichen's grip, Bai Long ceased his chatter and took to the skies, soaring into the night sky. Almost immediately after ascending, Xichen understood why he had been advised to grasp the horn. The speed of Bai Long's flight was astonishing. Modern aircraft would appear as mere snails by comparison. Moreover, Bai Long lacked the wind resistance afforded by flying artifacts. The rapid velocity, coupled with the intense wind resistance, nearly sent Xichen tumbling off at the moment of takeoff. Even after managing to withstand the initial surge, the continued flight proved to be a challenge. The force of the wind, had he been outside the illusion with his foundation-building cultivation, he could have barely endured. In the realm of illusion, he was merely a newly transformed little demon, utterly inexperienced. The powerful gusts of wind that swept over him felt akin to icy blades, slicing through from all directions. Within less than half a minute, Xichen felt himself wilting, his entire body drained of strength. Save for his hands, which clung desperately to the dragon horn of Bai Long. He wished to voice a request for Bai Long to slow down, but alas, no sound escaped his lips. Instead, he resorted to tapping incessantly on Bai Long's horn, hoping to signal his distress and prompt a halt. Regrettably, Bai Long remained oblivious to his plight. Once a dragon reaches maturity, its horns become ossified, rendering them insensate. During flight, Bai Long was entirely unaware of Xichen's struggles. Consequently, Xichen endured the piercing cold of the wind blades throughout the night. This was Bai Long's first experience of carrying someone in his true form, and he was entirely unaware of the ordeal Xichen was enduring atop his head. At dawn the following day, Bai Long finally arrived at Xiaoshui Mountain and alighted upon its summit, joyfully addressing Xichen. "Here we are, Xiaoshui Mountain. Do you see that courtyard atop the peak? That is my home, and soon it shall be yours as well. You can reside with me there forever." He spoke at length, but received no response, only then recalling that Xichen was incapable of speech. Transforming back into human form, he turned to gauge Xichen's reaction, only to find him collapsed on the ground, ashen-faced. "Xichen, what is wrong?" Bai Long exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly gathered Xichen into his arms. Observing Xichen's limp body, icy to the touch, and his tightly shut eyes, realization dawned upon him, and he lamented, "Oh no," in my excitement. I completely forgot he had just transformed and could not withstand such rapid flight. He hurriedly carried Xichen back to his courtyard, first wrapping him in 2 thick blankets to warm him, then administering a vial of elixir. However, these remedies did not yield immediate improvement in Xichen's condition. Panic-stricken, Bai Long resorted to cradling Xichen and, aligning their mouths, transferred a breath of dragon energy into him. For a young demon, dragon energy was a potent restorative. Almost instantaneously, as the energy flowed into him, Xichen stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the close visage of Xiaohua, and soon after, he became aware of the peculiar sensation upon his lips. "Xiaohua is kissing me." The realization left Xichen wide-eyed in astonishment. Bai Long, noticing Xichen's unexpected expression, recalled their current mouth-to-mouth position, causing his face to flush crimson, just as he contemplated rising to clarify the situation. A teasing voice echoed from the doorway. "Ah, I wondered why you returned so late. It seems you were preoccupied with your lovely companion and had no time for me." This voice was all too familiar to Xichen. Turning to see the flamboyantly dressed man in red at the entrance, he found himself at a loss. Unsure whether the revelation of Xiaohua's kiss or the sight of his master in the illusion was more shocking. Chapter 45. Fomi stood at the door, observing the intimate exchange between Xichen and Bai Long inside the room, a teasing smile on his face. "If you wish to indulge in your affections, I suggest you wait until nightfall. It is broad daylight, and yet you are so impatient," he remarked, glancing at Bai Long with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, as they say, the nature of dragons is inherently lascivious." With that, Fomi burst into laughter. Bai Long, who was still locked in a kiss with Xichen, felt his previously lightly flushed face turn a deep shade of crimson. He sprang to his feet, stammering as he attempted to explain to Xichen, Don't listen to his nonsense. Our dragon clan is not lewd. We take matters of the heart very seriously. I didn't intend to kiss you. It was merely to restore your vitality while you were unconscious. Please don't misunderstand." Xichen thought to himself. Understanding now that Bai Long was clearly still oblivious to his feelings, there was no way he would suddenly steal a kiss. He shook his head at Bai Long, signaling that he comprehended the situation and held no misconceptions. However, Bai Long seemed too flustered to grasp his meaning, continuing his frantic explanations. "I first gave you spirit fruits and pills, but you showed no reaction. Out of concern, I acted hastily. I truly did not mean to kiss you. Please don't let this incident make you dislike me." Noticing Bai Long's nervousness, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow, Xichen realized mere head shaking would not suffice. He turned, scanning the room and spotting paper and a pen by the bedside. He approached, took the pen, and wrote a line. "I have no misunderstanding, and I will not dislike you because of this. Do not worry." After finishing, he handed the note to Bai Long. Upon reading the note, Bai Long finally exhaled in relief and smiled. "That's wonderful. I'm glad you won't dislike me because of this." Observing Bai Long's foolishly cheerful demeanor, Feng, standing at the door, could not help but express his astonishment. He had sensed the aura of dragon energy wafting from outside, meaning he was aware that Bai Long and Xichen were exchanging dragon energy through their kiss. His earlier teasing was merely a jest, yet Bai Long had taken it seriously, flustered and trying to explain himself. Having known Bai Long for many years, Feng had never seen him so flustered before. He raised his gaze, scrutinizing Xichen more closely. Once he took in Xichen's appearance, his expression transformed into one of even greater surprise. He stepped into the room and asked, "Bai Long, where did you find this little demon?" Bai Long, still irked by Feng's earlier jest regarding the nature of dragons, shot him a cold glance and remained silent. Unfazed, Feng Mi leaned closer to Xichen and asked with a cheerful smile, "Little demon, what is your name?" As Feng Mi was Xichen's mentor, Xichen felt compelled to respond, unlike Bai Long. He lowered his head and wrote his name on the paper, handing it to Feng Mi. "You're called Xichen. That's a lovely name." But Feng Mi looked curiously at Xichen's mouth. "Are you unable to speak?" Xichen shook his head and wrote to explain, "My voice is injured. I'll one T be able to speak until tomorrow." Feng Mi nodded. "I see. What is your true form?" Asking about one's true form upon first meeting is considered rather impolite in the demon community. So Feng Mi added an explanation. "You bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine. I suspect you might be of the same lineage." Xichen recalled that when he first became Feng Mi's disciple, Feng Mi had made a similar comment, suggesting a resemblance to a former friend. Now, in this illusion, Feng Mi was saying the same thing, indicating that he must indeed resemble Feng Mi's acquaintance. However, the notion of being of the same lineage was impossible. He was human, while Feng Mi's friend, from the context of Feng Mi's words, was undoubtedly a demon. How could a human and a demon share the same lineage? Yet after entering the illusion, his form had transformed into that of a demon. He could not directly deny it. So he wrote ambiguously, "I am currently uncertain about what my true form is." Feng Mi found this intriguing. How can a demon not know their own true form? Can you not revert? Xichen replied, "Not exactly. I simply do not know to which category my current form belongs." Feng Mi remarked, "It seems your appearance is quite rare." He leaned closer to Xichen, grinning. "Why not transform back? I can assist in identifying it." Xichen indeed had the ability to revert to his true form within the illusion. Perhaps he should change back to allow his mentor to confirm? Just as Xichen hesitated, Bai Long suddenly stepped forward and pulled Feng Mi away from Xichen. His tone was unfriendly as he stated, "He has just absorbed my dragon energy and has only just awakened. We cannot waste more of his precious energy to satisfy your curiosity." Feng Mi rubbed his arm where he had been yanked, feeling displeased. If he doesn't want to change, then let it be. No need to be so fierce. Bai Long, unsure of why he was being so aggressive, felt annoyed seeing Feng Mi leaning so closely to Xichen. He pointed towards the door, urging him to leave. "Why do you always have to chatter so much? I am not in the mood to listen to your nonsense today. Leave. Feigned me declined lazy in a chair." "Oh, but today, I absolutely refuse to leave." Bai Long shot back, "Whether you stay or go is not your decision." With a slight rise of his palm, a shard of ice formed in his hand. "Let us not escalate this," Feng Mi exclaimed, sensing the tension, quickly sitting up straight. "I genuinely came to you today with pressing matters." Bai Long recalled the bird he had sent to deliver a message last night, his expression growing serious as he dismissed the ice shard and asked, "What is it that you need?" Feng Mi began, "Since you left Xiushui Mountain, it has been parched month after month. As of today, it has not rained for half a year. The drought has devastated the crops and fruits, and the lakes below the mountain are beginning to dry up. Dozens of people have died due to the drought. Xiushui Mountain is no longer the picturesque paradise you once knew. It has become a hell under the relentless sun. To prevent further casualties and to secure food, the villagers have come to pay homage to you every 5 days for the past 3 months, hoping you can bring rain and relieve their suffering." Feng Mi's words left Xichen bewildered. He did not understand why the drought would lead to Bai Long. In the modern world he once inhabited, there were legends of a dragon king governing the dragon palace and controlling the rains. In ancient times, it was not uncommon for people to pay homage to the dragon king during prolonged droughts. However, this was not the modern world. This was the realm of cultivation depicted in the book. In this realm, there was no dragon king overseeing rainfall. The dragon clan was merely an exceedingly powerful race. Nevertheless, Bai Long was a white dragon, the most adept at controlling water among the dragons. If he expended a significant amount of spiritual and dragon energy, it was indeed possible for him to summon rain. Yet, how did the villagers of Xiushui Mountain, mere ordinary humans without any cultivation, know of Bai Long's existence? Furthermore, considering Bai Long's disdain for humans, how could they dare to seek his aid? A look of profound confusion was unmistakably etched on Xichen's face, prompting Feng Mi to offer an explanation. "When Bai Long and I first settled here, the villagers of Xiushui Mountain were unaware of our existence. However, as time passed, ordinary humans residing at the foot of the mountain often ventured into the woods alone for survival, hunting, gathering firewood, and foraging for herbs. Vulnerable and fragile, these humans frequently encountered perilous situations due to the lurking beasts and the unpredictable weather of the mountains. Feng elaborated. Having taken refuge at Xichen Mountain, we felt a sense of obligation to assist those in need. Whenever we sensed that someone was in danger within the mountain, we would lend our aid. Over time, our interventions became known. Among the two of us, Bai Long was the most proactive in offering assistance, even revealing his true form before humans. Consequently, the villagers of Xichen Mountain became aware of the benevolent dragon lord residing atop their mountain. From that point onward, whenever the villagers faced difficulties, they would invoke Bai Long's name through offerings, and if he discerned their genuine need for help, he would assist them to the best of his abilities. After Feng's elucidation, Xichen grasped why the villagers sought Bai Long's intervention for rain, yet his own perplexity only deepened. Reflecting on the disdainful little flower outside the secret realm, he found it hard to believe that this same flower exhibited such kindness towards humans. What experiences had transpired to transform the once amiable flower into one filled with loathing towards humanity? Xichen recalled Xiao Tuan's words. This illusion will transport one back to the most terrifying moment in their memories. An unease began to swell within him regarding the villagers of Xichen. He suspected that the villagers' actions might have been the source of the little flower's deepest fears. Instinctively, Xichen reached for paper and pen, wishing to deter the flower from assisting the villagers. However, in that fleeting moment, he relinquished the thought. Xiao Tuan had stated that only by helping the flower confront its fears and feel warmth could it awaken. If he were to obstruct the flower from aiding the villagers now, he would be directly averting the emergence of fear. Without fear, how could he help the flower overcome it or offer warmth? He had to respect the flower's choice. Turning his gaze towards the flower, he patiently awaited its decision. The flower appeared hesitant, remaining silent for some time, but ultimately, it resolved, I shall descend the mountain tomorrow to assess the situation. If the drought is too severe, I will lend them assistance. This anticipated response left Xichen feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he understood that he could not intervene if he wished to escape the illusion. With a sigh, he picked up his pen once more and inscribed another line on the paper. Will you take me with you tomorrow? I wish to witness it as well. Though he could not interfere, he felt compelled to bear witness. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to provide warmth later. Xichen handed the note to Bai Long, whose eyes sparkled upon reading the words. Xichen wished to accompany him down the mountain. This meant they could spend the entire day together in solitude. Just as Bai Long opened his mouth to agree, Feng suddenly interjected. Chapter 46 on the morning of the second day. As Xichen awoke, he realized that his voice had returned. Despite Xiao Tuan previously informing him that the little dragon was likely in hibernation, he could not resist the urge to pat his belly and call out, "Baby, baby." The silence of the room met him with no response. Expectedly, Xichen felt no disappointment. After a simple wash using the items in the room, he stepped out, preparing to seek out Xiao Hua. Yesterday, he had made plans with Xiao Hua and Feng to descend the mountain together to assess the drought. As he exited his room, he coincidentally encountered Xiao Hua also emerging. Xichen beamed and greeted him, Xiao Hua. Habitually, he tended to regard this younger version of Bai Long as Xiao Hua, but as the words left his lips, he recalled that this was an illusion where Xiao Hua had never existed. He quickly corrected himself. Bai Long, good morning. He anticipated that his slip of the tongue would raise questions and had already prepared explanations in his mind. However, to his surprise, Bai Long stood frozen in place, taken aback by Xichen's voice. What a vexation. Why was it that, aside from his pleasing appearance, Xichen's voice resonated so perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities? This sound seemed to emerge from the depths of his dreams, striking a chord in his heart, leaving him utterly speechless. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. Observing Xichen's growing concern, Bai Long did not wish to cause him distress. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when an annoying voice interrupted from the doorway. Xiao Chun, you may not know, but Bai Long here has a bit of morning grump. He doesn't like to talk first thing. Feng ambled over, a grin on his face as he casually draped an arm around Xichen's shoulder, adding, You needn't worry about him. Bai Long glared at Feng Mi's hand resting on Xichen's shoulder, his brow twitching in irritation as he reached out, intending to shove Feng Mi away. However, Feng Mi seemed to anticipate this, turning back with a silent smirk, mouthing the words, "Bet." Bai Long's motion abruptly halted. He clenched his fists, suddenly regretting the wager he had agreed to with Feng Mi yesterday. Rewind to yesterday. Upon hearing Feng Mi express his affection for Xichen, Bai Long vehemently denied it, asserting that he was a dragon of moral integrity and would never entertain such thoughts about a mere 24-year-old. Feng Mi was equally shocked upon learning Xichen's age, exclaiming, "What? Xichen is only 24? That's still a youngling." He gazed at Bai Long with a mixture of reproach and subtle intrigue. "You wouldn't even spare a 24-year-old cub?" Bai Long gritted his teeth, reiterating, "I already stated that I am not a morally bankrupt dragon. You are the one spouting nonsense." Feng Mi retorted, "But if it truly is just nonsense, then why did you so inexplicably forbid me from descending the mountain with Xichen? Indeed, why had he done that?" Bai Long reflected on his previous actions and recognized the peculiarity of his behavior. Could it be, as Feng Mi suggested, that he harbored feelings for Xichen? Yet, Xichen was merely a 24-year-old cub. He could not possibly be the kind of dragon. Bai Long pondered deeply, convinced there must be another reason behind his actions. However, lowering his head and ruminating yielded no answers. Feng Mi, seeing his silence, remarked, "You can't think of why you acted that way, can you?" Bai Long pursed his lips, remaining silent. Feng Mi smiled and continued, "Actually, if you want to prove you're not a dragon who fancies 24-year-old cubs, there's another way." "What way?" Bai Long inquired. Feng Mi proposed, "Let us make a wager. If you can agree to let me descend the mountain with Xichen tomorrow and refrain from interfering with our interaction all day, that would prove you truly do not like Xichen, and I will apologize for my earlier assumptions. Conversely, if you cannot allow me to descend with Xichen or disrupt our time together, you must admit you are indeed a dragon who favors 24-year-old cubs." Bai Long thought about it. Enduring their interaction for a day did not seem overly burdensome, so he agreed. He had not anticipated that Feng Mi would immediately wrap his arm around Xichen's shoulder. Bai Long glared at that intrusive hand, enduring the urge to sever it, and coldly remarked, "Have you both forgotten the pressing matter of descending the mountain today? Enough chatter. Let us get moving." With that, he strode ahead, deciding to ignore the sight of them together. Xichen looked back at his retreating figure, puzzled by his sudden anger. Feigned me, fully aware of the reason behind Bai Long's ire, chose not to disclose it, instead continuing to stroll alongside Xichen. Along the way, he slyly remarked, "As I told you, this dragon has a morning grump. He is in a foul mood first thing, so don't provoke him today." Whether in Mo City with Xiaohua or later at the Beast Sect with Nan Long Xianzun, Xichen had never perceived Bai Long as having a morning grump. Nevertheless, upon hearing Feng Mi's words, he nodded earnestly, for Xiaohua indeed appeared off today, and it seemed prudent to avoid any conflict. Bai Long, striding ahead, was nearly driven to exasperation by Feng Mi's antics. Not only was this insufferable phoenix carelessly draping his claws over others, but he was also tarnishing his reputation in front of Xichen. Yet bound by the wager, he could do little but grit his teeth and quicken his pace down the mountain. Having walked just a few hundred meters, the trio had not yet reached the base when Xichen and Bai Long confirmed the drought conditions that Feng Mi had mentioned the previous day. The lush trees and grass that should have flourished on Xiushui Mountain had withered away due to lack of water, transforming the landscape into a desolate expanse. Observing the parched forest before him, Bai Long's expression grew grave. The severe drought at the mountain's peak suggested that the situation below was indeed dire. Xichen, perplexed, asked, "How can the severity of the drought be linked to the mountain's elevation?" Feigned Mi explained, "Because the summit of Xiushui Mountain is where the spiritual energy is most concentrated, nurturing the flora. If even the peak is so desiccated, it only follows that the drought below would be far worse." Bai Long nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I had initially planned to gradually assess the drought. It seems it is no longer necessary. We should teleport directly to the base." The distance from the summit to the base was not far, and teleportation magic could easily cover it. While teleportation was not an overly complex technique, it did require substantial spiritual energy, which Xichen's current state could not support. Bai Long offered, Your body cannot handle teleportation yet, so I will hold your hand to assist you. Although Xichen wished to avoid any close contact with Bai Long. Teleportation was swift, and it was merely a hand-holding gesture, so he did not refuse. He nodded to Bai Long and extended his hand, just as Fengmi suddenly intervened, grasping Xichen's hand with a grin. No need to trouble Bai Long for such a trivial matter. I can manage this. Let me show you my skills. Fengmi's abrupt behavior puzzled Xichen somewhat. Yet as Fengmi had stated, such a trivial matter as holding hands did not warrant troubling Bai Long. After all, Fengmi had already grasped his hand, and Xichen nonchalantly replied, "Very well, I shall trouble you then, Daojun Fengmi." While Xichen remained indifferent, Bai Long felt otherwise. Observing the tightly intertwined hands of Xichen and Fengmi, he found himself struggling to breathe. He desired to reclaim Xichen's hand, but Fengmi, as if anticipating his intentions, suddenly turned and silently mouthed two words, "Bet." Bai Long glared at Fengmi, his face shifting from red to green. Yet ultimately, constrained by the wager, he refrained from taking any action and merely waved his sleeve, instantly teleporting down the mountain. Upon seeing Bai Long vanish first, Fengmi could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into laughter. This is truly delightful. I assure you, after 2 more times, he will undoubtedly lose his composure. Xichen, perplexed, inquired, "What 2 times? What do you mean by losing composure?" Fengmi, unable to elaborate at that moment, winked mysteriously at Xichen. "In due time, you shall understand." With that, he pulled Xichen along and teleported to the foot of the mountain in search of Bai Long. As they arrived, the cries of children reached Xichen's ears. "Mama, I can't fill my belly with this grass. I want meat. Daddy, I want meat too. I'm so hungry. Am I going to starve to death? Woo, we're definitely going to starve. Daya and Godan have already perished. Soon it will be our turn." Following the sound, Xichen spotted a gaunt villager nearby, crouched down with several emaciated children, gnawing on dried grass. The withered grass was evidently unpalatable and insufficient to satiate their hunger, prompting the children to weep. The trio had teleported into a concealed thicket, unnoticed by the villagers, who were busy comforting the weeping children. "Don't worry, you won't die. The Dragon Lord will come to save us." "Yes, Daya, you won't perish either. Have you forgotten? A benevolent Dragon Lord resides atop the mountain. He is our guardian, and he will protect us." However, the children wept even more bitterly. "Well, you are liars. You always say the Dragon Lord will save us, but we have worshipped for 3 months, and still, there is no rain and no food. Yes, you are all deceivers. I will never believe you again, nor will I ever believe in the Dragon Lord." The villagers continued to reassure them. "We are not deceivers. The Dragon Lord truly will save us. Do you not recall when your father faced danger in the mountains? The Dragon Lord helped him return home. And your mother, when she was bitten by a snake, if it weren't for the Dragon Lord protection, she would not have survived. Every time our village encounters peril, the Dragon Lord comes to our aid. We must patiently wait. He will surely come." After hearing their parents' reassurances, the children exchanged glances, their emotions beginning to settle, when suddenly, 2 mocking voices pierced through the air. "Humph, how naive you are. Even now, you still believe the Dragon Lord will save you? If he truly wished to save you, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until today?" These voices belonged to 2 equally famished villagers who, unlike those gnawing on grass, harbored deep resentment towards the Dragon Lord. Chapter 47. After the conclusion of their contrarian argument, the 2 began to incite the villagers present. "Do you all wish to preserve your lives? If so, join us in reclaiming the fortune from the malevolent dragon." The majority of the villagers shook their heads, expressing disbelief in their words. "The Dragon Lord has always treated us well. How could he possibly be a wicked dragon? Indeed, if he were truly a malevolent dragon, he would never have saved my life before. I have seen the true form of the Dragon Lord. He is indeed the legendary true dragon, not some loathsome flood dragon." However, a handful of villagers remained skeptical, questioning, "If we are to reclaim our fortune, how should we go about it? How can we possibly contend with such a formidable Dragon Lord?" As the 2 prepared to respond, 2 large crimson birds suddenly swooped down from the sky, pecking fiercely at their heads. "Ouch, that hurts. Get away, or I shall capture you." and feast upon your flesh." They cried in pain, flailing their arms to shoo the birds away. But the creatures were undeterred, pecking at their hands relentlessly. The birds were enormous, with sharp beaks, and in a matter of moments, their hands were left bloodied and battered. Realizing they could not fend off the birds, the two hastily retreated. The remaining 10 or so villagers, witnessing the ferocity of the birds, dared not linger and scattered in fright. In the thicket, Feng observed the panicked villagers fleeing and could no longer contain her laughter. "Ha ha, Bailong, did you hear that? They even claimed you are a malevolent dragon, saying you have transformed from a flood dragon." She teased knowingly. "Are you truly a transformed flood dragon? After all these years of knowing you, this is the first I've heard of it." Bailong remained silent, merely casting a cold, sidelong glance at Feng, understanding that he was irked. She quickly suppressed her laughter and attempted to soothe him. "Oh, come now, do not be angry. Even the finest tree may harbor pests. As the saying goes, a grain of rice brings gratitude, while a bushel brings resentment. They have long relied on our assistance, after enduring a half-year drought without our aid. It is only natural for some villagers to harbor resentment." Bailong was well aware of the saying. He did not bear any ill will towards the villagers of Xichen Mountain. His assistance to them stemmed from residing in the area, feeling indebted to the mountain, and wishing to avoid any karmic repercussions rather than seeking gratitude from the villagers. He had no desire to be a do-gooder seeking acknowledgement. Thus he would not become angry over their lack of appreciation. His current ire was solely directed at Feng, this insufferable, flamboyant phoenix. Fully aware that he was not a flood dragon, still chose to mock him in front of Xichen. What if Xichen believed her words and genuinely thought him a flood dragon? Flood dragons were hideous creatures, far inferior to his true form as a white dragon. Feeling diminished before Xichen, Bailong glared coldly at Feng again. "If you truly suspect me of being a flood dragon, I shall revert to my original form right now for you to see clearly." Of course, after transforming, he would ensure to teach Feng a lesson. Feng, astute enough to perceive the underlying thread in Bailong's words, quickly waved her hands in surrender. No, I was wrong. I should not have called you a flood dragon. You are a true dragon, the purest of true dragons." Upon hearing this, Bailong's anger subsided, yet his underlying worry persisted. Even if Feng ceased her teasing, the two villagers would undoubtedly continue to spread the rumor of him being a flood dragon. If Xichen heard it often enough, he might become confused. No, he could not allow Xichen to mistake him for such a repugnant creature. He must eliminate this possibility at its source. Bailong raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. His eyes fell upon the desiccated lake and a vast expanse of cracked, barren earth, and he spoke solemnly. "The severity of the drought is evident. We need not linger any longer. I shall cast a spell to summon rain, which should alleviate the drought to some extent. Most crucially, with the rain, the villagers could return to the mountain, and Xichen would no longer be influenced by their rumors." Eagerly, Bailong lifted his hand, preparing to cast the spell, but was interrupted by Xichen. "Wait." Bailong looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" Xichen replied, "I believe it would be wise to observe a bit longer." Bailong's expression was one of confusion. Feng chimed in. "The drought has reached such a critical point. What more is there to observe?" Xichen shook his head. "No, I do not mean the drought. I mean the people." Bailong furrowed his brow. "People?" Xichen clarified. "Yes, those two villagers who claimed you were a flood dragon." Xichen suspected that the memories which frightened Xiao Hua the most stemmed from the villagers of Xichen Mountain. Thus, after descending the mountain, he had been particularly attentive to the villagers. From his careful observations, he noted that most villagers displayed normal attitudes toward Xiao Hua, but the two who branded her a flood dragon felt distinctly abnormal. As Feng had just stated, a grain of rice brings gratitude, while a bushel brings resentment. They had long received assistance from Xiao Hua, yet now, amidst a drought, without her aid, it was only natural for resentment to bubble up. However, upon hearing the words of those two, Xichen sensed that their feelings went beyond mere resentment. They seemed intent on stirring conflict between the villagers and Xiao Hua. Ultimately, they even incited the villagers to harm her. Xichen found their behavior exceedingly suspicious and shared his thoughts with Feng and Xiao Hua. Upon hearing his analysis, Feng pondered it Strokin Xichen. So, Xichen, you suspect they harbor ulterior motives beyond just resentment towards Bailong? Precisely, Xichen affirmed. Bailong scoffed. Do they truly think they can scheme against me? Even if they gathered all the villagers of Xiushui Mountain, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon me. We need not concern ourselves with such insignificant pests. Indeed, even the entire populace of Xiushui Mountain combined would likely be no match for Xiao Hua's single strike. Yet, since this memory could induce such fear in Xiao Hua, it indicated that matters were far more complicated than they currently perceived. Xichen advised, even so, we must not lower our guard. For your safety, it would be prudent to follow them and observe those two a while longer. Bailong initially hesitated to waste time on such trivial matters, but upon meeting Xichen's concerned gaze, he found it impossible to voice his refusal and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, if you're truly uneasy, we shall follow and observe those two for a while longer. With his acquiescence, Xichen sighed in relief and could not help but smile. Bailong, witnessing Xichen's smile, felt an inexplicable surge of joy within himself. However, his moment of happiness was short-lived when Fengmi interjected, if we are to follow those two, we must remain concealed. Xichen, you are not yet capable of invisibility. Bailong's expression immediately stiffened. Curse be it, how could he have forgotten this? Xichen was unable to cloak himself. Consequently, he would have to grasp the hand of one among them, just as he had done while descending the mountain. Given his knowledge of that ostentatious phoenix, it was certain that the flamboyant phoenix would hasten to seize Xichen's hand before he could. Indeed, as soon as he thought this, Fengmi took hold of Xichen's hand, cheerfully proclaiming, "Allow me to guide you and help you become invisible." Xichen, as before, did not decline and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Daojun Fengmi, observing the hands of Xichen and Fengmi once again tightly intertwined, Bailong felt a surge of breathlessness. Moreover, an impulse arose within him to pluck every feather from Fengmi, contemplating how she would flaunt herself before Xichen without her plumage. Fengmi, sensing Bailong's menacing gaze, audaciously mouthed two words, bet. Yes, a bet, and yet another wager. However, it was merely for today. He could endure and wait until tomorrow to act. Besides, they were merely holding hands, which hardly constituted an intimate act. He recalled when he first met Xichen, how they had stood face to face. In comparison, holding hands was trivial. With this thought, Bailong found his breathing easing considerably. He urged, since the decision is made, let us not waste time. Hurry and follow those two. Swiftly observing them would allow him to uncover their peculiarities, and thus the hands of Xichen and Fengmi could soon be separated. Bailong, unable to contain his impatience, moved ahead. Noticing this, Fengmi grasped Xichen's hand and followed closely in his footsteps. The trio had not ventured far, covering perhaps less than 50 meters, when they discovered the two dubious individuals by the edge of a dried-up creek. The creek bed still retained some damp silt, where a few emaciated villagers squatted, scavenging for dead fish and foul snails buried beneath the muck. The two suspicious figures stood at the creek's bank, incessantly brainwashing the villagers. The Dragon Lord is not a true dragon. He is merely an evil flood dragon. We must reclaim the fortune from the Dragon Lord, or we shall perish. The villagers at the creek bed reacted similarly to those who had been foraging earlier, largely disbelieving the claims. Fu Tian Yukai, I must ask, are you two out of your minds? Every day you prattle on about such nonsense. Instead of wasting time, why not seek something to eat? The two replied indignantly. Given the severity of the drought, do you truly believe you can survive on what you find daily? We must reclaim our fortune, even if we wish to do so. How can we contend with the formidable Dragon Lord? Xichen, overhearing this, assumed that the brothers, Fu Tian and Yukai, would reveal strategies to deal with Bailong. To his surprise, the two glared at each other and retorted, "How are we to know? They behaved like scoundrels, nonchalant and careless. We're just villagers born and raised here, not cultivators who could possibly know how to confront the Dragon Lord." One villager spat, "Bah, are you two jesting with us? You don't even know how to deal with the Dragon Lord, yet you dare to incite us to reclaim our fortune from him." The brothers insisted, "With so many people in our village, when we gather together, surely we can devise a plan." The villagers shook their heads at the brothers' implausible demeanor. Chapter 48. Ha ha. Foamy laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. You finally admit that you are a morally bankrupt, perverse dragon. Bai Long gritted his teeth. So what? I have already stated that I will never relinquish him to you, no matter what you say. The dialogue left Xichen utterly bewildered. What exactly is a morally bankrupt, perverse dragon? Whom were they attempting to seize? He wished to inquire, but before he could speak, a creaking sound interrupted him. The door of the brothers' thatched cottage swung open. Xichen's attention was immediately drawn to it. He turned to see that the two brothers, who had been sound asleep just moments ago, were now wide awake and scanning their surroundings furtively. Once they confirmed that no one was watching, they exchanged glances and proceeded toward the deserted end of the village. Their suspicious behavior caught not only Xichen's attention, but also that of Bai Long and Feng, who had just been arguing. The dragon and phoenix promptly ceased their quarrel. Feng remarked, "Their actions are indeed suspicious. There must be something amiss. Let us follow them and see." Xichen nodded, recalling that after exiting the barrier, he would need to become invisible. He instinctively reached for Feng's hand, but before he could grasp it, Bai Long seized his arm. With an impassive expression, Bai Long calmly stated, "Taking an extra person along requires more spiritual energy, and Feng's energy is insufficient. It would be best if I lead you." With that, he swiftly guided Xichen out of the barrier. Feng observed their departing figures, hand in hand, and wore a smile that was both playful and approving. She chose not to expose Bai Long's clumsy lie. They trailed the brothers, Fu Tian and Yukai, to the village's ancestral hall. This hall had been abandoned for many years. Its entrance was dilapidated, the wood rotting, and the roof bore two large gaping holes. The brothers stood outside the hall, cautiously surveying their surroundings. After confirming that no one was present, they finally entered. Upon stepping inside, the brothers hurried to the back of a worn statue. They reached into a hole behind the statue, and soon emerged with two steaming roast chickens. Upon seeing the chickens, their eyes lit up, and Yukai could not help but exclaim, "Heavens! The Immortal has blessed us with roast chickens today, and each of us gets one whole." As he drooled at the sight, Fu Tian, the elder brother, slapped him on the back of his head. "Look at how pathetic you are. 2 roast chickens make you drool. Just imagine how you'll go mad over the riches to be had once we help the Immortal capture the Dragon Lord." Yukai took a bite of the chicken, oil dripping from his mouth as he grinned foolishly. "Mad? Of course I will. But I wonder if we can truly help the Immortal capture the Dragon Lord." His expression turned grave at this point. "We have been spreading negative tales about the Dragon Lord in the village for nearly 2 months, yet few villagers believe us. Those old men, led by the village chief, even scold us as ungrateful wolves, causing the villagers to shun us." Fu Tian took a bite of his roast chicken, his mouth greasy. He scoffed. When harvests were plentiful, the young folks respected those old geezers. But now, with the Immortal's magic causing drought in Xiushui Mountain, who will genuinely heed his words? Don't be fooled by their outward demeanor. Many have privately agreed to gather at the ancestral hall tomorrow night to listen to the Immortal. Yukai asked eagerly, "Really? How many have agreed?" Fu Tian replied, "About 20 or so." Yukai beamed with that many people. "If they are willing to heed the Immortal's words and cooperate with us against the Dragon Lord, we will surely succeed." Fu Tian nodded, greed flickering in his eyes. "Once we capture the Dragon Lord, the Immortal will shower us with countless riches, and he has promised to take us along to cultivate immortality." Yukai grinned foolishly. "Then we can become immortals too, commanding the winds and rains, capable of anything." Fu Tian replied, "Indeed, we will have everything we desire, with aspirations for a bright future." The two swiftly consumed their roast chickens. They concealed the bones, wiped their mouths clean, and, ensuring they left no trace, crept back toward the village. Fengmi watched them disappear, a look of disgust on her face. She then stepped into the ancestral hall, examining the statue from which they had retrieved the roast chickens. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "There is a small teleportation array here. Such things are certainly laid out by cultivators from the realm of immortals." Her expression grew serious. "Unexpectedly, little Chun, you were correct. These two indeed harbor ulterior motives against Bai Long. They plan to collude with outside cultivators to capture Bai Long. And even the drought in Xiushui Mountain is their doing. Bai Long, holding Xichen's hand as they entered the ancestral hall, wore a grim expression. Tomorrow, I shall see which immortal dares to covet Bai Long. Since the immortal spoken of by Fu Tian and Yu Kai would only appear tomorrow night, remaining there was futile. Bai Long set up a sensing barrier outside the hall. He would immediately perceive if anyone entered again. Once the barrier was established, he transported Xichen back to the peak of Xiushui Mountain in an instant. Bai Long's face remained dark. Betrayal by the very villagers he had long aided weighed heavily on him. Xichen understood that even someone as formidable as Nanlong Xianzun would feel discomfort in his heart under such circumstances, let alone Bai Long, who had only just come of age. Unable to suppress his urge to comfort him, Xichen said, "Do not be too disheartened. Human hearts are inscrutable. With heavy temptations at play, such events are inevitable. Once we deal with that scheming immortal tomorrow, everything will be all right." Upon hearing Xichen's willingness to assist him in resolving the matter, Bai Long's mood brightened slightly. "Are you still willing to descend the mountain with me tomorrow?" Xichen wished to awaken Bai Long, wanting to engage in every aspect of the plan. He nodded, "Yes. As long as you do not mind the trouble of bringing me along, I will accompany you." He felt his current frail state rendered him unable to employ any techniques, and he worried that Bai Long might find him a burden, especially since Bai Long would need to confront the immortal the following day and might not have time to care for him. Realizing this, Bai Long felt a twinge of concern. He was not bothered by Xichen's presence, but worried he might not be able to look after him while contending with the immortal. Just as he pondered whether to take Xichen along, Feng Mi's voice interrupted. "It's no trouble at all. I'll join you tomorrow. Little Chun, your safety is my responsibility. I assure you it will be entirely secure." With Xichen's safety assured, Bai Long, however, felt no joy. He wished to refuse, but Xichen had already readily accepted. "All right, then thank you." Daojun Feng Mi Bai Long turned to see Xichen's evident joy and clench his fists, ultimately saying nothing. That very evening, he sought out Feng Mi alone. In the stillness of the deep night, the sudden arrival of Bai Long prompted Feng Mi to stifle a yawn. "What brings you here at such an ungodly hour, you morally bankrupt dragon?" Bai Long, unfazed by Feng Mi's appellation, maintained a stern visage and issued a stern warning. "Tomorrow night, when you descend the mountain, you are forbidden from teasing Xichen again. Otherwise, I shall not show you mercy." Upon hearing Xichen's name, the weariness in Feng Mi's eyes dissipated slightly. A playful glint appeared on his face as he inquired, "If I am teasing Xichen and not you, what grounds do you have to forbid me?" Following the earlier provocation from Feng Mi, Bai Long had come to a profound realization regarding his feelings. With a blush creeping onto his ears, he confessed, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, "It is because I cherish Xichen. He belongs to me. I have stated it before, and I shall never relinquish him to you." Feng Mi responded, "So, Xichen is your partner now?" Bai Long replied, "Not yet, but he certainly will be in the future." Bai Long suspected Feng Mi's question to be a taunt. Yet upon hearing his answer, Feng Mi let out a disappointed sigh. "Alas, he is not yours yet. I thought that after my earlier provocation, you would immediately confess your feelings to him." "What do you mean by provocation?" Bai Long queried. "Since you have come to terms with your emotions, I see no need to toy with you further," Feng Mi remarked. "In truth, I do not harbor feelings for Xichen. My earlier antics were merely to extract a confession from you, revealing that you are a morally dubious dragon enamored with a young cub." Bai Long frowned. "Why would you do such a thing?" Feng Mi candidly replied, "To tease you, of course. You cannot imagine how delightful it was to witness your expression when I held Xichen's hand. After knowing you for so long, it was the first time I saw your face darken in such a way. How can a white dragon's countenance turn so grim?" Feng Mi doubled over with laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Realizing he had been made a fool of, Bai Long's expression darkened again. "You dare to toy with me?" With his voice, the temperature in the room plummeted, and sharp icicles materialized before Feng Mi. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Feng Mi's smile faltered as he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. My jest was merely incidental. My primary concern is your happiness." With grave sincerity, Feng Mi continued, "Having known you for so long, I have observed your oblivion towards matters of the heart. This is the first time I have seen you with someone you adore. and I acted out of concern for your future happiness and emotional life. My aim was to provoke you into recognizing your true feelings. Having known Feng for many years, Bailong was well aware of his penchant for mischief. It was likely that the teasing was his primary intention, while the motivation to help him gain clarity was merely incidental. Nevertheless, he had indeed come to realize his feelings for Xichen. Very well, in light of Xichen, I shall let this go, Bailong conceded, dismissing the icicles with a wave of his hand. With a flushed face, he added, after all, when Xichen comes of age and we hold our partner ceremony, you will be considered our matchmaker. Noticing Bailong's enamored expression, Feng teased, really? With such a look on your face. Do you think you can wait for little Chun to come of age? Chapter 49, in order to prevent the celestial being mentioned by Futian from arriving prematurely. On the following evening, Xichen, Bailong, and Feng had already arrived at the shrine at the foot of Xiushui Mountain. They set up a barrier in a corner of the shrine, allowing them to communicate without being detected by outsiders. At this moment, the celestial being had yet to arrive, and only a dozen villagers were conversing with Futian inside the shrine. Futian, what you told us a couple of days ago, is it true? If we capture the Dragon Lord, will the drought afflicting Xiushui Mountain come to an end? Of course it is true. The drought is caused by the Dragon Lord. If we capture him, the drought will naturally cease, Futian replied. Upon hearing this, the villagers displayed expressions of doubt. Is it really the Dragon Lord who caused the drought? Ever since he settled here, he has been helping us. Why would he suddenly create a drought? Indeed, could there be some misunderstanding? The village chief and the elders have always been grateful to the Dragon Lord. If the village chief discovers our intentions against him, he will surely stop us. My mother was saved by the Dragon Lord once. She regards him as a deity. If she finds out I dare to harm the Dragon Lord, she will surely break my legs. My father feels the same way. Forget it. This matter makes me uneasy. I think I'll go back. I feel uneasy too. I'll go with you. As they spoke, their apprehensions grew, and two villagers even contemplated leaving. Futian, noticing this, remained unperturbed. He calmly retrieved a handful of silver coins from his pocket. The two villagers who were about to leave immediately halted, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on the silver in Futian's hands. Heavens, where did you get so much silver? One exclaimed. Futian chuckled. This is all given by the celestial being, and it is not mine. It is a gift for all of you. He distributed a silver ingot to each villager present. The celestial being has declared that everyone who comes to the shrine today will receive a silver ingot as a reward. And this is just the beginning. If you assist the celestial being in capturing the Dragon Lord, you will each receive 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. Of course, if you regret it now and wish to leave, I will not take back the silver originally promised to you. This is the celestial being's compassion and grace. The villagers, holding the silver, exchanged glances, and no one wished to leave now. Their previous hesitance transformed into fervor. We will certainly help the celestial being capture the Dragon Lord. Futian, you were right. Ever since the Dragon Lord arrived, troubles have plagued Xiushui Mountain. He must not be a true dragon. He is a malevolent dragon here to siphon our mountain-s fortunes. Such a wicked dragon deserves to be vanquished. Although we may not be able to defeat him, we will do our utmost to assist the celestial being. They spoke of righteousness, yet their eyes remained fixated on the silver, glinting with avarice. Feng stood within the barrier, observing their greed for wealth, and couldn't help but frown. Have they truly discarded their conscience for the sake of money? Is their love for wealth so profound? Both Feng and Bailong were members of the demon clan, possessing pure bloodlines, and had never lacked for money since birth. They did not comprehend the allure of wealth. In contrast, Xichen, as a human and a former orphan, understood the villagers' insatiable desire for riches. For an ordinary person, money is everything. Only with money can they eat and wear adequately, enabling them to survive. Thus, they seize every opportunity to acquire wealth. But they could leave now and still obtain wealth. 1 silver ingot is sufficient for them to eat and stay warm, enough to sustain them. Yet they still greedily wish to use Bailong to acquire even more. It is said that the heart of man is insatiable, much like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Moreover, when it comes to something as desirable as money, who would ever feel they have too much? Upon hearing Xichen's words, Bailong suddenly turned to him, asking, "Do you also believe that money is a good thing? Do you like it?" For Xichen, in his current guise as a young demon, to admit a fondness for money sounded rather peculiar. However, since he had already spoken, to deny it now would only raise more suspicion, so he chose to embrace it openly. "Indeed, I believe money is a good thing," Xichen replied. Bailong's eyes brightened for a moment, but soon he heard Xichen continue. "As for liking it, it can only be described as a common sort of fondness, but not particularly passionate. At the very least, he would not harm innocent lives for the sake of wealth." Bailong's eyes dimmed again, and he bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before finally asking, "Do you have anything you particularly like?" The abruptness of the question caught Xichen off guard, and he wondered, why this sudden inquiry? Bailong's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly responded, "I just wanted to chat with you casually," recalling that Feng had previously spoken to him out of boredom. Xichen felt no suspicion. He pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "I don't seem to have anything I particularly like at the moment." "Then do you have anything you particularly desire?" Indeed, there was something he desperately wished for, an exit from this illusion, but such thoughts could not be voiced. He could only shake his head. "No, I don't have any particular desires." Then, behold, the celestial being has arrived. Before Bailong could ask further, a voice filled with excitement resonated from outside. Prioritizing the matter at hand, Bailong redirected his attention to the celestial being outside. Feng and Xichen also turned to look. The first figure they saw was Fu Tian, who entered the shrine first, bowing obsequiously to the celestial being outside. "Celestial being, please come in. Do not be so formal." A gentle male voice replied, and then a middle-aged man clad in white, appearing rather unremarkable, stepped inside. Upon seeing the man's face, Bailong immediately recognized. He was wearing a mask, concealing his true appearance. "TSK, so secretive. It seems he knows the nature of his deeds is unworthy of exposure," Feng remarked. Bailong sneered. "I am eager to see what tricks someone so timid as to hide their face will employ against me." Though the celestial being wore a mask and appeared ordinary, the aura emanating from him was one of ethereal grace and elegance, unlike anything the local villagers had ever encountered. The villagers dared not be negligent, bowing respectfully as they greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed celestial being." The celestial being scanned them with a warm smile. "There is no need for such formalities. It is I who should thank you for your willingness to come. I believe Fu Tian has informed you of my purpose today. I wish to enlist your help in capturing the wicked dragon atop the mountain." Yes, we all know." The villagers nodded in agreement. Seeing their affirmation, the celestial being displayed a pained expression and continued, "This wicked dragon feigns the guise of a benevolent, true dragon. Yet in truth, it is a malevolent dragon transformed from a flood dragon. His decision to reside atop Xichen Mountain stemmed from his admiration for the mountain's abundant spiritual energy and fortune. Initially, he feigned benevolence to avoid being driven away. But the calamities that befell you were all wrought by this malevolent dragon. The current drought afflicting Xichen Mountain is a direct consequence of the dragon having siphoned away its auspicious energy, leaving the mountain akin to an aged elder, devoid of vitality. The celestial being feigned pity, lamenting the plight of the native inhabitants of Xichen Mountain, who remain oblivious to the truth and express gratitude towards a malevolent dragon. Truly a sorrowful and lamentable state. The villagers had already heard such claims from Fu Tian, yet the multitude of inconsistencies in his words had left them skeptical, despite his repeated attempts to enlighten them. However, under the celestial being's heavy and compassionate narrative, they found themselves wholly convinced, their indignation rising. How could this dragon bring us to such a wretched state? This detestable dragon, celestial being, you must help us vanquish it. Yes, celestial being, please assist us. The celestial being sighed and remarked, "My presence here is indeed to assist you. However, the dragon has absorbed too much fortune and has grown excessively powerful. It is quite difficult for me to confront it alone." The villagers recalled the purpose of their visit and glanced at the silver in their hands, their excitement palpable. "Celestial being, we are willing to help you capture the dragon," they exclaimed in unison. "Yes, we are eager to assist. Just tell us how we might capture the dragon. and we shall not hesitate to brave fire and water." Seeing their fervor, the celestial being displayed a satisfied smile and replied, "There is no need for such extreme measures. As long as you are willing to assist, capturing the Dragon Lord will be a simple task." Suddenly, a paper bag materialized in the celestial being's hand. Xichen recognized it as a product of spatial manipulation, but the villagers were astonished. Indeed, the celestial being can create objects with mere hands. They marveled. "If we follow the celestial being's guidance, we shall surely live prosperous lives." The celestial being, encouraged by their words, smiled even more broadly, opening the bag to reveal a red powder within. "You need only scatter this substance around the dragon's lair every 5 days for a duration of 2 months, he instructed. The villagers, puzzled, inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" The celestial being did not respond directly, merely smiling as he stated, "This is a heavenly secret, not to be disclosed prematurely. When the time comes, you shall understand." Xichen noticed that, upon the revelation of the red powder, Bailong and Fengmi's expressions turned particularly grim. Sensing their apprehension, he asked, "What exactly is this red powder, and what is its purpose?" Fengmi fixed her gaze on the red powder in the celestial being's hand and replied solemnly, "This substance is called demon scent, derived from the grinding of the corpses of numerous resentful demon kin." Bailong added, "The demon scent has a lethal effect on demon beings. Lesser demons will go mad upon contact, while greater demons may resist for a time, but prolonged exposure over 2 months will inevitably lead to their insanity." Xichen was taken aback by the potency of this substance and anxiously wondered, "What should we do about the demon scent?" Chapter 50. Unfilial children. Oh, what a wretched sight. Listening to the incessant wails echoing within the ancestral hall, Fengmi's brow furrowed deeply in disbelief. How could these individuals, all of whom were their kin, treat their own family so cruelly for the sake of wealth? Bailong's expression mirrored her discontent. The effects of the demon-scented incense on the elderly were far more severe than on the youth. If they continued to be exposed to this cursed atmosphere, it would not be long before they descended into madness and death. The current situation was painfully apparent. If they did not act swiftly to subdue the immortal, the elderly within the hall would face inevitable demise. Xichen observed that these elders had not participated in the persecution of Xiaohua. In fact, they had attempted to intervene. If they were to die because of this incident, it would be exceedingly unjust. He yearned to rescue these innocent souls, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. To save the elders would necessitate exposing the true nature of the immortal, consequently revealing the effects of the demon-scented incense to the younger generation of villagers. Thus, choosing to save the elders would also mean deciding to save the youth. The younger villagers had nearly placed Xiaohua in peril due to their selfish desires, and Xichen felt he lacked the authority to influence Xiaohua's decision. Fengmi shared Xichen's sentiments. Both remained silent, observing Bailong and awaiting his judgment. After listening to the anguished cries of the elders and witnessing the chaotic scene within the ancestral hall, Bailong fell into a deep contemplation for about half a minute before finally relenting. "Very well, for the sake of the village's elders, let's spare them this time." He turned and enveloped Xichen in a protective barrier that rendered him immune to the demon-scented incense. Seeing this, Fengmi withdrew the barrier and commanded, "Everyone, cease your actions." The sudden proclamation startled the younger villagers, who were in the midst of binding the elders. They halted, turning in surprise to find 3 extraordinary men had appeared within the hall. Just moments ago, the space had been empty. How could 3 individuals materialize so abruptly? They were strikingly handsome and elegantly attired, bearing no resemblance to the mountain folk, instead resembling the immortals. How curious it seemed that they appeared even more formidable than the immortal himself. Even the unsophisticated villagers could perceive their strength. How could the immortal remain oblivious? The immortal stepped forward, warily eyeing them. "Who are you, to intrude upon my domain with such impunity?" Bailong scoffed just moments ago. "You proclaimed your intent to seize me. Now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me?" The immortal's countenance shifted dramatically. You are the Dragon Lord from the mountaintop." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the immortal turned to flee. But he had scarcely taken 2 steps before an unseen force knocked him to the ground, rendering him immobile at the entrance of the hall. Bai Long approached the immobilized immortal, gazing down upon him with a look of disdain. How audacious to harbor ambitions against me. Yet he proves to be nothing more than a novice at the nascent soul stage. Among human cultivators, one could be deemed powerful at the nascent soul stage. Yet compared to a dragon born with such prowess, he was merely a fledgling. The immortal comprehended that, under normal circumstances, he could never escape Bai Long's grip. His eyes darted to the still stunned younger villagers, and suddenly he cried out, "This man before you is the transformed evil dragon. Quickly, sprinkle the red powder I provided upon him, or we shall all perish." Observing their once promising future threatened by the fallen immortal, the younger villagers were paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to proceed. Upon hearing the immortal's command and learning that Bai Long was indeed the evil dragon, panic gripped them, and they instinctively retrieved the red powder to cast upon Bai Long Feng Mi, vigilant at the side, would not allow them to succeed. With a swift motion, he summoned the demon-scented incense into his hand, igniting it in an inferno. Within moments, the incense was reduced to ashes. The sudden flames terrified the younger villagers. Fire. He can conjure flames from thin air. He must be a demon. We must flee, or we shall be consumed. As they scattered in terror, Feng Mi paid them no mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xichen, and together they hurried to free the bound elders. Meanwhile, Bai Long discerned the immortal's treacherous and malicious intentions and resolved not to spare him. Drawing his sword, he pressed it against the immortal's throat. The immortal, sensing Bai Long's murderous intent, wept in terror, abandoning all pretense of superiority. Dragon Lord, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I was manipulated by others." Just as Bai Long prepared to strike, the mention of manipulation caused him to hesitate. "Are you implying that there are others behind you?" The immortal nodded vigorously. Yes. I was commanded by someone else." Bai Long had suspected as much upon encountering the demon-scented incense. The incense required the collection of numerous vengeful demon corpses, a task far beyond the capabilities of a mere nascent soul cultivator. Bai Long was unperturbed by the prospect of the mastermind. However, uncovering their identity would undoubtedly be advantageous. He sheathed his sword. "If you can reveal the identity of your master, I shall grant you your life." Yet, even if he spared the immortal, Bai Long intended to render him powerless to prevent further chaos. The immortal, unaware of Bai Long's true intentions, was elated by the prospect of being spared. "The one who commands me is," he barely uttered before his eyes widened in horror, his throat constricting as if gripped by an unseen hand. With a cough, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, Bai Long swiftly sealed the immortal's meridians, but it was too late. In an instant, the immortal's lips turned blue as he drew his final breath. Xichen noticed the commotion and approached, frowning at the sight of the immortal's discolored lips. What transpired? Was he poisoned? Bai Long's expression turned grave as he shook his head slowly. No, he was afflicted by a curse. A curse? Indeed, someone implanted a cursed insect within him. Should he attempt to reveal his master, he would perish as he has now. Xichen lamented, "Now that he is dead, we have lost our lead. The one who commanded him remains elusive." Bai Long's demeanor remained proud. "Those who dare to conspire against me shall be unearthed, whether or not I possess a lead." Xichen pondered this, recognizing that with Bai Long's capabilities and the current influence of the Dragon Clan, it was merely a matter of time before the true orchestrator was discovered. The paramount issue that demands their attention lies with the villagers of Xiushui village. The younger generation of villagers, upon witnessing the demise of the immortal at the hands of Bai Long, began to scream in terror. "The vile dragon has slain the immortal. Indeed, he is a malevolent dragon, and we shall all meet our end at his hands. Flee at once." They resolved to escape to the immortal city, seeking assistance from other immortals to expose the atrocious deeds of this dragon. Bai Long, indifferent to the tumultuous gossip, felt a twinge of discontent at the prospect of his reputation being tarnished by such foolish villagers. The villagers, devoid of any spiritual essence, found themselves under Bai Long's simple control spell, leading them back to the ancestral hall against their will. I intended to flee, yet here I am again. Oh no! I cannot control my body and cannot escape. The loss of bodily autonomy incited panic among them. With no alternative, they huddled together, hoping to intimidate Bai Long by sheer numbers. Vile dragon, should you dare to slay us, we, the countless restless spirits, shall not spare you even in death. Before Bai Long could respond to their juvenile threats, an elderly man with silver hair and discerning eyes approached. With a resounding slap, he struck the young villager who had spoken, admonishing him sternly, "Desist from your nonsense. Before you stands the esteemed true dragon lord, not some malevolent beast. Should you utter such absurdities again, I shall not forgive you." The young villager, clutching his face, retorted defiantly, "Village chief, if he truly is a true dragon, why then did he kill the immortal?" The village chief replied, "Immortal? You are sorely mistaken. He is merely a shameless trickster here to deceive you." The young villager shouted back, "That is not true. He is willing to provide us with money and lead us to a better life. He is a good person." Other young villagers echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, he offers us silver. What does it matter if he is a true dragon? He has refused to aid us during this drought, whereas the immortal would have been more benevolent. Indeed, we would rather reside with the immortal on the mountaintop," protested the village chief, exasperated. "You ungrateful wretches! How can you utter such words?" The villagers appeared on the brink of fainting from frustration, yet Bai Long remained unfazed, offering no explanations or rebuttals. Instead, he employed his magic to draw forth Fu Tian and Yu Kai, who had been hiding among the crowd, and cast a glance at Fumi. Understanding his intention, Fumi smiled and approached the two. "Pray tell, how did you come to know the immortal?" Fu Tian and Yu Kai, initially reluctant to speak, found themselves compelled to divulge the truth upon encountering Fumi's warm smile and penetrating gaze. "We met the immortal 2 months ago. On that day, we could find no food and fainted on the hillside. When we awoke, the immortal was there. He provided us with sustenance and considerable wealth, instructing us to spread rumors about the Dragon Lord in the village. When we inquired why, he claimed he wished to capture the Dragon Lord, and that this drought was orchestrated specifically to ensnare him. If we aided him in capturing the Dragon Lord, he would escort us to the immortal city, granting us a life of splendor and wealth." Chapter 51. Did Xiaohua confess to him? Upon realizing this, Xichen was momentarily stunned, and then his heart sank with an alarming thud, his eyes widening in shock. Goodness, Xiaohua actually confessed to him. This was disastrous. He was truly finished. The revered Nanliang Xianzuan despised humans, and the mere acknowledgement of having feelings for a human was already an immense disgrace. But now, it was worse. He not only recognized his affection for a human, but also received a confession from that very human. As the object of such an unexpected declaration, Xichen felt utterly overwhelmed. He could hardly fathom how Xiaohua would react once she emerged from the illusion and recalled this moment. Oh, it was bound to be a dreadful response. She would likely go mad and then take her rage out on him. Xichen briefly envisioned this scenario and shuddered in fear. Meanwhile, Bai Long was blissfully unaware of Xichen's inner turmoil. Deeply immersed in the throes of youthful affection, his cheeks flushed, he continued to shower Xichen with affection. "Qinshan, I initially intended to prepare a suitable betrothal gift before confessing, but I simply could not wait any longer. I yearn to become your partner immediately. I acknowledge that my confession is rather hasty and lacking in decorum, but I assure you, whatever you desire in the future, I shall provide. Moreover, I have heard from the elders of our dragon clan that purity is the finest betrothal gift a dragon can offer." With a hint of shyness gracing his otherwise radiant features, Bai Long continued, "I have always cherished my virtue. Before meeting you, I have never engaged intimately with any creature, be it demon or human. I wonder, would you be able to accept a dragon who has maintained her purity as a betrothal gift?" Xichen thought to himself, how infuriating. The Xiaohua in this illusion aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. Here, aesthetics pertained not merely to appearance, but to character. The Xiaohua within the illusion epitomized the pure, innocent youth that Xichen had always envisioned. Innocent, kind-hearted, and exuding the carefree spirit unique to youth, she seemed to have emerged directly from Xichen's dreams. Observing this embodiment of his ideals, Shyly offering herself as a betrothal gift, Xichen's heart fluttered. Indeed, he felt a profound attraction. If only this individual were not the revered Nanliang Xianzuan, he would undoubtedly have accepted. However, with Xiaohua's confession, the situation had escalated dramatically, and he could not allow it to spiral further into chaos. Gazing into Xiaohua's sparkling eyes, Xichen sighed inwardly and steeled himself to refuse. "I'm sorry, Bai Long, but I cannot accept you." As he had anticipated, upon hearing his response, Xiaohua's once bright eyes dimmed immediately, and the previously bashful visage transformed into one of despair. Yet, Bai Long did not relent. He pressed his pale lips together and inquired, "Why can't you accept me? Is it because I have not provided a betrothal gift? Whatever you desire, I can procure it at once." Xichen replied, "It's not about the betrothal gift." "Then what is it about?" Bai Long continued to press. "Is it that I am not your preferred type? Or perhaps I lack qualities you deem worthy? Or do you feel your age renders you unprepared for matters of the heart?" Bai Long managed a strained smile. "That's fine. If you're not ready to commit now, I can accompany you as you grow. You can share your preferences for a partner, and I will strive to become the person you desire, working to become even more exceptional." "You need not do this," Xichen interjected, seeing Bai Long's pitiable state. "Bai Long, you are you. You're already more than enough." Bai Long could no longer maintain his composure. His lips quivered and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "If I were truly sufficient, why would you still refuse me?" Xichen could not reveal the true reason for his rejection and merely stated, "There is no reason. Perhaps it is simply fate that keeps us apart." "No, there must be a reason," Bai Long insisted stubbornly. "It must be that I possess some flaw that makes you unwilling to accept me. Tell me what it is, and I will change." Xichen understood that the illusion had alleviated the fears that plagued Xiaohua, and it would not be long before the illusion was shattered. Once freed, Xiaohua would recover her memories and cease her insistence on this matter. Thus, he realized he could fabricate any minor flaw to distract her. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the resolute yet fragile figure before him, he found himself reluctant to deceive her with baseless flaws, even if the illusion could not endure much longer. He did not wish for Xiaohua to harbor feelings of inadequacy due to his words. However, Xiaohua continued to demand a reason. If he could not fabricate a flaw, what could he possibly say that would not harm her feelings? After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled a certain individual. Oh no, a dragon. Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was Xiaohua's nephew. Also a white dragon. Xiaohua had initially mistaken Bai Xiao for the father of a young dragon, which had spared him from a dire fate. Since Bai Xiao was already bound to him outside the illusion, perhaps he could use Bai Xiao to distract Xiaohua within it as well. This way, once the illusion was dispelled, Xiaohua would be less inclined to suspect him. Resolute in his decision, Xichen adopted a visage of deep affection and spoke. "You truly possess no flaws. The reason I cannot accept you is that I already have feelings for another creature." Bai Long, not one to be easily misled, questioned this sudden revelation of a beloved creature. "You have only recently taken form and have spent all your time with me. How could you have feelings for another?" Xichen had anticipated Xiaohua's skepticism and presented his prepared explanation. "In truth, I had transformed once before meeting you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I reverted to my original form. The creature I hold affections for is Bai Xiao. I met and fell in love with him during my previous transformation. He truly is an exceptional being." With this narrative, Bai Long began to believe him, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Suppressing his jealousy, he asked bitterly, "If you share such a bond with him, why did he leave you to suffer alone in the woods after your misfortune?" To him, this Bai Xiao seemed devoid of any sense of responsibility. Following such a creature was far inferior to being with him. Before he could voice these thoughts, he heard Xichen continue, "He wished to remain by my side, but we encountered difficulties with our offspring, and he is currently seeking medical help for them." Offspring? They even had younglings together? Bai Long could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "How could you have offspring? Bai Xiao is a female? Do you have an affection for women?" At that moment, there was no time to explain how a man could bear children. Xichen once again offered an apology to the previously unseen Bai Xiao. Then, with a pang of conscience, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Bai Xiao is indeed a woman." Bai Long gritted his teeth, exclaiming, But you are still underage. You are merely a child. How could she possibly entice you into such actions? Xichen feigned shyness. He is also underage. We share mutual feelings, and thus we did not overthink it. Bailong's fists were clenched, his expression taut and filled with an inability to accept this reality. Observing his dismay, Xichen understood that Bailong had nearly been convinced. He suppressed his bashful demeanor and spoke earnestly. So, Bailong, you truly possess no flaws. It is merely that we are fated to be apart, having not encountered one another at the right moment. Xichen believed that this assertion, in contrast to the notion of flaws, would be less hurtful to Bailong. However, in truth, it was precisely this statement that plunged Bailong into despair. If Xichen had deemed him flawed, there would be hope for improvement. But now, Xichen had already fathered a child. In the demon clan, offspring were rare and held paramount significance. All demon partners remained inseparable after having children. This meant that no matter how hard Bailong tried, there existed no possibility of reclaiming Xichen from the grasp of the female demon named Bai Xiao. This realization enveloped Bailong in hopelessness and sorrow. His hands clenched tightly, his face drained of color. Xichen, alarmed by Bailong's state, feared he might succumb to despair. Suddenly, Bailong appeared to relinquish all strength. His eyes reddened, head bowed in despondency. Silent as a tomb. Seeing him like that caused Xichen great distress. After a moment's contemplation, he could not refrain from expressing concern. Bailong, are you all right? Bailong lifted his head, eyes glistening, forcing a smile. I am fine. You need not worry. I can accept this reality. Xichen could easily discern that Bailong was merely putting on a brave face. He wished to comfort him, but found himself at a loss for words, standing there in silence. Yet Bailong noticed the guilt reflected in Xichen's eyes and offered him reassurance. There is no need for you to feel guilty. As you said, perhaps we are fated to be apart. However, could you grant me one request? What request? Xichen feared that Bailong might seize this opportunity to make an unreasonable demand. To his surprise, Bailong simply stated, I hope you can forget that I confess my feelings for you today and continue our friendship as before without any lingering resentment. Xichen exhaled sharply, relieved that Bailong merely wished to maintain their friendship. This request was easily granted, and he was eager to comply. If they could return to being friends. Then, after the illusion dissipated, the Nanyang Immortal would likely no longer trouble him. He nodded vigorously. All right, we shall remain good friends, just as we did before, without any misunderstandings. Upon hearing his agreement, Bailong's expression finally softened a little. Thank you. The more courteous Bailong became, the more guilt and awkwardness Xichen felt. He scratched his head. What is there to thank me for? It is rather cold outside. Perhaps we should return? Bailong revealed a trace of sorrow. You may go ahead. I wish to stay here alone for a while to gather my thoughts. Chapter 52. The culprit behind the manipulation of immortals has appeared. Bailong, consumed by jealousy and frustration, was desperately seeking an outlet for his tumultuous emotions when he overheard a conversation that ignited his fury. With a fierce expression, he unsheathed his sword and, in a flash, found himself beside the old village chief. The chief's face was ashen, drenched in blood, resembling a man who had just clawed his way out of grave. Upon seeing Bailong, a hint of color returned to the chief's pallid visage, and he exclaimed with joy, Dragon Lord, you have finally come. He fell to his knees, pleading, I beseech you, Dragon Lord, save us once more. Bailong remained silent, his gaze piercing as he inquired, what has transpired? Tears glimmered in the chief's eyes as he recounted with despair. No sooner had you departed than a group of men clad in white, resembling immortals, invaded the ancestral hall. They claimed the immortals were useless and threatened to slaughter us in their rage. The chief's voice trembled as he continued. Many villagers have already perished at their hands. I played dead to escape their wrath. With a cold sneer, Bailong replied, I was lamenting my inability to locate them. Yet here they come, presenting themselves on a silver platter. The chief implored once more, Dragon Lord, I beg you to rescue us again. Where are the men in white now? Bailong demanded. They should still be near the ancestral hall, the chief replied. Without hesitation, Bailong vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the ancestral hall. As he stepped inside, he sensed several unfamiliar fluctuations of spiritual energy. Voices echoed within the hall. expressing disdain for the villagers' cowardice and lamenting the lack of satisfaction in their murderous intentions. "We did not come merely to kill. Our aim is the dragon bone," one voice declared. "Surely, we are aware of our purpose, yet our strategy has been uncovered. And with the dragon clan poised to relocate, how can we acquire the dragon bone? The dragon clan is formidable. In a fair fight, we stand no chance. Perhaps we should consider alternative materials for crafting artifacts. Impossible. There exists no material in this world capable of yielding the divine artifact we seek, save for the dragon bone." Bai Long realized that these intruders were intent on seizing his dragon bone. The dragon clan, inherently powerful, possessed not only formidable cultivation, but also dragon bones, horns, scales, and even the mane from their tails, each imbued with potent energy capable of enduring for millennia, even when severed from the dragon's body. A renowned smith once proclaimed that the dragon's body was the finest material for crafting artifacts, and weapons forged from it would reign supreme. However, despite the dragon clan's unparalleled might, no weapon crafted from their bodies had ever existed, primarily because they were simply too powerful. At that moment, the dragon clan had not yet retreated from the world as seen by Xichen, and in the past century, 2 new members had been born into the clan. The dragon clan was at its zenith, and no mortal or demon dared to provoke them over a mere artifact. Even the famed smith, after making his proclamation, regretted his words and vowed never to forge again, a gesture of submission and remorse towards the dragon clan. Bai Long, closing his eyes, extended his consciousness to probe the hall. Discovering that the 4 intruders possessed only the cultivation of the transformation realm, he felt contempt swell within him. How dare they covet his dragon bone? He would ensure they paid dearly for their audacity. With determination, Bai Long strode forward and kicked open the door of the ancestral hall, expecting to confront the 4 intruders. To his astonishment, the hall lay empty. The unfamiliar energies he had sensed moments earlier had vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Something was amiss. As he turned to leave, a sudden wave of disorienting dizziness assailed his senses. Bai Long stood immobilized, his expression growing hazy. Moments later, his eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed to the ground. Even as he lay unconscious, a fragment of his awareness lingered. In a daze, he heard the voices of the villagers. "Chief, if this formation can so easily subdue the Dragon Lord, why did we waste 2 months acting? Was that not a folly?" The old chief replied smugly. "Had it not been for that charade, how could the Dragon Lord have entered this formation so readily? True, only by ensnaring him completely could we ensure he entered the hall unguarded. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences." A voice, tinged with reluctance, interjected. "But if we offer the Dragon Lord to that person, won't he perish?" The chief's voice remained resolute. "The Dragon Lord has indeed aided us, but we never solicited his help. He acted of his own volition. We need not feel guilt over this. Besides, what has the Dragon Lord truly done for us? Just trivial favors. He cannot grant us a better life. Are you willing to forfeit our chance to enter the Immortal City for the sake of the Dragon Lord?" Ultimately, the reluctant voice was swayed. "We have come this far. We cannot turn back. You are right. Self-preservation is paramount." The recent drought and tonight's incident involving the Immortals were revealed to be schemes orchestrated by the villagers of Xiushui Mountain, who sought to barter Bai Long's life for entry into the Immortal City. Listening to the villagers, whom he had previously aided, speak so brazenly of betrayal filled Bai Long with a seething hatred. He yearned to eliminate them all, yet his body was paralyzed. With all his might, he could only manage to twitch a finger. The chief, noticing the movement, urged, "Enough. We do not have time to waste. This formation can only confine the Dragon Lord for a quarter of an hour. Let us administer the potion quickly." Bai Long felt hands prying his mouth open, pouring a strange liquid into him. He struggled to resist, but his body remained utterly unresponsive. As the potion coursed through his veins, the last vestiges of his consciousness faded, plunging him into a deep slumber. Bai Long had no sense of how long he remained unconscious. When he finally stirred, he found the villagers had vanished, and the night remained dark, indicating he had not been out for long. Rising from the ground, he recalled the mysterious substance the villagers had forced upon him. Rather than flee immediately, he chose to assess his condition. Given their malicious intent, he had expected a potent poison, yet upon inspection, he found no signs of toxicity within himself. Bai Long was not naive enough to believe that the treacherous villagers would have spared him out of conscience. It is not poison. It must be some other harmful substance. Is it a drug that suppresses spiritual power? Or perhaps one that stifles realms? Bai Long, you have finally awakened. Before Bai Long could gather his thoughts, Xichen's joyful voice suddenly resonated. Bai Long turned towards the sound and saw Xichen standing ahead, holding a damp piece of cloth, gazing at him with delight. Upon seeing Xichen, Bai Long instinctively felt a surge of joy. However, he quickly recalled the perilous situation around him, his expression turning tense. Chen, there is danger here. You must leave quickly. That ungrateful group of villagers has colluded with outsiders to put me to death. There is not a single good person in this village, and the Immortal ahead is merely a trap they have set. They are all wicked. You must flee and seek protection from Fengme. Xichen did not retreat. Instead, she approached him, concern etched on her face. Bai Long, do not be anxious. The villagers have already been apprehended by Fengme. There is no danger here anymore. Bai Long was taken aback. Apprehended? Xichen nodded. Indeed, Fengme and I sensed unusual spiritual fluctuations from the mountain's base, so we came down to investigate, and that is when we witnessed the villagers administering the drug to you. With us here, their schemes could not prevail. We extracted the antidote, neutralized the poison, and subsequently imprisoned them all. Xichen gestured toward the nearby house. Look, they're being held in there. Though Xichen's words appeared flawless and devoid of any inconsistencies, a strange sensation stirred within Bai Long's heart upon hearing them. He could not articulate precisely what fell amiss, but he sensed an overall peculiarity. Bai Long, there is something of great importance I wish to share with you. Before Bai Long could ponder further, Xichen's voice rang out again. Simultaneously, Bai Long felt Xichen grasp his hand, their fingers interlocking. This overly intimate gesture sent a tingle through his hands, rendering him incapable of contemplating anything else. He lifted his gaze, incredulous, staring at Xichen. Chen you. Xichen looked at him with a radiant smile and slowly uttered 4 words. I like you. Bai Long's disbelief deepened. He distinctly remembered Xichen stating that she had affections for a demoness named Bai Xiao, and that they had even had offspring together. There was no way she could be with him. How could it be that merely half a day had passed, and before he had even begun to woo her, Xichen had undergone such a transformation? Seemingly aware of his confusion, Xichen spoke with a hint of shyness and affectionate glances. Initially, I believed my heart belonged to Bai Xiao, but it was only upon seeing you unconscious that I suddenly realized the truth. The one I truly care for, the one I genuinely like, is you. The surprise struck Bai Long like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened, and he stammered with excitement. You mean, is it true? Xichen replied, Of course it is true. I just wonder, now that I have a child, would you still be willing to become my partner? Bai Long thought to himself that if he was willing to become a third party, he would hardly care about a mere child. Without hesitation, he nodded fervently. Of course. I will love your child as if it were my own. Xichen's eyes sparkled with joy. That is splendid. By the way, I have prepared a token of affection especially for you. Close your eyes. I will fetch it for you. Chapter 53, since parting ways with Bai Long. Xichen had returned to the courtyard, anxiously awaiting the shattering of the illusion. He believed that the crisis which had instilled fear in his memories had been resolved, and that the illusion would soon dissolve. However, to his surprise, an hour slipped by without any sign of the illusion breaking, nor did Bai Long return. Regardless of how tumultuous his emotions were, 2 hours should have sufficed for calm to settle. Little Hua had yet to return. Could it be that he had truly wounded her so deeply that she was unable to rise? Worry gnawed at Xichen as he wrestled with the decision of whether to venture out and seek her. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. With a thunderous boom, Xiaoshui Mountain began to tremble. Xichen initially assumed it was the precursor to the illusion-esque collapse, yet upon rushing outside, he was met with a sight under the dim moonlight that revealed a cloud of dust rising from beneath Xiaoshui Mountain. Trees and grass were uprooted, and debris filled the air. Clearly, something was amiss. Had the crisis that incited fear in Little Hua not been resolved? Why the illusion not only persisted, but also stirred up such chaos? Had he misjudged the source of her fears, which might not have originated from the villagers of Shui village? Or perhaps the matter concerning the immortals had yet to be settled. Xichen, where's Bai Long? Feng Mi's urgent voice broke through his thoughts. Xichen turned to see her hastening towards him, her expression fraught with concern. There's a strong surge of spiritual energy emanating from beneath Shui mountain, as if a formidable foe has arrived. I wanted to find Bai Long to investigate, but he hasn't responded to my calls. Do you know where he is? Xichen shook his head. I do not know. When I parted from Bai Long, he was standing where I am now, but he has not returned. Seeing that Xichen was equally unaware of Bai Long's whereabouts only heightened Feng Mi's urgency. Damn it. Why is he nowhere to be found at such a critical moment? Nevertheless, she resolved not to dwell on it too long. Since he is not here, I will go down to investigate myself. As she made to leave, Xichen grasped her hand. Feng Mi, please take me with you. Feng Mi frowned. It is dangerous at the foot of the mountain now, and you have no cultivation. It will be wiser for you to stay at the summit. Xichen understood the peril that lay below. However, he felt compelled to uncover the truth of the situation. But given the current state of affairs, it is unsafe for me to remain alone at the summit. Please allow me to accompany you. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Mi conceded that Xichen had a point. Leaving him alone atop the mountain amid such uncertainty could prove perilous, and it would be better to keep him close for safety. Otherwise, when Bai Long returned, oblivious to Xichen's plight, there would certainly be conflict. Very well, I shall take you with me, but you must be mindful of your safety. With that admonition, Feng Mi grasped Xichen's hand, and in an instant, they reappeared at the mountain's base. No sooner had they steadied themselves than the anguished cries of villagers reached their ears. Ah, my leg! Father, my leg is broken. What should I do? Woe is me. It's all my fault. My son is innocent. If you wish to kill me, do so, but spare my child. Following a ferocious roar, the father who had pleaded now emitted a heart-wrenching wail. No, my son, I will fight you. The man's fierce declaration was abruptly silenced. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from ahead. Heavens! Zhu and his son are dead. Run, flee. It will devour us all. Help! I do not wish to die. I do not wish to be consumed by the monster. From the villagers' cries, Feng Mi and Xichen deduced that this formidable adversary was not human, but rather a demon, one that had reverted to its original form and sought to feast upon the innocent. Demons of virtue abhorred such creatures that wreaked havoc upon humanity and tarnished the reputation of their kind. Feng Mi, incensed, declared, "How dare this man-eating demon wreak havoc in my territory? I shall ensure it finds no rest." With righteous fury, she advanced, but upon reaching a vantage point where she could see the beast, she froze in disbelief. Xichen, sensing something amiss, hastened to her side, and upon seeing the creature, he too was left utterly stunned. Before them stood not a mere man-eating demon, but a creature towering 10 meters tall, adorned with antler-like horns and talon-like claws. Its silver-white body exuding an imposing aura. This was undeniably Bai Long in his true form. Yet, unlike before, when his transformation had filled Xichen with awe, now it instilled a sense of dread. Previously, Xichen had felt tranquility and steadiness emanating from Bai Long's original form, but now, all he sensed was brutality and frenzy. The feral Bai Long darted among the villagers, unleashing savage roars. Villagers quaked with fear. The bolder among them managed to flee, while the timid collapsed in terror, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Please spare my life." To their entreaties, Bai Long remained indifferent, seizing those who fell to the ground and sinking his teeth into them. Blood stained his jaws, and several lifeless bodies lay scattered around. Alarmed by the grim scene, Xichen urgently called out to Feng Mi. "Feng Mi, we must stop him. We cannot allow him to continue this slaughter." Having witnessed Bai Long's ruthless nature before, Xichen was startled but not wholly shocked by his actions. In contrast, Feng Mi, who had known Bai Long for decades, was taken aback. He had never witnessed such savagery from him. He stood, entranced, until Xichen's voice shook him from his stupor. "Yes, you are right. We cannot allow this to continue. Leaping forward, Feng confronted Bai Long, exclaiming, "Bai Long, cease this at once. Have you forgotten what you once told me? You envisioned a world where humans, demons, and spirits coexisted peacefully. What transpired to bring you to this state? Bai Long, murder solves nothing. If trouble arises, you must confide in me. I, and Xichen can resolve this together." Feng attempted to reach Bai Long through his voice, but it seemed as though he was deaf to her pleas, fixated solely on the torment of the villager in his jaws. The villager Bai Long clutched was none other than the kind, old village chief, who had steadfastly supported Bai Long in the ancestral hall. Feigned, aware of Bai Long's fondness for the benevolent elder, understood that it was for the sake of the village chief and other kind-hearted elders that Bai Long had chosen to save the younger generation of Xiao Shui village. Now, however, it appeared that Bai Long had forgotten the chief's unwavering support, as he slowly tormented the very man who had once championed him. He could have easily killed the old village chief with a single bite, yet he chose not to. Instead, he first crushed one of the old man's eyes, devoured one of his hands, and then consumed a leg, slowly torturing the old chief. The old man wailed in agony from within the jaws of the dragon. It hurts so much. I am dying. Immortal, demon immortal, I beseech you, please save me from the jaws of the dragon lord. The old chief seemed to realize that pleading with the dragon was futile and instead cried out for Feng to rescue him. The dragon lord had lost all reason and would not voluntarily spare him. Demon immortal, I implore you, please act and save me. Without the old chief's need to speak, Feng could also perceive that Bai Long had completely lost his sanity. He hesitated to act, fearing he might inadvertently harm Bai Long or provoke him further. Given that Bai Long was far more powerful, he did not stand a chance against him. If he further enraged Bai Long, the situation could spiral out of control. Yet, no matter how he called out, he could not awaken Bai Long. In desperation, he decided to take action. Feng conjured a fireball in his palm and hurled it towards the side of Bai Long's mouth. In pain, Bai Long flung the old chief away and finally noticed Feng standing before him. His dark, piercing dragon eyes fixated on Feng, seizing the moment. "Feng spoke urgently. Bai Long, I am Feng. Do you remember me?" Bai Long tilted his massive head slightly, uttering, "Feng." Feng believed Bai Long was beginning to regain his senses and smiled joyfully, eager to continue. However, Bai Long suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. "Roar! You are all liars. Everything here is deception. I will annihilate you all." Sensing the shift in the situation, Feng attempted to retreat. But Bai Long had already opened his jaws and swallowed him whole. Unlike the torment inflicted upon the old chief, Feng immediately felt a sharp tooth pressing against his neck. Realizing Bai Long intended to kill him outright, he could not help but curse, "Damn it! You're forcing me to revert to my original form and fight you." "Don't revert yet." A frantic voice from beneath Bai Long called out. "We still don't understand what has happened to Bai Long. Do not provoke him recklessly. I will try to awaken him." Xichen attempted to communicate with Bai Long. "Bai Long, do you remember me? I am Xichen. We are here to help you. Could you please spit Feng out?" Feng thought to himself that after calling out for so long without success, it was improbable that Xichen could turn the tide with just a few words. He wanted to advise Xichen to refrain from wasting his breath and to retreat to safety. To his astonishment, in the next moment, Bai Long indeed opened his mouth and expelled him. Bai Long rose from the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Bai Long. He saw Bai Long lowering his head, his two dark eyes fixated on Xichen, slowly uttering two words, "Chun Chun Feng." Feng could no longer contain himself and curse again. Damn it! This ungrateful, lustful dragon. Xichen, too, was taken aback by the unexpected efficacy of his words. Observing Bai Long gradually calming down, he unconsciously softened his tone, gently saying, "Yes, I am Chun Chun. Bai Long, tell me, what transpired here before I arrived?" The gentle tone of Xichen prompted Bai Long to speak unwittingly. "Before you came, I discovered that the villagers here know. You are not Chun Chun." Chapter 54. Beneath the dim moonlight. Xichen stood by the river, gazing at the distant sky where the white dragon remained in a state of restlessness, filled with a mixture of shame and skepticism. Would seduction truly prove effective? He couldn't imagine that Bai Long was the sort of dragon who would secretly observe others bathing. As soon as Feng Mi proposed the idea of seducing Bai Long, Xichen promptly rejected it with firm disapproval. Firstly, he found the notion of seduction excessively shameful. Secondly, he believed Bai Long was not one to engage in such voyeuristic behavior. Though Feng Mi felt disappointed by his refusal, she did not press the matter further and instead led him to explore alternative approaches to connect with Bai Long. However, given their previous failed attempt, regardless of the method they employed to approach Bai Long, he completely disregarded them. After half an hour of fruitless efforts, they had not only failed to capture Bai Long, but had not even garnered a single glance from him. As Bai Long's condition appeared to deteriorate, Feng Mi, out of options, broached the topic of seduction once more. Xichen, noticing that Xiao Hua's state was worsening, recognized the urgency of the situation and consented. Even so, he remained convinced that Xiao Hua would not resort to spying on him while bathing. The proud nature of the Southern Dragon Sovereign would certainly prevent him from engaging in such disgraceful acts, even in his youth. This line of thought only deepened Xichen's concerns. If seduction was likely futile, were there any other means to approach him? In contrast to Xichen's anxiety, Feng Mi brimmed with confidence. What other methods do we need? Just take off your clothes. No, you don't even have to fully undress. Just shout that you're about to bathe and reveal a shoulder. I assure you, Bai Long will catch the scent and be here in no time. The phrasing struck Xichen as peculiar, making him feel like a mere bone, with Xiao Hua as the dog yearning for it. He remained skeptical. After all, Xiao Hua was a dragon, a noble dragon king, who could not possibly engage in canine-like behavior. Yet, regardless of his doubts, he had no choice but to comply in this pressing situation. Enough dawdling, Feng Mi instructed. I will conceal myself in that tree over there. You must act according to our plan. If you need to communicate, I will send you a message through my divine sense. With that, she deftly leaped into the tree, disappearing from sight. Xichen gave a nearly imperceptible nod and began to feign languor by the riverside, stretching exaggeratedly. With theatrical flair, he exclaimed, "Ah, after a day of exertion, I am drenched in sweat. With the river conveniently nearby and no one around, why not take a bath?" He then stepped into the water. Barely had he settled in when Feng Mi's voice echoed in his mind. "Pay attention. Bai Long is coming." Xichen was taken aback, his immediate reaction disbelief. From a moment he spoke to the time he entered the river, no more than 5 seconds had elapsed. Unless Xiao Hua had truly behaved like a dog, sprinting over at the mere mention of bathing, it was implausible for him to arrive so quickly. Feng Mi, sensing his skepticism, urged him again. "If you doubt me, just glance at the reflection on the water surface." Though it was nighttime, the moonlight was bright. Xichen looked down, and to his astonishment, he spotted Xiao Hua's silhouette in the water. Xiao Hua was quietly coiled on the massive tree behind him, his lengthy dragon body concealed within the foliage, with only his head cautiously peeking out, fixated on Xichen. Xichen, this sneaky little creature. If one were to say he was not there to spy on him while bathing, even Xichen himself would find it hard to believe. Was Xiao Hua truly such a dragon? Did the Southern Dragon Sovereign, in his youth, indeed engage in such disgraceful antics? The majestic and proud image of the Southern Dragon Sovereign in Xichen's mind crumbled in an instant. Unbeknownst to Bai Long, his image had already shattered. He observed Xichen standing in the water, still clothed, and a flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. Concealed across from him, Feng Mi noticed this impatience and transmitted to Xichen. "Xiao Chun, stop dawdling. Quickly disrobe and reveal your shoulder. I can incapacitate Bai Long once he becomes entranced." Xichen, roused from his reverie by Feng Mi's urging, placed his hand on his collar, preparing to pull it down when suddenly an unfamiliar voice interrupted him. "Fairy, please save me." He turned to see a bloodied village woman gazing intently at Feng Mi's hiding spot, pleading for help. Xichen heard Feng Mi curse under her breath. "Damn, I was so focused on keeping an eye on Bai Long that I forgot to conceal our presence from behind." Xichen felt a wave of frustration. He hadn't anticipated that his master would overlook such a detail. As Bai Long turned in response to the commotion, Xichen realized that if he saw Feng Mi, their seductive plan would be thwarted. He had to stall Bai Long. Xichen exclaimed, feigning surprise as he looked at him. "When did you arrive?" Caught in the act of spying, Bai Long froze, abandoning his intention to approach Feng Mi and instead turned to flee. This was not the outcome Xichen desired. If Bai Long escaped, it would be increasingly difficult to approach him again. He had to keep him occupied. Bai Long, don't go. I'm here to help you. I won't harm you. Please, stop and talk with me for a moment. Yet no matter what Xichen said, Bai Long showed no inclination to halt. As Bai Long soared further away, on the verge of disappearing entirely, Xichen, in a fit of desperation, shouted, Bai Long, don't you wish to become my partner? Just return, and I will agree to become your partner. Bai Long's retreat finally ceased. Seeing that his words had an effect, Xichen's eyes brightened. If you return, we could become partners tomorrow. Bai Long slowly turned back, his large, dark eyes fixated on Xichen. After a moment of silence, he inquired, and then what? Xichen, momentarily taken aback, responded, what do you mean by and then what? Bai Long patiently clarified, you mentioned we would become partners tomorrow. What happens after we become partners? Xichen was uncertain whether Bai Long was genuinely interested or merely testing him. He pondered what other cultivators typically did after becoming partners and tentatively suggested, then we would share a chamber? Upon uttering those words, Xichen noticed Bai Long's tail subtly swaying behind him. While he could not decipher its meaning, Feng Mi, who had finally managed to disperse the village woman, quickly transmitted, a swaying tail indicates happiness. Keep sweet-talking him. If you can charm him, we might not even need to incapacitate him. Ideally, they could bring Xiao Hua back without resorting to force. However, Xichen had never been in love, and the concept of sweet nothings was foreign to him. After racking his brain, he could muster only a few words. In the days to come, we shall harmoniously coexist, akin to celestial companions, enveloped in extraordinary affection, and may we soon be blessed with children. However, in a moment of desperation to placate Xiao Hua, he inadvertently uttered the phrase, may we soon have children. While this phrase is indeed a sweet sentiment for newlyweds, it is typically reserved for couples, and, under normal circumstances, two males cannot conceive. Upon realizing his blunder, Xichen felt a twinge of regret and sought to rectify his mistake, only to find Xiao Hua's tail wagging joyfully like a rattle drum, exclaiming, yes, indeed, we must have a little one. Xichen blinked in surprise as he heard Feng Mi's telepathic nudge. Little Chun, you are quite adept. It seems you have successfully charmed him. You can take him back now. Feeling confident that Xiao Hua was sufficiently appeased, Xichen smiled and extended his hand. In that case, let us return, so we can prepare for tomorrow's bonding ceremony. He was certain that Xiao Hua would accompany him back, but to his astonishment, Xiao Hua stepped back, coldly rejecting him. No, I shall not return with you. You are not Chen Chun. You are a deceiver who wishes to harm me. Xichen, momentarily perplexed, queried, if you believe I am a deceiver, why do you still come to me with so many questions? In a fit of agitation, Bai Long spoke candidly, because I truly wish to hear those words from Chen Chun, yet he cannot speak them to me. If you're willing to say them, then you surely cannot be Chen Chun. Xichen was baffled. Why does my willingness to speak these words imply that I am not Xichen? Bai Long, feeling wronged, replied, I know that Shan Qin does not like me. He favors a demoness named Bai Xiao, with whom he has offspring, and I have not yet had the chance to thwart him. Xichen grasped the earlier mention of Bai Xiao, but the term thwart left him bewildered. He intended to inquire further when suddenly, Feng Mi, who had been concealed among the trees, swooped down. Armed with a stick-like artifact, she delivered a heavy blow to Bai Long, unable to utter a sound, fell unconscious. Feng Mi retrieved her weapon and clapped her hands. Ah, Bai Long's true form is quite robust. My hand nearly went numb from the impact. Yet after all this effort, I can finally take him back to administer the antidote. Administering the antidote was the pressing concern. Upon hearing this, Xichen promptly set aside thoughts of thwarting and focused on assisting Feng Mi in carrying Bai Long back. Upon reaching the courtyard atop the mountain, Bai Long reverted to his human form, still in a state of unconsciousness. Xichen grew concerned, fearing that Feng Mi's blow had been too severe and harmed him. Feng Mi, sensing Xichen's worry, brandished a vial of antidote with conviction. Little Chun, I assure you, my aim is precise, and Bai Long is quite strong. There is no way I could have harmed him with that strike. I guarantee that once the antidote is ingested, he will awaken within 10 seconds. With that, she administered the antidote into Bai Long's mouth. The remedy smoothly traveled down his throat and into his stomach. However, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, until a full minute passed, yet Bai Long showed no signs of awakening. Xichen furrowed his brow. Could it be that I truly harmed him? Fengmi replied, impossible, given Bai Long's physique. There is no reason he should be incapacitated by my actions. Chapter 55. Xichen, an orphan, had never been addressed so tenderly as child, nor had anyone ever affectionately ruffled his hair. As he gazed into the gentle eyes of the man in blue, which seemed to encompass all things, he could not help but feel a flush of shyness. Enveloped in his bashfulness, Xichen failed to comprehend the implications of the man's words, while Fengmi paid keen attention to the matter. Leaning closer to the two, she inquired, Qingyun, did you dream of Xichen before? What did you dream about? Was it a good thing or a bad one? The man in blue, known as Qingyun, withdrew his hand and gazed softly at Xichen, nodding with a smile. Yes, I have dreamed of him many times. However, he refrained from disclosing the contents of those dreams, instead stating, did you not mention that your dragon companion was injured? I shall go check on him first. The most pressing concern now was to tend to Bai Long's ailment. Fengmi had no choice but to set aside her questions and led Qingyun to Bai Long's room. Upon entering, Qingyun's demeanor shifted from gentle to grave. He meticulously examined Bai Long, then sat beside him to take his pulse. As the pulse revealed itself, Qingyun's expression transitioned from serious to increasingly somber, culminating in a deep sigh directed at Bai Long. This reaction sent a jolt of apprehension through Xichen. Fengmi, equally alarmed, asked anxiously, how is Bai Long? Not well, Qingyun replied, shaking his head, his tone laced with concern and a hint of disdain. Though he is handsome and of good character, his obsessions run deep. Coupled with the trauma from this incident, he may become increasingly paranoid and volatile, making him a poor choice as a companion. Xichen and Fengmi exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed by Qingyun's demeanor and actions, initially believing Bai Long was on the verge of death, only to be told that he was not a suitable partner. Xichen, confused, turned to Fengmi. Are you sure you sought out a doctor? Fengmi, also feeling uncertain, questioned Qingyun, when I asked for you. Did I not say it was for Bai Long's treatment? Qingyun affirmed, indeed. Fengmi pressed on, then you. Qingyun chuckled lightly. I merely jested that he is fine. Though Fengmi had known Qingyun for a short time, their 2 months of cohabitation, coupled with unspoken feelings, had granted him insight into Qingyun's character. From what he understood, Qingyun did not strike him as one to jest in such dire circumstances. Furthermore, he sensed genuine worry and disdain in Qingyun's earlier remarks. But as Qingyun did not know Bai Long, what could he be worried about? What concerns did he harbor? For Xichen, this was their first meeting, and lacking familiarity with Qingyun's temperament, he accepted Qingyun's jest without further thought, joyously asking, is Bai Long truly unharmed? Indeed, the poison within him has been purged, and his condition is not grave, Qingyun reassured. Then why is he not awakened? Xichen queried. Fengmi echoed, yes, if the poison is gone, why is Bai Long still unresponsive? I have given him numerous awakening elixirs. Qingyun replied, he has succumbed to demonic deviation, and his consciousness is in a frenzied state. Simply administering awakening potions will yield no effect. Qingyun's nonchalance struck terror into Xichen and Fengmi. What? Bai Long has fallen into demonic deviation. You said he was fine? Their reaction was not unwarranted, as the consequences of demonic deviation were severe. Regardless of one's nature, the impact on cultivators could be fatal, ranging from madness to sudden death. With no remedy available for demonic deviation. Noticing their rising anxiety, Qingyun approached and gently ruffled Xichen's hair, soothingly saying, do not fret. Since I have assured you he is fine, I possess the means to save him. Feeling shy for the second time from being patted on the head, Xichen found solace in Qingyun's gesture. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions and asked, what must we do to rescue Bai Long? Fengmi, envious of the head patting, leaned closer to Xichen, exclaiming, yes, what must we do to save Bai Long? His condition is truly worrisome. As expected, Upon witnessing Feng Mi's urgency, Qing Yun turned to him, offering reassurance. You need not be overly anxious. With that, he removed his hand from Xichen's head and shifted his focus to Feng Mi. Feng Mi's heart lifted at this attention, and he prepared himself for another head pat, only to find Qing Yun simply displaying a vial of elixir he had retrieved from his spatial storage. Feng Mi, first administer this vial of stabilizing elixir to Bai Long. Feng Mi retorted, why not pat my head instead? Seeing Feng Mi's hesitation, Qing Yun raised an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Feng Mi bit his lip to conceal his disappointment, shaking his head. Nothing. I shall go administer it now. He took the vial and approached Bai Long, administering the elixir. Meanwhile, Qing Yun retrieved a small piece of incense, instructing Xichen, this is a calming incense. Light it and place it at Bai Long's bedside. Having given his instructions, Qing Yun did not remain idle. He produced a set of fine needles, wiping their tips as he spoke to them. Demonic deviation indeed has no cure, but if you can enter Bai Long's spiritual platform and calm the turbulence within his consciousness, he could be restored to his normal state. Xichen, who had just begun cultivating, was unfamiliar with the concepts of spiritual platforms and consciousness, so he was unaware of the challenge ahead. Feng Mi, however, understood all too well, and upon hearing this, his expression shifted to one of despair. What? Enter Bai Long's spiritual platform and calm his consciousness? How could that possibly be achieved? Xichen looked at him quizzically. Is it really that difficult? Feng Mi replied, not just difficult. It is virtually impossible. He explained, you can think of the spiritual platform as a dwelling for a cultivator's consciousness, and the consciousness itself is fundamental to a cultivator's being. Once the consciousness dissipates, no matter how formidable their physical capabilities, they will ultimately vanish. Moreover, consciousness is exceedingly fragile, akin to porcelain. A slight jolt can shatter it. In a state of defense, the moment the consciousness detects another cultivator's presence within its spiritual platform, it instinctively seeks to eradicate the invading consciousness. Feigned. Not only would I struggle to calm Bai Long's consciousness, but I fear that merely entering his spiritual platform would lead to my own demise. Xichen questioned, is it possible that with your cultivation, you cannot withstand Bai Long's consciousness? Feng Mi shook his head. No, my cultivation is simply inferior to Bai Long's. I could never defeat him in a normal confrontation, let alone within his spiritual platform. The spiritual platform is his domain, where the consciousness of other cultivators is suppressed. Coupled with the innate strength of the Dragon Clan's consciousness, I doubt even Qing Yun could emerge unscathed from Bai Long's spiritual platform. Qing Yun concurred, indeed. I will be unable to do so as well. Though there are methods available, their execution remains elusive. Xichen felt a throbbing headache. He was reluctant to concede defeat and pondered deeply. Is there a way to free him from this defensive state, to help him relax? Feng Mi shook her head once more. It seems unlikely. The defensive state of one's consciousness is innate and cannot be adjusted, unless a cherished individual enters the divine platform to commune with him. Otherwise, Feng Mi's voice trailed off as she glanced at Bai Long, then at Xichen, ultimately fixing her gaze on Qing Yun, her eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that Qing Yun wishes for Xichen to enter Bai Long's divine platform and soothe him during their communion? Indeed, this is presently the sole method to restore Bai Long to his normal state. Qing Yun turned to face Bai Long, her eyes once again reflecting the initial concern and disdain she had felt. A blessing in disguise, it truly benefits him. Feng Mi's expression was complex. Xichen is merely 24, still a young lad. It certainly is a boon for him. Upon hearing Xichen's age, Qing Yun's gaze toward Bai Long grew even more disdainful. Their reactions left Xichen utterly perplexed. How has this become a benefit for Bai Long? What exactly is this communion? When the topic of communion arose, Feng Mi felt a twinge of embarrassment, ultimately leaving it to Qing Yun to elucidate. Communion is the most intimate act between cultivators. Typically, it involves two practitioners entering each other's divine platforms, intertwining their consciousnesses, wherein they become enmeshed within one another, each within the other. Intertwined? Each within the other? Xichen found Qing Yun's terminology oddly reminiscent of the descriptions associated with dual cultivation between partners. Qing Yun elaborated. Communion enhances the cultivation of both parties and is said to evoke a subtle and unique pleasure during the intertwining of consciousnesses, which is, in fact, what is commonly referred to as dual cultivation in the realm of cultivation. Xichen. So, it is not merely similar. It is indeed dual cultivation. Despite being merely an exchange of consciousness, this form of communion is regarded in the cultivation world as a more profound connection than physical intimacy. To cultivators, physical contact is merely a fleeting pleasure. Only through the intermingling of consciousness can true love be demonstrated. After all, it is only through genuine love and unconditional trust that one would permit another's consciousness to enter their divine platform and intertwine so closely. There is even a saying in the cultivation community regarding dual cultivation. Only those who have engaged in dual cultivation may be deemed true soulmates. Xichen never anticipated that. In order to escape the illusion, he would become a genuine soulmate with Xiaohua, and he could hardly imagine her reaction upon recalling this event once she emerged from the illusion. Fengmi discerned the turmoil in Xichen's eyes and, with compassion, remarked, "Xichen, you are but 24, still a young lad. If you cannot accept this, if you are unwilling to agree, it is perfectly understandable." Qingyun cast another disdainful glance at Bailong and added, "Yes, do not force yourself, if you are unwilling." No forcing. Before Qingyun could finish her sentence, Xichen interrupted earnestly, "I am willing to commune with Bailong." Chapter 56, Xichen remained steadfast in his previous thoughts. Even if he were to emerge from the illusion only to be struck down by Xiaohua, he must first escape the mirage to have any chance of being harmed. If they did not break free from the illusion, they would merely linger here, awaiting death. It was better to take a gamble. Upon hearing Xichen's agreement, Fengmi exhaled a sigh of relief, then cast a look of envy and jealousy towards Bailong. To have a partner simply by taking a nap, how he yearned for such fortune. Fengmi discreetly glanced at Qingyun, his eyes brimming with unspoken feelings. Yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. Qingyun, oblivious to Fengmi's subtle glances, maintained a scrutinizing and disdainful gaze upon Bailong after Xichen's affirmation. Noticing Qingyun's focus, Xichen found it peculiar and was about to inquire, but Qingyun had already averted his gaze, explaining Bailong's consciousness is currently too tumultuous. I must first administer acupuncture to calm him before you can access his divine platform. To ensure Bailong settles swiftly, it is best that no third party is present during the treatment. Understanding this, Xichen and Fengmi exited the room, waiting outside. As soon as they stepped out, Fengmi leaned against the wall, sighing heavily. Xichen assumed his concern lay with Bailong's safety and attempted to comfort him, saying, "Do not fret excessively. It is merely acupuncture, and Bailong should be fine." Fengmi shot him a glare, retorting, "Why should I worry for him when he can awaken to find a partner? My concerns are misplaced." Xichen inquired, "Then what is the matter?" Fengmi sighed again. "I merely did not expect even the dense Bailong to find a partner, while I, Fengmi, remain a solitary demon. It is a bit disheartening." Though Qingyun had been preoccupied with assessing Bailong, he had not noticed Fengmi's subtle gestures. However, Xichen, as an observer, perceived everything clearly. He recalled Fengmi's earlier admission that the person he fancied bore a striking resemblance to himself. Stealing a glance at Qingyun, who was focused on his acupuncture, he quietly asked Fengmi, "Is it that you are fond of Taoist Lord Qingyun?" Without hesitation, Fengmi candidly confessed, "Yes. I have harbored feelings for Qingyun for quite some time." Xichen was perplexed. "If you have cherished him for so long, and he is right before you, why not express your feelings?" Fengmi replied, "Perhaps it is precisely because I care for him so deeply. My affection is such that I cannot bear the thought of losing him. Should I confess, and he rejects me, we would likely never meet again. By remaining silent, at least I can stay by his side as a friend." Having known his master for so long, Xichen had never witnessed such earnestness from him, whether inside or outside the illusion. He had always assumed that with his master's carefree disposition, any affection would be shallow, but Fengmi's demeanor and words shattered that perception. Xichen realized that Fengmi's feelings for Qingyun ran far deeper and were more profound than he had imagined. He recalled the palace Fengmi had constructed for the deceased Qingyun, feeling a heavy weight settle in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Feng Mi, "But life is unpredictable. Who knows how long you can remain by his side as a friend? Why not seize the moment and reveal your heart?" Feng Mi scratched his head. "I have pondered this as well. I will eventually confess, but I believe the time is not yet right. I wish to wait until the moment is ripe, ensuring I won't lose him after revealing my feelings." Yet he mused, by then it might be too late. Before Xichen could offer further counsel, Qing Yun's voice rang out from within the room. "Feng Mi, could you fetch me a few herbs?" After the acupuncture, Bai Long will need to take some additional herbs to stabilize himself. As their discussion pertained to Bai Long's treatment, they had to set aside their previous topic. Feng Mi inquired about the necessary herbs and then descended the mountain. Xichen remained outside, believing that Qing Yun had sent Feng Mi for herbs, indicating that the acupuncture would take some time. To his surprise, Feng Mi returned in merely 10 minutes, and Qing Yun emerged from the room, stating, "Bai Long's consciousness has calmed for the moment. You may enter his divine platform at your convenience." Xichen was taken aback. "Did you not say he required additional herbs?" "Not really," Qing Yun replied. "I merely stated that to send Feng Mi away, so I could ask you once more, are you truly willing to cultivate with Bai Long?" Having already answered, Xichen wondered why Qing Yun felt the need to ask again. This was their first meeting, and Qing Yun's concerns seemed excessive. A sense of unease crept into Xichen's mind as he contemplated whether to voice his suspicions. But before he could decide, Qing Yun spoke again. "After all, you are merely 24 years old, still a fledgling, while Bai Long is already 1,800 years old, a venerable elder among dragons." Xichen stared at Qing Yun in shock. "How do you know Bai Long is 1,800 years old?" 1,800 years was Bai Long's age outside the illusion. Within it, he was merely 50. Qing Yun astonishingly declared, "Not only do I know Bai Long's age, but I also understand that the world we inhabit is, in fact, merely an illusion." The revelation that someone else recognized this as an illusion startled Xichen. He stepped back, eyeing Qing Yun warily. "Could it be that you too are from outside the illusion?" Qing Yun did not answer directly, but countered with a question. "Are you familiar with the Fusang tree?" "The Fusang tree?" Xichen pondered. Having recently traversed this realm and possessing limited knowledge of the cultivation world, after a moment of reflection, he recalled some information regarding the Fusang tree. It was said to be a powerful demon race comparable to the dragon clan, yet it had been extinct for nearly 5,000 years due to its plant-based nature. If the birthing difficulties of animal-based demon races were rated at 100, those of plant-based races were a staggering 10,000. The once mighty plant-based demons had become scarce long ago, and following the transformation of the heavenly laws, their survival became increasingly precarious. Aside from a few minor plant demons that managed to escape, the formidable plant-based races had nearly all perished. The Fusang tree, as one of the mightiest among them, vanished from the cultivation world 5,000 years ago when reproduction became challenging. Xichen had encountered this information in a miscellaneous book during his training. Since the extinction of the Fusang tree, no one had retained detailed knowledge of it. Thus, aside from knowing the reason for its extinction and its formidable powers that rivaled the dragons, Xichen was left with little understanding of the Fusang tree. Seeing this gap in Xichen's knowledge, Qing Yun began to elaborate on the Fusang tree. Like the dragon clan, the Fusang tree was favored by the fortunes of the world. However, unlike the tempestuous dragons, the Fusang tree was generally gentle and courteous, excelling in healing arts and foresight rather than combat. "Foresight?" Xichen inquired, intrigued. "Does this imply the Fusang tree is adept at divination?" No, it does not work like that. The Fusang tree's foresight does not involve calculating through divination. It merely requires dreaming. Xichen was even more curious. Dreaming can predict the future? Seeing his interest piqued, Qing Yun smiled and nodded. Indeed, the Fusang tree is a favored entity of fortune. It can foresee the future merely by slumbering, avoiding the need for divination that might jeopardize its own blessings. However, only the mature Fusang trees possess this foresight. The juvenile ones lack such abilities. Xichen paid little heed to the latter part of Qing Yun's statement. After all, he was human and not a young Fusang tree. So he was indifferent to whether the juvenile could foresee. His attention was captivated by Qing Yun's earlier remark. Upon seeing him, Qing Yun mentioned she had been dreaming, attributing those dreams to him, coupled with her knowledge of the realm of illusions. Xichen boldly speculated, could it be that the Fusang tree has not perished, and that your true essence is that of the Fusang tree? Qingyun affirmed, indeed, before encountering you, I experienced many peculiar dreams. I initially believed I was unwell, but upon seeing you, I realized that the version of myself in this world is merely a phantom projected by Bailong's consciousness. Xichen inquired, do you wish to dissuade me from cultivating with Bailong to prevent the termination of your existence within the illusion? No, Qingyun denied. This is simply an illusion. The current version of me is but a specter. I have no desire to exist within feigned. Moreover, Qingyun gazed gently at Xichen, speaking with earnestness. My inquiry regarding your genuine willingness to cultivate with Bailong is not intended to deter you, but rather to encourage you to reflect deeply. From the dreams I have foreseen, should you cultivate with him this time, you may find yourselves entwined for a lifetime. Entwined for a lifetime? Xichen felt a twinge of fear at the phrase, yet as he regained his composure, it seemed less daunting. Reflecting on his past entanglements with Xiaohua, he realized that even if he chose not to cultivate with her, their fates would remain irrevocably intertwined due to the existence of their offspring. Qingyun continued to counsel him. He is too old, not a suitable match for you. You need not tether yourself to this ancient white dragon. If you are unwilling, I shall assist you in seeking other means to shatter the illusion. No, that will not be necessary. Xichen interjected earnestly. Qingyun Daoquan, I understand that your words stem from a place of care, and I truly appreciate your concern. However, my resolve is steadfast, and the bond one share with him is profound. Even if I do not cultivate with him this time, our connection cannot be disentangled. Qingyun opened his mouth, intending to offer further counsel, but as his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xichen's abdomen, he pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from saying more. After a pause, he sighed in resignation. Very well. Since you are resolute in your decision to cultivate with this ancient white dragon, I shall no longer persuade you. Please enter the room. I will ensure that no outsiders intrude. Thank you, Qingyun Daoquan. Xichen expressed his gratitude and stepped toward the room. However, as he reached the doorway, he could not resist turning back to ask, Qingyun Daoquan, do we share an extraordinary connection? Qingyun smiled at him. What prompts this inquiry? Xichen's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling that his forthcoming words might sound somewhat egotistical, yet his curiosity compelled him to speak. I can't shake the feeling that you treat me exceptionally well, and you evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Additionally, we bear a striking resemblance, which leads me to believe that our relationship might be rather special. Chapter 57. Upon sensing that the force enveloping him bore no intention of harm, Xichen's emotions gradually stabilized. He remained quietly at the center of this power, awaiting its subsidence. After what felt like half a minute, the force began to dissipate, and Xichen was gently lowered to the ground. The moment he landed, he was enveloped by a cacophony of voices around him. These sounds struck him as familiar, yet he could not recall their origins. As he steadied himself and opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find countless reflections of himself densely populating Xiaohua's divine platform. These apparitions must have emerged from Xiaohua's descent into madness, each one scattered across the Bailong divine altar, accompanied by Bailong of their own. All the Bailongs, without exception, regarded Xichen with an air of heightened vigilance. In stark contrast, Xichen's myriad reflections displayed a spectrum of expressions. Some wept, others laughed. Some appeared entranced, while others wore faces of confusion. Yet, irrespective of their expressions, they all spoke words meant to deceive Bailong. Do you not remember me? I am Xichen, your beloved Xichen. I have come to rescue you. Come, hurry to my side. What is wrong? Did you not say you love me and wish to be my partner? Why do you ignore me? Bailong, I was just injured. My hand hurt so much. Please come and help me rub it better. In that instant, Xichen realized why those voices felt so familiar. It was his own voice. The reason he had not recognized it was due to the exaggerated manner in which his reflections spoke. Some affected a strained voice, while others spoke with a beguiling lilt, deliberately elongating their final syllables. Xichen pondered how the Bailongs, with their wary expressions, could possibly be deceived by such clumsy rhetoric. Does it truly hurt? Then I shall come and soothe it for you. almost as if on cue, just as he thought this. One of the Bai Longs lowered its guard and approached him with a look of concern. Soon, a second, a third, and many more Bai Longs followed suit, all shedding their defenses. Are you really here to save me? Are you truly Xichen? How did you find me? Are you hurt? In an astonishing turn, Xichen had managed to deceive them all in a single night. Yet, as he had anticipated, these false Xichens, once they had gained the trust of the Bai Longs, began to turn on them. You fool! Did you truly believe I would come to rescue you? I have no affection for you. Your confessions and your advances disgust me. Bai Long, perish! Each of the reflections drew forth sharp blades and plunged them mercilessly into the chests of the Bai Longs. The once formidable Bai Longs found themselves utterly powerless against this onslaught, whether due to unwillingness to retaliate or sheer disbelief. One by one, the Bai Longs fell victim to the ruthless betrayal of Xichen's apparitions. As the Bai Longs succumbed to their wounds, the divine platform began to tremble. A resounding roar echoed from the altar's summit. Xichen lifted his gaze, witnessing a 10-meter crack splitting the top of the platform, which widened at an alarming rate with each tremor. The light within the altar dimmed ominously, and with another thunderous sound, torrential rain began to pour, while lightning flickered and roared above. The entire altar appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse. Even with his limited understanding of the altar and its consciousness, Xichen could discern that Xiaohua's descent into madness had undoubtedly intensified. He realized he could not allow this to continue. He must swiftly soothe Xiaohua, for if things progressed any further, Xiaohua would risk succumbing to insanity, or worse, facing mortal peril. However, to comfort Xiaohua, he first needed to locate him. The altar was teeming with false Xiaohuas, and determining which one was the true Xiaohua proved a daunting task. Scanning the multitude of illusory figures, Xichen felt his anxiety surge uncontrollably, yet he clung to his rationality, understanding that impatience would yield no benefit. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to calm before reopening them, resolutely searching for the genuine Xiaohua among the countless impostors. Time slipped away, second by second. In the 15th reenactment of Xichen's deception, he finally discovered the true Bai Long. Unlike the false ones, this genuine figure sat alone, isolated on the corner steps, speaking fervently to himself. The distance made it impossible for Xichen to discern his words. In truth, he lacked absolute certainty that this self-talking figure was indeed the authentic Xiaohua. Yet, after such an arduous search, he could not let this rare exception slip through his fingers. Moreover, as time pressed on, the crack at the altar's peak had extended nearly 3 more meters since his arrival. He could no longer afford to delay. Xichen quickened his pace, approaching the solitary Xiaohua. As he drew near, he finally caught the words spilling from Xiaohua's lips. Do not trust these Xichen. They are all false. They are not the real Xichen. They are merely deceiving me, seeking to harm me, to drive me into madness, to bring about my demise. I must never believe them again. Xichen was taken aback. He had always assumed that the reflections he saw were mere illusions birthed from Xiaohua's madness. Yet, from Xiaohua's recent soliloquy, it became evident that these were not mere hallucinations, but rather the very catalysts of his descent into madness. Xiaohua had succumbed to insanity only after enduring countless betrayals and wounds at the hands of Xichen. The realization struck Xichen profoundly. He recalled how he and Fengmi had managed to coax Xiaohua back from the depths of despair beneath Shui Mountain, relying solely on sweet words to win him over. Despite having been harmed repeatedly by the illusory Xichens, Xiaohua still longed for the comfort of his honeyed words. Their acquaintance had spanned only a few days, and Xichen had thought that even if Xiaohua harbored affection for him, it could not be profound. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed he had gravely underestimated Xiaohua's feelings. In a manner reminiscent of Fengmi, he had miscalculated the depth of Xiaohua's love. Faced with such a pure-hearted youth who harbored genuine affection for him, it would be disingenuous for Xichen to claim he was unmoved. Yet, regardless of the emotions that surged within him, he understood that this was but a fabricated illusion. Xichen knew he could not, and should not, reciprocate Xiaohua's feelings. All he could do now was strive to soothe Xiaohua and restore him to normalcy. Stealing his thoughts, Xichen approached the still-talking Xiaohua, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. and softly called out Bai Long. Upon hearing his name, Bai Long looked up, his face lighting up momentarily upon seeing Xichen. However, as if recalling something, he suddenly pushed Xichen away with force, his expression morphing into one of hostility and revulsion. "Do not come near me, or I shall kill you at once." The force of Bai Long's shove sent Xichen sprawling to the ground, yet he felt neither anger nor fear, because he understood that the delicate flower before him was merely posturing, incapable of truly harming him, or even mustering the resolve to inflict injury. Otherwise, the Bai Long within his divine platform would not have been repeatedly slain by Xichen. Xichen rose from the ground and approached Bai Long once more. Predictably, Bai Long raised his hand again in an attempt to push him away. Observing this, Xichen remained unfazed, merely sighing gently, "Alas, in my endeavor to enter your divine platform and rescue you, I have sustained considerable injuries. Should you push me away once more, I fear my life may be in peril." Bai Long coldly retorted, "You are not Chen Chun. You are merely a figment of my imagination. I cannot possibly trust your words." Yet, despite his assertions, Bai Long's instinctive urge to push Xichen away faltered. Noticing this hesitation, Xichen leaned closer to Bai Long. Grasping his hand earnestly, "I am truly Xichen. I entered your divine platform to save you. See, I approach you without the intent to harm, unlike other illusions." The fact that Xichen had not harmed him indeed surprised Bai Long, yet he remained skeptical, articulating his analysis. "From what I comprehend of my current predicament, unless Chen Chun enters my divine platform to cultivate with me, my rescue is impossible." Xichen raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "You are aware of your situation? I am not mad, merely lost in my own turmoil." Bai Long shot Xichen a glare and continued, "I have not even begun to undermine the foundations. It is impossible for Chen Chun to enter and cultivate with me." This was the second time Xichen had heard the term undermine from Bai Long, piquing his curiosity. "What do you intend to undermine?" Bai Long, believing Xichen to be an illusion, let down his guard and candidly replied, "Naturally, I aim to undermine Bai Xiao. Although Chen Chun has rejected my affections, I shall not concede easily," Bai Long declared cunningly. "I now feign acceptance of Chen Chen's refusal, deliberately playing the victim to lower his defenses. I shall patiently await the moment when Chen Chun and Bai Xiao quarrel, and then, in that opportune moment, I will ensnare him in my embrace." Xichen blinked, wholly unprepared for such a devious notion from the seemingly pure-hearted youth. Strangely, he harbored no disdain for this cunning plan. Instead, he found the earnest intent behind Bai Long's scheming somewhat endearing. However, after articulating his plan, Bai Long's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. "Alas, I have yet to undermine before falling into turmoil. Chen Chun has stated his affections for Bai Xiao and even has a child with him. He does not care for me. He will not come to save me. He will not." Thunder rumbled ominously above the divine platform, and Xichen glanced upward, noticing a fissure in the heavens above the platform had suddenly widened by 5 meters. Xichen recognized that time was of the essence. He stood before Bai Long, embracing his shoulders earnestly. "He will come. I have told you, I am Xichen, and I am here." Bai Long exclaimed, "No, you cannot possibly be Chen Chun. He would never come to save me. You are an impostor. Release me." Bai Long could accept conversing with the illusion of Xichen to soothe his longing, yet he would not permit the illusion to touch his body. His purity was the finest gift of the dragon, and even the phantom of Chun must not tarnish it. With this thought in mind, Bai Long steeled himself, intending to shatter the illusion before him. However, before he could act, Xichen moved first. Chapter 58. The illusion shattered far too quickly. As Xichen and Bai Long returned to the secret realm, they remained entwined in the embrace they had shared within the divine platform. They had entered the illusion beneath the nurturing spirit tree, but the tree had not accompanied them out. Its former location had transformed into a stretch of grassland, suddenly transitioning from a sea of flowers to this grassy expanse. Bai Long, cradling Xichen, furrowed his brow in confusion. However, soon enough, memories of the southern dragon Immortal began to flood back. As these recollections returned, Bai Long's initial bewilderment morphed into a rigid expression. He cast a glance down at Xichen in his arms, scarcely able to believe what had transpired within the illusion. He had fallen in love with Xichen, had even professed his feelings, and after being rejected, he had audaciously contemplated undermining his rival. Moreover, Xichen had entered his divine platform to cultivate together in a bid to save him. The memory of their joint cultivation, the exquisite sensations they had shared, lingered vividly in his mind. No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The focus should be on the fact that after their shared cultivation, in an effort to entangle Xichen into a sense of obligation, he had uttered those astonishing words, declaring that he had given his purity to Xichen, and that as long as he lived, he would never allow Xichen to be with anyone else. Yet, Xichen was precisely the human he despised the most. Furthermore, Xichen carried the child of Bai Xiao, destined to be Bai Xiao's future partner, and Bai Long was Bai Xiao's uncle. In a certain sense, he was also Xichen's uncle. How could he, as an uncle, utter such shameless words to Xichen? Bai Long's expression twisted, his complexion fluctuating between red and black, leaving the esteemed southern dragon Immortal at a loss for words. Xichen remained silent, equally uncertain of what to say, worried that any misstep might lead to dire consequences from the little flower. Ah, indeed, silence is golden. An atmosphere of silence and awkwardness enveloped them. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shattered the stillness. How could there be thunder in the secret realm? Both Xichen and Bai Long were perplexed, glancing upwards to see dark clouds gathering, with dozens of thick purple lightning bolts weaving through them, intermittently booming with sound. Xichen had already experienced a thunder tribulation once, and this time he did not mistake it for a rainstorm, yet he still found himself bewildered. There were clearly no cultivators undergoing ascension in this place. Had the tribulation struck the wrong target? He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy within himself, and beside him, Bai Long's cultivation was unfathomable, making it impossible for him to ascend at will. Thus, he instinctively believed that this was the thunder tribulation of other cultivators within the illusion. However, upon observing the color of the thunder tribulation, Bai Long's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to dwell on the events that had transpired in the illusion and gravely stated, "This is not the tribulation of other cultivators. It is yours." Mine? Xichen was even more perplexed. But I feel no fluctuations of spiritual energy within me. Bai Long had also failed to detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from Xichen, but insisted, "Aside from myself, I have only witnessed one other person's tribulation manifesting as purple lightning." Xichen recalled that his previous tribulation had indeed been purple. Could that person be me? Precisely, and I have never seen a tribulation strike the wrong target, since the tribulation is currently above us. Boom! Before Bai Long could finish, a bolt of purple lightning descended with tremendous force. Bai Long's expression hardened. He swiftly lifted Xichen and turned, raising his hand to cast a barrier. The purple lightning struck the barrier, dissipating instantly, while the barrier shattered simultaneously with the lightning's disappearance. Xichen remembered that during his last tribulation, Bai Long's barrier had withstood 3 bolts of lightning before collapsing. Today it could not endure even one. Clearly, the tribulation was far more formidable. Bai Long too recognized this, his expression growing more solemn as he erected an even sturdier barrier. Then, just like before, he commanded Xichen with a sense of urgency, "Crouch down." Understanding that he could not withstand the purple lightning with his current strength, Xichen complied and crouched down, assuming the tribulation would unfold similarly to the last time, merely shaking him a few times before concluding. After all, the little flower was the southern dragon Immortal, one of the 4 great immortals of the cultivation world. How could he not withstand a mere golden core tribulation? Initially, the first few bolts of lightning indeed resembled Xichen's expectations, delivering only minor tremors. However, by the 8th bolt, Xichen sensed something amiss. The intensity of the vibrations began to escalate, and he heard Bai Long emit a muffled groan. Looking up, Xichen noticed that Bai Long's face had inexplicably turned pale. How could someone so powerful struggle against even a golden core tribulation? Xichen, the potency of your golden core tribulation far surpasses that of other golden core cultivators, came the voice of Xiaowan in Xichen's mind. Moreover, this dragon's consciousness has been injured. Though it is an illusion, the events occurring within are real. He has just emerged from a state of demonic deviation and is presently in a weakened condition. Startled, Xichen responded, Xiaowan, how are you speaking in my mind? Where'd you go? I am within your divine platform, helping you to sprout, Xiaowan's soft voice replied. Sprout? What are you sprouting alone? Xichen was puzzled, eager to inquire further when another thunderous boom interrupted him as a bolt of purple lightning descended once more. Observing Bailong's increasingly ashen visage and recalling Xiaowan's words about Bailong's weakened state, Xichen resolved to rise and resist the tribulation alongside Bailong. However, as soon as he made a move, Bailong detected his intent and sharply admonished, Stay still. Don't seek death. Xiaowan in the divine platform echoed, That's right, Xichen. You have yet to sprout. You cannot withstand the purple lightning tribulation. Frustrated, Xichen replied, But I cannot just stand by and watch Bailong get hurt. This dragon is exceptionally powerful. Although he is in a weakened state, he should be able to withstand several bolts of lightning unless 2 strikes happen simultaneously. Boom! Almost as soon as Xiaowan's words fell, the 10th bolt of lightning, which had been lingering in the air, descended alongside the 9th bolt towards Xichen and Bailong. Xiaowan exclaimed, What the? Xichen, your tribulation is eavesdropping on my conversation, displaying a complete lack of martial ethics. Bailong, too, felt that Xichen's tribulation was indeed lacking in ethics. At 1800 years of age, he had never witnessed 2 bolts of purple lightning striking simultaneously. Had his consciousness not been injured within the illusion, not even 10 bolts of purple lightning would have been able to harm him. Yet, the reality was that he was injured, and resisting the 9th bolt was already pushing him to his limits. If the 10th bolt struck simultaneously, even with his formidable dragon physique, he would likely suffer greatly. Nevertheless, despite this, Bailong felt no trace of fear. Having endured the pain of bone extraction, how could he fear these mere 2 bolts of purple lightning? Gritting his teeth, he freed one hand to draw his sword, intending to temporarily subdue the 10th bolt of purple lightning. However, unexpectedly, Xichen, who had been quietly crouching within the barrier, suddenly burst forth, shouting skyward, I am the one destined to transcend the tribulation. The dual bolts of thunder that descended were intended to compel me into action. Now that I have emerged, cease tormenting the esteemed Immortal. Xichen, what are you saying? Hurry back to me. Bailong, startled, sought to intervene. It was already too late. Xichen spoke the truth. The reason 2 purple bolts of lightning struck was to draw him out, and now that he had appeared, the 10th purple bolt immediately redirected its wrath towards him. With a resounding crash, Xichen's figure was engulfed by the radiant purple light of the lightning. Given Bailong's understanding of Xichen's cultivation, it was inevitable that such a formidable tribulation would reduce him to ashes. Bailong's eyes suddenly blazed with fury. His heart-wrenching no. X. Yet before he could finish his cry, the final 10th purple bolt, the 9th bolt, and the ominous storm clouds above vanished in an instant. The purple light that had previously enveloped Xichen was replaced by a soft green glow. Staring at the green light, Bailong stood in astonishment, for under its gentle illumination, his previously tumultuous and frantic heart inexplicably calmed, and his crimson eyes reverted to their natural dark hue. Bailong was unaware of the nature of this green light or what had transpired, yet he felt an inexplicable assurance that Xichen was unharmed. Nevertheless, feelings alone were not enough. He needed to see the truth. Bailong sheathed his sword, focused his mind, and approached the source of the green light, where Xichen stood. As Bailong had sensed, Xichen was indeed unscathed. He had not perished as Bailong had feared, nor was he injured. He stood intact in the center of the green light, albeit in a peculiar posture, one hand shielding his head as though concealing something. Concerned that Xichen might be hurt, Bailong hurried to his side. What is it? Is your head injured? Xichen felt lightheaded, yearning to close his eyes and indulge in a refreshing slumber. Yet the peculiar object above him made him hesitant to do so alone. Upon seeing Bailong approach, he grasped him as though he were a lifeline, exclaiming urgently, Esteemed Immortal, I have sprouted. Take me back quickly. Sprouted? It was the first time Bailong had encountered such a term, and his reaction mirrored Xichen's earlier confusion. He could not fathom how Xichen could sprout alone. Could it be that the lightning had struck his head and rendered him foolish? Before Bai Long could ponder further, Xichen could no longer sustain himself. He closed his eyes and fainted, collapsing softly into Bai Long's embrace. Even in unconsciousness, Xichen's hand remained steadfastly atop his head. Bai Long, increasingly perplexed, gently removed the hand from Xichen's head, and to his astonishment, he beheld two tender green shoots newly sprouted from Xichen's crown. Chapter 59. Xichen has indeed sprouted. This conclusion dawned upon Bai Long after he meticulously stroked the tender sprout atop Xichen's head for the 10th time. Initially, upon spotting the sprout, Bai Long surmised that a diminutive plant-like creature had taken residence on Xichen's head. However, upon closer examination, he realized that this tender shoot was genuinely sprouting directly from Xichen's scalp. How could a human head possibly sprout such greenery? Having traversed the realm of cultivation for over a millennium and witnessed countless wonders, Bai Long was nonetheless astounded by this peculiar phenomenon. Uncertain of the changes occurring within Xichen, he recognized that Xichen's fainting could not bode well. Thus, he hurriedly resolved to return him to the Wan Beast sect for a thorough examination by Xiaoyang. Consumed with concern for Xichen's well-being, Bai Long had entirely forgotten about Mu Yi's presence. He cast a concealment spell over the sprout, obscuring it from view, and lifted Xichen into his arms, soaring into the air. In that instant, Bai Long immediately sensed the presence of no less than 200 onlookers congregating within a 500-meter radius. All of them were fixated on him and Xichen. Feeling a sense of distaste, Bai Long prioritized Xichen's safety and chose to disregard them, merely stealing a glance before averting his gaze. The throng of 200 individuals within the secret realm had been drawn in by the spectacle of Xichen's purple lightning tribulation. This phenomenon, a rare occurrence in the cultivation world, produced an immense sound that startled cultivators both inside and outside the secret realm. Those capable of extricating themselves from the secret realm rushed over, while those outside, eager to witness this once-in-a-century marvel, disregarded the rules and forced their way in. Due to the formidable pressure of the purple lightning, none dared to approach too closely, instead gathering at a safe distance of 500 meters away. However, as cultivators, their keen senses allowed them to observe the events unfolding at the center of the tribulation with clarity. When they witnessed Bai Long carrying the unscathed Xichen out of the green light's reach, many gasped in astonishment. Heavens! That reckless cultivator actually survived. Not only had he survived, but he remained physically intact. An incredible feat, even if he had successfully advanced in rank. He was merely at the golden core stage. Yet he had withstood the onslaught of the purple lightning. It was truly remarkable. The new generation of talents indeed emerged, each surpassing the previous, evoking both admiration and envy. Much like Bai Long's sentiments, the assembled cultivators had initially believed that Xichen, in his youthful arrogance, would not survive the tribulation. Yet, not only had he endured, but he emerged unscathed. It was worth noting that such a level of tribulation was difficult for even Yuanying stage cultivators to bear, and at that time, Xichen had not yet completed his tribulation, being merely at the foundation establishment stage. Many among the crowd praised Xichen for his remarkable strength. However, with praise came envy. So he withstood just one bolt of purple lightning. What's so impressive about that? If it were me, I could handle at least 5. They reasoned that as a disciple of the Wan Beast sect, Xichen was a demon cultivator, and his ability to attract the purple lightning was undoubtedly due to his pure bloodline. Such powerful creatures were inherently strong. Withstanding a single bolt of purple lightning was hardly noteworthy, especially since he had fainted, proving he wasn't all that formidable. Yet soon enough, their disparagement was met with rebuttals from others. How can a cultivator at the great ascension stage compare himself to a junior at the foundation establishment stage? What audacity! So what if he is a powerful demon? Even among dragons, there are instances of being struck down by purple lightning. For him to withstand it, even in unconsciousness, is a testament to his strength. You old-timers can only grumble. I see you're just afraid of being surpassed by this young prodigy in his 20s. Upon hearing Xichen's age, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? He is only in his early 20s and already at the golden core stage. Are you certain you're not deceiving us? You know Ning Feng, the direct disciple of the Xichen sect's leader. Renowned for his dual lightning and fire roots and hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet he remains at the Foundation establishment stage. How could Xichen have achieved Golden Core status? Why would I deceive you? I am responsible for recording the identities of the disciples entering the illusion. I remember it clearly. His name is Ning Feng, and he is merely 24 years old. What sort of bloodline he possesses remains unknown. Heavens, 24 and already at the Golden Core stage. This is unprecedented in our entire cultivation world. Indeed, Ning Feng was remarkable. Ning Feng, touted as a genius, paled in comparison to this obscure demon cultivator. It's truly laughable, another added, especially since Ning Feng has been stuck at the Foundation establishment stage for a decade. How could someone like him still claim to be a genius? I believe Ning Feng is the true genius of our cultivation realm. Ning Feng is nothing but a facade, merely possessing good looks. Their spirited discussion continued unabated, failing to notice that Ning Feng himself was among them. Standing in a less populated corner, Ning Feng overheard several cultivators mocking him as a mere ornament, and his expression darkened, though he chose to remain silent. However, his companion, Xichen, was incensed, exclaiming, "These scoundrels dare to say you are inferior to Xichen. Little Feng, I must teach them a lesson on your behalf." Seeing Xichen's agitation, Ning Feng quickly restrained him, saying, "Third senior brother, remember our eldest brother's instructions. We must act with humility and avoid the arrogance that led to trouble before." Furthermore, Ning Feng's voice faltered with disappointment. "They aren't entirely wrong. I haven't advanced the Golden Core in 10 years, and I am indeed not as formidable as Xichen, who is truly remarkable for attracting the purple lightning." Xichen hurriedly reassured him, "Little Feng, do not belittle yourself. Your inability to achieve Golden Core status is due to your physical condition. Otherwise, with your prowess, you would have succeeded 5 years ago. Moreover, Xichen's ability to attract the purple lightning is merely a result of your influence." "What do you mean by that?" Ning Feng inquired. Xichen responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Though Xichen shares your dual lightning and fire roots, the purity of his roots pales in comparison to yours. Moreover, he has only been cultivating for a few months. Given his current strength, how could he possibly attract the purple lightning? I believe the reason it appeared was entirely due to the spirit-nurturing grass." He pointed towards the area where the spirit-nurturing grass had vanished, asserting, "Look, it has completely disappeared." His advancement and the attraction of the purple lightning stemmed from his absorption of all the spirit-nurturing grass. He expressed his displeasure. "Xichen is indeed greedy. You graciously offered him your opportunity, and he showed no gratitude while hoarding all the benefits for himself, leaving you with nothing. Third senior brother, please do not speak ill of Xichen. I had willingly stated that I would take nothing from the spirit-nurturing grass as compensation for him, and he is free to handle it as he wishes." Xichen couldn't help but sigh. "Little Feng, you are too naive and kind-hearted. You wish to treat him with kindness, yet he likely harbors resentment towards you, seeking to usurp your position." "Why do you say that?" Ning Feng asked. "Think about it. He could have advanced at any time, yet he chose to do so in the secret realm before everyone's eyes. Isn't that a deliberate affront to you?" Ning Feng pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Xichen continued, "There are also his aliases, Ning Feng and Ning Feng, just a character apart. He deliberately chose such a name to enable everyone to compare you, to insult you, and to usurp your position." Ning Feng remained silent for a moment before responding with his characteristic good temper. "Perhaps these are merely coincidences. Moreover, I am who I am. No one can replace me. In the future, I will earn my own way to the Golden Core and regain everyone's recognition." Nevertheless, despite his words, his hand by his side had unconsciously clenched. Xichen was unaware that a name he had casually chosen in a moment of crisis had become fodder for Xichen's scheming. He was still in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Bai Long, who was carrying the unconscious Xichen, swiftly transported him back to the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Although the 10,000 Beasts sect did not maintain cordial relations with other sects, Fengmi, as the sect leader, inevitably acquainted herself with members of various other sections. Among the onlookers who witnessed Xichen's tribulation were several who recognized Fengmi. Upon noticing Xichen's successful tribulation, one of them sent a congratulatory message to Feng through a communication talisman. He first congratulated the 10,000 Beast sect on acquiring such a gifted disciple, and then relayed the news of Xichen's unconsciousness and Bai Long's efforts to bring him out of the secret realm. Thus, as soon as Bai Long reached the sect entrance, Feng came out to greet them. Seeing Xichen, eyes closed in Bai Long's embrace, Feng anxiously inquired, "What happened to Xichen? Was he injured by the purple lightning?" Bai Long's expression was peculiar as he replied, "He was not injured by the purple lightning, but he has sprouted." Sprouted? How could Xichen sprout on his own? Feng thought Bai Long was teasing him. Xichen was already unconscious, and this cold-blooded dragon had the audacity to joke. Feng felt a surge of anger, but then he noticed Bai Long gently brushing his hand over Xichen's head, revealing two tender green sprouts that emerged from the top of Xichen's head. Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? Why are there leaves growing on Xiaochen's head? He truly has sprouted? You cannot be serious." Bai Long shot him a cold glance. "Do you think everyone shares your penchant for mockery? I have no such lowly interests. But Xiaochen is a person. How could he possibly sprout?" Feng mistamid. Bai Long's expression turned grave. "This is precisely my concern. It is the budding of those sprouts that caused him to faint. I feared something was amiss, so I hurriedly brought him back for Xiao Yang to examine." Feng replied, "This indeed sounds very strange. We must quickly find Xiao Yang." Neither Bai Long nor Feng had ever encountered such an extraordinary occurrence, and they could only place their hopes in Xiao Yang, the renowned white feather divine doctor, hoping he could discern the root of Xichen's predicament and provide the necessary treatment. Regrettably, the situation was so peculiar that even Xiao Yang, as the white feather divine doctor, could not ascertain what was wrong with Xichen. He examined the small sprouts atop Xichen's head from various angles for at least 20 minutes, but could not derive any understanding from it. He looked apologetic, saying, "Immortal Master, sect leader, I am sorry. I cannot determine what is wrong with junior brother Xichen. I have never encountered such an unusual circumstance. Even among plant-type demons, they sprout at birth. It is unheard of for one to sprout halfway through." Bai Long reassured him, "It does not matter if we cannot find the cause of his sprouting. As long as we can identify the reason for his weakness and revive him, that will suffice." Chapter 60. Regardless of whether the little dragon cub had actually spoken, it was a blessing that he had managed to extinguish Bai Long's fury. Taking advantage of this moment, Feng stepped forward, positioning herself between Bai Long and the little dragon cub. She inquired, "Cub, do you mean to say you know why your father has transformed into his current state?" Feng, as Xichen's mentor, often guided and cared for him, and the little dragon cub had observed this, developing an affinity for her despite never having conversed with her. Unlike the brash demeanor he displayed towards Bai Long, he obediently replied, "I do not know why my father has become this way, but I am aware of the process that led to it. While there may be no clear reason, having a process is certainly better than nothing." Feng patiently probed, "Could you share with us the process that led to your father's current state? He is unconscious, and we must understand this process to rescue him." With Bai Long present, the little dragon cub was initially reluctant to divulge Xichen's circumstances. However, he recognized that in order to assist his father, he must speak up, for his father's sake. He suppressed his discontent and recounted everything he knew. "After my father entered the illusion, I fell into a dormant state due to a lack of spiritual energy. I do not know how long I slept, but when I awoke, my father had already emerged from the illusion and was facing a thunder tribulation. My awakening was abrupt, and I was unclear about the specifics. I only heard my father anxiously asking Xiao Tuan." The scene shifted back to the moment before Xichen confronted the thunder tribulation. Upon witnessing the 10th purple lightning, which ruthlessly joined the 9th to strike at Bai Long, Xichen was consumed by urgency as he implored Xiao Tuan, "What should we do?" With 2 bolts of purple lightning striking simultaneously, given Xiao Hua's current condition, he is sure to sustain severe injuries. Is there any way we can assist him? Xiao Tuan hesitated. "There is a method, but it may cause some damage to your body." In this dire moment, Xichen disregarded any potential harm. Upon hearing that there was a solution, he immediately pressed. "What is it?" "To sprout in advance," Xiao Tuan explained. "If you sprout early, you will withstand the purple lightning. However, you have just recovered your seed core. And if you sprout without my nurturing, you may fall unconscious for 5 to 10 days due to physical weakness. Xichen struggled to comprehend Xiao Tuan's terms of seed core, sprouting, and nurturing. He wished to inquire further, but time was of the essence. He focused instead on the crucial part of the message. Are you saying that if I fall unconscious for 5 to 10 days, I can prevent Xiao Hua from getting hurt? Theoretically, yes, Xiao Tuan confirmed. 5 to 10 days of unconsciousness in exchange for avoiding a serious injury is quite a bargain. Xiao Tuan, please help me sprout. After narrating this, the little dragon cub added gloomily, once I said this, my father charged forward to shield that wicked dragon from the purple lightning. Afterward, tender sprouts appeared atop his head, and then he fainted from weakness. The little dragon cub expressed his frustration. That wicked dragon is so vile. I truly do not understand why my father would protect him from the thunder tribulation. It must be that the wicked dragon's flirtatious antics bewitched my father, leading him to act so irrationally. Feng Mi and Xiao Yang exchanged awkward glances, fully aware that the purple thunder tribulation was not Bai Long's but Xichen's. It was evident that the little dragon cub had awakened just as the tribulation was nearing its end, misunderstanding the situation and attributing the lightning to Bai Long, known for his fiery temperament, would typically react with anger to such slander, intending to teach the little dragon cub a lesson. However, at that moment, his only concern was for Xichen's safety. He paid no heed to the little dragon cub's words, but leaned forward, urgently questioning, what is the seed core? What does sprouting signify? And who is Xiao Tuan? Xiao Yang had never seen Bai Long so agreeable or so anxious, astonished by his demeanor. Meanwhile, Feng Mi found Bai Long's reaction predictable, knowing well his affection for Xichen. Despite his outward arrogance, Bai Long possessed a heart entirely consumed by love, capable of any action for Xichen without surprise. I do not understand the meanings of seed core or sprouting, the little dragon cub admitted. Even Xichen himself was oblivious to their significance, so it was no wonder the little dragon cub was unaware. But I do know about Xiao Tuan. He is a very obedient and kind little creature. I trust that Xiao Tuan would never harm my father. He said my father would only be unconscious for 5 to 10 days, and after that, he will surely awaken. You must not pluck the sprouts from my father's head. Without needing the little dragon cub to insist, Bai Long and Feng Mi had no intention of removing the sprouts from Xichen's head. From the dialogue between Xichen and Xiao Tuan, it was apparent that this tender sprout posed no harm to Xichen. In fact, it seemed to offer him some benefit. Feng Mi reassured, rest assured, cub, we will never remove the sprouts from your father's head. With Xichen and the little dragon cub essentially intertwined, Xichen's weakness echoed in the little dragon cub's own condition. Ever since awakening, the little dragon cub had felt a similar dizziness and overwhelming desire to sleep. He had forced himself to engage with Feng Mi and the others out of concern for Xichen. Now, having received their promise not to remove the sprouts, he felt his strength dissipate. That's good. I will trouble you to care for my father for a few days. With that, the little dragon cub succumbed to his fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Bai Long and the others understood the reason behind the little dragon cub's slumber and were not overly worried. However, they found Xichen's situation quite perplexing. Feng Mi remarked, there is no need for the little dragon cub to mention it. I will look after Xichen. The question is, how should we care for him in his current state? Even the renowned healer, Xiao Yang, was a loss. Xiao Tuan only mentioned that Xichen is unconscious due to physical weakness, without clarifying the cause or whether we should administer medicine or spiritual herbs. This indeed poses a challenge. Ultimately, Bai Long made the decision. Given Xichen's unclear physical condition, we cannot ascertain whether any medicine or herbs might conflict with his current state. Since the little creature indicated that Xichen would only be unconscious for 5 to 10 days, we shall refrain from any interventions and wait to reassess the situation in that time frame. Feng Mi and Xiao Yang concurred, recognizing this as the most prudent approach. Xiao Yang added, the Immortal Master is correct. We should not act rashly. It is best to wait 5 to 10 days before deciding whether to use any medicine. Feng Mi continued, having undergone the thunder tribulation, Xichen is now at the golden core stage. He can go without food or drink without harming his body. We need only to monitor him daily. To facilitate this, Feng had initially planned not to move Xichen. They were currently in Xiao Yang's apothecary, centrally located within the 10,000 Bees sect, making it the most convenient position for the three of them to take turns watching over Xichen. Yet, recalling Bai Long's earlier anxious demeanor, she felt a pang of compassion. It was clear that Bai Long, deeply concerned for Xichen, would wish to be by his side day and night. In order to spare his longtime companion from suffering excessively in the coming 5 to 10 days, Feng, for once, truly embraced the role of a good brother. Xichen had previously resided in Tangshan, and it was presumed that his body had become more acclimated to that environment. To facilitate Xiaochen's swift recovery, it was decided to return him to Tangshan for care. Upon hearing Feng's proposal, Bai Long's eyes widened in surprise. Noticing this reaction, Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in delight, thinking that this lovesick individual would undoubtedly express immense gratitude shortly. However, to his astonishment, Bai Long not only refrained from showing gratitude, but also frowned and rejected the idea, stating that Xichen had only lived in Tangshan for 3 months, rendering any notion of adaptation unnecessary, and suggested they simply settle him here. Feng was left in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Bai Long, the quintessential romantic, would refuse to bring Xichen back. It was the most shocking statement he had encountered all year. Yet, even more astonishing words followed. After declining to take Xichen back, Bai Long stated that the arrangement for alternating care of Xichen could be managed by the two of them alone, as he had sustained some injuries in the secret realm and needed to recuperate in peace. Feng was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief. If it had been any other demon or individual, Feng would have found it entirely reasonable for them to decline caring for Xichen due to injuries. After all, one must prioritize oneself before others. But the one refusing was Bai Long, the very embodiment of romantic obsession in Feng's heart. How could the infatuated Bai Long, who would go to great lengths for love, possibly decline to care for Xichen simply because of an injury? Knowing Bai Long, he was the type who would insist on caring for Xichen even on the brink of collapse. Something was amiss. Today, Bai Long was decidedly out of character. When Bai Long had departed with Xichen, he had not exhibited such behavior. Could it be that something peculiar had transpired between them in the secret realm? Feng yearned to inquire, but Bai Long provided no opportunity, hastily exiting the pharmacy without a moment's pause. Left with no avenue to pose his questions, Feng could only stroke his chin in contemplation, repeatedly musing, something is off. Why is Bai Long behaving so oddly? He should not refuse to care for Xichen. Xiao Yang, listening in, looked perplexed. Isn't it quite normal for a celestial being to refuse to care for Xichen when injured and in need of recuperation? Feng retorted, if it were you, or me, or any cultivator under heaven, it would be perfectly normal, but when it comes to Bai Long, it is anything but normal. Xiao Yang inquired, why is that? Unable to articulate Bai Long's feelings for Xichen, Feng simply replied, you are still young. You would understand if I explained. It's just not right. Xiao Yang, exasperated, responded, Sect Master, I am 200 years old. I am hardly young. Moreover, if you find it peculiar, why not ask the celestial being directly? Why torment yourself with unnecessary doubts? Feng certainly wished to confront Bai Long, but having just departed, Bai Long clearly did not wish for inquiries. Even if he sought Bai Long out now, it was evident that Bai Long would not divulge anything. Rather than pursue Bai Long, it would be wiser to wait for him to reveal the truth voluntarily. Based on Feng's previous observations, Bai Long still exhibited an extraordinary concern for Xichen, indicating that his feelings for Xichen remained steadfast. Chapter 61 Bai Long, suppressing his shame. Repeated once more, I have betrayed my nephew. After confirming he had not misheard, Feng's eyes widened in shock, filled with horror. He was aware of Bai Long's obsession, but he never anticipated that Bai Long would be such a pervert. Not only did he sully his own hands, but he chose to tarnish his own nephew's wife. It was utterly despicable. Moreover, Bai Long currently harbored feelings for Xichen. How could he be so fickle, so capricious, as to pursue Bai Zhao's wife? Wait, something seemed off. Bai Long's nephew was Bai Zhao, and Bai Long had always believed that Xichen was Bai Zhao's soulmate. If Bai Long betrayed his nephew, did that not imply he was entangled with Xichen? Upon grasping this intricate logic, the horror in Feng Mi's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by a glimmer of intrigue and ambiguity. He chuckled mischievously, teasing Bai Long. "Oh, I never would have guessed. The esteemed South Long Immortal actually doesn't spare even his nephew's soulmate. Pray tell, how did you manage to win over Xichen?" Bai Long's face turned crimson, his tone filled with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not win over Xichen. I'm not a dragon who indulges in such lewd affairs." "But you said you betrayed your nephew," Feng Mi countered. "Yes, I did, but it was unintentional. It was a muddled affair that occurred in a mirage." Feng Mi surmised that with Bai Long's cultivation, he should not have been harmed in a mere middle-continent secret realm. It must have been an encounter with a mirage. The mirage, a spaceborne product of the universe, transcends the rules of heaven and can ensnare even the mightiest cultivator, leading them to perilous situations. Upon hearing that Bai Long and Xichen had ventured into this treacherous mirage, Feng Mi lost his playful mood, his brows furrowing in concern. "What happened? How did you end up in the mirage?" Bai Long replied, "On the second day in the secret realm, I heard Xichen's cries for help. When I broke through to find him, I saw him fall into the mirage. To rescue him, I followed him in. And then? Did the mirage induce pleasant illusions or dreadful ones?" Feng Mi inquired, for the illusions within mirages vary greatly, generally falling into two categories: the delightful, wherein cultivators revel in joyous fantasies, and the dreadful, wherein they are plagued by terrifying visions. Given that Bai Long had fallen into a trance within the mirage, it was evident he had encountered the latter. Bai Long explained, "The mirage manipulated me, taking me back to the time I loathed most, causing me to spiral back into madness." The time he despised most? The thought of him succumbing to madness sent a shiver through Feng Mi. "You don't mean you returned to the time of your incident at Xichen Mountain, do you?" Bai Long nodded, his expression darkening. "Indeed, it was that very time. Within the mirage, I was deceived anew by the villagers of Xichen Mountain." "How infuriating!" Feng Mi's countenance shifted to one of rage as he ground his teeth. "The villagers of Xichen Mountain are truly vile. They caused us such suffering back then, and now, a millennium later, they seek to ensnare you again. We should not have simply killed them. Instead, we ought to have kept them on that mountain, torturing them day and night until every drop of blood was drained." As he spoke, Feng Mi's eyes turned blood red. Sensing the ominous signs of his friend descending into madness, Bai Long hastily invoked a calming spell, urging, "Feng Mi, calm down, or you too shall succumb to madness." Unlike Bai Long's obsession, Feng Mi quickly regained his composure. He covered his face with one hand, his voice choked. If it weren't for them, Qing Yun would not have. Upon hearing Qing Yun's name, a rare flicker of compassion crossed Bai Long's typically indifferent face. He opened his mouth, wishing to comfort Feng Mi. However, before he could speak, Feng Mi had already lowered his hand, forcing a grim smile. "Enough of the past sorrows. Let us return to you," he said, redirecting the conversation. "Since you fell into madness within Mirage, how did you manage to escape?" Feng Mi understood that with Bai Long's obstinate nature, extricating him from madness would be no simple task. Given that Bai Long had mentioned his betrayal of his nephew was due to a muddled affair in the Mirage, Feng Mi had begun to formulate a hypothesis regarding how Bai Long had regained his senses. Indeed, the next moment, Bai Long revealed, "It was Xichen who entered my spiritual realm and engaged in a dual cultivation with my consciousness, thereby awakening me." Had this been before the mention of Xichen Mountain and Qing Yun, Feng Mi would have undoubtedly teased Bai Long, relishing in the sight of his flustered yet indignant expression. However, with the mention of Qing Yun, the image lingered in Feng Mi's mind, extinguishing any inclination to jest. Instead, he spoke earnestly, tinged with melancholy. "Since you permitted Xichen to enter your spiritual realm and his dual cultivation facilitated your escape from madness, it indicates that your connection with him transcends mere folly. You must harbor feelings for him." Who harbors feelings for him?" Bai Long interjected, his face aflame, cutting Feng Mi off in a fervent outburst. "Xichen is my nephew's soulmate, carrying my nephew's offspring. How could I possibly entertain any inappropriate feelings for him? Besides, he is merely a human. How could I possess feelings for an insignificant human? You are completely fabricating nonsense. Fengmi was left speechless. Yet if you do not harbor feelings for him, how then could you allow him into your spiritual realm? How could you emerge from madness under his comfort? Bai Long insisted. I have said it was merely a muddled affair that occurred within the mirage. I was utterly confused by it. Fengmi thought to himself that while Bai Long may have been confused by the mirage did not control his thoughts. How could he deflect responsibility onto it? However, there is a saying, you can never awaken a dragon that feigns sleep. Since Bai Long wished to deceive himself, any further attempts at persuasion would be futile. Instead, he asked directly, even if it was a muddled affair, it has already transpired. You cannot simply disregard Xichen. Can you? Bai Long affirmed, of course not. Fengmi mused that perhaps Bai Long still possessed a sense of responsibility, indicating there was some hope. Yet, the very next moment, Bai Long shattered the glimmer of hope within Fengmi's heart. Bai Long declared, once Xichen awakens, I shall speak to him, ensuring he forgets everything that transpired in the mirage, as if it had never occurred. Fengmi remained silent, realizing he should have never held any expectations for the thick-headed Bai Long. He had previously resolved not to intervene any further, and now he should indeed cease his efforts. Bai Long, satisfied with his reasoning, concluded, if we both act as if it never happened, then indeed it has never happened. Fengmi, you possess an impressive talent for self-deception. However, it is one thing for you, but quite another for Xichen, who chose to cultivate with you solely to save you. Subsequently, he even lost consciousness in the process of rescuing you. To disregard his feelings now and act as if nothing has transpired is nothing short of bullying. Fengmi's displeasure was palpable as her expression darkened. Xichen is my disciple. I shall not permit you to mistreat him so casually. Regarding this matter, Bai Long had indeed contemplated. It is somewhat unjust to him, yet I will not take advantage of him. If he consents to act as if nothing has occurred, I shall fulfill any request he might have, regardless of its nature. Naturally, should he refuse, I would not impose my will upon him. If he wishes me to apologize to Bai Xiao, or Bai Long's face flushed once more, or if he desires me to take responsibility, I would not object. I would care for him as tenderly as if he were my own. Fengmi, and what is the hesitation? Bai Long, it is merely that I have never been fond of humans, even if we were to be together. I fear I could not offer him much in terms of affection. Bai Long feigned a headache. Thus, I hope he will not cling too tightly to me and can choose to forget our shared cultivation. Fengmi, he has never encountered such a self-deluded, stubborn, and utterly confused dragon. His mood was already soured, and Bai Long's nonsensical words only served to heighten his irritation. He was unwilling to engage further and pushed Bai Long outside. Leave at once. Return to your Tong Mountain to recuperate and do not linger here to torment my disciple. Bai Long was reluctant to depart. This is not your Feng Mountain. On what grounds do you order me away? Fengmi, the one lying here is my disciple. Why should he be subjected to your scrutiny? Bai Long, why should he not be? After all, he carries our dragon offspring within him. The dispute between Bai Long and Fengmi escalated earnestly, and in their fervor, they failed to notice that Xichen had quietly opened his eyes. In truth, Xichen had awakened earlier that morning, yet he remained prone. As upon awakening, he had not even had the chance to open his eyes before he discovered Xiao Hua peering at him from the beams above. Xichen was unsure how he had detected Xiao Hua's presence. However, since his awakening, his senses had sharpened considerably. Even without opening his eyes, he could sense Xiao Hua's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. The stealthy demeanor and the frighteningly intense stare nearly caused Xichen to faint again. Recalling their shared cultivation in the illusion, he harbored grave suspicions that Xiao Hua, upon regaining memory, sought to silence him for good, to preserve his life. He dared not open his eyes and maintained a stiff posture until now. It was only upon hearing the conversation between Fengmi and Xiao Hua that he began to relax slightly. It turned out that Xiao Hua did not wish to harm him, but rather desired for him to forget their shared cultivation. Of course, he had also caught wind of what Xiao Hua said regarding taking responsibility should he insist, but he had no interest in imposing such a burden upon Xiao Hua. As the saying goes, a forced fruit is never sweet. To be candid, he was fond only of the youthful Xiao Hua, and the middle-aged Nan Long Xianzun did not quite appeal to him. Given their mutual disinterest, it would be best to refrain from inflicting pain upon one another. Since Xiao Hua wished for him to forget, he decided to comply, which would not only alleviate his troubles, but also serve as a prudent course of action. Chapter 62. Upon observing Bai Long's ashen expression, Feng Mi discerned that he was undoubtedly on the verge of a mental breakdown. How amusing it was to see Bai Long, who had taunted his disciple yesterday, now compelled to avenge Xichen. Pretending to be oblivious to Bai Long's inner turmoil, Feng Mi feigned curiosity and inquired, "Oh dear Bai Long, what precisely transpired in the illusion with Xichen that left him feeling so profoundly unsettled?" Emphasizing the phrase profoundly unsettled, Feng Mi's sarcasm was unmistakable. Bai Long, recognizing the veiled mockery, shot a cold glance at Feng Mi but refrained from retorting. It was clear that he had little interest in wasting time on trivialities. His sole focus was to ascertain whether Xichen had genuinely lost his memory. He swiftly approached Xichen and fixed him with an intense gaze. "Do you truly recall nothing of what transpired between us in the illusion?" Xichen, of course, remembered everything, but he feigned ignorance to alleviate his own troubles and to fulfill Xiao Hua's wish. Xiao Hua desired for him to forget their shared cultivation, and indeed, he had successfully erased all memories of it. Yet, despite having achieved Xiao Hua's wish, she seemed less than pleased and was now frighteningly interrogating him. How peculiar. Could it be that Xiao Hua suspected he was lying? Or was she testing him out of concern? Once an arrow is loosed, it cannot be returned. He absolutely could not allow Xiao Hua to discover his deception. "Indeed, I remember nothing at all." To lend credence to his lie, Xichen adopted a curious demeanor and countered, "Master, what exactly happened between us in the illusion?" Bai Long gritted his teeth, but chose not to answer, continuing to press. "You claim to have forgotten only me. What else do you recall from the illusion?" Xichen had anticipated this question and had long prepared his response. "In truth, my memories of the other events in the illusion are rather vague. I only remember that I accompanied a demon to a place called Xiushui Mountain, where he was secretly harmed by the villagers. I was at a loss as to how to save him until a powerful demon provided me with a method, stating that this technique would surely rescue him. Upon hearing this, Bai Long's heart raced. He surmised that the powerful demon Xichen mentioned must have imparted the dual cultivation method. Bai Long had initially believed Xichen had completely forgotten him, only to realize that he simply could not recall his identity. The identity might be forgotten, but once Xichen revealed the dual cultivation method, Bai Long could then disclose his own identity within the illusion, allowing Xichen to understand their shared past. Just then, Xichen revealed the method's efficacy. This method is highly effective, but Bai Long, assuming Xichen was merely shy, eagerly encouraged him. "Go on. It does not matter. Just say it." With a nod of determination, Xichen finally mustered the courage to speak. "It's just unfortunate that I have forgotten the specific details of the method. All I remember is that it was very effective and that it successfully brought me out of the illusion." The word forgotten struck Bai Long like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. In disbelief, he confronted Xichen. "You forgot? You forgot again. Other matters may be trivial, but why would you forget the most important thing?" Xichen jumped at the intensity of Bai Long's reaction. After all, it was Xiao Hua who had insisted he forget. Why then was Bai Long so agitated? Was he still testing him? Given Nan Long's vigilance towards humans, this behavior suddenly made sense. Xichen adopted a look of contrition. "Master, I apologize. I too wish to recall what you deem significant, but I truly cannot. Were it not for my master's reminder, I might not have even recognized that the demon who accompanied me was you." Bai Long was unwilling to relent. He was resolute in his determination to make Xichen remember their dual cultivation. Yet, before he could pose another question, Feng Mi intervened. "Enough, Bai Long. Do not press any further. Xichen is only just awakened. Both his body and consciousness are yet to recover. It is normal for him to temporarily forget certain inconsequential memories. Yet, this was not a trivial memory. It was the recollection of their dual cultivation." Bai Long's anger surged, and he felt compelled to dismiss the bothersome Feng Mi. But then he heard Feng Mi continue, "Moreover, Our immediate priority is to uncover the cause of Xichen fainting and the emergence of those buds upon his head. We must act swiftly to identify the root of the issue, lest Xichen fall into a coma once more. Indeed, Bai Long had been so preoccupied with Xichen's forgotten memories that he had overlooked the fact that Xichen was not yet entirely out of danger. Bai Long's foremost concern remained Xichen's safety. Despite his reluctance to relinquish the matter, he ultimately ceased his inquiries. Fengmi let out a subtle sigh of relief. Bai Long, perhaps unaware of his own demeanor, had become increasingly obsessive after confirming Xichen's forgetfulness. His intention had been to tease Bai Long in retribution for Xichen, not to create further complications. Knowing Bai Long's obstinate nature all too well after years of acquaintance, Fengmi sought to stabilize him temporarily to prevent any adverse effects on Xichen. Fengmi's earlier assertions were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, determining the reasons behind Xichen's fainting and the budding growth on his head was of utmost importance. With Bai Long momentarily calmed, Fengmi wasted no time and turned to Xichen. Xichen, how did you enter the illusion, and what is the reason for the buds? Also, what is this little group that the little dragon spoke of? Understanding that their inquiries stemmed from concern for his safety, Xichen did not withhold any information and recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. The little group is a small beast I encountered by chance upon entering the secret realm. He narrated the unexpected encounter with the little group and how he had rescued it from He Yizhou's men. I sought your assistance, master, because I feared that He Yizhou and Ning Feng would not spare me or the little group. However, contrary to my expectations, Ning Feng not only spared us, but also offered to relinquish the nurturing spirit grass as compensation for my past troubles. Fengmi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Compensation? Bai Long's brows furrowed in confusion. What sort of compensation is that? Having been unconscious for so long, Xichen's mind felt muddled, and he was so engrossed in his narration that he neglected to consider that Xiaohua and Fengmi were unaware of his previous grievances with the Xiantian sect. It was only upon witnessing their bewildered expressions that he realized his oversight. Xichen lowered his head in chagrin, unsure how to explain. When Fengmi and Bai Long pressed further, Fengmi remarked, "The nurturing spirit grass grows within the secret realm and is a rare treasure. Such treasures are typically claimed by those who arrive first. You were the first to arrive, yet Ning Feng claims to have offered it to you? That is utterly laughable." Bai Long sneered. Even if the nurturing spirit grass belongs to Ning Feng, how could it possibly compare to your life? Had you not fled the Xiantian sect, you would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. To think he would dare to use a mere nurturing spirit grass to barter for your life is indeed absurd. Xichen was initially taken aback, and then, with astonishment, he raised his gaze towards Bai Long and Fengmi. "How did you know? How did you learn about your grievances with the Xiantian sect?" Fengmi replied, "The 10,000 Beasts sect is not a place one can enter at will. From the very first day you enter the sect, I was aware of this matter." Xichen asked, "Then why has my master never mentioned it to me?" Fengmi responded, "I was concerned that bringing up your painful memories might cause you distress." Bai Long coldly interjected, "Such a hypocritical and sordid sect would only bring you untold misfortune if mentioned." Although he spoke words that starkly contrasted with Fengmi's, Xichen understood that Bai Long likely also refrained from discussing it out of concern for his feelings. Gazing at the two before him, Xichen felt warmth in his heart. "Master, Immortal, thank you both." Bai Long awkwardly turned his head away, offering no response. Fengmi smiled. "You are a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and moreover, my personal disciple. There is no need for such formality. Indeed, given their current relationship, excessive expressions of gratitude would only seem distant and unfamiliar. Furthermore, true gratitude cannot be adequately conveyed through words alone." After expressing his appreciation, Xichen chose not to dwell on it further and continued recounting his experiences in the secret realm. After He Yizhou and Ning Feng departed, I worried they might return to harm Xiaowan. So I suggested we temporarily relocate Xiaowan's master away from the location of the nurturing spirit grass. Xiaowan agreed, but it lacked the strength to move, so it asked me to bring its master down. However, once I approached Xiaowan's master, I found myself uncontrollably devouring it. Fengmi inquired, "Devoured it? What do you mean?" Xichen explained, "I consumed it, and it ended up in my stomach." As soon as I got close to Xiaowan's master, an overwhelming urge to consume it overtook me, and ultimately, I lost control. You mentioned that Xiaowan's master is a seed that hasn't sprouted in over a millennium, Bailong analyzed. It is possible that the seed possesses a life consciousness but cannot germinate, thus enticing you to consume it, allowing you to become its vessel for growth. Xichen responded, if I had not sprouted or entered the illusion, I might have thought the same. However, I now have another bold hypothesis. What hypothesis? Bailong asked. After being human for so many years, Xichen found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, as his notion sounded almost like an insult and was rather fantastical. Fengmi sensed his hesitation and encouraged him. It's all right. You can share any hypothesis you have. We will help you analyze it. Bailong nodded in agreement. After a moment of stalling, Xichen finally declared, I believe I might not be human. What? Exclaimed Bailong and Fengmi, their eyes wide with astonishment. If a human were to hear that someone claimed not to be human, they would likely assume it was self-deprecation. Yet, they were not humans, they were beasts. As they looked at the tender sprout atop Xichen's head, they immediately grasped his meaning. Are you suggesting that you are not of the human race, but rather of the beast race? Indeed, Xichen affirmed, pointing to the sprout above him. If I am not mistaken, this sprout that has just emerged should be my true form. Since the tribulation, an elusive aura of beastliness had indeed lingered about Xichen. Yet Bailong and Fengmi had never considered him to be a beast. Firstly, the beastly aura surrounding Xichen was so faint that it could almost be disregarded compared to other beasts. This level of aura might easily have been acquired from another beast, such as Xiaowan, or from the still indeterminate sprout on Xichen's head. Secondly, prior to entering the secret realm, Xichen had undoubtedly been 100% human. Even Bailong and Fengmi had not perceived him otherwise, and the Xintian sect had raised him for over 20 years. Such a duration made it implausible that they could not discern his humanity. In the long history of the cultivation world, a transformation from human to beast had never occurred. Thus, upon hearing Xichen's declaration, Bailong and Fengmi did not immediately believe he was a beast. Instead, they questioned him. Why do you think you are a beast? And why do you believe that the sprout atop your head is your true form? Bailong queried. Fengmi added, indeed, did that creature named Xiaowan tell you this? Xichen shook his head. It has nothing to do with Xiaowan. After helping me sprout, Xiaowan fell asleep. Fell asleep? Bailong echoed. Yes, Xichen confirmed. After I withstood the tribulation, I discovered that a sprout had indeed emerged. I was quite alarmed. He had immediately inquired of Xiaowan in his mind. I actually sprouted Xiaowan. Was this sprout on my head? Xiaowan's voice, weak and evasive, replied, forcing a sprout has consumed too much of my spiritual energy. I cannot hold on any longer. I must sleep for a while. Xichen, remember to take good care of that sprout on your head. Do not let anyone or any beast touch it. After imparting this warning to Xichen, Xiaowan's voice vanished completely from his mind. Xichen lamented, since then, I have not heard Xiaowan speak again. If Xiaowan had only uttered that one piece of advice, it indeed did not imply any deliberate guidance for Xichen's thoughts. Fengmi appeared even more perplexed than, if that is the case, why do you harbor such a peculiar notion? Fengmi gazed at him with curiosity. Xichen replied, I honestly do not know how this thought came to me, but ever since sprouting, I have subconsciously believed this. Furthermore, I encountered Qingyun in the illusion. Upon hearing the name Qingyun, Fengmi's expression first turned blank. Then his eyes sparkled with an excitement and fervor that Xichen had never witnessed before. You encountered Qingyun in the illusion? How did Qingyun appear? What did he do? What was said? Can you tell me? By the end, Fengmi's tone bore a hint of pleading. Xichen felt a pang in his heart and sighed inwardly, recounting to Fengmi the events surrounding Qingyun's appearance. Did I not mention that a powerful beast appeared to provide me with a solution after the beast accompanying me was injured in the illusion? Fengmi interjected. Qingyun is highly skilled in medicine. Could it be that this powerful beast is Qingyun? Precisely, Xichen confirmed. When the Immortal fell into madness, you were unsure what to do. So you sought out the Taoist Qingyun. Fengmi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So it was I who summoned him. Did we exchange any words? Or have any intimate gestures at that time? Observing his master's eager expression, Xichen wished he could affirm that they had, but the truth was otherwise. Even the slightest attempt to approach Xichen had been met with complete disregard. Being a considerate disciple, Xichen did not wish to see Feng overly disappointed, so he subtly suggested. When the Immortal fell into madness, the situation was urgent. Xichen did not have the time to exchange more than a few words with you before attending to the Immortal. Despite Xichen's attempt at subtlety, Feng still felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat expected. Xichen had always prioritized patience and was utterly oblivious to matters of affection. Even in the illusion, it was unlikely he would suddenly become particularly close to him. Only such a Xichen remained the most genuine and beloved in his heart. Moreover, after more than 1,000 years, it was still the first time he had heard anything concerning Xichen. For him, this was an unexpectedly delightful surprise, and he ought to feel content. With this thought, Feng's demeanor became considerably more composed, and he inquired of Xichen, what did Xichen say regarding Bai Long's condition after the diagnosis? Xichen, still clinging to his persona of amnesia, feigned distress. I have no recollection of the memories concerning the Immortal Lord. I only recall that Taoist Xichen instructed Master to descend the mountain to seek certain herbs. While I remained on the mountain and unexpectedly engaged in a brief conversation with Taoist Xichen, Xichen deliberately concealed the fact that Xichen had intentionally led Feng away, and he was considerate enough not to describe their interaction as overly intimate. He merely stated, Taoist Xichen in the illusion was aware of his surroundings and recognized me as an intruder from outside the illusion. Yet he treated me with unusual fondness. Moreover, as you mentioned, Master, I bear a striking resemblance to Taoist Xichen. Ultimately, unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed a question to Taoist Xichen, inquiring whether there existed an extraordinary bond between them. Although Taoist Xichen did not explicitly clarify the nature of their relationship, he acknowledged that it was indeed exceptional. Bai Long had never encountered Xichen, yet he knew that Xichen's true form was that of the Fusang tree. The closeness, the striking resemblance, and the extraordinary connection, coupled with the tender sprouts burgeoning atop Xichen's head, led Bai Long to speculate. Do you believe there could be a kinship between you and Xichen? And might the sprouts atop your head be the budding of the Fusang tree? The Fusang tree is a formidable spirit race that can rival the Dragon Clan, and it had long been extinct in the realm of cultivation over 5 millennia ago. Xichen understood that his thoughts might seem a trifle narcissistic and bizarre. Yet recalling the feelings Xichen evoked in him, he nodded in shy agreement with Bai Long's conjecture. Indeed, that is precisely what I ponder. It was no wonder Xichen entertained such thoughts. Even Feng, upon first encountering Xichen and noticing his striking resemblance to Xichen, had harbored suspicions about Xichen's potential lineage. However, he ultimately resolved his doubts once he investigated Xichen's identity and confirmed he was indeed human. Yet now, with the emergence of new sprouts atop Xichen's head, if those sprouts were indeed, as Xichen suspected, his true form, could it be that Xichen truly was? No, that cannot be. Just as the notion that Xichen might genuinely be the Fusang tree flickered in Feng's mind, he promptly dispelled it. He informed Xichen, the Fusang tree is not as extinct as the cultivation realm claims, although it is indeed rare. Over 2,000 years ago, only one Fusang tree remained, and I have never seen Xichen engage in romantic entanglements or bear offspring with other cultivators. Bai Long questioned, just because you have not witnessed it does not necessarily imply its absence. The implication was clear. Even if Xichen had offspring with other cultivators, Feng might remain oblivious. Feng regarded Bai Long with disdain, pondering how this ancient white dragon presumed all spirits were as ignorant as he was, failing to grasp even the fundamental circumstances of his beloved. With pride and conviction, Feng asserted, Xichen would never fall in love and bear children with other cultivators. Furthermore, Xichen has explicitly told me that there can never be a second Fusang tree in this world. Xichen inquired, why is that? Feng explained, to produce a pure-blooded Fusang tree, the mother must be a female Fusang tree. Since Xichen is a male tree, even if he were to have offspring, he could not give birth to another Fusang tree. Xichen has even expressed distress over this matter. Xichen, feeling disheartened, remarked, I see. It seems I can never be a Fusang tree. His disappointment stemmed not from the absence of being an impressive Fusang tree, but rather from the realization that he lacked any blood relation to Xichen. Strangely enough, despite having only met Xichen once, he felt an extraordinary affection towards him, a yearning to become kin. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. He could not be related to Xichen. Noticing Xichen's despondency, Feng Mi consoled him. Do not be disheartened, little Chun. You may not be a Fusang tree, but you surely possess some form of kinship with Xichen. Feng Mi elaborated. Your resemblance to Xichen is uncanny, and he himself has acknowledged the uniqueness of your relationship. I surmise, little Chun, that you are an extension of the collateral lineage of the Fusang tree. Xichen queried, what is collateral lineage? Feng Mi clarified, it signifies possessing Fusang tree bloodline without inheriting the essence of the Fusang tree itself. Xichen once mentioned that he has several collateral relatives. You must be a descendant of that lineage. The distinction between direct and collateral kinship is considerable. Yet Xichen harbored no objections, for any form of blood relation to Xichen was sufficient to satisfy him. Furthermore, Feng Mi's words validated his own suspicions regarding his spirit lineage. Xichen's curiosity regarding his own nature was piqued. Master, did Taoist Xichen mention what kinds of spirits his collateral relatives are? Feng Mi replied, I did not inquire deeply into that matter at the time. I only vaguely knew there were some high-tier plant-based spirit races. Bai Long, observing Xichen's desire to ascertain his own spirit type, remarked, if you're indeed a plant-based spirit, those sprouts atop your head will begin to grow. Once true, leaves emerge. We can identify your specific type based on the shape and texture of your true leaves. Feng Mi affirmed, indeed, you need not worry about distinguishing your spirit type. You have merely begun to sprout, and your body is weak. You should clear your mind and rest well. As if to corroborate Feng Mi's words, Xichen yawned uncontrollably as soon as Feng Mi finished speaking. Feng Mi was correct. Although Xichen was awake, his body remained frail. He had felt drowsy midway through his speech. Indeed, it seems you ought to rest now. We shall not intrude further. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Feng Mi and Bai Long, noting Xichen's fatigue, refrained from further conversation and made their way outside. As Xichen observed their departing figures, he yawned once more and intended to lie down to sleep, only to suddenly remember something important, calling out to Feng Mi, Master, please wait. I have something significant to tell you. Chapter 64, 100 miles from the 1B sect, lies a renowned establishment known as the Hunexi Inn Tower. Unlike other similar venues that segregate their clientele by gender, Hunexi Inn Tower offers a unique experience where one can find both handsome men and beautiful women. And if one possesses wealth, they may indulge in both. However, the tower's most distinguished feature is its relationship guidance services. As the name suggests, these services are designed to assist individuals in matters of love and romance. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners are solely devoted to their paths, engrossed in rigorous training. When fate presents them with the opportunity to encounter their beloved, they often find themselves woefully uninformed about matters of the heart, leading many to watch helplessly as love slips through their fingers. Recognizing this phenomenon, Hunexi Inn Tower seized upon a lucrative opportunity and embarked on an unprecedented venture, helping practitioners navigate the complexities of love. For a fee, patrons can share the reasons behind their romantic dilemmas, and the tower's experts will guide them in overcoming any obstacles, ultimately aiding them in achieving their desired unions. Most visitors seeking relationship guidance arrive at Hunexi Inn Tower with a sparkle of youthful enthusiasm in their eyes. Yet, on this particular day, an unusual guest graced the establishment. He was a modest-looking male cultivator clad in white. Upon entering Hunexi Inn Tower, he exuded a cold demeanor, his expression devoid of warmth, almost as if he had displeasure written across his forehead. The attendant, responsible for greeting guests, initially mistook him for a disgruntled soul seeking to vent through carnal means. Noticing his luxurious attire, the attendant smiled brightly and approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed guest, welcome. May I inquire whether you seek a charming gentleman or a lovely lady?" As was customary, the attendant reached out to take his hand, but before contact could be made, a formidable aura repelled him. The male cultivator coldly remarked, "Do not touch me. I'm not here for such sordid affairs." The attendant, taken aback, pondered whether he had come seeking relationship guidance instead. Observing the cultivator's icy demeanor, the attendant found it hard to believe. He appeared more like a vengeful spirit than a man besotted by love. Yet, the next moment, the cultivator indeed requested, "Bring me someone skilled in matters of romance." The attendant, realizing the gravity of the situation, silently deduced the cultivator's need for guidance without requiring further inquiry. Nevertheless, he masked his inner thoughts, fully aware that the cultivator's opulent attire and commanding presence indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. Not only should they avoid offending him, but they also needed to serve him with utmost care. Rising from the floor, the attendant forced a smile, saying, "Ah, I see you seek relationship guidance. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Please follow me this way." He led the cultivator into a private room, free of any distractions. "I have been serving at Xichen Tower for 20 years and have witnessed countless affairs of the heart. I pride myself on being the most adept in relationship guidance within these walls. Please share with me your romantic troubles." The male cultivator, who was actually Bai Long in disguise, scanned the room with his divine sense, ensuring no one familiar or threatening was present. He sat opposite the attendant and, after a moment's hesitation, awkwardly inquired, "How can I ascertain whether I truly like someone?" Just yesterday, upon hearing Feng Mi express his affection for Xichen, Bai Long had put on a brave front, but internally he was in turmoil. He had begun to recognize that his feelings towards Xichen were indeed peculiar. As Feng Mi had articulated, if he genuinely did not harbor feelings for Xichen and wished to forget the matter of dual cultivation, then Xichen's suggestion to forget should have aligned with his desires. Why then did he feel compelled to expose Xichen's intentions? Yet, to admit that he liked Xichen was a certainty he could not grasp, or rather, one he feared confronting. Xichen was no longer the human he despised, yet he remained the destined partner of Bai Xiao, bearing within him Bai Zhao's offspring. How could he, a creature of the demon realm, dare to entertain such feelings for Xichen? Bai Long was thoroughly perplexed by his emotions and, in his quest for clarity, recalled the whispers he had heard about Xichen Tower. It was said that regardless of the nature of one's emotional obstacles, the tower could provide resolution. Thus, he had come, hoping to unravel the confusion in his heart. While Bai Long sought answers to his inner turmoil, the attendant grappled with the challenge posed by his request. Xichen Tower could indeed assist practitioners in overcoming emotional barriers and finding love, but these services require the individual to have a clear understanding of their own feelings. Only by knowing whom they truly liked could the tower facilitate a successful union. However, faced with a patron like Bai Long, who could not even discern his own emotions, the attendant knew that any advice offered would be futile. In the case of an ordinary individual, they would have long ceased to engage in such business. Yet, the attendant recognized that Bai Long was not someone to offend, and thus he pondered for a solution. Perhaps, the attendant suggested cautiously, "You should consider how you feel when you encounter this person. Do you experience a sense of joy?" The attendant thought this simple approach might suffice. If joy accompanied their meetings, it would indicate affection, while indifference would suggest otherwise. Yet, Bai Long, who struggled to even determine his feelings for Xichen, found it impossible to assess his emotional responses upon seeing him. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head. "I do not know." The attendant pressed on, "Do you wish to be with this person for the long term?" Given the vastness of a dragon's lifespan, Bai Long contemplated, but ultimately shook his head again. "I do not know." The attendant continued, "Do you wish to have children with this person?" With Xichen currently pregnant with Bai Zhao's dragon offspring, Bai Long found himself lacking any considerable interest in the prospect of raising younglings. Thus, he shook his head once more. "I do not know." The attendant's patience, though commendable, began to wane under the weight of Bai Long's uncertainty. Sighing in exasperation, he remarked, "Esteemed guest, if you remain in such ignorance, it seems your only recourse is to remove his clothing." Bai Long's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "How dare you insult him?" Seeing the fury in Bai Long's eyes, the attendant quickly clarified, "You misunderstand. I harbor no intention of offense. This is merely one way to ascertain your feelings." He proceeded cautiously, "Since you are unable to determine your feelings, perhaps you should start with the physical. The body is the most honest indicator. If, upon disrobing him, You feel no reaction, then you do not harbor affection. However, if there is a reaction, the implication hung in the air unspoken. This was indeed the simplest and most effective method of discernment. Yet, it bore its own limitations. For one, many individuals were prone to indiscriminate attraction, regardless of their feelings. They might respond to physical allure. Moreover, such a suggestion might sound rather lascivious, deterring those of pure hearts from considering it. Given Bai Long's resistance to any form of contact since entering Xichen Tower, it was evident he was not one to indulge in fleeting passions, and his serious demeanor suggested he would likely reject such an approach. As Xiao Guan contemplated, he suddenly witnessed Bai Long emerging from the void with a bag full of amethyst stones, lavishly tossing it into his embrace. "I understand now. Thank you," he remarked, before hastily departing from the Xichen Tower. Xiao Guan stood in stunned silence for a moment, only to realize that Bai Long had accepted his previous suggestion to disrobe. Observing Bai Long's hurried and impatient demeanor, he could not help but exclaim, "How ridiculous! With such an eagerness, why pretend to be so proper?" Once outside the Xichen Tower, the seemingly prim Bai Long wasted no time, expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy to teleport back to the WNSHU sect in mere moments. Xichen's frail condition had yet to recover, and he was still temporarily residing in the apothecary of Yaoyang. Bai Long rushed to the apothecary's door, but just as he was about to enter, he halted in his tracks. Indeed, Xiao Guan's suggestion to disrobe was a sound judgment, yet it was broad daylight. He could not simply barge in and remove Xichen's clothing without reason. In the illusion, when he professed his affection for Xichen had declined him, citing Bai Xiao as the reason, and indicated that he would raise the little dragon cub alongside Bai Xiao, since he was willing to nurture the cub with Bai Xiao. It was evident that Xichen harbored feelings for Bai Xiao. If he indeed liked Bai Xiao, he would surely not allow anyone to undress him casually. The presence of Bai Xiao was indeed a hindrance. Frustrated, Bai Long turned to return to Tongshan to devise a plan, but before he could take 2 steps, he was intercepted by Feng Mi. "Where have you been, Bai Long? I have been looking for you. There is a matter requiring your assistance," Feng Mi stated. "What is it?" Bai Long inquired. Earlier this morning, after Yao Yang examined Xiao Chen's pulse, he concluded that Xiao Chen is too weak and requires replenishment of spiritual energy. However, since Xiao Chen has only just begun to sprout, the replenishment must consist of purified spiritual energy that has already been refined, Feng Mi explained. In simpler terms, it needs to be energy that has been absorbed and transformed, devoid of any impurities. Only the spiritual energy that has been refined by you can meet this standard within the entire WNSHU sect. "Are you suggesting I transfer spiritual energy to Xichen?" Bai Long asked. Feng Mi nodded. "Yes. I understand that the transfer must occur in water and that you need to wear light clothing. If you are unwilling, Yao Yang and I will consider alternative methods." Feng Mi presumed that Bai Long, feeling awkward after having his feelings for Xichen exposed the previous day, would be avoiding Xichen out of embarrassment, so he was not inclined to press the issue. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Feng Mi's words, Bai Long responded, "No need to think of other methods. I am willing. Please have Xichen come to my residence tonight." Strangely enough, Feng Mi sensed an inexplicable eagerness in Bai Long's last statement. The author wishes to convey, lately, my condition has not been optimal, as I have struggled with writing the latter part of the story. The outline remains disorganized, and I find myself under pressure to produce content. Consequently, I decided to take a break yesterday, and for the next few days, updates may not be as frequent. I shall try to maintain daily updates without overwhelming myself, and, if necessary, I will inform you in the synopsis comment section. Chapter 65. For the sake of Xichen's well-being, Feng Mi ultimately consented to allow him to go to Bai Long's residence that evening to transmit spiritual energy. However, before doing so, he first brought Xichen back to Feng Mountain from the pharmacy. Xichen, though somewhat weakened, suffered from no other ailments and was indeed able to leave the pharmacy. Yet he could not comprehend why Feng Mi insisted on returning him to Feng Mountain first. "Master, is there something you wish to discuss with me solely here at Feng Mountain?" Xichen inquired. "No." Feng Mi shook his head. "I have nothing to impart. I merely intend for you to stay here for a few days." Feng led Xichen back into the palace he had built for Qingyun. The palace had been restored to its former glory, appearing as magnificent and untainted as ever. After you transmit the spiritual energy, you shall reside here for the next few days, Feng instructed. Xichen's confusion deepened. Why is that? Because of Bai Long, Feng replied candidly. I have an unsettling feeling about him. The urgency with which Bai Long wished for Xichen to visit his abode indeed made Feng increasingly suspicious. If Bai Long were merely an ordinary lecher, his eagerness would be understandable, as he would simply seek to take advantage of Xichen. Yet, Bai Long was not of that ilk, leaving Feng perplexed as to his true intentions. Concerned that Bai Long might exploit his beloved disciple, he brought Xichen back to Feng Mountain, issuing caution. I cannot pinpoint what exactly is amiss with Bai Long. I only sense that something is off. Therefore, do your best to avoid him. When you go to transmit the spiritual energy, be on guard. Should you sense any ill intent from him, return immediately to Feng Mountain and hide. When I return, I shall stand up for you. Xichen thought to himself. When has Bai Long ever been right in the head? In his memory, Bai Long had always seemed peculiar. Thus, he paid little heed to the earlier part of Feng's caution, but the latter part piqued his interest. Master, are you leaving the 10,000 Beasts sect? Yes, I am heading to Jingzhou shortly, Feng confirmed. The site of Qin Yun's demise lies in Jingzhou. After you mentioned the possibility of Qin Yun's resurrection, I dispatched Elder He to investigate, and he has indeed uncovered some unusual findings. Upon hearing anything related to Qin Yun, Xichen became deeply intrigued and quickly inquired, what unusual matters? Are they connected to Dao, Jun Qin Yun? Feng chose not to elaborate, responding vaguely, I can only ascertain the specifics upon my arrival in Jingzhou. I anticipate being gone for approximately 5 days. Once I have gathered all pertinent information, I shall return to inform you. Realizing Feng was unwilling to divulge more, Xichen refrained from pressing further, simply stating, then please proceed with peace of mind, Master. Should any matters arise within the sect, I shall handle them in your stead. Feng observed Xichen's earnest demeanor, wishing to relieve him of his burdens, and chuckled as he ruffled Xichen's hair. Do not fret excessively. You are but 24 years old, still a mere child among our demon kin. This is a time for you to enjoy life, especially since you're a child. At the mention of the child, Feng suddenly recalled something, his expression stiffening slightly as he queried Xichen, by the way, I heard from Xiaoyang that your current weakness may affect the little dragon cub. Is it likely that the cub will awaken during the transmission of energy? No. Xiaoyang said that the little dragon cub can only awaken once my body has fully recovered, Xichen assured. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Xichen, puzzled, asked, is there a risk that transmitting spiritual energy could harm the little dragon cub? Not exactly harm, Feng replied. I merely recalled that the scene might be somewhat inappropriate for younger audiences. Xichen had never engaged in the transmission of spiritual energy and was unfamiliar with its intricacies, leaving him even more bewildered. How could the act of transmitting energy be deemed inappropriate? Before he could inquire further, Elder He's voice resonated from outside the hall. Sectmaster, it is time for us to depart. Upon hearing this, Feng had no time for further conversation with Xichen, leaving him with a final admonition. In any case, be cautious not to let that old white dragon take advantage of you. With that, Feng hurriedly exited the hall, departing the 10,000 Beasts sect alongside Elder He. Xichen watched their retreating figures, scratching his head in confusion as he made his way toward Pine Mountain. Half an hour later, Xichen arrived at Bai Long's residence. Standing outside, he knocked on the door, calling, Immortal, I have arrived. I am not within. Come to me here, Bai Long's voice echoed from a grove nearby. Following the sound, Xichen ventured into the woods. Having been afraid of Bai Long, he had avoided approaching the residence for 3 months, leaving him unaware of what lay beyond the trees. Unprepared, he stepped into the grove, and it was then that he finally understood what Feng had meant by inappropriate for younger audiences. In the center of the grove lay a mist-shrouded hot spring, and there stood Bai Long, bare from the waist up, gazing at him with deep, dark eyes. Though it was already late at night, and the moonlight was dim, Xichen had reached the golden core stage and had transformed into a demon. Despite the distance between them, he could see Bai Long's well-defined torso with startling clarity. How clear? Clear enough that he could see the alluring lines of Bai Long's physique. Bai Long's appearance had always captivated Xichen. Although he lacked the youthful allure of Xiaohua, he was nonetheless quite the attractive man. Added to that was the fact that this body had shared numerous intimate encounters with Xichen. Upon beholding Bai Long's bare form, Xichen involuntarily recalled their passionate entanglement in Mo City. As the memories flooded back, Xichen's face flushed uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Immortal, what were you doing?" Bai Long, possessing a cultivation level superior to Xichen's, observed his slightly flushed cheeks and flustered eyes, feigning ignorance and maintaining a serious demeanor. Transmitting spiritual energy necessitates minimizing obstructions. Clothing and untransformed energy in the air may hinder the transmission of energy. Thus, standing in the water unclothed is the optimal method. Bai Long explained. Bai Long was gambling on the notion that Xichen was unaware of the conventional practices involved in energy transmission. Having known Xichen for a considerable time, Bai Long was well aware of his ignorance regarding many fundamental truths of the cultivation world. Therefore, by removing his clothes in advance and offering a partially truthful explanation, he aimed to lead Xichen to believe that undressing was a necessity for transmitting energy. In this manner, Bai Long would not need to forcibly remove Xichen's garments, as Xichen would willingly disrobe. Once Xichen shed his clothing, Bai Long could ascertain whether or not he would react to him. Xichen, having absorbed Bai Long's half-truthful reasoning, felt his face grow even warmer and shyly asked, "Immortal, is there truly no other method for transmission?" Seeing Xichen's demeanor, Bai Long knew he had won the gamble. Xichen had likely fallen for his ruse. To avoid raising any suspicion, he refrained from providing a definitive answer, instead slowly weaving a trap for him. Other methods do exist, but they would considerably reduce the speed of transmission, possibly requiring multiple sessions. Xichen believed that it would not matter to pass the message a few more times, as long as they avoided the awkwardness of facing each other in such a manner. However, before he could speak, Bai Long interjected, "I do not wish to waste time on unnecessary exchanges. Since we are both men, and you are the Tao partner of Bai Xiao while I am his uncle, there is no reason for us to develop any inappropriate thoughts about each other's bodies. Let us simply disrobe for the transmission." Xichen hesitated, "But what? Are you concerned that I might harbor some other thoughts regarding your physique? Or perhaps you have experienced something that has altered how you perceive me, beyond merely viewing me as Bai Xiao's uncle?" Before Xichen could finish, Bai Long interrupted him with a gentle smile. Xichen turned to look at him, noticing that although Bai Long appeared to be smiling, the mirth did not reach his eyes, which held an air of scrutiny instead. A sense of alarm flickered within Xichen's heart as he pondered whether Bai Long was questioning his amnesia, deliberately using this situation to test him. This was the trap Bai Long intended to set for Xichen, making him believe that he was being scrutinized, thereby compelling him to disrobe in order to conceal the truth of his memory loss. Based on his understanding of Xichen, there was a significant chance that Xichen would acquiesce to avoid revealing the truth. Indeed, after a moment of internal conflict, Xichen gritted his teeth and consented. "How could I not regard the Immortal as my uncle? I merely worry about tarnishing his purity. However, should the Immortal insist, I shall have no objections." With that, Xichen removed his outer garment and slowly stepped into the hot spring. Until now, Bai Long was still unwilling to acknowledge the unsettling affection he felt for his nephew's Tao partner. He believed that all of this was merely an illusion created by their experiences in the ethereal realm, leading him to mistakenly think he had developed feelings for Xichen. Yet an illusion is merely an illusion. As the esteemed Nansong Xianzuan, how could he allow himself to be swayed by such delusions? He was confident that upon seeing Xichen's body, he would awaken from this desire-induced stupor. Yes, he believed that even if Xichen were to shed all his garments, he would not feel the slightest stir of desire. He watched Xichen approach, his gaze fixated on the heavy layers of clothing still draped upon him, reminding him, "You must remove everything. It is not sufficient to merely disrobe the outer garment." Xichen was well aware that he needed to remove it all. He simply thought it would be less awkward to do so after entering the water. Glancing at the submerged position Bai Long occupied in the hot spring, he awkwardly inquired, "Immortal, Should I also remove my trousers? Remove your trousers? Bailong was taken aback. How could Xichen be so shameless as to contemplate such an act before him? Observing Xichen's bashful demeanor, Bailong swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a rush of heat in his mind, and blurted out, "Yes, you must."